Chapter 1, The Cell. A/N, welcome to my newest free write everyone. Please give it a try for me. Summary, being summoned to another world is supposed to be fun. Or at least exciting. Either you find yourself in a church being given a divine mission, or you wake up in a forest and have to survive off of the land. And if you're lucky, you get some sort of system as well, or at least a handy cheat/power-up. Waking up in a prison cell with nothing but a pair of pants to your name is not the way things usually go. Unfortunately, nothing about Mikhail's adventure in another world is going to be normal. Mikhail jerks awake with a groan, coming to consciousness on his knees with his arms chained above his head. Which is a distinct problem because the last thing he remembered was being on a sidewalk, heading towards the university for another day of classes. And, that was it. Nothing else. Just walking along one moment, and here the next. What had happened? Where was he? Groggy as all hell, the young man tries to take in his surroundings, but it's honestly hard to focus. The only source of light is a torch outside of his cell, leaving him in rather dimly lit surroundings. Wait, cell? Blinking more rapidly in a half-successful effort to clear up his vision, Mikhail confirms what his subconscious mind had already figured out. He's in a jail cell of some sort, chained to a wall. Not just that, but he's been stripped of his clothes and put in a set of threadbare, itchy pants. No shoes, no socks, and no shirt. This certainly isn't how he'd left his apartment this morning. Then again, the more he stares at his surroundings, the more confused he is about his current location. Is he in some sort of cellar? The place looks like it's taken right out of some medieval dungeon found in Europe or something. There's just one problem with that. He was born in America and had actually never left his birth country. So there was no way he should have found himself in some sort of castle dungeon. The United States didn't really have castles as far as he knew. Unless, of course, he'd been transported to another world. But that was a ridiculous thought, right? That was the sort of thing reserved solely for fictional stories, and while Mikhail had an overactive imagination and was a voracious reader, he definitely didn't think waking up in another world was actually possible. No, there had to be a reasonable explanation for all of this. Maybe he was dreaming. Maybe this was some sort of hallucination. Or maybe it was even a prank. Yes, that could be it. He was being pranked. Never mind that he was an introvert who had barely any friends outside of the internet who could have pulled this prank off in the first place. It was the only realistic answer he could come up with, so it had to. Mikhail's increasingly frantic thoughts are subsequently derailed by the sound of movement outside of his cell. He straightens up and lifts his head just in time to see the cell door open up and two individuals enter. Hello? Who are you people? Where am I? Rather than answer him, the two silhouettes regard Mikhail for a moment before one of them lifts a hand and his palm lights on fire for lack of a better word. Mikhail blinks rapidly at the sudden direct source of light within his cell. Must be some sort of trick, because once he adjusts, it really looks as though there's a small flame hovering just over the robed man's palm. And it is a man, Mikhail notices. He can make out a lot more, now that the ball of fire is lighting up their surroundings. Humph. Already awake. Stronger constitution, this one. Irritating. If Mikhail had to assign some sort of descriptor to the fire-wielding man, it would be evil wizard. Not only is he somehow holding a free-floating flame in his palm, but he's got a cloak with a pointed hood and a strange symbol on the front of it. His eyes, meanwhile, are merciless and unforgiving as he looks at Mikhail as thought he were little more than a particularly annoying gnat. The only other identifying mark that Mikhail can make out is a scar running just below the other man's left eye, a thick thing that speaks of an old injury. Mikhail isn't an idiot. One long look into this man's eyes, and he can see that this isn't some sort of rescue operation. Even still, he just wants answers. He needs to know what the fuck is going on. Any normal person in his situation would want the same thing, he figures. Please, can you just tell me what's happening? How am I here? Why am I here? Beulah. Hold him in place. His questions go unanswered as Beulah steps forward. Mikhail jolts back as the second person to enter the cell finally comes out of the shadows and into full view. His first thought is that she's beautiful. His second is that she's not at all human. The one called Beulah is, strangely dressed to say the least. She wears armor, but only in certain places. There's a gorget around her neck that dips down across her upper chest, a pair of pauldrons covering her shoulders and gauntlets and greaves covering her arms and legs. But in terms of her torso, she's only wearing what can only be described as a white leotard, and Mikhail quickly notes that it doesn't leave much to the imagination at all. Still, her exposed hips and thighs aren't even the most distracting thing for him. No, that has to be her sharpened ears and her visible tusks poking out from the bottom of her mouth. She's not human. She's beautiful, certainly, with fiery red hair and striking blue eyes. But she's distinctly not human, something that she proves a moment later when she grabs him by the arms and thrusts him back into the stone behind him with great force. Mikhail gasps as the air is driven out of his lungs. He's pinned in place by abnormal strength that doesn't even let him do much more than squirm. He's not out of shape, to be clear. He might not get to the gym quite as often as he wants, but he does his best to keep himself in good condition in a world filled with bad choices and the allure of the sedentary lifestyle. However, none of that matters in the face of Beulah's inhuman strength. She's so much stronger than him it's not even funny. Good. Meanwhile, the evil wizard type isn't idle. As soon as Beulah has him pinned to the wall, the man steps forward, leaving Mikhail carefully watching the fire he's holding in one hand. Look, whatever this is, I'm sure we can talk about this. I don't. Do be quiet now. This next part is delicate. You wouldn't want me to make a mistake. Mikhail goes still as the other man lashes out, not with the hand carrying a floating flame, but with his other hand. The evil wizard's palm goes flat across Mikhail's forehead and in response, Mikhail immediately shuts up. He doesn't know what's about to happen, but the other man sounds serious. And he's right, whatever the fuck he's doing, Mikhail really doesn't want him to make a mistake. Except, it doesn't matter how still or quiet Mikhail is. Because what happens next is still beyond his wildest expectations and most horrifying nightmares. It's insidious in how it creeps up on him too. The realization of what's just happened takes way too long. What? He's missing things, all of the sudden. Like he still knew that he was a university student. He still knew that he was headed to the campus earlier today before waking up here. But he couldn't recall the name of that university anymore. Nor could he recall his last name either. He was sure he'd had one. He just didn't remember what it was. That's the first part done. Keep holding him down, Beulah. This next part will be a little more violent. Beulah grunts at that, her lips curling into an anticipatory smile. Meanwhile, the evil wizard type's hand clutches down on Mikhail's head even harder and suddenly he's jerking in place as memories that aren't his own go flowing into his mind's eye. They pass by almost too fast to understand or even begin to comprehend, at least consciously. But there's one prevailing theme above all else. They're all of war. Battles, more than Mikhail can even begin to keep track of, filter through his head. His eyes almost roll back in his skull as he cries out and starts to struggle harder, feeling the sudden foreign need to fight, to scream, to rage. Mikhail has never been what one could call a warrior. Nor would he categorize himself as a fighter either. Once again, he got to the gym when he could and he stayed in shape as best as anyone in the 21st century would be able to, but he didn't really practice martial arts or anything like that. And he certainly didn't have any experience with swords or pitched combat, or being in the thick of a muddy battlefield, swinging desperately to and fro and cutting down enemy after enemy before they could cut him down in turn. Or at least, he hadn't had that experience. Until now. Of course, all of his flailing, all of his fighting, it ultimately amounts to nothing. Beulah is still too strong, the inhuman woman holding him against the wall as her evil wizard boss finishes up with whatever the fuck he's doing and pulls away. Good. We're done here, Beulah. He begins making his way back towards the cell door, but Beulah doesn't immediately follow. Instead she leans in close, staring at Mikhail and sniffing at him curiously. In response, he screams at her. Get the fuck out of my face. It's a scream of desperation, of anger, of rage. He's chained up so even if he could match her strength, there's not much he can do to her. But he feels the need to express himself in some manner all the same. Far from being taken aback, the redhead gives him a savage grin, and roars right back at him. Grayarh. Mikhail finds himself pressed back against the wall, his heart pounding as even the false memories his head is now stuffed with cower before her. And then. Come along now, Beulah. Her boss calls for her, a tinge of impatience and annoyance in his voice that causes her to snort and drop Mikhail back to the ground. And with that, they leave. In an instant, Mikhail is alone again in the dark, the only source of light coming from a torch outside of his cell. Except it's so much worse than before. His head is a jumbled mess. Jagged and raw, his memories are chaos manifest. He can see the bleeding lines where his actual memories end and the new memories begin, but it's not like that helps him all that much. He might be able to say that this memory or that memory aren't his, but they're still in there. And other things, important things are not. He knows his first name is Mikhail. But he no longer knows his last. He can recall his mother's face but not her name. He knows he had a father, but he can't find any details. He thinks he had at least one sibling, but maybe it was as many as 5? It feels like his mind has been ripped into 2 pieces and one of those pieces has been stolen from him entirely. Like a jigsaw puzzle that will never be completed. He only has half of the full picture. That alone would be enough to drive anyone mad, Mikhail figures. But it's worse than that, because there's also the other memories. Memories of fighting and killing. Of bloodshed and conquest. He's fought wars where armies of thousands fought against one another. And he's fought duels where it was just him and his opponent facing off against one another, winner takes all. He's just some pansy-ass 21st century American. He's never killed anyone before. He's never so much as held a weapon with the intent to kill. Except now he has. Fuck, he's stabbed more people than he can count. He can remember the feeling of his sword driving into someone's stomach even, dipping up under their breastplate and angling upwards to pierce right through their heart as he twists and. Heaving forward, Mikhail throws up his breakfast all over the floor of the dimly lit cell. Eggs, bacon, and toast. Not your standard fare for your average struggling university student, but it had been a special day. Why? Mikhail couldn't remember anymore. Because some evil fucking wizard had torn out half of his life and replaced it with murder, carnage, and war. And no, not me. None of that is me. It wasn't all the same person, either. It's obvious from the start which memories are his and which aren't. But it takes a little while longer for Mikhail to start parsing that most aren't from the same points of view. Practically every battle feels like it's viewed through a different set of eyes. Some battles are even viewed through multiple sets of eyes, and from both sides at that. Fuck if that isn't fucking with him even worse. Having multiple perspectives of a mass amount of death and bloodletting, it's messing with him something fierce. He knows it's not him. He knows it. But that doesn't stop Mikhail from looking down at his hands and imagining the terrible things he can now remember. He recalls literally squeezing the life out of people with his hands. He's doled out death with these hands. Not all of it on battlefields either. Some of it was on plain dirt roads. Some of it was in dank back alleys. Some of his kills weren't any more fighters than he was. Innocent wide eyes stare at Mikhail from within his new memories and he jerks back again, his own eyes just as wide in response, his chest heaving up and down. However, before he can start to hyperventilate, the door to his cell swings open again. Mikhail had been so lost in his own thoughts he hadn't even heard them coming, but suddenly they're there. Two men in full concealing armor march into the cell and grab him, yanking him up onto his feet. Mikhail struggles until one of them backhands him across the face hard enough that he sees stars and feels a tooth loosen in his jaw. After that, he goes still, letting them unchain him from the wall but then apply new shackles to his wrists and ankles, connecting his arms and legs to one another. Then, they yank him out of the cell and pull him down the hall. Unable to keep up with their harsh pace, Mikhail's bare feet scramble and scrape against stone as he finds himself dragged more than escorted to wherever they're taking him next. One thought worms its way into his mind though. Can't be worse than the dank dark cell, right? Only for another thought that feels foreign and born of his fake memories to answer it. Things can always get worse. Chapter 2, The Arena. Things can always get worse. The thought starts out on the now foreign side of his mind, only to move over to the native half as the guards drag him down a corridor that turns from cobbled stone to grittier and grittier sand. Until finally, he sees a source of natural light up ahead and has all of a moment to squint at its blinding ferocity before they reach a gate. Before Mikhail can react, the gate is flung open and he's tossed right on through, thrown out into a sandy pit with nothing but a pair of pants to cover his modesty and chains to slow down his mobility. He's still a complete mess, both physically and mentally of course. His thoughts are jumbled as all hell. His mind is at war with itself and both sides are losing. However, at the same time, something about the arena in particular feels almost right to him. As Mikhail stares down at his shackled hands, there's a moment of vertigo and déjà vu. A moment where it's like he has a dozen different memories transposed over his vision where a dozen other men found themselves in this exact same situation. Likewise, the sword that's tossed down onto the sand next to him a moment later garners his attention instantaneously. He doesn't even flinch away from it. Instead, acting purely on instinct that feels as unnatural as it feels right, Mikhail scrambles over to the weapon and quickly picks it up. The foreign half of his mind insists that it's a shit weapon, especially for the fight that he's about to be in. Even Mikhail has to agree with those fake memories shoved into his head. The sword in his hands is rusty and looks ready to fall apart. Hell, he can see hairline fractures all throughout it that make it clear it's probably only good for a few more clashes before it shatters on him. But, what fight? Only then does Mikhail's conscious mind catch up with his subconscious as he realizes he's been orienting himself to face his opponent without even realizing it. He's not alone in the sandy arena pit. No, rather, there's someone else in the pit with him. We have a special one for you tonight, folks. Standing across the way is a woman in shining golden armor. The female armor is covered in the golden, glimmering armor from head to toe, her helmet covering everything except for her eyes, which are an icy blue. Not the criminal, mind you. Just another brigand paying for his crimes. Ah, but his opponent. Nay, his executioner. Wait, what? Mikhail tears his gaze away from the golden knight and looks up at his surroundings. The sun shines far too brightly overhead, making it impossible to see very much, but if he lifts both hands to try and shade his eyes, he can get a better look around himself. Ultimately, it's not much to look at. This is an arena, sure, but that's about all it can be described as. It's not some glorious coliseum, not some massive stadium with stands filled to the brim. No, the venue is quite small, and the stands, while more than half full, cannot be described as packed. That's not stopping the announcer from shouting at the top of his lungs for all to hear, however. For a moment, Mikhail wonders if the man presiding over the arena will be the same bastard who fucked with his head. But, no. It's not the evil fucking wizard. Nor is he or his inhuman muscle anywhere to be seen. Hailing from faraway lands, a foreign knight of great renown, I give you all. The dame. The crowd cheers and applauds, though there's a note of politeness to it that Mikhail can't help but feel conveys disinterest in the dame's identity. A foreign knight of great renown? Why the fuck would she be in some tiny arena pit like this, facing off against a dude wearing nothing but pants and chains? Something was seriously off here. Across the way, those icy blue eyes seem almost pitying for a moment. But as Mikhail finds himself unconsciously testing the weight and heft of his shoddy sword, the dame's gaze grows hardened and her resolve firms up right in front of him. Belatedly, the announcer's previous words finally hit him. The man had called him a criminal. A brigand. Part of him wants to protest the accusation. But the words catch on his tongue as he faces off against the female knight standing across from him. Her sword is buried point first in the ground, but as the crowd cheers and applauds, she grabs the hilt and yanks it up, hoisting her shield into the air as well. The truth is, parts of him almost own the description as a criminal and vagabond. The longer he stands out here in the middle of this arena, the more Mikhail realizes that plenty of his foreign memories aren't of war, but of battle in arena pits just like this. And some are of criminal acts, just as he's been accused of. Banditry. Brigandry. Worse. He knows deep down that he's not actually the man who did any of those things. He knows he's not a monster like his false memories paint him as. And yet, it's quickly becoming quite clear to him that he's going to need those memories if he's going to survive this fight. Ready. Begin. With that, any chance of protesting the announcer's accusations and trying to clear his good name are lost. The Golden Knight begins to move forward, and all Mikhail can do is shuffle away, putting distance between the two of them and trying desperately to get used to his current circumstances. He has the memories of 1,000 battles in his head, and surprisingly that somewhat translates into muscle memory as well. However, he has as many soldiers vying for supremacy in his mind as he does criminals and vagabonds. And most of the men whose lives are running through his mind's eye did not learn to fight with their ankles and wrists shackled together like his are now. His range of movement is incredibly limited, and he's forced into a sort of half-shuffle as he quickly backpedals around the arena, moving around in a wide circle to keep the Golden Knight both in front of him and at a good distance. For a few moments, she even seems content to let him do that. In fact, if Mikhail didn't know any better, he'd say that she was reluctant to engage. Rather, he did know these kinds of things now. His memories are screaming at him that she's afraid, or nervous, or simply doesn't want this fight. They're telling him that he can take advantage of that. That he can win this. The foreign half of his mind begins concocting a plan for how to defeat the woman. How to tear her armor off once she's on the ground and end her, or worse. Mikhail jerks back, horrified by the mental images running through his head. What was once his mind and his alone, what was once his sanctuary, he now shared it with dozens of monsters. Ghosts who whispered in his mind that he could win. He just had to fight, dirty. Mikhail didn't have a problem with fighting dirty, especially if it was his life on the line. He'd always had a strong will to live, even before all this bullshit. But he would not engage in any of the other activities that the foreign entities in his head were pushing for. He would win, he would live. But he would not become a monster. He refused. Get on with it already. For fuck's sake, just kill the sorry bastard. Mikhail finds himself torn out of the careful dance that he and the dame have started up, the voices of the onlookers carrying from the stands around them. He scowls as he throws one of them an angry look that actually seems to intimidate that bystander into shying back. But of course, he can only glare down one person at a time. The rest continue to call out jeering comments, demanding his head on a pike. When he focuses back on the dame, she seems to have taken their words to heart. Her reluctance fades away, replaced by determination as she finally moves forward, cutting the distance between them in half, and then half again, and then, she's right on top of him. There's no helping it. Circling an arena this small and trying to stay out of her reach was never going to work forever. It relied entirely on her unwillingness to engage, and that had come to an abrupt end. Instead, he raises his sword and clashes with hers, surprised at how fluid his body moves as he blocks her blow and slips to the side, swinging his blade around to try and catch her off guard. Of course, she in turn manages to block his swipe with her shield, easily bringing it up in time to stop his own strike in its tracks. She's good, he finds himself thinking. Very good. But he's better. He has to believe that. Her next attack comes from above, an overhand strike, and Mikhail lifts his arms up so that rather than splitting his head in twain, her sword lands on the chain, locking his wrists together. The hope is that she'll either shear right through his restraints, or her blade will get tangled up in the chain and he'll be able to wrench it from her grasp. The first option would obviously be the best, but despite looking almost as shoddy as his sword, the chains do not shatter. Instead they glow brightly and rebound her sword, even as she hastily pulls it back, causing the second option to fail as well. Mikhail has only a second to register the actual magic he just witnessed. His chains were not mundane, ordinary chains. They were enchanted, weren't they? It really drove home what he already knew but hadn't wanted to accept. This was not his world. This was not his home. He was in a world of magic and wonder, and so far, he was only getting to experience the worst parts of it. But Mikhail refused to let this be how it ended. He would live. He would survive. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he was sure he could find a way out of this. He could win. The crowd in the stands are cheering now that an actual fight is happening. And the announcer is commentating at the top of his lungs like this is some sort of sports match. Then again, for all Mikhail knew, this was what passed for sports around here. Ooh. Would you look at that, folks? Our criminal has some bite to him after all. The dame doesn't seem to be able to land a blow. Surely there won't be an upset here, will there? Fucking gut the bastard. Quit playing around, you foreign bitch. Mikhail wouldn't say the crowd was turning on his opponent, but damn if they seemed to only like her marginally more than they liked him. Or perhaps it was more accurate to say that they hated him marginally more than they hated her. Not that they even knew him. They just knew the picture that the announcer fucking painted of him. But he can't let that distract him now. Despite being chained up, despite having nothing but this shitty rusted sword, Mikhail really did feel like he was running circles around his opponent. Yes, she still seemed a little uncertain. Yes, she was almost certainly holding back. But even still, he could do this. He just had to get lucky. Just one time. Fluidly dodging her next sword thrust, one that the foreign part of his mind assures him is textbook perfect, Mikhail swings his sword around, hoping to finally land a blow on the small part of her arm that isn't armored. If he can just disable one of her limbs, he'll have a shot. He just has to. Unfortunately, her shield comes up again just in the nick of time. And as his sword lands upon the golden aegis, the worst possible thing happens. CCRRSSH. His sword shatters, breaking into 100 different pieces that all drop to the sandy arena pit, turning what was already rough terrain for his bared, shackled feet into something much more dangerous. Not that it really matters, in the end. Staring at his broken sword, now nothing more than a hilt with some metal attached to it at this point, Mikhail is reminded of an old saying. It's possible to commit no mistakes and still lose. That's not weakness. That's life. I can make it quick, at least. There's a sudden feeling of intrusion in his chest as the dame speaks up in a quiet tone for the first time since all of this started. Mikhail chokes on what he thinks is spit as he slowly slides his gaze downwards to find the golden knight's shiny sword buried in his heart. Not spit, he belatedly realizes as his vision begins to go blurry. Not spit at all. Blood. He coughs up more of the red substance, feeling its coppery taste in his mouth, on his tongue, on his lips. He really had been so sure he could win. And if he could win, he would win. That was how it was supposed to go, right? That was how all the stories he'd read went, anyways. Summoned to another world? It didn't matter the adversities you faced. It didn't matter the trials thrown your way. You were supposed to overcome everything and win, no matter what. Well now. Seems the dame has finally finished off the criminal scum. Certainly took her long enough. There's a strange note of regret in the female knight's eyes as she pulls her sword back out and blood erupts from the wound she leaves behind. Not that he gets long to look at her, seeing as he almost immediately falls back into the sand, clutching at his chest. It didn't seem fair. Nothing about this seemed at all fair. But then, that was just how life went sometimes, wasn't it? His last sight is of the sun at least. And as the sunlight beats down on his face, the pain in his chest ebbs away along with all other sense of feeling, until that's all that remains. And then, even that is gone as his eyes drift shut and everything goes black. Mikhail dies. And then he wakes up. Chapter 3, The Basement. A/N, here we are with Chapter 3. In which reports of Mikhail's death turn out to be greatly exaggerated. XXX. Coming back to life sucks, Mikhail quickly decides. 0 out of 10, would not recommend. Then again, it was better than the alternative, he supposed. But only ever so slightly. Dying had really, really sucked. There was no denying that. And if you asked Mikhail whether he would be dead as a doornail or alive but in a shitty situation, he'd pick alive but in a shitty situation every time. That said, his last memory of the sunlight beating down upon his face and chest had been nice. It had almost made up for the fact that he'd just been stabbed through the chest by some bitch in golden armor called the Dame. Not quite, but almost. Still, one thing was for sure. He was getting really sick and tired of waking up in random places with absolutely no clue of how he got there. This time around, he's coming to laid out on a slanted metal slab, the cold of which feels like it's seeping into his naked back as he lays there and just tries to get his bearings. Keyword being tries, because honestly, nothing feels very good at the moment. There's this heavy weight on his chest that he can't quite put into words, and a bone-deep exhaustion that means he can't even begin trying to lift himself up in spite of the weight. He feels like he's ran a dozen marathons back to back to back with no water and no rest. He would say that he's dying, but seeing as the last thing he remembers is experiencing death, that's the one thing he can be sure he's not doing at the moment. Still, his head is pounding and his vision is swimming. His memory problems are worse than ever too. He can feel the foreign half of his mind all but assaulting the native half with demands to get his act together and get his bearings. Wake up, soldier! Get the fuck off the damn table, you bastard! You can sleep when you're dead. Guess it was too much to hope that dying would get rid of those false memories. Whatever bullshit that evil wizard had done to his mind had persisted through death itself. Which was frankly fucking bullshit. Couldn't he catch one goddamn break? But no. His mind was still Swiss cheese. He still couldn't remember half of the life he'd actually lived. People he knew he loved with all his heart were coming up almost entirely blank. And then there were people who he knew everything about but couldn't say how he was connected to them. And what did he get in return for the mess? The memories of a bunch of killers stuffed into his head to fill up the empty space left behind by that jackass ham-fisted work. The thing was, he was dead. Everything Mikhail knew about anatomy, as well as everything he suddenly knew about the best ways to kill someone, it told him that he should be dead. The dame's sword had stabbed deep into his chest and skewered his heart. And it'd been big enough that the organ was likely completely demolished in the act as well. You didn't survive long without a heart. At least, not without magic. But Mikhail isn't lucky enough to find himself in some magical hospital with a cute nurse standing nearby to tell him all that it was just one big misunderstanding. Nor was he in some church being seen to by a sexy nun. No, as his vision finally stops swimming, the first things Mikhail notes are that he's in a grimy, blood-covered basement, and the nearby table is filled with what could either be surgical tools, or torture implements. It's hard to tell, mostly because the only source of light in the basement is a very, very faint teal light that washes over the table and his immediate surroundings. Admittedly, it takes far longer than it should have for Mikhail to realize that said teal light is coming from him. But then, to be fair, he's had a rough day so far. Either way, he finally registers that the heavy weight on his chest that he'd noticed before is also the source of the glow. And as he looks down at himself, Mikhail realizes that the weight isn't on his chest, it's in his chest. There, something that's very much not supposed to be there, on account of it most definitely not being biological in any way, is a contraption for lack of better word. Encased in a dark metal with some sort of glowing teal material at its center, there's a heavy device in Mikhail's chest right where his heart should be. Embedded in his skin, it hums quietly, almost too quietly for him to hear even in the near silence of the basement. Holy shit! Reaching out with trembling fingers, Mikhail touches the thing, half expecting it to zap him. But, no. It feels almost cool to the touch, even as he runs his hands over the outer casing. He was right then. He had lost his heart to the dame. She'd obliterated it with her sword, ruining the thing keeping him alive and pumping blood through his veins. And then someone had taken his corpse and brought him back. With this thing. How the fuck did that even work? Wasn't there something about how the longer your heart wasn't beating, the more brain damage you were suffering? Or was it to do with breathing and keeping your blood oxygenated or something? Shouldn't Mikhail be missing more as a result of dying and being brought back? As far as he knew, he wasn't. Then again, if he was missing more than he had been before, how the fuck would he even know? Fuck. This whole situation was a crapshoot. Before Mikhail can figure anything else out on his own, the door to the basement suddenly explodes open and Mikhail finds himself jolting as someone rushes into the room only to stop dead in their tracks as they see him moving around. No way, it worked. Mikhail blinks as he takes in the beautiful woman in front of him. Dressed all in black, with black lips and black bags under her eyes and even some startling black freckles on incredibly pale skin, she positively screams goth to him. Of course, that's as long as one ignores the blood-stained apron and gloves she's wearing over the incredibly gothic dress she has on underneath. It worked. Mikhail winces at the sudden scream that leaves the young woman's mouth, even as she rushes over to him. I can't believe this. I'd given up all hope, but no. I knew it. I knew I just wasn't working with the right materials. And now look. I finally get what I need and it works immediately. Ha. Looking at her, you wouldn't expect someone dressed like she is to be so damn exuberant. But then, maybe that's just because she's positively exploding with excitement over it working. It clearly being the damn thing in his chest, especially with the way she was looking it over, tapping the outer casing like he had. Except she doesn't stop there. She moves on from the device that's replaced Mikhail's heart in record time, reaching up and patting his cheeks next, then going as far as to pull on his eyelids, staring at his pupils. She reminds him of a doctor checking for dilation or something, except she exhibits increasing mad scientist energy that, combined with the macabre setting they're in, only serves to freak Mikhail the fuck out. Stop, get away from me. He tries to push her away, tries to force some space, but he still feels incredibly weak. The device in his chest flickers and he groans as he falls back onto the slanted metal slab, exhausted as all hell. Meanwhile, the goth woman's dark eyes widen at this. Ah. I know exactly what you need. Don't you worry, I have just the thing for you. Turning away, she rushes over to the opposite side of the basement, a darkened area that the teal glow coming from Mikhail's chest couldn't reach. Now that he's focusing on her though, he sees the cages that she's currently fussing over. As she busies herself with that, Mikhail scrambles to get his bearings. He's not alone anymore, which means he's not safe. The foreign half of his mind is urging him to find the closest weapon, which just so happens to be a hacksaw on the table next to him. A hacksaw covered in blood. Looking down at the state of his naked chest and recognizing that he must have been operated on very recently, Mikhail quickly realizes that that's his blood. At the same time, his ears twitch towards the door that the goth woman had come rushing through. He thinks he hears the sounds of crashing and shouting in the distance. Angry shouting at that. Before he can question any of it though, his mysterious benefactor comes back over to him with a rat of all things held out in her gloved hands. Go on. Take it. Confused as all hell, Mikhail struggles to lift a hand and take the wriggling creature from the woman, only for her to pull it out of his reach and shake her head. No. Not like that. In that moment, the urge to grab the hacksaw and bury it in the pale girl's exposed neck is very, very strong. So strong in fact, that it startles Mikhail quite badly. Fortunately he's able to recognize that the urge comes from the memories forced upon him by that bastard evil wizard. Memories that are not his own. And he's not about to give in to them, damn it. He's not about to try and kill someone who's just trying to help him. Thankfully, this is not something that all of the people who have been forced into his head are in agreement on. Those who are just soldiers and warriors, those who still have honor, they agree with Mikhail himself that violence is not the answer here. Even still, he needs more fucking information. Through gritted teeth, he looks at the woman and asks for clarification. I don't know what you mean. Explain. He's so exhausted that even getting the words out is hard. But at least he manages to get his point across because her eyes light up again and she at least has the good grace to look sheepish. Looking from him to the rat and then back at him again, her freckled pale face goes a little red as she squirms under his deadpan gaze. Right. Sorry. Focus. It should come as naturally to you as breathing. Just, focus on the rat. Focus on taking its energy for your own. It's literally nothing but a rodent, so it can't possibly defend itself against you. That was, both informative and fucking ominous. What was supposed to be as natural as breathing? What did it mean to take the rat's energy? Unfortunately, the crashing and shouting is getting closer so he really doesn't have time to ask more questions. Though, does she not hear it? She's not even looking towards the door. He almost mentions it, almost brings it up, but he's just so tired. And she's giving him this expectant look, like she's wondering what the fuck is taking him so long. She even shakes the rat at him, clearly miming for him to get a move on already. Either way, Mikhail focuses on the rat in her hands like he's been told. He focuses on its energy. Surprisingly, it's just as easy as she said. Looking past the physical shell, looking past the rat's body, there's something else. Something metaphysical. That's what Mikhail reaches out for. And that's what he takes, abruptly sucking out every last drop of energy from the rat in one fell swoop. Squealing and shrieking, the rodent goes crazy in the pale woman's gloved hands, for all of a second anyways before it literally shrivels up and dies right there in her grasp. Mikhail barely has a moment to register that however, because as it dies, a teal energy flows out of its corpse and straight into his chest. Or rather, it flows straight into the device now embedded in his chest. Instantly, Mikhail finds himself feeling a lot better. Really good, in fact. So good that his savior has to back up from him as he suddenly rises from the metal slab, staring down at his chest. The dim glow isn't quite so dim anymore. In fact, it's glowing rather brightly, bathing more of the blood-covered basement in its teal light as Mikhail stands there and slowly comes to terms with how he's feeling. The device doesn't seem like such a dead weight in his chest anymore. Now that it has some juice in it, it actually feels like it belongs there. Like it's doing all the work of a flesh and blood heart and more. Mikhail feels like he could run one of those metaphorical marathons he'd mentioned earlier. Power courses through every fiber of his body and he feels like he could take on the world in this moment. And all of that because he'd what? Sucked the life force out of some rat? Just what had this woman done to him? What exactly had she replaced his heart with? And most importantly of all, how often was he going to have to suck rat energy in order to survive going forward? He might no longer be dead. He might no longer be suffering from such bad exhaustion that he could barely move a muscle. But that just meant he had time to worry about everything else. And as his brow furrows at the numerous questions filling his mind, Mikhail turns to the goth woman, fully intending to grill her for answers. Vam. 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 But before he can ask a single question, there's a sudden loud banging on the door to the basement, and a raised snarling voice that echoes through it. Avina. Open up. Suddenly, the girl has his hands in her own and is clutching at them frantically. Her eyes are filled with fear but also hope. There's no time. Please, they're here. You'll have to fight. The door busts down a moment later and 3 men come rushing into the room. Out of the frying pan and into the fire. XXX. A/N, it hasn't been said yet, but it's probably pretty obvious from the title of this story if nothing else. Meet the soul engine, the thing in Mikhail's chest. Also meet Avina. She's fun, isn't she? Laughing face. Chapter 4, The Thugs. They're thugs. That's the first thing that runs through Mikhail's mind as the 3 men force their way into the small, increasingly cramped basement. The first thing that runs through both sides of his fractured psyche, as a matter of fact. Not only do they come across as thugs to Mikhail himself, but even the foreign memories taking up unlawful residence in his head are in agreement. Fuck, the first fucker, the one taking the lead while the other 2 have his back, is even some bald bastard with a shit-eating grin on his ugly mug as he glares daggers at the young woman who it would seem brought Mikhail back to life. Avina. Nowhere left to run, girlie. Stiffening, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, the now named Avina hisses angrily. Who's running, Tak? Were you calling for me or something? Sorry, I didn't hear you. I was in a hurry to get back to my work. Important work sanctioned by your boss, I might remind you. What gives you the right to come rushing in here, damaging my door, hey? She's not a very good liar, Mikhail notes. If even his bullshit detector is going off at that bit of word vomit, he can only imagine that this Tak fellow is less than convinced. And indeed, as expected, the bald fucker snorts derisively and crosses his arms over his chest, sneering at the young woman now. My boss might have sanctioned your little projects, girl, but only so long as he continues to get paid. Lord Sadicus wants his money, Avina. Time to pay up. Just from the grimace on Avina's face, it's obvious that the pale woman doesn't have what he wants. Of course, she confirms it outright with her next words. I don't have his money right now, Tak. But I also have until the end of the week to pay. So you can fuck right off and come back then. Or else I'll tell Lord Sadicus you've been double dipping. Her bravado is impressive if nothing else. But it doesn't seem to be working on the head thug. He's not remotely intimidated by Avina's attempts at getting him to back off. In fact, he barely pays her words any mind, because he's finally recognized that Mikhail is in the room. The bald bastard's eyes meet Mikhail's for a moment and then slide downwards, to his exposed chest. At which point, Tak proves to be a lot smarter than Mikhail had initially gave him credit for, because when he sees whatever the fuck it is that Avina has replaced Mikhail's heart with, his eyes light up in recognition. You've done it then. You've completed your project. Tak sounds amazed. Then again, Mikhail supposes it is pretty amazing. He might be relatively new to this world, but his memories aren't. And while magic is real, true resurrection magic is still the stuff of legends if the foreign half of his brain isn't fucking with him. The fragmented minds of the men shoved into his head have seen more than enough death in their times. They would know if something like bringing someone back to life was at all normal, or even remotely possible. What? Completed? Don't be stupid, Tak. He's a prototype, nothing more. He won't even last the night. Wait, what? Mikhail shakes his head, trying to pull out of the jumbled mess that is his mind. He can't help but feel very alarmed over Avina's sudden dismissiveness regarding his chances of survival. He'd just got done thinking she wasn't a very good liar too, but there'd been a ring of truth to her words and the tone she'd taken. So either she'd calmed down enough to be able to pass off a fib, or she was telling the truth and he wouldn't actually last the night. Needless to say, he doesn't like that second option. He doesn't like it one bit. But more than that, he just wants to know what the fuck is going on. Who the fuck is Avina even supposed to be? Some sort of mad scientist? Who is Tak and this Lord Sadicus fellow? He'd misjudged the bald man's intelligence once already, so maybe he was misjudging him altogether? Maybe he wasn't the bad guy here, maybe Avina was? Groaning, Mikhail brings a hand to the side of his head, trying desperately to get his thoughts in order. That proves to be entirely impossible of course, but if nothing else, if Avina is telling the truth and he's not going to last the night, it's possible this Tak fellow and his boss are Mikhail's only chance of survival. He needed more information. Would someone, please tell me what's going on? Fuck, my head. I don't understand. He's hoping to appeal to their basic human decency, but aside from giving him a curious gaze, Tak doesn't respond. And the two men with Tak are as silent as the grave. Avina, meanwhile, gestures to him. See what I mean? Sure, he's talking, but he's not really all there, you know? He's a proof of concept. Not the final product. There's a heartbeat of silence, with Mikhail staring around the room pleadingly, just looking for answers. But Avina won't meet his eyes, and when he finally looks to Tak, the bald man's ugly mug contorts into another nasty grin as he lets out a bark of laughter. Well then, if that's the case, we'll just take your proof of concept here to the arena and make some use of him there. And maybe, if he does a half-decent job before keeling over, Lord Sadicus will see fit to forgive your next payment. Mikhail jolts back at that, every fiber of his being rebelling at the thought of ever stepping foot in an arena ever again. His mind fills with memories of his death at the end of the dame's sword. His chest suddenly hurts like nothing else, throbbing with pain even though the spot where she stabbed him has been completely excavated out and replaced with Avina's device. The pain is a phantom sort of pain, making him stumble and take a step back, catching himself with one hand on the table filled with all of those ghastly, blood-covered surgical tools. What? No. You can't. He's not even fighting fit. Besides, he might not be the final product, but he's still a very valuable prototype. I need to run tests and collect as much valuable information from him before he expires as possible. Throwing him into one of those damn pits is just a waste. Tak's smile drops and he scowls at the dark-haired woman. I decide what is a waste and what isn't, girl. You can come along and conduct your damn tests from the sidelines. You and I both know Lord Sadicus has never cared about whether the combatants in the pits are fighting fit before. Mikhail was starting to get a sinking suspicion about just who this Lord Sadicus fellow really was. Of course, he could still be wrong, but two things were certain. Tak wasn't taking no for an answer, and Mikhail wasn't going back to the arena. He refused. Please. It's embarrassing. I already told you, he's a proof of concept. He's not something that anyone, including Sadicus, is ever supposed to see. Give me some more time and I'll have something you can throw into the arena by next week. But not him. He's unfinished. He's... Smack. Mikhail blinks as the bald thug rapidly crosses the distance between him and Avina and backhands her across the face, cutting off her frantic pleading. Honestly, he'd gotten so caught up in what she was saying that he'd let himself be distracted from the threats in the room. She sounded, shockingly desperate. She'd been outright begging for Tak to leave them alone. Was he really nothing more than a prototype doomed to die by the end of the night like she'd said? Or was there something more to it? Shut up. You've had more than enough time to deliver results, bitch. And this is all you have to show for it. Some unfinished prototype? A proof of concept? Lord Sadicus is growing tired of your excuses, girl. Keep fucking around and you're going to find out rather soon just how limited his patience really is. Boys. Grab the fucking zombie. He's going to the pits. Mikhail stiffens up, even as Thug 2 and Thug 3 move forward. Now that they're in front of him rather than behind their leader, he can see why Tak is in charge of doing all the talking. He might be an ugly bastard, but they're both even uglier. More than that though, they're going to take him back to the arena. They're going to throw him back out onto that sand. The phantom pain in Mikhail's chest grows stronger, and for a moment he stands there frozen, hand back against the table behind him as the two thugs reach for him. Then, faster than even he can register, his arm swings around, the hacksaw suddenly in his clutches coming down in an overhead strike that causes it to carve straight through the forehead of Thug 2. Mikhail's eyes widen in surprise, even as Thug 2 lets out a gurgle and dies on the spot. Thug 3 pauses for a moment as he and Mikhail observe each other in the short tableau of silence that follows. Then, releasing the hacksaw now stuck in Thug 2's skull, Mikhail lets out a bellow and rushes Thug 3 with his arms outstretched for a bear hug. This proves to not be the best move that he could have made, because Thug 3 snarls and reacts rather quickly, pulling out a knife and stabbing Mikhail directly into the gut as he comes rushing in. Except, he barely even feels it. And before he can properly register the pain or the injury, he finds himself reaching down, tearing the knife out of his stomach by the handle, and jamming it straight into Thug 3's eye and further on into the man's brain, killing him instantly. What the fuck? Mikhail rips the dagger back out, causing the second of Tak's thugs to fall dead to the ground, rendered into little more than a corpse in a matter of seconds. In response, Tak pulls away from Avina and reaches down to his side, where Mikhail belatedly realizes that he has a sword sheathed. The bald fucker draws the sword and grits his teeth, holding it up between them as he looks to his dead comrades and then back at Mikhail. The fuck have you done, Avina? What sort of abomination have you created? Ignoring Tak's words, Avina looks at Mikhail with an imploring gaze as she calls out to him. The bodies. Focus on the bodies. Admittedly, Mikhail has certainly had better days. While this is still better than having his heart carved out by a knight in golden armor, the gut wound is finally catching up to him and it's really starting to hurt. Likewise, he's suddenly feeling exhausted again. Not quite as exhausted as he was feeling before the rat, but definitely far less powerful than he felt right after it. He's shaking, he realizes, even as Avina's words finally permeate through the haze that's settled over his mind. His eyes slide down to the bodies that he's just created. The men he's just killed. Absently, Mikhail notes that these are the first 2 murders he's actually committed. Self-defense, sure, but he still butchered them both. Unlike all of the other memories of slaughter and bloodshed swimming through his head, these 2 men died by his actual hands, not the hands of someone else. He focuses on their bodies, just as Avina said, and just as he did with the rat. The only difference there was, the rat was still alive. So there was an ever so slight bit of resistance. With these 2? No resistance at all. Teal energy rushes out of their bodies and into Mikhail's chest without delay, flowing up into the device that's replaced his heart damn near immediately. Mikhail feels the effects damn near immediately as well. Renewed strength beyond his wildest imagination flows through his body, coursing through his veins. More even than what he got from the rat. The teal glow coming off of the device in his chest explodes outwards as well, bathing the entire basement in its light now, illuminating every corner of the small, cramped space. As the basement is awash in teal, Tak's eyes widen at the display. The bald thug loses his nerve a moment later and turns to run, having smartly put the open basement door right behind him when he'd moved away from Avina and drawn his sword. Unfortunately, as clever as Tak is, it's not enough. Mikhail is on him before he can get more than a step. One hand spreads out, his fingers sliding over Tak's bald scalp and gripping down harshly in a way that jerks the sword-wielding thug to a stop. The other hand holds his friend's dagger, and brings it up through the air, slicing right through the back of Tak's neck in a movement that not only severs his spine, but also angles upwards to slam right through the roof of his mouth and into his brain. As he does so, he focuses one last time, feeling that energy. There's a connection between him and the rapidly dying thug, and as he pulls on it, teal light flows out of Tak's jerking body and into Mikhail's chest, forcing him to more swiftly expire. Letting Tak's shriveling corpse drop to the basement floor, Mikhail looks down at his hands, both the empty one and the one holding a dagger that just took the lives of 2 thugs. In the end, he can't bring himself to feel too guilty. It was him or them. If he didn't defend himself, they would have either killed him or thrown him back into that damn arena so that some golden bitch could kill him for them. He refused to die. Again. He refused to die again. He wanted to live. Admittedly, he's never felt more alive than right now. The energy of 3 dead men courses through his body and Mikhail has to admit, he feels like he could take on an entire army like this. Maybe that's just the juice talking though. He should probably temper his expectations. Still, no matter how good he feels, one thing is still dead certain. He has a lot of fucking questions. And there's only one other living person left in this basement. Fortunately, he's pretty sure she's just the woman to give him the answers he needs. Chapter 5, The Soul Engine. Slowly turning towards the only other person left alive in the basement, Mikhail lets out a lengthy exhale and almost reflexively fights down the urge to commit more violence. He knows that's not him by this point. And while there's still some adrenaline pumping through his veins, the fight is over now. Speaking of which, Mikhail looks down at himself, past the device embedded in his chest, to where the dagger he's now holding had been stabbed into his gut. He hadn't even realized it, but the pain had completely gone away. That made sense, given the wound had completely gone away as well. Mikhail runs his fingers across his now blemish-free abdomen, a little shocked at how total the healing seems to be. Then again, the nightlight in his chest is still glowing brightly and he still feels like he has the strength of 10 men coursing through his body. So maybe it shouldn't be surprising at all. Either way, he's feeling like $1,000,000 at the moment and that seems to be thanks to the woman standing in front of him. Makes it easier to ignore the murderous urges that want him to stab the dagger into her eye. Instead, he lifts his empty hand and jabs a finger at her. Avina. She jolts, only to slowly nod in response. Why yes, that's my name. Pointing back at himself, Mikhail makes sure to enunciate. Mikhail. This causes a smile to spread across her face, one that Mikhail can admit only accentuates her beauty, so long as one is willing to ignore the blood-stained apron and gloves from when she'd clearly been working on him very recently. Then again, some of his fissured mind was into that. Ugh. Hello, Mikhail. It's a pleasure to properly meet you. Mikhail frowns at that and shakes his head. Pleasure's all yours. I'd really like an explanation now, Avina. I'd really like to know what the fuck is going on. He feels pretty good about the fact that he's not raising his voice at the moment. Though Avina still flinches at the gruff, angry undercurrent to his tone. He can't help that though, and he thinks she should be able to forgive him a little anger, all things considered. Right. That's entirely fair. You've been through a lot. You definitely deserve an explanation. What do you want to know? He wants to know more things than he can count right now. But there are less things he needs to know. It takes him a moment to order them in terms of priority in his own head, but honestly, the very first item on the list isn't going to change, no matter how long he spends racking his brain trying to think of anything more important. Bringing the dagger he'd used to kill 2 men up, he taps the edge against the outer casing of the device embedded in his chest. Tink. Tink. As it makes a metallic sound from the impacts, Avina winces but doesn't try to tell him off. Though the look she gives the device is, well, it's almost reverent. And proud. What is this thing? I'm not a complete idiot. I recognize that it's replaced my heart entirely. But, what the fuck is it? Avina lights up at that, or as much as anyone who dresses in all black and is covered in his blood can light up. Mikhail gets the impression that outside of her project, she's a bit more standoffish and introverted. But get her talking about her work and she starts to come to life. That, thing as you put it, is my magnum opus. My life's work. That, my dear Mikhail, is the soul engine. Mikhail's eyes bulge at that and he immediately looks to the corpses of the rat and the 3 men he'd killed. All 4 bodies, both animal and human, are shriveled up into little more than husks. While he feels energized and powerful. Like he could take on any challenge and overcome any obstacle. But, soul engine? Staring down at the device in his chest, he tries to wrap his head around it. A soul engine. It makes a sickening sort of sense, he supposes. The humming is louder now, though still relatively unobtrusive. Still, many would liken your average engine to that of a heart. They were what made powered machines work. Just like the heart made blood flow through a body. Of course, the exact details of how Avina's soul engine was managing to make his blood flow through his veins and keep him ticking were, definitely escaping him in this moment. But then, what did Mikhail know about soul engines or magic or anything, really? Not much, as it turned out. Not even the foreign entities in his mind knew much about magic except how dangerous it was. They all believed magic existed, and some had seen it as well, but none of them were men who could cast it themselves. They were all mundane soldiers. Or warriors. Or just plain killers and worse. Either way though, Mikhail can't help but blanch at the other word in soul engine. The S word. He looks at Avina askance, unable to help the slightly accusatory tone his next words take. You told me that I was just taking energy. But in actuality, you were having me eat souls. Looking rather confused, Avina tilts her head to the side and shrugs. Well, yes. He can't help but look down at the corpses again. The rat was one thing, but he'd truly consumed these men's souls? The demeanor of all 3 men strikes him then. How nasty and monstrous Tak and his 2 goons were. Was he going to get any of that from him? By eating their souls, had he infected himself with their vicious, thuggish, murderous personalities? Sure, maybe that was a silly thing to worry about when he was still dealing with the other foreign memories of killing and bloodshed stuffed into his head, but that was just it. Mikhail had enough to deal with just trying to handle the worst of that lot. And now he had to worry about 3 more voices added to the mix. Though admittedly, he wasn't hearing anything that particularly reminded him of that bastard Tak. But what if it was only a matter of time? Ugh, you're one of those spiritual types, aren't you? Pulled from his thoughts, Mikhail looks over just in time to see Avina scoffing. Spiritual types? He actually didn't consider himself very spiritual, no. But he didn't have to be to start believing in the existence of souls when she quite literally shoved proof in his face in the form of that teal energy he'd sucked out of his kills. Combine that with the name of the device in his chest literally being soul engine and it painted a pretty clear picture. Look, listen closely please. Souls are just energy at the end of the day. Everyone likes to think that their soul has some sort of imprint of themselves in it, but that's ridiculous. Souls are basically just transfer nodes in the great tapestry of life. Ultimately, people are the sum of their experiences, of their memories. Not their souls. A soul doesn't hold any of the actual person it's connected to in it. She certainly sounds knowledgeable, which given this is apparently an area of expertise for her, makes sense. But at the same time, then what is the point of a soul, if not to contain the person it's connected to? Crossing her arms over her chest, Avina answers clearly and concisely. Power. At the end of the day, souls are power. They latch onto people and they suck in energy throughout their lives, growing stronger and stronger. Then, when the person dies, the soul dissipates back into the weave of life, feeding the next generation of souls coming along. That was sort of nice if you tilted your head and squinted really hard. It sort of reminded Mikhail of the concept of reincarnation, but not quite. Or at least, not the sort of reincarnation that was popular in all of the fiction he'd like to read back on Earth. In those stories, reincarnation was more of a direct one-to-one transfer, allowing for the reincarnators in question to awaken their past lives more often than not. But if Avina was to be believed, then here that wasn't possible. Because no soul managed to stay intact after the person it was connected to died. Each soul ultimately dissolved and gave up its energy to the next souls about to be born. That all said, if he trusted her to be telling the truth, what did that mean for him and what he was doing? You eat souls now to survive, in case it wasn't clear. Looking at Avina again, it's to find that she hasn't uncrossed her arms. She has a slightly mulish expression on her face and Mikhail is reminded of what she'd said to Tak earlier. Apparently, she's also thinking about her words back then. I wasn't entirely lying when I told Tak that you wouldn't last the night. I was just obfuscating the truth a little bit. Lying by omission, I think it's called. Put bluntly, you wouldn't have lasted the night, without more meals. A single rat like the one I fed you was good for a few hours, but not even a full day. However, with 3 humans, well. I'm sure you felt it, didn't you? He did. And even now, Mikhail had to admit that he still felt amazing. And a glance down at the soul engine showed that it was still glowing brightly as well. In the end, it doesn't matter whether you get the energy from animals or humans. If you refrain entirely, the soul engine will run out of energy. And if it does, you'll die. Again. A sobering thought to be sure, but Avina wasn't done. You can survive on just rats and other animals if you really want to, but as you learned just now, the bigger the soul is, the more energy you'll get from it. And also, you'll get stronger the more powerful the souls you consume. Mikhail frowns and shakes his head. But wait, if I'm sucking up all these souls that are supposed to be dissipating back into the weave of life as you called it, doesn't that mean I'm damaging the weave? Unraveling it, or something? Avina rolls her eyes again and shakes her head. You're just clever enough to ask dumb questions, aren't you? No. The weave of life is literally all-encompassing. It's everywhere all around us and is said to connect all living things. I made the soul engine with it in mind, of course. As you expend the energy within it, either through fighting or through simply living your life, the energy goes back into the weave, just as it would have without your interference. Oh, that made sense. If he was slowly draining the soul engine of power just by existing, that power would have to go somewhere, wouldn't it? Admittedly, part of him liked the idea that she'd put forward before. Getting stronger on the back of more and more soul consumption. But was that really him who liked it, or was it the foreign thoughts shoved into his head by that evil bastard of a wizard? That said, one thing was for sure, the foreign side of his brain was labeling Avina something that the native side of his brain vaguely recognized from those aforementioned fictional stories he'd liked to read so much. Maybe it was signing his own death warrant to even bring it up, but he had to ask. You. Avina, are you a necromancer? He suspected that she wouldn't be happy with that question and braced himself accordingly, but he's still not truly prepared for just how huffy she gets. Ugh. No. Where did you even hear that term? I am not a necromancer. If there's one thing you get through that thick skull of yours, let it be this. I did not bring you back halfway. I don't do half measures, all right? You aren't undead. You're a living, breathing person again. Just, with my soul engine in your chest to replace your heart. In fact, if you have to describe me in any sort of way, I much prefer that you call me a soul mechanic. She looks particularly proud and happy with that title as her lips curl up into a small self-satisfied smile. Mikhail, meanwhile, just raises a brow. A soul mechanic. Harumphing, Avina gives him an evil eye at his disbelieving tone. Your soul mechanic, to be exact. Just as you are my successful project. You know that you'll need me if you are going to survive whatever comes next. The soul engine in your chest is the first of its kind. I don't do shoddy work, I'll have you know, but I honestly have no clue how long the thing will last before you need a tune-up or something. So, with that said, we need each other. Once again, Mikhail finds himself glancing around at the bodies. Her words, as smug as her tone is, do ring true in his ears. They do need each other. And not just because she's apparently his soul mechanic now, but also because Mikhail knows fuck all about his surroundings, even with the memories shoved into his head. He doesn't know where he is. He doesn't know where he can go from here. He doesn't know enough about anything, really. That said, he has 2 questions left at the moment. One to end this first part of their conversation, and another to begin the next part. Alright, soul mechanic. How long would you say I have now that I've consumed the energy from 3 human beings on top of the rat? Avina considers that for a second, muttering under her breath momentarily and peering at the glowing soul engine embedded in his chest for a few moments. Finally, she nods decisively to herself. You're good for at least a week now. Easily. Plenty of time to pad that expiration date. Well, that certainly wasn't depressing. To know that if he did nothing, he would only have a week left to live. And that in order to survive, he would have to kill more living creatures. Animals, Mikhail swore to himself. He would only hunt animals, hopefully, there would be enough in this forsaken fucking place to satisfy his needs. Regardless, that brought him to his second question. He already had a niggling suspicion in the back of his mind, but he needed confirmation. And so he locks eyes with Avina once more, pinning his soul mechanic with his gaze. Avina, please answer me honestly. Who the fuck is Lord Sadicus? Avina grimaces but seems perfectly willing to tell him, even opening her mouth to give an answer. However, before she can get a word out, there's the sound of clanking coming down the hall towards the basement room they're in. Mikhail immediately whips around, his foreign memories telling him that that's the sound of someone in full armor stomping towards them at a clipped pace. In an instant, he steps forward and grabs the sword off of Tak's corpse, holding it in one hand with the dagger still in his other. And he prepares for another fight. Chapter 6, The Dame. As he stands there, sword and dagger in hand, Mikhail isn't quite sure who he expects to come out of the pitch-black corridor. Guards, maybe? But why? How? Did Tak have more men on his payroll? Were they coming to investigate their missing comrades already? Either way, Mikhail is ready for a fight. Or at least, that's what he tells himself. And he even believes it right up until a familiar set of golden armor attached to a familiar female knight comes out of the shadows and steps into the basement proper. Wielding a familiar sword, her face concealed behind a familiar helmet, the dame comes to an abrupt stop, freezing up at the sight of him standing over three bodies. Mikhail freezes up as well, his mind thrown back to the trauma of the arena pit, his eyes focusing on the sword in her hand. The last time he saw that sword, it had just come out of his chest and was coated in his lifeblood and the viscera left behind by his eviscerated heart. Needless to say, it does not provoke good feelings. The dame's eyes sweep over the scene, from him to the bodies to Avina. After a moment, she takes a half step forward and Mikhail tenses up, ready for a fight. He promised himself that this time would be different. This time he would not falter and he refused to die again at her hands. This time. But before she can fully close the distance, the dame goes still again, her blue eyes widening behind her helmet as she finally get a proper look at his features, awash in the glow of the soul engine as they are. Impossible. You should be dead. You're supposed to be dead. What little he can see of her concealed face is clearly shocked. Feeling a little bit pleased to have put her on the back foot, something that the foreign entities in his skull assure him is the first step to victory. Mikhail lets a cocky grin spread across his face. It didn't take. Neither the quip nor the grin are entirely him, but of all of the impulses he's had since that bastard shoved these memories into his head, this has to be one of the tamest. So why not indulge a little, right? Besides, it feels good to have gotten the better of the woman who killed him, if only in a battle of words so far. How is that possible? Unless, necromancy. On the other hand, hearing her default to one of his own concerns about his current state did not make Mikhail feel very good. He'd just begun to accept Avina's explanations for his current situation, only to have the idea that he might be undead thrown right back in his face again. Didn't feel good, to say the least. However, Mikhail doesn't have to respond. Because Avina does it for him. It's not necromancy. He's not undead. And I am not a necromancer, I am a soul mechanic. The soul engine brought him back properly. Look at him. Does he look like he's some unintelligent zombie? He's a living, breathing person. His blood flows, his brain thinks. He's just missing one measly little organ, which I've clearly replaced with a far superior upgrade. Having already heard this rant once before, Mikhail spends the time Avina is raving about his condition just watching the dame very, very carefully. He knows nothing about the female knight except that she's more than willing to partake in arena blood sport and kill a practically defenseless man for the amusement and entertainment of a crowd. He's already decided he's not going to let her kill him again. That said, Mikhail is well aware of how easily she killed him the first time around. Sure, he'd held his own until his sword broke, but once it did, it was over. He'd let that moment of surprise cost him his life. This time would be different though. He might not have any more armor on him than he did last time, but he doesn't need it. He should have enough juice in the soul engine to heal from any wounds she might inflict on him, and she definitely wouldn't be expecting it either. Let her stab him in the gut just like Thug 3 did and use that to get in close so he could stab his dagger right up under the edge of her helm and bury it in her skull so she choked on her own blood and ugh. Fuck. There were the memories again. Though Mikhail was feeling a bit more in line with the murderous urges this time around. He was facing down his very own murderer after all, and who the fuck could say that, really? Still, he's not in chains anymore. He can do this. He definitely gives himself half-decent odds, if it comes down to a fight. Turns out, the key word there is if because the dame makes no move to attack him. Instead, she tilts her head to the side and looks to Avina, soaking in her words and then eyeing Mikhail up and down. Suddenly, Mikhail is very aware of the sweat beading on his brow and every breath coming from his slightly parted lips. He can see the way the dame studies how he breathes and how he sweats. Her gaze all but burrows into his gaze, her icy blue eyes narrowing as she takes in every bit of him. She does linger on the soul engine for a moment longer than the rest, but in the end, the next words out of her mouth aren't what Mikhail expects. I cannot deny you are telling the truth. He is alive, somehow. I see none of the classic signs of undeath. Avina preens at this unintentional praise, looking pleased as all hell with herself. But the dame isn't done. Still, if you truly developed such a resurrection device, why would you waste it on him? Why waste it on some lowly criminal? A common brigand at that. I've seen the list of his crimes and it goes far beyond merely robbing people on the roadside. The things he's done, why does he deserve a second chance at life? Wait, what? Mikhail can't help but bristle at that, his teeth grinding together and his grip on his stolen weapons tightening up. Excuse me. I'm no criminal. And I'm certainly not a roadside bandit. This isn't even my world. The dame's head whips back to him so fast Mikhail blinks. Her eyes are suddenly caught on him, unable to move away. He's not going to let her intimidate him though. He's sick and tired of all the damn lies. If she wants to shut him up, she's going to have to use force. My name is Mikhail. I'm a university student from a planet called Earth. Or Terra, whatever you want to call it. I might not remember everything I'm supposed to, but I know one thing for sure. This isn't my world. This isn't my planet. I was brought here by magic, presumably. And then right afterwards I was tossed into that damn arena pit where you stabbed me in the heart. To her credit, there's a look of dawning horror in the dame's expressive eyes. Meanwhile, Avina leans in from the side with a wicked grin on her face and nods, backing him up. That's right. Waste my soul engine on some common criminal? Pa, as if. Mikhail isn't a brigand or a thief or any of that. He's a summoned hero. Well, the summoned bit is definitely right, but where's the hero part coming from? And why does it feel like Mikhail can hear the capitalization on those two words in Avina's tone? Still, if nothing else, the effect that Avina's statement has on the dame is powerful. The Golden Knight takes a step back, her sword arm faltering as she shakes her head in disbelief. Mikhail's instincts urge him to lunge forward and take advantage of her moment of weakness, but no. He's not going to stoop to her level. Besides, now his own attention is grabbed by whatever this byplay is supposed to mean. That can't be. He can't be a summoned hero. It's not possible. The dame sounds faint as she tries to weakly deny it. But even Mikhail can tell she doesn't believe her own words. Avina, meanwhile, smells blood in the water and goes for the kill. Oh ho, but he very much is. And why are you of all people denying it? That's why you're here in our fair city, isn't it not? You're here hunting for the people abusing the hero summoning ritual. She is? What even is the hero summoning ritual? And what does Avina mean by abusing it? Then again, looking at his own set of circumstances, Mikhail doesn't really have to ask, does he? If his experiences since arriving in this world don't constitute a textbook case of abuse of both his personage and this hero summoning ritual, then he doesn't know what the fuck would. The dame looks stricken as she slowly nods. Then, she jerks suddenly and looks to Avina more closely. Is it you? Are you who I've been hunting then? Did you summon this poor man to this world and make me kill him just so you could perform perverse experiments on him? The note of hope in the dame's voice is almost pitiable. It's certainly pathetic. However, what's not pathetic is the way that her sword comes back up, this time pointed at Avina. Mikhail's eyes narrow as the female knight seems to have found a new target to focus on. But if she thinks he's just going to let her run Avina through like she ran him through, she has another thing coming. Of course, if his self-titled soul mechanic is in any way concerned at having the dame wave her sword in her direction, Avina doesn't show it. Instead, she just crosses her arms over her chest and scoffs. Don't be absurd. You're grasping at straws now, dame. Because deep down you already know the truth. You encountered the true culprit back when you first arrived in this city and met with its ruler. The man who's been abusing the hero summoning ritual and the man who welcomed you into the city of Alathar, and the man who bid you to fight in his arena. They're all one and the same. With every word Avina speaks, the dame shrinks back, cringing in ever-growing shame and horror. Mikhail, meanwhile, can tell that Avina is building up to one big proper bombshell. And he already suspects he knows exactly who she's talking about. The one who's been abusing the hero summoning rituals and summoning heroes like Mikhail here from other worlds, is none other than Lord Sadicus himself. The lord of the city has been your culprit this entire time, dame, and you fell right into his trap. Imagine it. He must have laughed himself silly when you agreed to fight in the arena for him. He knew right then and there what he was going to do. How he was going to make you unknowingly complicit in his games. Summoning a hero right under your nose and then forcing you to slaughter them without a clue in the world. What a fucking lark. Well damn. When Avina put it that way, Mikhail almost felt bad for the dame. Almost. It sounded like she was some sort of fantasy investigator of sorts. A traveling knight who was tasked with locking down the usage of this hero summoning ritual that had brought him to this world in the first place. But of course, she and whoever else she worked with clearly wasn't doing a very good job of things. Not only had Mikhail been summoned anyways, not only had he had his damn mind fucked with something fierce, but the dame had been tricked into murdering him. Mikhail's jaw clenches, even as the female knight shakes her head, looking like she wants to deny Avina's words even then. But she can't even get a word out before Avina scoffs at her. Don't try and deny it. You know I'm telling the truth. Do you think it's easy to bring someone back to life? Do you think I haven't tried the common criminal before now? None of them worked. The soul engine needs stronger stock than that, and what's stronger than a summoned hero, right? Mikhail is a summoned hero. That much is beyond a shadow of a doubt. As for who summoned him, who do you think has the resources for such a thing? Someone like me, stuck in a basement, paying every copper I make to Tsadicus to pay off my debts? Or the rich and powerful Lord of Alathar himself? Obviously, Mikhail is a little lost by this point. He's been able to put some of what's being discussed together through context clues, but much of this is flying right over his head. He's only more lost when the dame's shoulders suddenly slump and she reaches up under her helm, before ripping it from her head and revealing her features. He has to admit, his breath is taken away for a second by her beauty. Those icy blue eyes of hers are accompanied by flowing white hair that goes down to her chest, and a gorgeous face with a cute nose, a full pair of lips, and a pointed chin. Dropping her helmet, the dame falls to one knee as it clatters there on the basement floor. And then she holds her sword aloft in her outstretched palms towards him. Sir Hero! I have dishonored my oaths. I have strayed from all that was righteous and just and true. On my name as Dame Thala Dawnguard, I must beg your forgiveness. His forgiveness? She fucking killed him. The fact that he's even alive to be able to forgive her in the first place is a fucking miracle in and of itself. However, before Mikhail can point that out, the self-identified Thala Dawnguard does so for him. Unfortunately, as I took your life, there is no other way for me to make amends but to offer my own as recompense. Please, Sir Hero. Take my sword. End my existence as I so foolishly ended yours. My armor will not fit you, but it is of some value, you may sell it after if you so wish. My sword was forged at the Citadel of the Rose itself and will serve you for quite a long while if you let it. All I ask is that you make it quick. Mikhail stares blankly down at the female knight for a moment. She was seriously trying to commit suicide by Mikhail to make up for her fuck-up? Funnily enough, the foreign parts of his Swiss cheese memories aren't as unanimous in their desire to take her up on her offer as he might have expected. No, their ideas of what to do with her are as many and varied as the disparate memories shoved into his head. But only one of those ideas actually appeals to him in this moment. Only one of them seems worth exploring. Chapter 7, The Lord of Alathar. Still staring down at Dame Thala's bowed head, Mikhail hesitates for only a moment longer before turning and setting his sword and dagger on the table nearby. Then, quickly to make sure she doesn't change her mind and try to stab him now that he's disarmed himself, Mikhail takes Thala's blade from her outstretched hands. As his fingers curl around the handle and it rests evenly in his palm, Mikhail's immediate reaction is that it feels good. Tak's sword hadn't been bad necessarily and the dagger Mikhail had taken from the thug's friend wasn't that shoddy either. Their weapons were nothing like the utter shit he'd been given back in the arena. However, Thala's sword, it's a true masterwork compared to the thug's weaponry. Forged in the Citadel of the Rose itself. Mikhail didn't know what the fuck that meant, to be honest. There was a vague sense of familiarity from the foreign side of his mind, but the memories didn't exactly work like that. They weren't too focused on names or locations, but on the feelings of battle and the training needed to wield weapons for the sole purpose of killing. Even still, all of the killers in his head, be they soldiers or brigands, warriors of murderers, they all agreed that this was a damn good sword. As Mikhail hefts it up and down in his hand for a few moments, the dame lowers her head even further and pulls her white locks out of the way so that her neck is fully exposed to him. But honestly, Mikhail has no intentions of killing her. Oh sure, some of him is demanding that he repay her for what she did to him. His instincts scream to end the threat. But he knows better than to trust those instincts. And as mentioned before, this is not something that all of the killers shoved into his head are actually in agreement on. Still holding Thala's sword aloft, Mikhail looks over to Avina and asks the question he's been wanting to ask for a while now. Who exactly is Lord Tsadicus? Thala's head twitches in surprise at hearing him speak rather than swing her blade. Avina, meanwhile, lets out a low sigh. Tsadicus Quinn is the lord of the city, this city specifically. You're in a city called Alathar, Mikhail. Tsadicus is lord of Alathar, by the decision of the Council of Lords, the ruling body of the Kingdom of Akriatha, where Alathar is located. He appreciates her clarifying all of that, even as he tries his best to commit those names to memory. He's in a city called Alathar in a kingdom called Akriatha. Foreign nature of those names, places he's never heard of before, only serve to drive home the fact that he's truly been summoned to another world. As a hero? But in a way that abused the hero summoning ritual, apparently. What is he to you, specifically? Avina's lips curl into a frown at that, and she crosses her arms over her chest again as she huffs. He would call himself my benefactor, but in actuality he's my creditor. He's been paying my way for quite a few years now, but never for free or out of the kindness of his heart. He's funding my research, but seeing as I had nothing to show for it before you, all he's done is drag me further and further into debt. I owe him a lot of money, as Tak and his friends revealed. For a moment, Mikhail is quiet. Maybe it's cowardice, but he doesn't want to ask his next question. He's pretty sure he already knows the answer too. Though, it's always possible that it wasn't really him, but one of his servants. Either way, he knows he just needs to suck it up and ask, so it's confirmed. This. Sadicus Quinn. Long brown hair? Black robes with a pointed hood? Scar under his left eye. At that description, Dame Thala's head finally fully comes up as she stares at him. Avina, meanwhile, has a look of pity in her eyes, a grimace twisting her freckled features as she nods. That's him. Of course. Of fucking course. To be fair, all of the evidence for it to be him had already been there. It still surprised Mikhail to find out that some city lord was going around personally fucking with people's heads, however. Then again, Sadicus Quinn wasn't just fucking with any random stranger's heads, now was he? No, he was fucking with summoned heroes' heads, whatever the fuck that really meant. Clenching his jaw, Mikhail nods to Avina in turn. He was the first person I saw after waking up in this world. In a cell. He did something to my mind. Mikhail holds Thala's sword in one hand, drooped down to point at the floor as he brings up the other to claw at the space next to his head. He scooped out my memories. He tore my life in two and then shoved a bunch of shit about killing and fighting into my head in its place. Now I can't go 5 seconds without having to fight off the impulse to hurt people. He turned me into a goddamn monster. Still kneeling before him, the dame inhales sharply, prompting Mikhail to look down at her again with a frown. She looks as stricken as ever, but there's also an outrage now. Outrage on his behalf if he's not mistaken. What do you know of this Lord Sadicus? What's your relationship with him? Biting her lower lip, Thala shakes her head. We are barely acquainted, admittedly. I am not from these parts, Sir Hero. I hail from the Zuvarian Empire, which is neighbors with the Kingdom of Akriatha. As such, I do not technically have much authority here in the city. So, when I arrived to begin my investigation, I sought common ground with the Lord of the city, hoping to find him amenable to my cause. Mikhail takes this in but can't help asking a question in a dry tone. And was he? Obviously, he already knew the overarching answer to his query. They all knew how Thala's cause had turned out for all parties involved. But Mikhail isn't exactly feeling charitable to the woman who stabbed him in the heart. Not at the moment. Averting her gaze, Thala pauses briefly before answering him. He was standoffish and short with me. I thought that he simply didn't find my cause to be worth his time, and that he was just another greedy man who was more interested in money than seeing justice done. I realize now that he was simply presenting the facade he wanted me to see. By keeping me at arm's length but offering me some assistance, he blinded me to his true nature. Avina scoffs and pipes up at that. Well, you're not entirely wrong. Sadicus is a greedy bastard more interested in money than seeing anything remotely approaching justice done. He's never been all that concerned about justice. Avina's tone is bitter, even as Mikhail and Thala both glance her way for a moment before Thala looks at him, her eyes wide with horror on his behalf. Sir Hero, not only was your summoning a crime that Sadicus must answer for, but so was the manipulation of your memories. It should never have happened. He must be held to account for his actions. That sounded nice, but at the same time, something in Mikhail's gut told him it wouldn't be that simple. And the next words out of Avina's mouth only confirm that gut feeling. Mikhail's soul mechanic scoffs again, shaking her head when they give her their attention once more. By whom? A single Knight of the Rose? Sadicus has been doing this for years and years now. Both the memory bullshit and the hero summoning are pillars of his entire business model. He wouldn't have become Lord of the City in the first place without it. Avina pauses for a moment, as if trying to figure out how much she should be revealing. But in the end, she just tosses her hands up as if to say fuck it. Before he was Lord of the City, Sadicus Quinn was the master of the arena. Not nearly as prestigious of a title, but still quite a lucrative business. Building up arenas all over the city, he became beloved by the people, entertaining them all with the blood sport. However, the real coup was when he managed to convince the previous Lord of the City to help him out a little bit. Mikhail furrows his brow. Help him out a little bit. Nodding, Avina continues. Sadicus managed to push out all of the other arena masters by advertising more and more of his fights as to the death. With stakes that high, everyone wanted to see what would happen, so he made coin hand over fist. But his greatest strength was also his greatest weakness. How do you sustain a business that requires your product to constantly die for you? Tilting his head to the side, Mikhail considers that question for a moment before answering honestly. You don't. Avina just smirks and shakes her head. Wrong. You get more product. That's what Psaticus did. He convinced the previous lord of the city to start turning over Alether's criminals. It helped that the nearby silver mines had just begun to run out at the time. Before, if you were caught breaking the law in Alether, you would usually wind up being sent to do your time in the mines. But with the mines winding down, being sent there was becoming pointless and costing the city more money than it was worth. So what did Psaticus do? He offered an alternative. Mikhail was following along now. Thala, it seemed, was a little behind though still. From her kneeling position, the dame asks what's clearly most relevant to her. Where does the hero summoning come in though? He's pretty sure he knows, but he lets Avina answer all the same, just in case he's wrong. Simple, really. Even with all the criminals in the world to pad his arenas and make the blood sport as bloody as ever, it wasn't enough. Psaticus wanted to keep expanding. So he did. By summoning heroes, claiming they were criminals, and throwing them into the arenas to die. Of course, he needed them to actually seem like criminals, or at least like fighters rather than people from other worlds. Which is where the memory manipulation comes in. By siphoning some off the top from the criminals who are going to die anyways, he can turn any hero he summons into an instant warrior and then send them off to die in the pits. Avina shrugs, trying to feign nonchalance but with an undercurrent of anger over the situation present throughout both her posture and her tone. That's how he became the wealthiest man in Alether. And from there, it was all too easy for him to make the right connections on the Council of Lords to be made Lord of the city. Ever since he became City Lord a few years ago, he's been expanding his operations. Then, a savage smirk spreads across the freckled soul mechanic's face. Of course, he usually gets a chance to retrieve the memories after his summoned heroes are dead. Which he didn't get the chance to do this time because I saw a window of opportunity I couldn't pass up. As I said before, no one else has had what I needed to make the soul engine work. So when I got the opportunity to grab your body, I took it. Needless to say, Psaticus is going to be upset about that whenever he finally finds out. While a part of Avina is clearly worried about him finding out, a larger part is even more clearly satisfied to have stuck it to the man. It's obvious that Mikhail's soul mechanic doesn't like the lord of the city very much. That's more than fair in Mikhail's opinion, because quite frankly, he doesn't like Psaticus Quinn very much either. He'll be even more upset to discover that Mikhail is alive again. After all, as a summoned hero, Mikhail is evidence of all of Lord Quinn's crimes. We need to get him out of the city. If we can get him to the citadel, if we can reach other knights of the Order of the Rose, we might still have a chance to bring Psaticus to justice for his crimes. Mikhail blinks as Thala suddenly rises from her knee, having apparently decided he wasn't intending on killing her. Which, fair, he wasn't. Still, he's a little surprised by her impassioned plea. And he's left wondering whether she's right and if it would work or not. Only, Avina doesn't seem to put much stock in Thala's words. His soul mechanic scoffs and crosses her arms over her chest again. Really? That's your big plan? Thala flushes red at that and scowls at Avina. Look, I'm well aware that as a single Knight of the Rose, my authority here in this city and the kingdom of Akriathia is incredibly low. However, that doesn't change the fact that if I brought proof to the order, they would most definitely act. The political pressure from the citadel alone would be enough to make the Council of Lords give in, but I'm confident that the Emperor would also back the citadel up on this. Politics. And not just politics, but fantasy politics in a brand new world that Mikhail is just barely starting to understand. Needless to say, a lot of what Thala just said goes right over his head. Thankfully, it doesn't go over Avina's. That's not the problem. Even if everything you just said was true, what would happen to Mikhail in such a scenario? What would happen to me? How is the Order of the Rose going to react to a summoned hero who was brought back from the dead and has an esoteric device stuffed into his chest in the place of his heart? Best case scenario, they lock me away and put Mikhail down while everything else you just said still happens. Worst case scenario, they strike all three of us down on the spot rather than giving us the time of day. It's quite obvious from Avina's tone that she's not interested in even the best case scenario. And it's equally obvious from how Thala falls silent that nothing Avina has just said is necessarily wrong. Indeed, the dame's silence is quite damning as Mikhail stands there, looking between the two of them. In the end, it's obvious he doesn't have all the information he needs. Specifically, he needs to know more about his current status. Not just as one of the recently resurrected, but also what it means to even be a summoned hero in the first place. Right, let's table that for now. I'll wrap my head around the politics later. What I want to know more about is all this summoned hero nonsense. I was brought here from another world. I know that for a fact. But, what the hell is a hero even supposed to be? What do they do? Why is a ritual to summon people from another world being abused by someone like Sadicus in the first place? He needs to know. Obviously. Though the look of hero worship and excitement on Thala's pretty face as she brightens up from his questions does give Mikhail pause. Why did it suddenly feel like he was a celebrity facing down a superfan or something? Chapter 8, Summoned Heroes. All but vibrating with excitement, Thala seems to need a moment to prepare herself, and then she launches right into her explanation. Long ago, Vaklatora was not the mostly civilized place it is now. It was. Vaklatora being the world you're standing on, Mikhail. Avina's voice suddenly cuts in, her dry tone slicing right through Thala's words and forcing the female knight to fall silent for a moment. A blush spreads across the white-haired woman's pretty face as she coughs delicately. Right. Yes, apologies Sir Hero, I forgot for a moment that you were not of this world. Stupid of me, considering the circumstances. Mikhail just shrugs to show he takes no offense and gestures with his empty hand for her to continue, still holding her sword in the other. At the same time, he files the name Vaklatora away in his head alongside all of the other information he's learned so far. He's in the city of Alathar, ruled by a Lord Sadicus Quinn, located within the kingdom of Akriatha, which is neighbors with something called the Zuvarian Empire. And now he knows that all of that is on the planet Vaklatora. Is it a little weird that people in a fantasy world have a name for their world? Maybe, maybe not. Mikhail honestly can't say for sure and he's too busy listening to Thala to spend too long pondering it. Thousands of years ago, before the Zuvarian Empire, before the kingdom of Akriatha, before anything. Vaklatora was a savage and untamed place, filled with dangers and horrors beyond our imagining. Or so the records we have of those times say. Even worse than the savage lands of the modern era. Mikhail furrows his brow at that, while Avina rolls her eyes and opens her mouth to speak. But to her credit, Thala catches herself all on her own this time, perking up and quickly expounding before Avina can once again cut her off. The savage lands are the lands beyond the Zuvarian Empire, Sir Hero. It is there that the orc tribes roam and there that the empire fights constantly to maintain its borders. The savage lands are not controlled by any one entity, hence their name. However, even they are nothing compared to what Vaklatora once was. Here, Avina does interject, perhaps disgruntled that she didn't get a chance to speak up before. She's not wrong, so long as the records are telling the truth, of course. But if they are, then yet. Vaklatora was basically jumping from one world-shaking cataclysm to the next in those days. Kingdoms would rise and fall on the whims of monsters said to tower over mountains. Humanity was said to be constantly preyed upon. Which is partially why I sometimes wonder if the records are entirely truthful. How did we even survive to this modern day if that was what we were up against? Huffing indignantly and even puffing her cheeks out, Thala turns her icy blue eyes towards Avina and frowns. I know not what records you have been able to peruse from this basement, soul mechanic, but the records of the Citadel are not to be impugned. There is no doubt in my mind that everything I read within the Citadel's library really happened. After all, it was a summoned hero that established the Order of the Rose in the first place, millennia ago. Avina just rolls her eyes at that, curiously enough. Mikhail is definitely expecting her to throw another verbal jab Thala's way, but instead she holds her tongue and lets Thala continue. Through those records, I can say beyond a shadow of a doubt how exactly it was that humanity survived to this day and age. It was the summoned heroes themselves, Mikhail. Heroes just like you, who fought for us and defeated the monsters that plagued our world. That sounded a lot like what Mikhail could remember of the stories he'd read back on Earth. Where the hero was summoned to another world in order to complete some task. And once he was done, obviously he was to be showered with accolades and adoration, and in some cases he was even able to return home. That thought catches on Mikhail's mind, but before he can pursue it, Avina pipes up again. And then what happened? Thala shoots the raven-haired woman an annoyed look before letting out a low sigh. Around 1,000 years ago, something happened. Something that made Vaklatora much less dangerous. Much more stable. There are musings on this in the records, of course. Most believe it was something the last hero did. Unfortunately, despite being the last major summoned hero, records of his existence are actually sparser than records of those who came before him, irritating as it is. So it's all conjecture. But the point remains, 1,000 years ago, Vaklatora stopped needing summoned heroes. Hey! That was actually pretty cool. It sounded like this last hero person had done what all the others before them couldn't. They'd finished the job and actually saved the world. That was pretty awesome. Though, where did that leave Mikhail? And then what happened? As Avina repeats her question, clearly enjoying pressuring Thala on this matter, the white-haired knight huffs again. Even though Vaklatora stopped needing summoned heroes, that didn't stop people from summoning them all the same. The hero summoning ritual wasn't known to everyone, but it was known to enough people that its use continued to propagate. However, rulers no longer summoned heroes from other worlds in order to save their kingdom from great calamities. Instead, they summoned them to do battle against their neighbors, to aid in conquest or to defend against it. Here, Thala looks down at her hands. The knight in literal shining golden armor looks almost distraught just thinking about it. That more than anything confirmed what Mikhail already suspected. She was a total summoned hero fangirl, wasn't she? Heroes were never meant to be used for petty things like wars between kingdoms and empires. They weren't supposed to be used for conquest or expansion. It was abusive to both the heroes themselves and the world they were being forced to come to. So, like-minded people, such as the Order of the Rose and other righteous and just organizations, came together and put a stop to it. Biting her lower lip, Thala looks at him apologetically. These days, most places have outlawed hero summoning altogether. At the very least, use of the hero summoning ritual has been illegal in both the Zuvarian Empire and the Kingdom of Akriatha for hundreds of years now. The Order of the Rose has championed that cause in this part of the world, to make sure that summoned heroes would never again be used to wage war or abused for the sick purposes of greedy individuals like Lord Quinn. Straightening her back, Thala lifts her head high. That's why I'm here. In this city. To put an end to his crimes, once and for all. But I can't do it alone. This issue is clearly much larger than one night. The look the armored woman gives him is very much imploring, as if she's begging him to consider her previous offer. And to be fair, Mikhail is still considering it. He's been considering it this entire time. Thala has been waxing on poetically about summoned heroes while Avina provided color commentary in the background. But now he needs to actually make a decision. Frankly, this discussion about summoned heroes has given Mikhail even more questions. But there's one that needs to be answered before all the others. Is Avina right? If we go to the Order of the Rose with you, what will actually happen to the two of us? Sure, I might be direct proof of that bastard Sadicus wrongdoing, but what is the likelihood that I'll be killed or locked up just for being alive when I should be dead? Or even just for daring to be a summoned hero in a land that's outlawed them? Thala had been cringing at everything up until that last question. At that, she actually perks up and shakes her head. Oh. No, Sir Hero, you misunderstand something. The Order of the Rose currently has no standing orders to lock up summoned heroes. None of you asked to be brought to this world, after all. You aren't the criminals, you're the victims. It's not illegal to be a summoned hero, only to summon one. In fact, I'm confident that my order would be happy to take in any summoned hero and make sure that they were comfortable and safe, especially in a strange land like this. She looks so pleased with herself that parts of Mikhail take great satisfaction in bursting her bubble. And the rest? At that, Thala deflates. She looks away from both him and Avina, quiet for a moment as she collects her thoughts. Just as he's beginning to feel impatient, however, she speaks. I cannot deny that the Order would want to study the thing in your chest at the very least. And of course, they would need you to stay put while they did so. I'm sure once I explained the circumstances to them, they would not unceremoniously execute either you or your soul mechanic. Of course, there would have to be certain restrictions on your movement. You aren't just a summoned hero, but proof of deep corruption within the Kingdom of Akriatha's political system. I can't say exactly what would happen. As she trails off, it becomes obvious to Mikhail that she doesn't expect her order to let him or Avina go, even if she seems unwilling to outright say it. And if they aren't killed for whatever the fuck Avina did to bring him back, they'll probably be locked up for the rest of their days in this citadel place at the very least. Avina unknowingly agrees with his reasoning when she scoffs from off to the side, crossing her arms over her chest again. Oh, they won't unceremoniously execute us, will they? But I'm sure the Order will be just fine executing us with plenty of ceremony and pageantry. Probably even through a parade in our honor. Avina's dry tone and cutting words cause Thala to flinch and fall silent, unable to meet either of their eyes. Mikhail doesn't mind too much though, it gives him a chance to think. His jaw clenches as he considers his circumstances and what he wants for a moment. This is so fucked. All of it. From being yanked out of his world and into this one by some outdated, antiquated, and banned ritual. Then his memories get fucking bulldozed by a big bad city lord and he's thrust into an arena to die on the end of the blade he's now holding in his hand. And now here he is, a killer with a device in his chest that eats souls. What is he supposed to do? Maybe if he was a purely selfless person, with a heart of righteous gold, he'd be willing to go with Thala to the citadel and present himself as evidence. Let them take him into custody and do whatever they wanted to him so long as they ensured Sadicus Quinn paid for his crimes and couldn't continue doing what he'd done to Mikhail to even more helpless people from other worlds. That would be the right thing to do. That would be the selfless thing to do. Unfortunately, Mikhail isn't a selfless person. He's not sure he was even before Sadicus fucked with his head, but he's certainly not now. The foreign half of his brain wants to live more than anything, especially since more than a few of their memories end in their deaths. But the native half of his brain is in full agreement with the desire to survive. He'd died once before. For real. And it fucking sucked. Setting aside that feel of the sun beating down on his face in his last moments, getting stabbed in the heart and then dying from the resulting gaping chest wound was not fun. Mikhail didn't want to die again. He didn't want to be imprisoned again either. He wanted, honestly, he didn't know what he wanted. Except that he couldn't do what Thala was asking of him. There was just one thing he still needed to figure out as far as the dame was concerned. Was she asking? Or was she going to force the issue one way or the other? Looking at Dame Thala Dawnguard, still holding her sword in his hand, Mikhail hesitates for a moment. He can feel the foreign entities in his mind aching to run her through. And some more of them are pushing for him to execute her now than were before. Some of the more pragmatic ones are starting to agree with the more bloodthirsty ones. She's a liability. She's a threat. And she's already offered him her life. But Mikhail doesn't want to kill some defenseless woman for what she might do. And that offer of her life, it's given him an idea. Dame Dawnguard. Jolting out of whatever internal monologue she'd had running, Thala looks up at him, eyes wide. Yes, Sir Hero. Lifting her sword a bit, he holds it at a slant and spends a moment inspecting it. It shines bright in the powerful teal glow still coming off of his overcharged soul engine. You offered me your life a little while ago. Did you mean that? Thala's face falls, but she slowly nods, before descending back down to her knees. This time she drops to both knees as she lowers her head and reveals her neck. I did, Sir Hero. My actions remain a stain on my knightly honor that can only be erased by death. A life for a life, Sir Hero. My life, for yours. Except I'm not dead. And you keep offering me your life, while seemingly asking me to kill you. Mikhail's nonchalant words cause Evina to jolt from off to the side while Thala raises her head to look at him once more. Her blue eyes are wide as she stares up at him in confusion. Holding up her blade, Mikhail runs a hand down the flat, humming in appreciation. This is a fine blade that you ran me through with, Dame Thala. A fine blade indeed. And I find myself in need of such a blade, wielded by the knight it belongs to. Thala blinks olishly, so Mikhail spells it out for her. You offered me your life, Thala. Not your death. I'd prefer you wash the stain on your honor away by service, not execution. He holds out his empty hand to her at that, hoping that she'll take it. Because if she doesn't, Mikhail is already steeling himself to do what must be done. If she refuses, then he will have to kill her. But if she accepts, then he'll have a fully trained knight on his side. And that's the start of something, at least. Chapter 9, Mikhail's Motivations. After a moment of letting his words hang in the air, a hesitant smile spreads across Thala's face and the dame reaches out, taking his hand in her own and letting Mikhail pull her to her feet. I accept, Sir Hero. It would be my honor to serve you until my dying breath. Mikhail shakes his head at that. I'm not exactly asking you to die for me here. I just need your help, even if that means not going to your order with news of my existence. Can I trust you to work with Evina and I without just spilling the beans? Yes, Sir Hero. I swear to you, I shall hold my tongue where you are concerned. My debt to you is too great for me to deny you this simple request. Mikhail isn't entirely sure if that's the whole reason Thala Dawnguard is so willing to swear her service to him, truth be told. Sure, she's probably feeling very guilty over killing him. Especially when it turned out he was an innocent man who she was tricked into murdering by the very criminal who tore him out of his world and brought him to this one. However, he also gets the impression that part of the reason Thala is so eager to serve him is his status as a summoned hero as well. The way she'd talked about them while she was answering his questions, she might as well have had stars in her eyes the entire time. Still, this was good enough for Mikhail, at least at the moment. Handing Thala back her sword, he nods as she sheathes it at her waist and then looks at him expectantly. Which is when a scoff from Evina's corner turns both of their attention back to the raven-haired soul mechanic. Having a knight sworn to your service is all well and good, Mikhail, but do be careful. She'll still turn on you at the drop of a hat if she decides to. Mikhail furrows his brow, wondering where Evina's suddenly bitter tone comes from. Previous experience regarding betrayal, probably? Just by looking at their surroundings, it was obvious that the pale young woman hadn't had the best go of it. Of course, Thala focuses more on Evina's words than her tone, scowling suddenly and dropping her hand to the pommel of her recently sheathed sword as she takes a threatening step in Evina's direction. Excuse me? I am a knight of the rose. I have taken oaths. We do not turn on our lieges at the drop of a hat as you put it. Unimpressed, Evina just sniffs delicately, arms crossed over her chest still. It's precisely because of those oaths that I don't think you can be trusted. Things aren't all black and white like you knightly types like to pretend. Sometimes you have to cross a line in order to get things done and sometimes you have to muddy your boots to get to your ultimate destination. Before Thala can respond, Evina flicks out a hand, gesturing up and down the other woman's body. For instance, what would you do if Mikhail ordered you to strip naked, right here and right now? Would you obey him immediately, as a sworn knight should? Or would you turn on him for such an undignified order? Mikhail blinks. Where did that come from? Thala doesn't seem to know either, because just as quickly as the white-haired knight had taken a step towards Avina, she's now taking a step back, sputtering and stammering. Her eyes dart towards Mikhail, giving him a glimpse of her reddened face, before she quickly averts her gaze entirely. WLII. I see Kenti. Never mind that. Avina's voice sounds both surprised and worried by Thala's response. The young goth woman cuts her hand through the air in an almost frantic motion. Forget that first idea. Rather, children. What if Mikhail ordered you to strike down a street urchin because they found out about us and were planning on telling Psaticus? What would you do then, Dame Dongard? Tilting her head to the side, Thala calms down quite rapidly as she considers Avina's words. In the end, she shakes her head in response. I would refuse, naturally. I could not bring myself to harm a child. I would rather Mikhail take my life instead. But Avina isn't willing to let things lie there. And what if he made it clear that he would take your life and the child's life, hey? What then? After all, even if you're dead, the street urchin could still report on us. Would you really let him end your life if you knew he would go on to murder a kid moments later? Thala's mouth opens and closes and she fidgets for a moment before finally shaking her head again. And no. I could not let that happen. But your hypothetical is nonsense. Why could we not just pay off the child? Why do they have to die? I have plenty of gold, more gold than a street urchin would have ever seen in their lives. More gold than the lord of the city could provide. All right, this had gone on long enough. Mikhail claps his hands together, causing both women to turn their attention his way as he smiles wanly. It's a good thing I have no intention of killing any street urchins nor ordering their deaths then, I suppose. I can safely say that my plans do not involve any child murder. In fact, I would prefer to keep the murder to a minimum if at all possible, current corpses at my feet notwithstanding. Mikhail grimaces a little bit as he has to tack on that last bit. Glancing down at Tak and his two friends, he still can't bring himself to feel guilty over their deaths. It really was him or them and Mikhail had chosen himself. However, he was now powerful enough that he didn't necessarily need to kill the next men who stood in his way. He had the strength to show mercy, or so he hoped. Thala looks pleased by his words, and more than a little relieved. Avina on the other hand is peering at him curiously, a sudden interest in her eyes that wasn't there before. Or maybe it was there before, actually. It was just muted by everything else until now. It gladdens my heart to hear that, Sir Hero. I knew you would be of a righteous. Yet. Enough of the flowery language. I'm curious, Mikhail. And as your soul mechanic, you should really tell me so I know how to prepare. What exactly do you plan on doing next? What are your goals? What are your motivations? Mikhail blinks at the intensity with which Avina is watching him as she asks those questions. It takes him a second to realize she's entered mad scientist mode again. She's collecting information on him even now. It makes sense, given that he's her first successful experiment. He can't even really bring himself to be that mad at her. He was glad to be alive and it wasn't like she'd been in a position to ask before trying to bring him back. What did he want, really? Of course, just trying to contemplate the answer to that question causes the foreign entities in Mikhail's head to start clamoring. Wealth. Power. Women. They all have their ideas of what true happiness looks like. Some want to be rich. As rich as possible. Some want to be powerful, whether that means going out and consuming as many souls as he can stuff into his soul engine, or even going and conquering the city or some other land. Power. A lot of the memories in his head speak of battle after battle, all for the sake of power. And then there are those who want women. Mikhail figures they're only so loud right now because of the two beautiful ladies standing right in front of him. Not to mention Avina's provocative comments about ordering Thala to strip naked. Voices whisper about how easy it would be to pin them down and ravish them. About how they'd probably even like it, how they'd beg for more, once he got started. Mikhail pushes back on those voices the loudest. He refused to see Avina or Thala as some pieces of meat. They were people, not just collections of holes to slake his lust upon. A slight grimace spreads across his face, but thankfully he doesn't have a bodily reaction to the idea. Of course, there are a handful of voices who are even more sinister than that. They don't want wealth, power, or women. They just want blood. The other things are only applicable in how they might result in more blood. Mikhail has plenty of killers floating around in his head right now, but only a few truly sick monsters, thank fuck. Still, none of them speak for him. None of them represent what he actually wants. What does Mikhail desire more than anything? In the end, he comes to the conclusion that he wants two things above all else. Lifting his head, he looks from Thala to Avina. I know what I want. First, I want my memories back from that bastard Psaticus. If he took memories from others and stuffed them into my head, then it stands to reason that he should still have the rest of my memories as well, right? Hopefully he hasn't used them yet. I'll pry them out of his cold dead hands, if I have to. Thala nods along, her face set into a resolved expression. As is your right, Sir Hero. You deserve to be made whole again just as much as Tsadicus deserves to be made to pay for his crimes. Avina also looks sympathetic, though as she bites her lower lip, looking off to the side in thought, Mikhail gets the impression she doesn't think it'll be as easy as he hopes and she's just trying to spare his feelings by not saying it out loud. Instead, after a moment she gives him a simple nod before gesturing with her hand. You said first. What else? Mikhail grimaces and looks down at the device embedded in his chest. The soul engine might be the only thing keeping him alive, but its very existence made his second goal seem almost impossible. Even still. I want to go home. I had a life back on Earth, on my old world. I had friends and family, even if I don't remember half of them. Even if many of their faces are murky, and the faces I do remember don't have names attached. I still want to get back to them. And if I can get my memories back from Tsadicus fucking Quinn, then I'll be all set to return home as well. I can feed off of small animals or something. So yet. I want to go home. How do summoned heroes go home? Avina and Thala share a glance at that. Which, he barely knows either of them at this point, and they barely know each other as well. And yet, already Mikhail can safely say that them finding common ground on anything is probably a bad sign. Finally, wringing her hands together, Avina turns back to him. Mikhail. I don't know if that will be possible. Even if it is, I can't say for certain whether your world even has a weave of life in the same way Vaklatora does. Going back to your world in your current condition might just kill you. He's not sure if he believes her. She might very well be telling the truth. She certainly sounds concerned. But then, that concern also might come from a place of selfishness. She might just not want her first successful experiment to go anywhere. As much as Avina had tried to warn him off of trusting Thala, her reasoning also applied to her too, didn't it? He knew even less about Avina than he did the dame at this point, save for that she'd brought him back to life. And don't get him wrong, resurrecting him did score some brownie points in Mikhail's book. He liked being alive, full stop. However, he hadn't asked Avina to resurrect him from the grave or stick a fucking engine in his chest. He didn't ask for any of this. He would stick with Avina because at this point they were in this together, but he had to be careful how much he trusted her. If I die. I die. Is it possible? Do the records talk about summoned heroes getting to go home? Mikhail directs that question to Thala, causing Avina to go quiet as the female knight hesitates for a moment before nodding. Ah, yes, Sir Hero. From what we know at the Citadel, summoned heroes can only return to their home worlds once they complete the task that they were summoned for. At that point in time, they are given a one-time choice, whether to stay or go home. Though, it's a little strange. Thala trails off for a moment, until Mikhail rolls his eyes and growls a little bit in impatience. What's strange? Jolting out of her thoughts, the dame looks at him with a frown. Well, if Lord Quinn summoned you to fight for him in the arena, you should have already been given the option to return home, Sir Hero. The fact that you haven't is, odd to say the least. I do not know what other purpose he would have summoned you for either. That was odd. And worrying. But then, everything about this whole situation was worrying. If Mikhail spent too long thinking about it, he was convinced that he would spiral into a depressive state he would never pull himself back out of. Either that or he would go postal and let the foreign side of his brain take over and just start murdering people, innocent or otherwise. At which point Thala would be oath-bound to slay him. Mikhail closes his eyes for a moment and just breathes. Then, he opens them again and nods to himself. Alright then. The path forward seems rather obvious. Both of my current goals center around the Lord of Alether, Tsadicus Quinn. So we need to figure out a way to get him. No Order of the Rose. No trips to the Citadel. Just the three of us against a wizard lord and his citywide criminal conspiracy. He looks to Avina and Thala. Can I count on you both? Are you with me? Thala immediately straightens up, her head held high. Of course. I am at your command, Sir Hero. He would probably need to work on getting her to call him by his name at some point. The hero worship was going to get old fast at this rate. But for now, Mikhail just looks to Avina until finally she lets out a sigh and tosses her hands in the air. I already said we were in this together, didn't I? Even before she showed up. I'm your soul mechanic. Of course I'm with you. Alright then. It seemed they had a goal. Now they just needed a plan. Chapter 10, The Mechanic. Before anything else, we need to get out of here. Mikhail blinks at that, even as Avina hurries to defend her words. Tsadicus shouldn't know that I took you. It shouldn't even cross his mind. I made sure to pin your body's disappearance on the old drunk in charge of disposing of the arena's corpses. As far as Psaticus is concerned, the old man accidentally had your body incinerated with the common criminals instead of held in reserve because of your status as a summoned hero. And because of his reputation as a drunk, no amount of pleading will convince Psaticus that he didn't fuck up. Well now. That was rather cutthroat. At the same time though, they were 3 people against an entire city. And if this old guy really was in charge of corpse removal, it made him complicit in the whole operation, didn't it? After a moment of thought, Mikhail finds he can't really bring himself to feel guilty over it. Alright then. So why do we need to get out of here? Not that he was complaining, mind you. It felt like they'd spent a small eternity down in this basement. He was very much ready to leave. But why did Ivina seem so desperate? With a sigh, the soul mechanic gestures to the bodies on the ground and then Thala herself. Because of them. And her. I assume that Psaticus sent you in my direction, right? That last question is directed at Thala, who slowly nods before ducking her head in renewed shame. Indeed, after he tricked me into doing his bidding, he told me I would find the answers I sought here in this basement. I suppose he expected me to stumble upon you and take you for your average run-of-the-mill necromancer. Right. And if I'm a necromancer, I must also be guilty of abusing the hero summoning ritual. I'm sure it would have all fit quite neatly in your worldview. Avina's dry tone causes Thala to flush in response, but the knight's silence speaks volumes. Psaticus will probably have guards watching the entrance to see who comes out. Which is why you are going to go back up there and announce to whoever you find that you found this place empty with 3 bodies in it. Meanwhile, Mikhail and I will be exiting through the sewers and making our way over to a safe house I prepared for this moment. There's a moment of silence as he and Thala just stare at Ivina. She's certainly taking charge, isn't she? Not that there's anything wrong with it. It was just that. Mikhail honestly hadn't expected her to be so prepared. Seeming to sense this, Ivina scowls slightly. What? Did you think I was planning on successfully bringing someone back to life without any idea of what I was going to do next? Even if Psaticus doesn't know I stole Mikhail's body, I wasn't about to give that bastard the satisfaction of snaking my success out from under me. And Tak definitely would have done that in Psaticus' name, if Mikhail hadn't dealt with him and his thugs. Stepping to the side, Ivina slaps a hand on the wall without looking. To Mikhail's wide-eyed amazement, the wall suddenly spirals open, a soft glow showing off a bit of magic that apparently hid a secret door. Beyond, there's the sound of a sewer through the hole in the wall. Once we're through and I close the wall up again, make sure to destroy the control rune. It'll just be an ordinary wall after that. After all is said and done and you've done your part to keep them from getting suspicious of you, you can meet us at this address. Ivina rattles off the address, which admittedly goes right over Mikhail's head. But Thala just furrows her brow in a clear effort to commit it to memory before slowly nodding. Then, she looks to Mikhail for clarification. It's obvious that she doesn't want to necessarily follow Avina's orders. Or rather, she doesn't want to follow them without checking in with Mikhail first. He doesn't know which, but in this case it doesn't matter. Ivina has clearly figured this all out ahead of time and it would be foolish to waste her preparations. Do as she says. All of it. We'll see you later. As you say, Sir Hero. I shall be as swift as possible, so that I am back at your side with all due haste. Right. Mikhail just gives that a nod before grabbing the sword and dagger off of the table and following Ivina through the hole. The last thing he sees is Thala's concerned face on the other side before Ivina closes it up. Then, he hears the sound of a plated fist slamming into the wall, hard enough that some dust shakes loose on their side. That must have been Thala destroying the control rune like Ivina said to. This way. Hiking up her skirts, Ivina quickly begins leading the way through the sewers of Alethar. Mikhail follows, his weapons in his hands just in case they run into any opposition down here. The sewers were normally the domain of all of the bad guys and criminals that made a city's underbelly their home, at least in the stories he'd read. But what about when the bad guys were running the show? If thugs like Tak and his friends were outright working for the lord of the city, then they didn't exactly need a hideaway, did they? Indeed, he doesn't really see any sign of life down in the sewers, save for the rats of course. Rats that Ivina turns her nose up, groaning in disgust. Ugh. Do you think you can do something about those, Mikhail? He lifts an eyebrow at that, glancing at the creatures as they scurry back and forth and give him and Ivina a wide distance. He looks at his blades and then at the rats. Honestly, they didn't look big enough for him to properly fight them. I'm not talking about stabbing them or anything like that. I'm talking about your soul engine. Did you notice back there? How you didn't have to wait for the rat to be dead, but you did have to wait for Tak and his men to be dead. Mikhail blinks, having not even considered that until now. But then to be fair, he'd had a lot of other things on his mind. Still did. This is because the souls attached to rodents are much smaller than your own, and that makes them easier to scoop up. You're not going to be able to just suck a living person's soul up, but a rodent? That's another story. Well now, it sounded like she wanted him to at least try. And if he was going to avoid killing more people, Mikhail would need the extra juice from somewhere, wouldn't he? Concentrating on that same feeling he had before, Mikhail reaches out all around them. He blinks as at least a dozen rats squeal and shriek, their bodies spasming and then shriveling up and their soul energy flowing through the air into his chest. It's a drop in the bucket compared to the feeling he got from consuming 3 human souls back to back to back. But it's still rather nice. He doesn't even realize he's smiling until he looks up and sees Avina smiling at him too. She has a nice smile, he finds himself absently noting. Good. Let's keep going. From there, it's actually pretty easy to make their way through the sewers. Sometimes the concentration of rats gets to be a bit much, but Mikhail just does his thing and sucks them all dry. Finally though, they reach a wall which Avina places her hand against, and much like the basement, the wall shimmers briefly and then pulls open, revealing another basement. He must have let his dismay leak onto his face, because Avina just giggles at him. Don't worry. There's an actual home above this one. With actual beds at that. And even a bathtub. Come on. Mikhail's eyes widen at the thought of a bathtub, and for the first time he realizes just how absurdly filthy he is. Though, his eyes do dart down to the soul engine even as his nose wrinkles in disgust at the smell he's giving off. Is this thing waterproof? It's a fair question, he feels. Especially since the edges of his flesh around the outer casing of the device are still an angry red. Avina just looks at him strangely though. Of course it is. Don't be ridiculous. Now come. Let's get you cleaned up. That's how Mikhail finds himself in a bathtub about 30 minutes later. Stripped out of the pants he'd still been in since the arena, wearing absolutely nothing but his birthday suit, he luxuriates in water provided by another bit of magic, or so Avina had said. This is actually his second bath in the last 30 minutes. With access to unlimited water, he'd decided that he could justify draining the tub of the admittedly disgusting first bath, and then refill it again for a more relaxing soak-off rinse. After a good scrubbing, Mikhail had to admit he was feeling a lot better. Better than he would have expected, actually. He's almost starting to nod off when there's a sudden knock at the door, causing his eyes to snap open. Before he can speak up, the door opens and Avina slips inside, wearing nothing but a slip instead of her all-encompassing black garb from before. Mikhail tries not to stare, even as he makes sure all of his important bits are hidden from her current angle. Just give me a second and I'll get out of your way. Sorry if I took too much time or something. No. There's no need to apologize, and you don't have to go either. In fact, I thought that this would be the perfect time for your first checkup. Mikhail blinks, opens his mouth, and then closes it. He's not sure how to respond. Avina though, seems to have thought this through. I'm your soul mechanic after all. You'll need constant sessions with me, especially over the next few days, to make sure that you aren't degrading. I've never had a success quite like yours before, but that doesn't mean there won't be any deterioration down the line. It just means we're in unprecedented territory. That all sounded very reasonable and very fair. Mikhail is about to open his mouth and say as much when Avina suddenly lets the slip. The last garment she'd had on flutters to the floor and all Mikhail can do is stare as she walks over to the tub, and slips right on in. XXX. To her credit, she doesn't displace so much water that the tub spills over once she's in. That said, Mikhail still finds himself staring at her in disbelief. He'd already registered just how beautiful she was. And that was back when she was wearing all black as well as a blood-covered apron and a pair of blood-covered gloves. Now, she's lost all of that and it's just her, and he has to admit, beautiful didn't begin to truly do her justice. She's gorgeous, his self-appointed soul mechanic. Pale skin, freckles across her face and chest, and a body that just didn't quit. As she kneels there between his legs, Mikhail finds himself trying and failing not to stare for too long at her breasts resting on the surface of the bath, each of them capped with a hardening nipple. Avina doesn't say or do anything for a moment, just waiting for him to recover. It gives him time enough to collect his thoughts and finally focus his attention back on the naked woman's face. I understand needing to give me regular checkups to make sure I'm not going to fall apart and die again anytime soon, but I'm not sure why you need to be naked for this as well, Avina. Smiling softly, Avina leans forward, making it much harder for Mikhail not to stare at her breasts as they're pushed together and placed more firmly in front of his face. It only seems fair. If I'm seeing all of you, then you should see all of me. I want us to have a good relationship, Mikhail. A strong relationship. Her hand reaches out then, only for Avina to hesitate and pause. May I? Wordlessly, Mikhail nods. Only, Avina doesn't reach for his soul engine like he's expecting her to. Instead, she takes his consent and runs with it, dropping her hand beneath the water and grabbing hold of his cock. Mikhail's eyes widen as she begins to stroke his shaft up and down, a reluctant groan bubbling its way up through his lips. He blames the relaxation, honestly. He's finally stopped operating on adrenaline. He's finally had a chance to calm down. That's why he doesn't immediately stop her or speak up when she begins giving him a handjob. Yep. That's it. Nothing else. I know you think we need that Knight of the Rose, but I hope you also know you can't trust her. Maybe my examples weren't the best back there, but you need to be ready for her oaths to her order to one day supersede her pledge to you, Mikhail. As far as the Citadel is concerned, you're an abomination and I am a criminal for daring to bring you back to life. Given Avina's current actions, it takes Mikhail a second to even process what she's saying. When he does however, his brow furrows in consternation. Was this jealousy? Avina had already made her opinion of Thala's loyalties clear back in the basement. But now here she was doubling down the moment she got him alone. He wasn't sure what to think about that. In the end though, he can't help but sigh. Of course I don't fully trust her, Avina. I'm not even sure I should trust you just yet. Maybe it's a bad idea to be confessing his distrust of a woman who currently has his member in the palm of her hand. But Mikhail can't quite bring himself to deceive her. Even if it's what a very suspect part of his brain is telling him to do. A very recently added part of him that Mikhail had been doing a great job of ignoring up until this point is all but urging him to deceive and cajole Avina into going further with him, no matter what. Mikhail isn't that kind of guy. He's not about to trick a woman into sex, or any of the even worse tactics that the dead men in his head were recommending. No, he would stay true to himself, no matter what. Do you fear that I would try to keep you here, rather than let you go home? That gets another blink from Mikhail. Well now, it seemed neither he nor Avina were inclined to beat around the bush. She'd just come out and said it, just like that hadn't she? Suddenly, Avina's hands are both above the water, cupping his face. And the naked young woman herself is climbing into his lap. Mikhail's eyes widen as he feels the tip of his member press against her folds. You don't have to worry about that, Mikhail. If you decide to go home, I'll just have to come with you. It might be the only way you even survive back on your old world, after all. You'll need your soul mechanic, no matter where you end up. She teases him with her entrance, wiggling a bit as she bites her lower lip and looks into his eyes. Mikhail's hands slide under the water and take hold of her hips as he tries to resist the urge to slam her down onto him right then and there. Instead, he does his best to focus on what she's saying, rather than what she's doing. His voice still comes out in a gasp though, breathless as his manhood throbs. Is that even possible? Can a summoned hero bring someone back with them? Avina flushes for a moment and looks off to the side, as though just realizing she's given something away. When she finally looks back at him, she hesitantly nods. The Citadel isn't the only place you can find stories pertaining to the summoned heroes of our world's ancient past, Mikhail. Yes, it's possible. It's said that when a summoned hero returns to their world, they don't just take themselves, but also their immediate surroundings. So, bringing someone with you should be entirely possible. For a long moment, Mikhail wonders just who Avina really is. She's a beautiful, brilliant woman who apparently knows enough about souls and artificing to make a device that could bring him back to life. But he's just starting to realize how little that truly scratches the surface. Where does she come from? Who is she running from, really? The obvious answer seems to be Tsadicus Quinn, but is that really it? Does she really just want to escape her debts to the lord of the city? Or is there more to it than that? I'll prove it to you. One way or another, I'll prove you can trust me. As it turns out, his introspection takes too long because quite suddenly, Avina is pushing herself down his length. For a second, he's worried that he's the one who initiated, but no, while his hands are still on her hips, he didn't subconsciously pull her down. It's all her. Avina, you don't have to. I want to. Leaning forward, she presses her forehead against his, even as she grabs hold of him by the shoulders. A light whimper leaves the raven-haired woman's lips, making him wonder if she's ever even done something like this before. But at least the bath water provides a bit of extra lubrication, making the whole thing much slicker than it would otherwise be outside of the tub. Wiggling her way down his length, his soul mechanic moans as Mikhail groans. And then, she begins to ride him. At that point, he can't hold back anymore. He meets her motions with movements of his own, thrusting up into her from below as she starts to bounce up and down on his length. Their joining goes from slow and steady to frantic and harsh in what feels like mere moments. He's not sure how much of that is him, truth be told. Holding back the darker impulses is bad enough, but Mikhail himself is only a man. A man with the memories of a bunch of other men shoved into his head. As it turns out, they all have one thing in common. They're all very interested in women, and they all agree that Avina is one of the more beautiful they've had the chance to bed. Ah! A cry leaves her lips, and her inner walls tighten up around his shaft as Avina tosses her head back. Her breasts, which he'd already noted were perfectly shaped, bounce up and down right in front of his face. She's all but thrusting her chest out towards him as her back arches. Her nipples both jut out, rock hard and swollen with arousal. What else is a man to do in a situation like this, really? He leans forward and captures one of Avina's teats in his mouth, sucking at it as they continue to fornicate right there in the tub, sending water splashing everywhere. And maybe it helps. Maybe they both get the chance to loosen up a little as they partake in one another's bodies for the next long while. XXX. Their first time together in the tub comes to a close long before Thala finally makes it to the safe house, thankfully. By the time the female knight arrives, they've both gotten dressed and moved things out into the kitchen area, where Mikhail sits at a table with his shirt opened up as Avina looks over the soul engine with a variety of tools. A knock at the door signals Thala's arrival, at which point she slips inside the moment Avina confirms it's her. Looking pleased to see Mikhail still safe and sound, Thala immediately goes to him. Sir Hero. I have done as you asked. Avina scoffs a bit at that, which is fair given it was what she had asked and suggested, and Mikhail had just backed her up on it. But Thala ignores the other woman for the moment. The guards were quick to usher me away from the scene in the basement, once I showed them what I had found. I told them I could not let this go, in order to keep my cover. That it seemed to have been the work of a necromancer. They were quite gruff with me, but told me that Lord Sadicus had given orders that I was not to be impeded. It would seem I still have free run of the city for the time being. Mikhail smiles, but before he can respond, Avina speaks up in a clipped tone. Good, because you'll need that if you are going to play a part in how we get to Sadicus. Finally, Thala looks to Avina and frowns before glancing back at him questioningly. Oh? Have we already come up with a plan of action, Sir Hero? Avina bristles some more at Thala's continued disrespect, and Mikhail resists the urge to rub his head. I have a plan, yes. A good one too. Then, just as quickly as she gets up in arms, the dark-haired woman flushes and glances his way, suddenly seeming less certain of herself. And not that I'm expecting either of you to follow it blindly or anything like that. It's just, I know how Sadicus thinks. And I know this city the best out of the three of us. So, please hear me out. Mikhail glances at Thala at that, noting how surprised the female knight looks by Avina's sudden display of vulnerability. Given the tender moment he shared with Avina in the tub earlier, however, Mikhail isn't quite so surprised. Avina has been alone for a long time, with her only company being failed experiments and men like Tak. It's not that much of a stretch to say she's looking for companions she can actually count on. She's desperate for approval, Mikhail realizes. But at the same time, she's right. She does have the most knowledge of Sadicus and this city. So, I'm all for hearing you out, Avina. Let's see what you've got so far, and then we can put our heads together and make sure it's airtight. We're a team, after all. Thala squirms at that, but then nods, clearly not willing to go against him. Later he would get started on convincing her to call him by his actual name instead of constantly referring to him as Sir Hero. Later. For now, they had a city lord to topple from his perch. Chapter 11, Some Light Arson. Avina's plan had turned out to be surprisingly actionable. In fact, it was actionable enough that Mikhail had decided to go ahead with it despite Thala's objections. But then to be fair, those objections weren't coming from a place of knightly or martial experience. No, they were very clearly coming from a place of emotion and even obsession. Put simply, they needed a way to get up close and personal with Sadicus. A moment when he would have his guard down and as few guards with him as possible. Unfortunately, that was going to be easier said than done because of everything that had taken place up until now. With Mikhail being misplaced at the same time that Tak and his thugs were killed and Avina was in the wind, Sadicus was sure to be on high alert. While Avina continued to swear that the lord of the city shouldn't be able to connect Mikhail's disappearance to her, there was still no denying that he would have lost a summoned hero's corpse, and the memories of war locked away inside of it, at the same time that his resident pet artificer had gone in the wind. Two blows that would leave Sadicus on edge, but not feeling vulnerable. Not yet. That was a problem, because they needed him to feel vulnerable. They needed Sadicus Quinn to be desperate. Avina's overarching plan hinged on it. See, according to the soul mechanic, Sadicus had a pretty small playbook at the end of the day. He didn't trend to stray from his old favorites. When the going got tough, he defaulted back onto what he knew best. Well, a few years back right after the bastard was made lord of the city, dissent and discontent within Alether had been at an all-time high. This wasn't entirely because of the old city lord being deposed or anything like that. The man that Sadicus had taken the position from wasn't that beloved, though his programs had made him pretty well liked by Alether's nobility. All minor nobles who had to exist on the fringes of the kingdom of Akriathe in a border city like Alether, they had still lived somewhat comfortable, getting kickbacks from the city lord's silver mine and helping to keep peace within the city. And then the silver mines had dried up and the old lord of the city had fallen for Sadicus Gambit to turn towards his arenas. And then suddenly, Sadicus Quinn was the lord of Alether with the backing of Akriathe's Council of Lords. Needless to say, none of the nobles who called Alether home were on the kingdom's Council of Lords. They weren't important enough for that. And ultimately, it had upset them that not only were they no longer getting kickbacks from the old lord's silver mines, but they also suddenly had to obey this young upstart who had been placed over them all. Sadakis' initial rule as Lord of Alather had been off to a relatively rocky start as a result, until finally, he'd come up with a fantastic idea. Fantastic for everyone but him, anyways. He'd announced a grand melee, to take place in a swiftly constructed coliseum that put all of his other arena pits to shame in both size and grandeur. It was a huge event, according to Avina. It was effectively made up of volunteers who wanted to try their luck, and criminals rounded up by the city guard. It just so happened that some of those criminals were Sadakis' greatest detractors among the nobility. And none of them made it out of the Colosseum alive that day. As a result, the backs of the city's noble houses, all minor in the grander scheme of things but major in Alather itself, had been broken that day. And the event had been so successful that Sadakis' rule over the city had been cemented ever since. However, there hadn't been another grand melee in the years that followed. It made sense. According to Avina, the city had been relatively quiet, and while some events had still taken place in the Colosseum, which had been renamed to the Grand Colosseum soon after, there had been none quite as big at that first grand melee. Certainly none that had been capped off with Sadakis personally handing over a rather large amount of gold to the winner, like had happened in the melee. And so, that was what they were aiming for. Avina was convinced that Sadakis would revert to form if he felt threatened enough. If they could just make him desperate by loosening his hold on Alather, then he would feel the need to tighten it back up again, likely by holding a second grand melee after the success of the first. An added benefit was that it would distract the Lord of Alather from the manhunt for Avina, which would be well underway by this point. Still, that brought them to the crux of the matter. They had an end goal, but how were they supposed to reach it? The most obvious way of hitting Sadakis Quinn where it hurt would seem to be going after his arenas. But no, that wasn't the right answer. The only way to damage the arenas would be to free the criminals being used as entertainment. And while some of those criminals might have been innocent, plenty more likely weren't. Mikhail didn't want to have to figure out who was who. Fortunately, there was an alternative. Even with his strange hold over Alather, even with his abuse of the hero summoning ritual, Sadakis had reached a limit for how many arenas he could open in the city before running into diminishing returns. But the man was as greedy as they came, and too ambitious to stop just because he already had it all. He wanted more. His greed would be his downfall if Mikhail had anything to say about it. Having completely taken control of Alather in every conceivable way, Sadakis Quinn had started looking outwards for new methods of expansion. He'd began making friends in far places, specifically by offering foreign merchants guaranteed protection in warehouses that he owned. According to Avina, it was a full-blown protection racket. The warehouses that Sadakis provided to the merchants who came through Alather, either on their way deeper into the kingdom of Akriathi or on their way out towards the Zuvarian Empire, were entirely safe. They did what the lord of the city said they did, which was to provide a safe place for merchant goods while they were staying in his city. The rest of the warehouses, however, not so much. Ever since Sadakis had gotten into the storage business, his competition had begun seeing quite a lot of issues. Constant break-ins. Warehouse fires. Broken goods, theft. And if you were a merchant foolish enough to try to leave your goods outside of the city, well, there were apparently bandits in the woods. Never mind that those bandits looked an awful lot like the city guard according to Avina. Put simply, Sadakis Quinn was making a bunch of gold off of his arenas. But he was starting to make just as much gold off of his warehouses. And if their end goal was to make Sadakis desperate enough to revert to old successes, to make him return to his roots, then what better way than to both figuratively and literally set fire to his newest venture? That was why Mikhail found himself standing outside of one of the city lord's warehouses, eyeballing it carefully from across the street. He was effectively casing the place, trying to figure out how viable getting inside was going to be. He was also alone. This was where Thala's objections had come into play. See, Avina's plan called for all three of them to split up, something that the dame did not like one bit. Mikhail, meanwhile, had found himself struck by the odd thought that you never split the party when Avina had first brought the idea up. But he couldn't say where the thought had come from. Whether it was a native memory, or a foreign one. All the same, Avina's reasoning made perfect sense and he'd found himself in agreement with her, despite Thala's protests. See, Avina had to lay low. She also had a contact she needed to get in touch with, a lead that she was staying mum about until it either panned out or didn't. Thala on the other hand needed to do the opposite of laying low. She had to stay active, moving around the city and continuing her investigation while doing what knights do in order to keep up appearances. If the Knight of the Rose suddenly went underground and stopped showing up where Sadakis expected her to show up, there would be suspicions raised across the board. Likewise, if she was caught helping some random fucker burn down one of Sadakis' warehouses, she would suddenly be as hunted as Avina currently was, and that wouldn't do. Admittedly, Avina's hadn't really had a plan for what Thala should be doing. The raven-haired woman had had time to think about what she and Mikhail would be doing, to plan ahead for her eventual success in resurrecting someone like him with her soul engine. But Thala was a last-minute addition, and one she clearly resented still at least a little bit. Mikhail had been the one to come up with Thala's current mission, and he was pretty sure that was the only reason she'd even been willing to go along with it in the first place. Still, he was pretty proud of the idea. Since Thala couldn't be with him burning down warehouses, and in fact needed to be seen moving about the city still, well, it only made sense to have her doing what Knights of the Rose did, but even more so. Rather than focusing solely on her investigation into the abuse of the hero summoning ritual, Dame Thala Dongard would be seeking out injustice and hardship wherever she could find it. Her new goal, albeit with the investigation still presented as her overarching purpose, was to make the Alathur City Guard look as ineffectual and incompetent as she possibly could. She was going to do their jobs for them, but better. Avina had actually been rather impressed by the idea. Apparently, Mikhail had struck gold there, because the city guard under Tsadicus were already plenty incompetent, ineffectual and all around corrupt. And as a visiting foreign knight who had the lord of the city's blessing to operate within Alathur, Thala was pretty much untouchable so long as she kept her nose clean. And she would. Mikhail had ordered it of her, even if it still felt weird to be able to order anyone to do anything. But he needed her to play her part. And he needed to be able to play his. Wearing a cloak, as well as a thick leather jerkin over a shirt to hide the glowing teal device embedded in his chest, Mikhail eyeballs the warehouse in front of him for a few seconds more before finally making his move. He hasn't just been thinking about all of this while he was stood here, after all. He's been watching the guards move around the warehouse, studying their rotation and counting the number of unique faces. It's not that bad, he notes. Only about 5 guards in total, from what he can see. Of course, 2 of them are dedicated to the warehouse's only ground floor entrance. That just means Mikhail has to get creative though. He's been eyeballing a second floor entrance on the side of the warehouse for a bit at that point, but now he actually moves towards it. There's enough space on either side of the warehouse that leaping to the balcony from a nearby rooftop probably isn't viable, or at least, it wouldn't be for any normal human being. Mikhail is not a normal human being anymore. And before he allows himself to question it further, he focuses on the energy swirling around inside of him, and crouches down before leaping up. To his surprise, he all but flies through the air, before landing on the second floor balcony with a soft grunt. Looking back at where he just came from, he blinks for a moment. Right. Admittedly, it's only been 2 days since their escape from the basement and regrouping at Avina's safe house. And in that time, Mikhail has been feeding on the city's sewer rat population some more. As a result, he hasn't lost most of the energy he got from Tak or his friends. So long as he keeps himself topped off with rat souls, the 3 human souls continue to supercharge him. He's quite literally superhuman right now. With Tak's sword sheathed at his side, Mikhail approaches the warehouse door on the second floor balcony, not surprised to find it locked. But he's also not that surprised when he's able to grab the handle, and with the proper application of strength, bust it open and slip inside. The warehouse interior is dark to say the least, but also dry. Mikhail isn't sure if it's magic or what, but the place almost feels temperature controlled. Avina had assured him that there wouldn't be any magical protections on the merchant's goods, however. While technically such magic did exist, it was rare and thus expensive enough that she felt safe in saying Tsadicus wasn't the kind of man who would go so far as to splurge for such things. That meant, all Mikhail had to do was start some fires. Reaching for the flagon of oil that Thala procured for him alongside the leather jerkin and cloak, Mikhail grabs the pieces of cloth bunched up in a pouch with his other. He soaks each cloth in oil before dropping it onto barrels below, never leaving the second floor catwalk that he finds himself on. The thing circles around the entire warehouse after all, making his job incredibly easy. Once the oiled-up cloths are in place, Mikhail prepares the matches, and then, sprinting around the circumference of the warehouse, he drops a lit match onto each oil-soaked cloth as he goes, until eventually he reaches the second floor door that he came in through. Pausing for a moment, Mikhail looks down to see the half a dozen small fires he's started quickly growing bigger and bigger by the second. In mere moments, it becomes a proper conflagration. There's a few pyromaniacs in the back of Mikhail's mind really getting their rocks off right now. Some real freaky fire starters that have made their home in Mikhail's head and are having the time of their lives. But Mikhail doesn't pay them much mind. In fact, he lets a smile spread across his cowled face, even as he turns and steps back out onto the second floor balcony. This right here, this was something he could get behind. No killing. No murder. Just harsh, honest payback against the bastard that put him in this position in the first place. Sure, it was also hurting the merchants who were storing their goods here. But Mikhail couldn't bring himself to care. Not when the merchants who could afford Tsadicus' exorbitant rates could probably also afford a hit or two to their products. And in the long run, it would only be good for them, or so Mikhail figured. Once Tsadicus was out of the picture, they wouldn't be forced to pay a premium to store their shit in the city lords' warehouses anymore just to keep their merchandise safe. Dropping back down to the ground floor from the balcony, Mikhail begins walking along, heading for the sewer entrance he'd used to traverse the city and get here in the first place. He could get used to this. He could. Oi! You there! Stop where you are! Mikhail freezes as one of the warehouse guards calls out to him. Damn it all! He just had to jinx it. Chapter 12, Fighting the Guards. Standing there outside the warehouse, frozen in place, Mikhail suddenly wonders why he even leapt down from the second-floor balcony in the first place. Hadn't he just been thinking about how with his enhanced strength, he should be able to clear the gap between the balcony and the nearby roof? Certainly, if he could make a 20-foot leap from a still position, he should have been able to run and leap across a 30-foot gap with room to spare. Turn around. Hands where I can see them. What are you doing around here, wearing a cloak like that? Must be a little lost. Is that it? Are you lost, friend? No, more than that, not making the leap to the next rooftop was one thing. But why had he stopped when the guard told him to in the first place? By all rights, he should have just kept going and slipped away before the guards could catch up. Now though, now they've approached. They're just behind him and he can hear their hands coming down to rest on the pommels of their swords. He can feel the pommel of his stolen sword as well, and belatedly Mikhail realizes something. The decisions he's made that have led up to this point, from leaping down from the balcony to the ground level, to stopping when the guard called out to him, they weren't unconscious decisions as he'd originally thought. They were quite conscious, they just weren't his conscious decisions. He should have wondered why the dead men occupying so much of his mind had fallen quiet. They hadn't. They'd just gotten a bit more subtle. Now he felt it in his bones. The urge to kill. The urge to destroy. He's a warrior, a soldier, a criminal, and a monster all wrapped up in one man. And all of them want this fight. They're yearning for it. Mikhail doesn't want it though. He doesn't want to kill anyone that he doesn't have to. Hell, he doesn't even want to hurt anyone he doesn't have to. But they're too close for him to try and run away now. The likelihood of being followed, or of running into more of the city guard and not being able to slip back into the sewers as easily as he wanted, it was too damn high. Slowly, making sure to keep the hood of his cloak down low to obscure his features, Mikhail turns around. There's only 2 of the 5 guards currently on him. The other 3 are back near the warehouse. A warehouse that's currently on fire, though it's not quite showing it. The blaze is still contained for the moment, but not for much longer, Mikhail suspects. No, not much longer now. Trying to juggle pushing back on the foreign entities in his head who want to kill, while also drawing on their experience to make his voice as menacing as possible, Mikhail shows off his sword and tries for intimidation. You don't want any of this, friend. I promise you that. There had been nothing friendly about the guard's use of the word friend, so Mikhail honestly saw no issue with turning the tactic back around on him. When the guard had called Mikhail friend, it was in a derisive, mocking tone. When Mikhail calls the guard friend, it's with a sharpened edge, to let him know that this isn't a fight he can handle. Unfortunately, neither of the men stood in front of Mikhail are battle-hardened warriors. Neither are soldiers who have seen even a single battlefield. They might know how to use those swords at their waists, and they might be used to walking around in the armor they're wearing, but that doesn't make them fighters. It just makes them cocky. They exchange a look with one another, and then burst out laughing in unison. Mikhail grits his teeth, doing his best to constrain his violent impulses, to strangle the urge to murder both men in its crib. Alas, he's not quite successful. Tak's sword comes out of the sheath at his side a full inch, making a distinctive noise that causes both guards to immediately stop laughing and draw their own weapons fully. Mikhail still doesn't draw his entirely out of its sheath. He knows once he does that, this will truly be past the point of no return. Although, it might already be there. Really? Bearing steel to a city guard? Do you have a death wish? Surrender and come quietly and maybe you'll finish your interrogation with all your teeth intact. Mikhail is sure that there are some good guards in this city. Men who are just trying to make ends meet, or even trying to make a difference. Not every member of the city guard is a hopelessly corrupt thug with delusions of grandeur and overwhelming arrogance. But these 2? Mikhail can see the ugliness in every line of their beings, but most of all in their eyes. These 2 might have nicer armor, and they might be a little prettier as well, but they're thugs just like Tak and his goons. He still doesn't want to kill them though. He really doesn't want to kill them. Call it what you will. Pride, maybe. A certain level of squeamishness, perhaps. Or maybe just pettiness. The same memories that got him into this mess, all but prodding him into getting caught by the guards, are now urging him to finish it in a decisive manner. And Mikhail simply doesn't want to give those dead men swimming around in his head what they want. However, before he can say or do anything else, the situation escalates. Fire. Fire in the warehouse. Both guards spin around at that, and admittedly, Mikhail should have ran then and there. But this one he can't fully blame on his foreign memories. No, in this case the curiosity he suddenly feels is all too native. Tilting his head back to look up, he gets a good view of the warehouse he'd just set ablaze finally going up in flames. The whole place is starting to burn, and the smoke is heavy and black above the building. He brings his head back down just as the two guards spin back around to him, their swords still out and pointed in his general direction. The one who's done the most talking clenches his jaw and snarls. "All right, you're coming with us, even if I have to take off a couple of your limbs to make you more compliant. Lord Psattacus is going to want to question you personally." The guard starts to stomp forward, and his partner follows him. For a moment, Mikhail considers it. Surrendering. It would solve everything oh so neatly if they really did take him straight to his quarry. Getting nice and close to Psattacus Quinn was all that Mikhail wanted. He needed to force the bastard to give him his memories back and tell him how he was supposed to get home. But no. He knows he's screwed if he winds up in chains again. He remembers the chains in the arena. Enchanted and with an enchantment strong enough that they took a full-strength blow from Thala's sword without breaking. There was just no telling whether Mikhail would be able to leverage his own enhanced strength from the soul engine to overpower such a handicap. And there wasn't a doubt in his mind that Psattacus would make sure he was in chains before any questioning took place. He can't let himself be captured. His confrontation with the Lord of Alather has to happen on his own terms. As Mikhail decides this, the guards finish closing the gap and the first steps forward to swing his sword. One would think that Mikhail would be out of time, since he hasn't even drawn his blade fully yet. But, no. In a flash, Mikhail has his own sword out and blocks the first guard's blade with ease. He sends the man stumbling backwards from the force of the deflection, the guard's eyes going wide from Mikhail's display of strength. Meanwhile, the second guard curses and lunges forward as well, attempting to stab Mikhail in the chest, in his non-existent heart. While it might have been amusing to let the guard's blade deflect off of the soul engine's outer casing, Mikhail wasn't about to test it in an environment like this one. Instead, he reaches up with a gloved hand and, almost easily bats the flat of the guard's blade, turning it aside and making the man overextend and go stumbling past him. It would almost be funny, if the first guard hadn't already recovered enough to shout at the top of his lungs. "Arsonist! Arsonist here! Get the fuck over here and back us up!" With the guard now on either side of him, Mikhail lets out a low sigh as the other three guards staring at the burning warehouse in horror all spin around at the call, immediately rushing over. He supposed it was too much to expect them to occupy themselves with trying to put out the fire. To be fair, they probably weren't actually trained for how to deal with warehouse fires. He doubted that they were all volunteer firefighters in their off time, if a city like Alather even had a vocation like that. With the other three hurrying to back them up, the first two both come in at him again, each trying to strike him from a different side to make it impossible for him to defend against them both. Mikhail just shakes his head as he easily dodges their swings, his jaw clenching. In the end, it made sense that the guards would all go for what they knew over trying to fight something that would literally cook them alive inside of their armor. After all, better to have a culprit to present to Lord Psattacus than to come before him with empty hands and soot-covered faces, as well as an entire burnt-down warehouse they would have to explain. Unfortunately, where they were concerned, they were out of their league. With all five surrounding him now, Mikhail couldn't afford to just be defensive anymore. But that wasn't a bad thing for him, it was a bad thing for his opponents. As the guards all attack, Mikhail finally counterattacks, his sword cutting through the air, and slamming against the helmeted side of one of their heads. The flat of Tack's blade smashes into the helmet and sends the guard careening to the side into one of his fellows. Both men fall to the ground in a tangle of armored limbs. Meanwhile, Mikhail puts on a burst of speed powered by his soul engine, the teal glows so bright it almost begins to show through the leather jerkin he has on. He dances among the other three guards and blocking one of them with his sword, he lashes out with a closed fist at the other and punches him right in the face. The knock to the head sends the guard collapsing to the ground. Of course, it's not quite so simple as Mikhail suddenly being down to two opponents. His reluctance to go for killing blows means that the first two he disabled are already getting up again. And while there's now blood seeping from the third's nose, he doesn't stay down for long either. It doesn't matter. None of the guards are fast enough or strong enough to keep up with him. But more than that, they aren't coordinated enough to truly use their greater numbers against them. Mikhail finds himself noting all of the mistakes they make. The ways they fail to work like a proper team. The city guard of Alather is not some well-oiled machine. In the end, he doesn't have to kill them. The fighting feels like it lasts an eternity, but truthfully is probably more like 5 minutes. Just long enough that Mikhail hears shouting from off in the distance even as he looks around himself to find he's surrounded by 5 groaning bodies. Some of the guards are cradling broken limbs. Some are sporting bleeding stab wounds. But none of them are dead or dying. And none of them are likely to wind up that way so long as they get medical attention in a relatively reasonable time frame. The temptation to kill them and absorb their souls is there though. Mikhail finds himself a little out of breath as he stands over them, the power reserve in his soul engine definitely lower than it was before due to how much energy he just expended in sparing their lives. But he can't absorb their souls. It wouldn't be tactically sound. If he absorbed their souls, he'd leave behind their husks just like he left behind the husks of Tak and his men in Avina's basement. And since Psaticus already knew about those, it would automatically connect this attack on the warehouse to Avina and whatever she was up to. And it might start to make Psaticus suspicious about just what Avina had managed to achieve. For now, the state of those 3 thugs' bodies could be attributed to some sort of one-and-done accomplishment on Avina's end. But if Mikhail were to start going around absorbing the souls of every guard who crossed his path, the cat would be out of the bag quite quickly. It's a good argument, and one that actually manages to sway the more tactically minded of those soldiers in his head that Mikhail is able to successfully push aside the urge to kill his defeated opponents and move. Turning away from the groaning, writhing guards, Mikhail leaves the scene of the crime, hurrying out of sight and back into the sewers before any more reinforcements can arrive. The adrenaline crash hits him once he's down there though, and he has to lean against a filthy wall to get his bearings for a moment. Fuck. After a brief pause however, a smile spreads across his face. I did it. And did it he had. The first warehouse had burned. He'd stuck around an inadvisably long amount of time, but at least he could say that with certainty. The warehouse and all of its contents had burnt to ash. Whether Psaticus was going to be willing to pay to reimburse his clients or choose to have a bunch of angry merchants on his hands, this was sure to hurt his bottom line. And it was only the beginning too. Pushing off the wall, Mikhail stumbles for a moment down the length of the sewer, and then he hears them. The chittering rats. They're actually getting closer than they usually do. Perhaps because they sense weakness. Hat. You lot must think I'm some sort of drunk or something. Think I'm going to pass out down here so you can chew off my face? Well, think again. Sheathing his sword at his waist, Mikhail reaches out with both hands, and pulls. Come to Papa. The shrieking of the rats all around him is like music to his ears as he yanks their souls right out of their bodies and into his engine. Sucking up their energy and fueling his flagging reserves, Mikhail lets out shuddering breath. When he next steps forward, he does so with much more surety in his steps. A day well spent. A job well done. A mission accomplished. Mikhail grins as he makes his way back to the safe house. Hopefully Avina and Thala had both been just as successful in their own endeavors. Chapter 13, Debriefing. Arriving back at the safe house, Mikhail finds himself with far too much time on his hands. Despite his mission ostensibly being the most dangerous by far, it was also the quickest. In fact, as he sits down and waits for the others to return from their own respective tasks, Mikhail finds himself wishing he was still out there. He should have had Avina give him at least 1 or 2 more locations to burn down today while security was still relatively lax. Unfortunately, he hadn't thought that through very well, and neither had the others. Instead, Mikhail found himself alone with his thoughts and given his current mental state, he'd prefer almost anything else. It wasn't as though he had voices in his head, necessarily. None of the memories stuffed into his brain by that bastard Psaticus Quinn had taken on a life of their own or anything like that. Ugh, he'd be seriously fucked up if they started developing their own sapience and could actually talk to him. But no. As much as he might get poetic at times, describing them as dead men occupying his skull and whatnot, the truth was, they were just memories. There was no intelligence to them. No true drive. But that just made it all the worse because it meant the urges that they provoked within him were his own. A shudder runs down Mikhail's spine as he considers how close he came to killing those guards today. In the moment he'd managed to hold himself back and restrain his strength so that he didn't end any of their lives. But now that he could look back and reflect on it, he had to admit that it had been a near thing. Nearer than he would have liked. Worst of all, large parts of him didn't understand why it was a problem. He'd killed Tak and those other 2 thugs easily enough, right? Tak hadn't even tried to fight him. Mikhail had killed the man from behind, while he was attempting to flee. But that was different. That was necessary. He'd been in a desperation situation filled with more questions than answers, and he'd needed to make a judgment call. Obviously, he knew more now than he did then. Enough that it wasn't quite so easy to justify the killing anymore. It wasn't kill or be killed with those guards earlier today. None of them could even touch him. And yet, his refusal to slaughter them didn't come without its consequences. Having removed the leather jerkin when he got back to the safe house, Mikhail glances down at his chest, where the soul engine beneath his shirt is still glowing relatively brightly. But not as brightly as it was before. Sparing the guards had sapped some of his strength and left him not quite as strong as he'd been before. He was sure he still had superhuman levels of strength and speed, but the drain was noticeable. Just consuming the rats in the sewers might not sustain him forever, especially if he got into fights at every warehouse he burnt down. Well, he'd just have to avoid any further altercations if possible. Security at Psaticus warehouses was bound to get tougher, but Mikhail had learned his lesson today. He would be more careful and conscious of being manipulated by his foreign memories going forward. Parts of him might want to give in and get into more fights to satisfy them, but Mikhail refused to become like the monsters Psaticus had stuffed into his brain. He cut off mid-thought, Mikhail jolts from his seat as the front door and the basement hatch both open at the same time. For a second, adrenaline fills his system as he imagines guards coming in from both entrances and attacking him right on the spot. But, no. It just so happens that Thala and Avina are returning at practically the same moment, completely independent of one another. The Dame and his soul mechanic both slip in through their respective entrances, only to pause when they see each other coming in at the same time. After a moment, Avina just scowls at the other woman. Close the damn door. Do you want anyone passing by to be able to see us? The female knight blushes and quickly finishes stepping inside, closing the door and locking it securely behind her. The cover story was that because her investigation had taken a turn for the strange and seemed like it would be taking longer than she'd thought, the Knight of the Rose had sought out more permanent lodging. Meanwhile, this safe house that Avina had set up was apparently owned by an old seamstress who the pale young woman had befriended some time ago. She'd died a year back without any living family members, giving Avina permission to bury her outside of the city and then hide her demise from the city officials. As far as everyone outside of this home was concerned, Thala was essentially shacking up with that old seamstress, and Mikhail and Avina might as well not exist. Or at least, Mikhail might as well not exist. Avina was still being hunted, but then as far as the lord of the city was concerned, Thala was hunting Avina just as hard as his own guards were. So no one would ever think to check Thala's residence for the fugitive, now would they? Both women move over to the table where Mikhail is stood, prompting Mikhail to retake his seat as they do the same. Avina leans forward, eyes filled with curiosity, and broaches the obvious subject first. So? How did it go? Did you wind up in a combat situation? How did the engine perform? His soul mechanic's excitement brings a slightly fond smile to his face as Mikhail gives a nod. It went fine. The warehouse was well on its way to burning to the ground when I left the scene. They might save part of the building, but they won't save any of the goods inside of it. After telling the good news, however, he lets out a sigh and rubs a hand across the back of his head. But yes, there was combat. I didn't quite make it out unseen. After I set the fire, the guards caught me trying to leave and attempted to detain me. Thanks to the soul engine, I was able to defeat them with little issue and make my escape. Thala's back goes ramrod straight at that, the female knight's eyes widening upon hearing that he got into a fight. Avina, on the other hand, gives his chest a curious look, her brow furrowing in confusion. There might be something wrong with the soul engine then. If you really fought some guards, it should be glowing a lot brighter right now. Mikhail shakes his head at that, smiling slightly. I said I fought and defeated them, Avina. I didn't kill them. Don't worry, I made sure none of them saw my face. Still, if I'd used the soul engine's abilities and absorbed their souls, I would have left behind husks just like the ones we left in that basement. It felt like a bad idea, especially since we're trying to lay low. There's a mulish expression on Avina's face as he explains his reasoning. Likely because she suspects that he's not being entirely truthful with her. While his reasoning for not wanting to leave behind evidence of Avina's machine is plenty sound, it's not the only reason why he didn't kill the guards. For a moment, as she leans back and nods in understanding, it seems like she's not going to call him out on it. But then, you won't be able to keep it under wraps forever, Mikhail. Maybe Tsadicus won't bump up security after just one warehouse burns down, but you can bet he'll start paying to try and keep his buildings safe after the second goes up. And then the third. Security will be heightened before you can even blink, and so long as you are doing this solo, you aren't going to have the luxury of sparing your enemies for much longer. Before Mikhail can formulate a response to that, Thala abruptly leans forward. It was most noble of you to try and spare their lives, Sir Hero. That you could show them mercy was a mark of your strength, not your weakness. However, she speaks true. You can't expect to continue doing this on your own for much longer. Which is why I must once again protest our division of duties. I am sure that I would be of much greater use at your side. I can even disguise myself if need be, and leave my armor here while I go out with you under cloak and cowl. A tinge of desperation arises in Thala's voice, and for a moment Mikhail even considers the offer. But, no. Sorry Thala, but that's a bad idea. It doesn't matter if you are not seen with me. What matters is that you are seen elsewhere in the city while I'm doing my dirty deeds. We can't give Tsadicus any reason to suspect you, and if you suddenly start always being suspiciously absent whenever a warehouse burns down, he'll almost certainly put two and two together. He pauses briefly, and then graces her with a smile, deciding now is as good a time as any to maybe start chipping away at that hero worship she has going on. Also, you don't have to call me Sir Hero all the time, Thala. You can just call me Mikhail. The Knight of the Rose flushes and rears back as if struck, stammering. But that would not be appropriate. I am sworn to serve you for my crimes against your person. That is much too familiar. The more he gets to know Thala, the harder it is to remind himself that she's the one who carved out his heart. But he's seen both sides of her now. The professional knight who'd thought she was slaying a criminal back in that pit, and this woman, racked with guilt over the crime of killing a summoned hero. Sighing, he shakes his head. Try, please? For me. Very well, Sir M. Mikhail. Well, it was a start at least. Mikhail gives Thala a friendly smile and a nod at that, which causes her to duck her head in response. Meanwhile, Avina clears her throat, drawing their attention back to her. Right, if that's settled, let's discuss what I and the dame did today then, shall we? It wasn't easy or simple, but I was able to get in touch with my contact today after all. That's why I was gone so long actually. What I thought would be a simple dead drop turned into a full-blown conversation. Thankfully, I think I can trust them, and it's not like they know where we are anyways. Mikhail raises an eyebrow at the secrecy. Who exactly is this person? What can they do for us exactly? Here, Avina puffs out her chest a little bit, clearly feeling proud of herself. It's one of the city's criers actually, you know, those types who stand on street corners and shout the news at the top of their lungs for hours at a time. When Mikhail nods to show he does indeed know, Avina is quick to elaborate. Well, I know a crier who has a bone to pick with the lord of the city. Mostly because her brother was arrested for thievery and then subsequently thrown into an arena where he died for his crimes. That causes Thala to lean forward again. Was he actually guilty? Scoffing, Avina rolls her eyes at the Knight of the Rose. Does it matter? Or rather, let me phrase that. Do you think Sadicus cared whether the man was guilty or not when he was used as fodder to further line the lord of the city's pockets? Thala grimaces and leans back at that, looking like she's bitten into something particularly sour. Avina, meanwhile, turns to Mikhail with a smile. The point is, my contact is a crier who has crier friends. And she's willing to start announcing unfavorable things about our precious city lord just as soon as the actual rumors start flying around. Because you'd better believe that Sadicus and his guards will be doing everything they possibly can to suppress information about things like suspect warehouse fires. But she won't let them. She'll shout it from the rooftops just as soon as she hears proof of it actually happening. Once you've burnt down enough warehouses anyways, and once the dame here has rescued enough lost pets, I suppose. Thala scowls a little at that, her hands curling into fists. You refuse to let me fight by Sir Mikhail's side, and then belittle the work you demand I do instead. Before Avina can respond to that and start another argument, Mikhail steps him with a raised hand. Let's talk about that. How did today go, Thala? Do you feel you were successful in helping the people of Alathur, above and beyond what the city guard has been doing? Flushing at his direct attention, Thala nods and immediately launches into the tale of her day, describing how she'd went about the city, doing what she did best. And yes, at one point she had rescued a cat from a tree of all things. But she'd also done things like stop some petty theft, break up a tavern brawl, and even pass out food to some beggars. And she'd done those things before the guards could show up and do them instead, or as was more likely the case, arrest the people involved and brand them all criminals to be thrown into Alathur's arena pits. Once Thala is done describing her actions, Avina clasps her hands together in front of her with a smile. Excellent. While our actions taken apart from one another might not amount to much, when combined together, they should start to put the pressure on Sadicus. With Mikhail damaging his relationship with the merchants, Thala damaging his relationship with the common folk, and the criers soon reporting on both subjects, Sadicus will have no choice but to take drastic action. Mikhail wishes he could share in Avina's overwhelming confidence a little more. This still felt like the best plan they had at the moment. He honestly didn't see any better options. And right now, his best set of skills was fighting, even if they were a false set of skills. I'll get started on some stew for dinner. As Avina rises from the table to go and do just that, Mikhail blinks as he realizes he's not technically hungry, and hasn't been since he came back from the dead. The soul engine really was his primary source of sustenance now, wasn't it? But Avina would have said something if he couldn't eat at all. And if he could still eat, then he sort of still wanted to. Even if it was just for the joy of eating more than anything else. Sir Mikhail. Thala's voice pulls him from his thoughts and Mikhail blinks as he looks over to see the white-haired Knight of the Rose giving him a strangely intense look. I would appreciate the opportunity to spar with you. We must keep our skills sharp, after all. Before Mikhail can respond, Avina calls out from the kitchen. If you're going to spar, do it in the basement where you're less likely to be heard. Well, it looked like they were going to spar then, he supposed. Chapter 14, A Sparring Session. As soon as they get down into the basement, Thala begins loosening straps on her armor, causing Mikhail to blink in surprise. What are you doing? Not looking in his direction, the Knight of the Rose continues to remove pieces of her armor. I'm evening the playing field, Sir Mikhail. This isn't to be a duel after all, but merely a spar. So we shall both go armorless, and fight with our blades sheathed, if that's acceptable to you. Oh. Yeah, he supposed that made sense, didn't it? After all, he didn't have armor of his own, not on the same level as Thala's. And he'd left the leather jerkin upstairs anyways. Nor did they have wooden practice weapons, not even sticks, so it made sense they would have to fight with their actual blades but sheathed. Nodding along with this, even his foreign memories in agreement, Mikhail leans back against the wall and is careful not to watch Thala too closely. She's not really exposing too much skin or anything like that outside of her arms, but even still, it feels a little weird to just stare at her while she's effectively stripping. That said, it's also his first time seeing Dame Thala Dawnguard outside of her golden suit of armor. The Knight of the Rose has a beautiful face, but underneath that armor, is an equally beautiful body. Firm and fit in all the right places, but also soft and curvaceous in some very feminine ways as well. Once she's stripped down to nothing but a loose top and pants, Thala turns to him, hesitating for a moment. Mikhail pushes off the wall and lifts his sheathed sword, but the female knight doesn't lift hers in response. We should not fight, Sir Mikhail. Mikhail furrows his brow at that, confused by the sudden 180. Wait, what? Wasn't it your idea to come down here for a spar? Thala flushes and looks to the side, uncertainty in every inch of her finely toned figure. Avina said it herself upstairs, no? By fighting those guards and then refusing to fuel the soul engine, you've weakened yourself somewhat, have you not? Tilting his head to the side, Mikhail shrugs. I mean, sure, somewhat, but nothing too major. I'm just not as strong as I was before. I'm still stronger than a baseline human. The phrase baseline human might have been a little too modern, because Thala's brow creases for a second as she parses the words for a moment before her eyes light up in understanding. But then she shakes her head. Ah, but if we were to spar, you would expend even more energy, wouldn't you? And then your next mission might not go so well. You should conserve your energy, Sir Mikhail. Or better yet, allow me to assist you in what little ways I can. He was getting a little annoyed now. Thala almost seemed to be speaking in code, which was more than a little aggravating, truth be told. He was used to Avina being mysterious, but Thala had seemed like a straight shooter. With a bit gruffer of a tone than he probably intended to have, Mikhail growls out his response. Speak plainly, Thala. What exactly are you saying? Why did you bring me down here in the first place if not for a spar? At that, Thala looks stricken. Apologies for the subterfuge, and for not stating myself clearly. I continue to fail to exemplify the Order of the Rose's values. Her eyes finally lift to meet his and Mikhail sees unshed tears in them as her hands curl into fists at her sides and her jaw clenches for a moment before she speaks. I feel immense guilt over what I did to you, Sir Mikhail. Not just because you are a summoned hero, but because you are an innocent man. And in killing you, I turned you into a killer in turn. He doesn't quite know what to say to that. Technically it's true that his death at Thala's hands had in turn led to him having to kill Tak and the other two thugs in Avina's basement. But if it wasn't Thala, someone else would have no doubt killed him. That was the whole point of those damn arenas. That was Tsadicus Quinn's entire scam. He was always going to die. It was just Thala who was slated to be his executioner. But before he can tell her that, the white-haired woman reaches up and rather ham-fistedly fiddles with the edge of her loose top, showing off some more of her skin and the creamy expanse of her upper chest. There are certain things that I could not do for you, even if you asked them of me. My knightly oaths will not allow me to harm an innocent, even as recompense for what I did to you. However, there are other things you could ask of me. Things that I would be glad to give you, if you wanted them. Mikhail stands there, frozen in place. He hears Thala loud and clear, don't get him wrong. He's not an idiot, though he does feel a little dense now that he's just realizing how far she's willing to let him go. However, Thala seems to take his silence as confusion, or perhaps irritation that she's once again dancing around the issue rather than speaking plainly. Face bright red, the white-haired knight swallows thickly and just comes out and says it. You could order me to take off my clothes, Sir Mikhail. If that is what you wished of me, I would obey such an order. And any similar orders besides. And there it was. Thala wanted him to make use of her. Not just as a skilled warrior and a stalwart knight, but also as a woman. Mikhail finds himself decidedly split on the offer. On the one hand, Thala was very beautiful and Mikhail was only a man. More than that, he was a man with the memories of a bunch of lustful bastards thrust into his head, because the foreign entities are all urging him to take advantage of Thala's generosity. But on the other hand, Mikhail had some weird thing going on with Avina. Sure, they hadn't put a name to it, and sure, Mikhail still couldn't quite parse his feelings when he thought about their bath time encounter, but even still, taking Thala up on her offer would be a betrayal of Avina, would it not? Before he can answer, however, the cellar hatch is thrown open and the woman he was just thinking of drops down into the basement, startling both him and Thala something fierce. Avina lands in a crouch, before rising to her feet and patting her dress down as she points an accusatory finger at Thala and narrows her eyes in the female knight's direction. That's quite enough, Dame Dawnguard. You don't just get to pull Mikhail down here under false pretenses and then try to manipulate him with your body. Thala sputters at that, eyes wide and face redder than ever before. I would and never try to manipulate Sir Mikhail. I only thought to save it. You're both incredibly transparent and supremely obvious. Do you think Mikhail didn't see right through you? Do you think that he was oblivious to your aims? Both women turned to Mikhail at that, Avina's gaze expectant and Thala's gaze downright imploring. But Mikhail is looking at Avina curiously, his brow furrowed as he glances between the soul mechanic and the cellar hatch she just dropped down through. Avina, were you listening through the hatch the entire time? The already pale young woman blanches at that, suddenly looking caught out and a little hunted as she fidgets under his gaze. And no, oh of course not. Staring at her, Mikhail feels like he's finally putting some pieces together. What was the saying from his old world? There were a lot of different ways to say it. But the one that came to mind, while not entirely applicable to this specific situation, was, whoever smelt it, dealt it. Or more specifically, Avina was accusing Thala of something Mikhail didn't think Thala was really guilty of. However, staring into the freckled, raven-haired woman's eyes, he thinks his soul mechanic might be guilty of her own assertion. If anyone was manipulating Mikhail with their body, it was Avina. She'd seen Thala's willingness to jump into bed with him all the way back in the original basement, hadn't she? And worried that it would pull him away from her, she'd chosen to offer herself up on a silver platter first. A desperate play to say the least. Staring into Avina's eyes now, Mikhail can't help but be a little bit amused. He hadn't been entirely unlucky with women back on Earth, but what little he remembered told him he wasn't much of a ladies' man. Maybe a one-night stand here and there. One meaningful relationship that he could barely remember. And yet here he was, with two women fighting over him. Even still, Avina's deception needed to be addressed. So you're saying that if I went up that ladder right now and checked on the stew, I'd find it boiling away. Instantly, he knows he's hit the nail right on the head. Avina flushes, looking even more hunted than before. Mikhail grins at her, wondering what her next move will be. But even with all of his newfound realizations, she still manages to take him off guard. Whirling around to face Thala, Mikhail's soul mechanic scowls at the other woman. Fine. I'll let this happen so long as I'm involved. After all, Mikhail and I already shared a tender moment just the other day. One where we were, quite intimate. So you see, I'm being magnanimous by allowing you to join in, Dame Dongard. Thala's eyes widen in disbelief, her gaze darting from Avina to Mikhail. In the end, he's forced to concede that Avina is telling the truth by shrugging and nodding, something that makes Thala's shoulders slump. For a moment, he thinks she might back off entirely. That's almost certainly what Avina is aiming for. But then the dame surprises his impish soul mechanic. Very well. I appreciate the invitation, Avina. I will, gladly join the two of you in whatever way you'll have me. Avina is currently facing away from him, but Mikhail can see the surprise in how her shoulders stiffen. To her credit though, it only lasts a moment. Then come over here. And kneel before the man you so callously murdered. As Thala comes over like a beaten puppy, Mikhail lets out a sigh and gives Avina a look when the raven-haired woman turns in his direction. Avina. His voice carries a warning and he can see from the wince she gives in response that she recognizes she went too far. She dips her head in apology, even as Thala, willingly kneels down on the basement floor in front of him, looking up at him expectantly, hopefully even. Was this really happening? Had he seriously somehow wound up in a three-way sexual encounter with the woman who brought him back to life and the woman who killed him? Stepping up behind Thala, Avina reaches out and grabs the female knight by her hair, gathering her white locks up into a makeshift ponytail. Thala's breath hitches as her head is pulled back, her chin jutting out and her neck exposed as she swallows nervously. Expose him. Thala does as Avina says, reaching out and pulling down his pants. Mikhail's cock, which admittedly is already half hard at this point, comes flopping out. Thala goes cross-eyed just looking at it, her breathing growing more and more uneven as she stares at his member until Avina gives her next order. Take it in your hands. Stroke it. Pleasure the hero. Why yes, of course. Thala's hands come up and wrap around his mast. They're calloused of course, but then Mikhail wasn't expecting silky smooth palms from a woman like Thala. And, the calloused nature of her hands has an appeal all its own as she slowly, gently rubs them up and down his shaft. While part of him resents Avina for taking control of the encounter in this manner, a larger part of him actually appreciates it. Because it's quickly becoming apparent that Thala doesn't have a clue what to do next, and Mikhail isn't entirely sure he's in the right headspace to give her orders right now. But Avina certainly is. She's eager to, in fact. Take him in your mouth. He's ready now. The soul mechanic's voice is a heated whisper at this point, but still carries a tone of authority with it. Mikhail realizes as he watches Avina watch Thala, that she's getting off on this. The power she currently has over the dame, she likes it. She likes it a lot. That said, while she still maintains a hold on Thala's makeshift ponytail, she doesn't physically force the female knight to do anything. Instead, Thala is the one that leans in and takes him into her mouth, past her spreading lips. All the while, her icy blue eyes look up at him, her gaze one of absolute devotion. Mikhail feels bad, but it's admittedly hard to look back at her. She's obsessed with him and he's just beginning to truly realize what that means. Avina, on the other hand, is a conniving brat, isn't she? Looking up into his soul mechanic's eyes instead, he sees a somewhat disturbing amount of glee as the raven-haired woman gazes down at Thala's efforts to pleasure him with her mouth. Suddenly, an urge strikes Mikhail, and this time he doesn't fight it. Reaching out, he wraps a hand of his own around the back of Avina's head, carting his fingers through her hair. She barely has a chance to widen her eyes in surprise before he's pulled her into a deep and domineering kiss. Honestly, he just wants to make sure she knows that as much as she might have Thala right where she wants her, he's not going to be so easy to put under her thumb. Now that he knows she's manipulating him, he's going to be on the lookout for more of her shenanigans going forward. That's what he intends to convey with the domineering kiss anyways. But he's not expecting Avina to be quite so into it. His freckled, pale soul mechanic leans into the kiss and all but melts under the onslaught of his tongue. She moans into his mouth and Mikhail finds himself deepening the kiss into a full-blown make-out session, rather than ending it after a moment like he originally intended. All the while, Thala is still on her knees, trapped between them. Her mouth is still wrapped around his member, and she's still bobbing dutifully up and down his shaft. Mikhail can't help but groan into Avina's mouth from the pleasure. The Knight of the Rose is clearly inexperienced with oral, but what she lacks in knowledge, she more than makes up for with her enthusiasm and eagerness to please. In the end, between the two of them, Mikhail doesn't last long. And with him and Avina lip-locked, he doesn't even have the time to warn Thala before he reaches his release and blows his load. Hulk! The kneeling knight chokes a little as his seed pours into her mouth and down her throat. Mikhail finally disengages from kissing Avina and pulls back, leaving his soul mechanic with lidded eyes and a flushed face, her lips parted and her tongue trailing after him as he does so. Meanwhile, down below he pulls back out of Thala's mouth to give the female knight room to breathe. His seed dribbles down from her chin as she coughs a little bit but recovers admirably. For a moment, the basement is quiet save for the sounds of all of them panting from the intimate moment. Then, post-nut clarity hits and Mikhail finds himself more than a little embarrassed that he just went along with all of that. Still, judging by the looks on Avina and Thala's faces, they both enjoyed themselves. Let's go get that stew cooking, shall we? Alright, let's. As Sir Mikhail commands. Chapter 15, 2 weeks later. It's crazy how even the most insane of circumstances can start to feel routine. Mikhail has been stolen from his home, thrust into a maddening situation, and finds himself up against the lord of an entire goddamn city, with all the power and influence that entails backing him up. And yet, in what almost feels like the blink of an eye, 2 weeks have passed. It wasn't actually a blink of an eye, of course. A lot had happened in the past 2 weeks, almost too much to recount. But at the same time, it was all somewhat rote. Mikhail had gone after his second warehouse 2 days after the first and despite the heightened security, it had been a piece of cake. The guards around the warehouse had been doubled from 5 to 10, but it didn't matter. That time around, Mikhail had been more cognizant of how the foreign entities in his head might try to fuck with him. With awareness came the ability to dodge the subtle traps that they tried to sometimes draw him into. Despite doubling the amount of guards around the second warehouse, there still weren't any actually inside the warehouse. Mikhail still didn't fully know why that was. He had to assume that Sadicus simply didn't trust his guards enough to actually let them get close to his customers' goods. It made sense in a way. If the city guard was truly as corrupt and useless as Avina liked to say they were, then they would probably try and steal some of the merchants' goods if they were allowed anywhere near them. Regardless of the why, the fact that the warehouse interior was empty meant that Mikhail was able to do the exact same thing he did the last time and enter from the top. With the guards on the ground floor not bothering to look up, he'd been able to set the fires and get out, and this time he'd actually used his enhanced speed and strength to roof hop his way to safety without anyone even catching a glimpse of him. On the other side of things, Mikhail had decided to take Thala up on her somewhat disingenuous offer. While her point about him needing to conserve the extra energy in his soul engine was a fair one, Mikhail didn't want to rely on the memories forced into his head if a fight came up again. And even if the skills weren't actually his, he figured he did need to keep them sharp. And so, every afternoon when Thala returned to the safe house from another day of do-gooding, she and Mikhail descended to the basement where they would spar with one another and she would train him in swordplay. Apparently, his fighting style was termed barbaric by the Knight of the Rose, though she was immediately embarrassed by her own words and tried to take them back. Mikhail had just laughed it off though. Barbaric was a good word for it, truth be told. He had just as many thugs and criminals in his head as he did soldiers and knights. More so, actually, given where Sadicus must have gotten the memories from in the first place. It didn't surprise Mikhail that his fighting style, which was an amalgamation of all of the dead men swimming around in his noggin, was so rough and tumble. It didn't matter in the end though. Because after 2 weeks of training with Thala, Mikhail could confidently say that he was ready for almost anything. He could reliably defeat Thala in a sheathed sword duel more often than not, and he constantly ran her ragged each night. Something that Avina actually approved of immensely, given their other nightly activities. He'd found himself sharing a bed with one or both of the women who'd come crashing into his life every night for the past 2 weeks. Only Avina had yet to let Thala truly bed him. So far, she'd only allowed the night to provide a bit of oral stimulation, before taking over and riding Mikhail, or having him ride her. He might have been more inclined to stand up for Thala if Avina wasn't so eager to give him her own body. Whether it was her bouncing up and down on his cock or him taking her on her back or hands and knees, she more than satisfied him. Honestly, Mikhail didn't really quite know what to do with Avina or Thala when it came to the weird relationship the three of them had. Indulging was one thing. But actually navigating both his and their emotions? It was a bit beyond him at the moment. Whether that was because his brain was fractured and stuffed with a bunch of memories of manly warrior men who'd never had a soft or tender moment in their lives or just because he himself was bad at this hit, he couldn't say. One thing was for sure though, it was much easier to just continue betting Avina and letting Thala act as their fluffer. Especially since the Night of the Rose seemed all too happy to just be included in their nightly activities. But yes, despite all of that insanity, his life truly had become quite routine. During the day, he was either sent out to burn down another warehouse or stayed indoors to avoid detection. In the afternoon, once Thala returned from her own daily activities, they tended to spar in the basement. And in the evening, after dinner time, Mikhail usually found himself enjoying the company of either Avina and Thala. Oh, and after that, unbeknownst to both women, once they were fast asleep and Mikhail found himself lying awake staring at the ceiling, he would slip away down into the sewers and consume the souls of as many rats as he could find so that he could maintain the incredibly active lifestyle he found himself living. Mikhail knew logically that there had to be a finite amount of rats in Alathar's sewers even if so far he had yet to see any sort of diminishing population numbers on his midnight strolls. He also knew it was probably dangerous to go down there alone every night. But no more dangerous than anything else he did outside of the safe house, or so he figured. And besides, what else was he going to do? Become a killer? Expose his true nature to the lord of the city while he was still hunting for Avina? No, this was the best way of doing things. Mikhail had to believe that. Still, when compared to his nightly activities with Avina and Thala, going after Tsadakis Quinn's warehouses was so much easier. He's burned down half a dozen over the past 2 weeks, and at this point he knows they have to be pissing the lord of the city off something fierce. He's even managed to avoid killing anyone so far on the occasions where the warehouse guards have caught him and he's had to fight his way out. The contingents of guards watching Tsadakis warehouses have gotten larger and larger, and Avina reports that it's working. They're most definitely putting the screws to the city lord. Merchants are beginning to openly question whether they'll be reimbursed for their lost goods or not and whether their goods are safe in Tsadakis warehouses in the first place. And with more and more of the city guard being stuck on warehouse duty, Alathar as a whole is becoming that much more lawless. Tsadakis' iron grip on his city is beginning to loosen. Before, crime was at an all-time low, with only the truly desperate doing anything too foolish for fear of being caught by the guards and thrown into the arenas to die. But while the arenas were still operating and criminals were still dying in them, the guards weren't quite as present anymore. With so many of them tied up in hunting Avina or stopping the mysterious arsonist who kept burning down Tsadakis warehouses, the actual streets of Alathar weren't quite so patrolled. Which meant they were becoming less and less safe. That was where Thala came in, but even she was only one person. The Night of the Rose was out there every day in contrast with Mikhail and Avina who constantly took days off to rest, recharge, and prepare for their next action. She was on the streets of the city, working tirelessly to stem the tide of petty crime indirectly caused by their actions. As Thala put it, there were crimes and then there were acts of rebellion. She made sure to distinguish between the two, only going after the true criminals and letting those rebelling against Tsadakis Quinn's unjust rule go. But in the end, Thala could only do so much and things were definitely getting worse in the city, which the Night of the Rose was less than thrilled about. Avina had to continually remind Thala that that was the point. Things had to get worse so that Tsadakis would feel backed into a corner and hopefully make a mistake, such as hosting a second grand melee and playing right into their hands. Which brought Mikhail to his latest mission. Crouched on a nearby rooftop, Mikhail scouts out the latest warehouse as all of this runs through his head. Only, his eyes narrow the longer he spends looking at the damn thing. His outfit has seen a couple upgrades over the last 2 weeks. He's got some simple leather leg guards to go with his leather jerkin, and both are painted black now to further mute the potential glow from his soul engine. On top of that, he wears a mask over the lower half of his face now, with everything from his nose down to his neck covered up. He'd had one too many close calls with guards trying to get a good look at his identity the couple times they'd caught him in the past 2 weeks. Especially once they all figured out that he wasn't aiming to kill them. They'd stopped trying to detain him and just tried to get details regarding his identity instead. But getting back to the warehouse he was supposed to be destroying, this was a trap. Had to be. The place was practically unguarded, with only 10 guards patrolling the perimeter and every single one of them looking nervous. The nervousness made sense to be fair, but the low numbers? Sure, it was still double what the first warehouse had guarding it, but it was half what his last target had had. Every single warehouse he'd gone after in the past week alone had had anywhere from 20 to 30 men assigned to watch it in the nearby streets. He'd still managed to burn each one down, something that he was actually pretty proud of. But to suddenly drop back down to 10? Something was fishy. It was so very clearly a trap. As such, the smart thing to do would have been to turn around and leave. After all, nothing was saying Mikhail had to spring the trap, right? There were more warehouses than just this one waiting to be burnt down. And he hadn't failed a mission yet, so missing out on one night wouldn't be too bad, probably. But that was just it. He'd gone after 6 warehouses in the past 2 weeks and burned down all 6 of them. Turning away now, while the job was still undone. That didn't sit well with Mikhail. And not just because he had the memories of a bunch of soldiers and mercenaries swimming around in his head. Even before being summoned to this world, Mikhail had always been a big proponent of finishing what you start. He knew it was dumb. He knew it was foolhardy. But he sort of wanted to burn the warehouse down even if it was a trap. He wanted to wreck the place and then get away clean, regardless of what Psattacus had planned. That would really fuck with the lord of the city's head, right? To have devised some scheme to finally catch Mikhail, only for it to fail completely and utterly. The thought brings a smile to Mikhail's face. More of a savage grin, actually. And before he knows it, he's inside the warehouse. With only 10 guards milling about, sneaking in is easier than ever. He's a bit more cautious about it, but ultimately entering through the roof has become his go-to method. He has yet to be caught on approach yet, only after the deed is already done, so they still don't seem to really know how he's getting in. Of course, he's very much expecting the trap to be sprung the moment he enters the warehouse. He even has a rag soaked in oil in one hand and a lit match in the other, just in case he has to move particularly fast. He's expecting to find the place cleaned out, but it's filled with crates and all the usual merchant goods he's seen in the other warehouses he burned to the ground. He's expecting those to be facades, but after checking a couple of crates at random, they aren't facades. He doesn't fully understand why this warehouse is so unprotected. But in the end, he supposes he can't look a gift horse in the mouth. Pinching the lit match between 2 fingers for the time being, Mikhail begins to go through the usual motions, setting things up so he can set the whole place on fire and make a clean getaway right after. Perhaps this wasn't a trap after all? Perhaps he was. The war cry is the only reason he survives the initial ambush, truth be told. Though can it really be called an ambush when the ambusher telegraphs their presence so effectively? Now wasn't the time to be getting philosophical about it either way. Mikhail dodges and ducks into a roll just in time to hear the crunch of a heavy-bladed weapon sinking into the crate he was looking at mere moments before. Coming up out of the roll, he spins around and draws his sword, eyes wide as he takes in the sight before him. Pulling a massive, hulking battle-axe out of the crate she just crunched through is Beulah, Psattacus Quinn's second-in-command, bodyguard and the Orcish woman who helped hold Mikhail down while her boss fucked with his memories. She's faster and stronger than Thala, Mikhail immediately notes. Faster and stronger than him too? He doesn't know. Either way, she doesn't immediately move to attack him. Instead, Beulah straightens up and brings her battle axe up to rest on her shoulder, one-handing it as she points at him with the wide, wicked grin of a battle junkie. Thanks for this. I'll try and kill you fast. Chapter 16, The Warrior. Mikhail doesn't even get the chance to ask why Beulah is thanking him. She immediately tries to follow through on her promise to kill him quick by lunging at him from her relaxed position and bringing that axe of hers to bear faster than should be humanly possible. But then, as Mikhail had already figured at their last meeting, Beulah simply isn't human. If he had to put a name to what she might be, the thing that came to mind was orc. She had the tusks, the strength, and the speed that he would expect from what little he remembered of the fictional orcs back home. However, if she was this world's version of an orc, well then, Vaklatora had some pretty soft-looking orcs. Beulah might have the tusks, she might have the strength, and she might have the speed, but she didn't have the ugliness that Mikhail felt should come part and parcel with orcs. In fact, she was pretty damn beautiful in her own savage way, with a figure that would give Thales a run for its money and a fierceness that had some of the foreign entities in Mikhail's head very impressed. Not that her beauty made her any less dangerous. She races at him and Mikhail has to rely on a burst of speed from the soul engine just to play keep away. Her axe goes right through the crate behind him, destroying that one just like the first she'd come down on, but the fiery redhead doesn't care. In fact, she lets out a bark of laughter as he dances out of her way, whirling around to swipe at him and miss. Ha! You're fast. I like that. Well, now that she's opened up the floor to talking. What are you, exactly? Beulah grunts as she comes after him, forcing Mikhail to rapidly backpedal. He really doesn't want to see if Tak's sword can hold up against that deadly-looking battle axe she's swinging around, which means he has to keep dodging. For a moment, he thinks she's not going to dignify his question with a response, but after a couple more exchanges, she grins a savage grin. Had never been to the Savage Lands before then? I'm a half-orc. Name's Beulah. Half-orc. Well, he'd been half right then, hadn't he? Mikhail files that information away under nice to know but not necessarily immediately pertinent and grunts as he dodges another terrifyingly fast and frighteningly powerful axe swing. You know, it's only fair to name yourself, when you ask someone for their name. Blinking at that, thrown off a little by the juxtaposition of Beulah's nonchalant tone and the physical violence she's currently trying to enact on him, Mikhail laughs as he continues to lead her around on a merry chase through the warehouse. Sorry, but I'm not about to tell you anything that might get back to your boss. That actually gives the half-orc woman pause, her nose wrinkling in annoyance. That bastard? Pa. Like I'm going to tell him anything about you. Not in the contract, is it? Wait, what? That sounds interesting. More than interesting, in fact. Contract? Does that have something to do with why you're working for a scumbag like Sadicus Quinn? If he could get Beulah to turn on Sadicus, then he had to try, right? Only, just as the hope of finding common cause with his enemy flares up in his chest, Beulah proceeds to burst his bubble. Bastard pulled one over on me. Tricked me into this collar. She stops trying to kill him long enough to tap at the fancy-looking gorget she's wearing, causing Mikhail to blink. Collar? As in, a slave collar of some sort? What he'd initially taken as a piece of armor now takes on a much more sinister vibe as Mikhail really looks at the gorget and shoulder pauldrons that Beulah the half-orc is wearing. They're all one piece, he realizes, and they're faintly glowing with magic as well. Of course, he doesn't have long to study them before she lunges at him and is once more trying to take his head off. Still, her attention is split now at least. She's definitely trying to kill him, but she's also seemingly happy to tell him her life story, since he asked. I do shit for a coin. Kill things. Guard things. Fight things. Thought when I reached this shithole city I'd found my kind of place. Thought Sadicus Quinn was my kind of boss. Bastard said he wanted me to fight in his arenas for him. Sounded great to me. Beulah lets out a snort, making it clear it was anything but. I didn't care about the contract or the collar. Figured Sadicus was just the high-strung controlling type. Mikhail can't help but interject here rather drilly, even as he's forced to continue dodging Beulah's overwhelmingly powerful blows. Seems like that's exactly what he is. Letting out a bark of laughter, Beulah nods. You got that right. But he's also a fucking liar. Bastard had me sign a contract that said I wear the collar and obey his orders until I've fought a certain number of fights for him. Problem being, he put in one of those loophole thingies. Basically, he decides when I fight. Oh. Mikhail was starting to get it now. Thought he wanted a gladiator. But he likes to tell me I misunderstood him. Instead, he's been using me as his bodyguard ever since. So that's why I thanked you, whoever the fuck you are. Because this right here counts as a fight and you made the boss desperate enough to send me out to take care of the problem. And that's also why you can tell me whoever the fuck you are and I won't tell Sadicus Quinn a damn thing. Punctuating that last statement with another swing, Beulah practically roars the words. Mikhail is left wondering if she even wants to know who he is, given just how hard she's been trying to kill him. He's also left wondering how much longer he can do this. She's definitely faster and stronger than Thala, and Mikhail can feel himself burning through the energy in his soul engine just trying to stay alive. At the same time. But wait, if he orders you to tell him who you fought, don't you have to tell him? The thing is, Mikhail isn't even sure Sadicus knows his name. But the bastard has half his memories, plus Mikhail is supposed to be the hero that got disposed of improperly, so he probably would recognize the name if it got back to him. And that would be bad. Blinking, Beulah pulls up short for a moment and wrinkles her nose again in thought before shrugging. Oh. Yeah. Probably a good idea not to tell me then. And then she goes right back to trying to kill him. Mikhail is quickly beginning to realize what sort of person Beulah the half-orc is. She's not stupid necessarily, but she's the kind of warrior who doesn't really concern herself with words when fighting will do. He hesitates to call her simple, but, well. You know he's probably not going to ever let you go, right? The words spill out as Mikhail does a literal backflip over a nearby crate to avoid Beulah's latest axe slash. It's not lost on him that he can't even catch his breath long enough to go on the offensive against her. He's got a lot of regrets all of the sudden. He's suddenly regretting all those sparring sessions. And he's regretting not sucking the souls out of all of the guards he's fought the last 2 weeks too. Subsisting off of rats has taken him this far, sure, but if this is as far as he goes, then it was a mistake to let his morals hold him back. Or were those the dead men in his head talking, slipping their way into his thoughts all insidious like? In the end, it didn't matter. If something didn't change, he was still going to die here. Fortunately, his words do bring Beulah up short for a moment. She pauses completely, staring up at where he's standing on the crate and tilting her head to the side curiously. Hey! As he'd thought, she hadn't really thought things through to their natural conclusion. She'd been fucked over by Tsadicus and tricked into a slave collar and a contract that kept her working for him long past the point she wanted to be. And then she'd just sort of settled in and decided to tough it out. Let me ask you this, Beulah. When you finish up your contract and get to take off that collar, what's the first thing you're going to do? The half-orc doesn't even have to think about it. She answers promptly and right off the bat. Kill that bastard Tsadicus, of course. Mikhail nods slowly but can see she's really not getting it. And that she's already looking like she's about to go back to trying to cut off his head. So he lays it out for her. You don't think he doesn't know that, Beulah? He tricked you, a very strong and very fast half-orc, into being his slave. Do you really think he isn't aware of what will happen if he ever lets you off your leash? Beulah frowns deeply, before shaking her head. Doesn't matter. Has to use up the fights eventually. Mikhail didn't know how many fights she'd agreed to, so he couldn't say how long it would take Tsadicus to use them up. But in the end, that didn't matter. But he won't risk it, Beulah. He won't risk letting you out from under his thumb. Not ever. Even if you get down to your last fight, he'll probably have you killed before it can happen, while he still has control of you and you can't fight back. There's a long moment of silence as Beulah just stares at him blankly, clearly struggling to comprehend what he's saying. Or maybe she just doesn't want to admit that he's right. Either way, Mikhail doesn't get to find out her reaction, because before she can respond, the doors to the warehouse suddenly burst open. Look! I told you I heard sounds in here. And there they are. It's the Lord's pet orc, fighting against the masked man. Get him. Reinforce the orc. For Lord Quinn. The 10 guards from outside come spilling into the warehouse, causing both Mikhail and Beulah to look in their direction. Beulah snarls at the interruption while Mikhail smiles grimly. Because he doesn't see an overwhelming defeat. No, he sees opportunity. Crouching low on the crate, Mikhail puts the last of the excess energy in his soul engine into boosting his next jump. As a result, it carries him well over Beulah's head before she can react, landing him amongst the guards before they can react as well. As they're all jolting back in shock at his feat of strength, Mikhail sinks his sword right into the nearest city guard's neck. He doesn't want to do this. He's tried so damn hard to avoid it, in fact. But here he is. He doesn't want to die here. And he can't afford to fail either. He needs to get to Tsadicus Quinn. He wants his damn life back. With that in mind, Mikhail kills the guard and immediately sucks his soul out of his body. And then, as the teal energy suffuses him and the other guards are just beginning to shout in shock and horror, Mikhail uses the power from it to put on a burst of seed that lets him cut the head off of the next guard in line. The soul engine sucks up his energy as well, and suddenly Mikhail is practically right back where he started at the beginning of the night. But it's not enough. Not nearly enough. Unfortunately, he only gets one more kill before Beulah is on him again, that signature snarl of hers alerting him to her return to the fight. Grey Aar. As she swings her axe at him, Mikhail slips out of its path with more fluidity than he had before, and takes down another guard before pulling on his soul as well. 4 down. 6 to go, and of course, one very angry half-orc. He's not sure if Beulah's sudden rage is because she sees the truth of his words and needs to take her anger out on him, or simply because she's forced to follow Tsadicus Quinn's last orders to fight, but either way, it doesn't matter. The more Mikhail kills, the stronger he gets. It's honestly quite addicting. Scarily so, in fact. But also, the more he kills, the faster he gets. And that, he decides, is much more important. The rest of the guards don't survive very long. And neither does the warehouse. With his newfound speed, Mikhail leads Beulah in a merry chase through the place, slaughtering the remaining guardsmen, sucking up their souls, and setting merchant goods on fire as he goes. In the end, he's able to apply a certain tactic that he vaguely remembers from the video games he played back on Earth. Good old kiting. Beulah is like a bull in a china shop, and Mikhail is the matador, running her around in circles while the place burns down around them. Until finally, he sees it, his senses also enhanced by the amount of energy pumping through the soul engine. There's a wooden beam that's about to come down, and so Mikhail times things perfectly, and when it falls on top of Beulah, pinning the half-orc to the ground as she lets out a shout of anger and frustration. Mikhail watches her for a second, but the beam isn't heavy enough to pin her forever. In fact, the only reason she hasn't gotten it off of her yet is because she clearly needs both hands and she hasn't thought to drop her battle axe just yet. Instead, she's trying to lift the massive wooden beam with one hand while staring him in the eye, a sort of battle madness having taken over her. Or maybe it hasn't, because when he takes a step back, her lips curl into a smile, and she begins to laugh. As Mikhail flees the burning warehouse before any more reinforcements can arrive, he hears the telltale crash of the beam being tossed aside behind him, as well as Beulah's uproarious laughter. He slips away into the sewers before she can give chase, but he's not sure she even tries. Power like nothing else courses through Mikhail and he finds himself almost shaking with the excess power as his soul engine glows brightly enough to be seen through the leather jerkin he's wearing. To go from managing to avoid taking a life for the past 2 weeks to ending 10 in a single fight, and yet, Mikhail couldn't bring himself to regret it. His moral grandstanding had nearly cost him everything against Beulah. Maybe rats had been good enough until tonight, but he should have expected that things wouldn't remain that easy. He'd had a choice to make and he'd made it. Was he willing to do whatever it took to beat Sadicus Quinn, or did his ideals mean more to him than stopping the lord of the city? They didn't. And Mikhail would stop at nothing to take Sadicus down. That was what he'd realized tonight, after fighting with Beulah and killing those guards. Sadicus had to be stopped. And Mikhail, Avina, and Thala were the only ones who were even willing to try. That said, he needed some time to get his head on straight. It was way too early for a nighttime stroll through the sewers, but Mikhail didn't care. Instead of heading straight back to the safe house, he goes ahead and takes the long way around, just this once. Chapter 17, Debriefing Redux. As Mikhail stumbles back into the safe house basement through the hidden sewer entrance, he immediately hears a commotion overhead. The hatch is thrown open and 2 concerned faces peer down at him. Mikhail. You're back. Sir Mikhail. Are you all right? He flushes a little bit at the sight of them both so worried over him. He probably shouldn't have spent hours wandering around in the sewers without making sure they both knew he was okay, but he'd needed some time alone. Unfortunately, his plan to get his head on straight and his thoughts together had turned out to be easier said than done. Those guards weren't going to come back just because he spent a few hours thinking about them. They were as dead as Tak and his thugs. Honestly, that wasn't too hard to accept. Just like with Tak and his friends, it was kill or be killed. If he hadn't done what he did, Beulah would have gotten him. He acknowledges that fact. The problem Mikhail is having is more about the juxtaposition between how he feels and how he thinks he should feel. He should be exhausted. He should be on the edge of death's door. Beulah had only nicked him with that battle axe of hers a few times and every wound had healed up by the point that he'd fled the burning warehouse thanks to the soul engine, but even still. Mikhail had the memories of a bunch of warriors, soldiers, and fighters in his head. So he knew what battle was like. It could be exhilarating, certainly, but it was also exhausting. It was tiring. It was hard and energy-consuming. Right now, Mikhail should be dead on his feet. But he's not. He hadn't stumbled into the basement because he was tired, but rather the exact opposite. He felt like he should be tired, but instead he'd never been more alive. Waving a hand up at Avina and Thala, Mikhail offers the 2 women an apologetic smile. Sorry if I worried the 2 of you. I'm fine. Here, let me climb up so we can talk. From the looks on their faces, neither woman is inclined to leave it at he's fine, but at the promise of them talking about it, they both move back from the opening, allowing him to climb into the safe house proper. Mikhail sighs as he moves over to the table and takes a seat, before looking to Thala and Avina. The Knight of the Rose is biting her lower lip in honest, open worry. Meanwhile his soul mechanic has her arms crossed over her chest and is clearly trying to cover up her own concern with irritation. Where were you, Mikhail? You left on your mission hours ago and now you come back and say you're fine? What happened out there? Thala, as sycophantic as ever, is quick to jump to his defense. And now. I'm sure Sir Mikhail has a perfectly reasonable explanation for all of this. Let's just give him a chance to explain. And then the white-haired knight throws him an imploring gaze, all but demanding a good explanation with her eyes. Sighing, Mikhail rolls a shoulder, and doesn't feel an ounce of the soreness that his instincts are screaming he should have. He feels good. Too good, in fact. And that's the biggest problem. It's unsettling, how much power the soul engine grants him. And only now is he realizing how much he's been limiting himself the past 2 weeks. Only, the opposite of limiting himself involves killing people. And Mikhail is afraid of that slippery slope. Especially with the memories he has in his head. I ran into Beulah. He's half expecting to have to explain who that is, but both Avina and Thala go wide-eyed at the mere mention of Beulah's name. Thala is the first to speak, blurting out the first words that come to her mind clearly. Lord Quinn's half-orc bodyguard. And you survived her? Sir Mikhail, that is most impressive. How did you escape? Mikhail blinks and then shrugs. I dropped a burning building on her. It didn't kill her, but it did give me enough time to get away. Before that, we fought for a while. And talked too. Thala's eyes remain wide as he speaks, until the end when she shakes her head. The orcs from the savage lands are said to each have the strength of 10 men and the savagery of feral beasts. Half-orcs have all of the strength, but they're not nearly as tribal and impossible to reason with, so they're usually allowed to roam the Zuvarian Empire unmolested so long as they don't make trouble. I assume the same is true for Akriatha. Mikhail just shrugs again, not really knowing one way or another. Avina on the other hand, well, while Thala had been freaking out over Mikhail facing down a half-orc and surviving the encounter, Avina's brow had furrowed in thought. However, when she hears that last sentence from the female knight, she finally interjects. It's true. Though I would hardly call the relationship between Psaticus and Beulah unmolested. Thala blinks at that and then gets a thunderous look on her face that has Avina quickly correcting herself. I don't mean like that, Thala. I mean, I'm pretty sure anyways. Still, Beulah is Psaticus' slave by magically enforced contract. Of course, while the first bit calms Thala back down, the last bit gets her up in arms again immediately. Excuse me. Nodding along, Mikhail clears his throat and draws attention back to him. Yeah, we talked about that. Apparently Psaticus tricked Beulah into a contract. She willingly signed on to fight a number of battles for him, assuming that he intended to use her as a gladiator in his arenas. A heavy hitter to draw in crowds, you know? But that was never his plan. He wanted a half-orc bodyguard and he got one. Beulah is essentially forced to obey his orders until he sets up the number of fights that are outlined in the contract. Only, Psaticus gets to decide when the fights take place. So she's his bitch until he says otherwise. Thala's face runs the gamut of negative emotions as Avina explains. The Knight of the Rose clearly doesn't like hearing a word of it. Snarling, her hands clenched into fists at her sides, Thala shakes her head vehemently. That's as good as slavery and still wrong. The lord of the city's crimes continue to mount by the damn day. With a huff, Thala moves over to the table and takes a seat as well, clearly wanting nothing more than to go and try to free Beulah right then and there. But she also knows that can't happen right now. Still, it's clear that the prospect of her being enslaved offends Thala to her very core. Avina just sighs and moves over to the table as well, taking her own seat. Well, it sounds like Beulah didn't exactly hold back or pull her punches as far as Mikhail was concerned. So while she might be forced to follow Psaticus' orders, I doubt she would have shed a single tear if she'd managed to kill Mikhail tonight. She is still a half-orc after all. They live for the battle and the bloodshed, just not quite as much as their full-blooded kin. Mikhail nods at that. Yeah, she thanked me for costing Psaticus one of the contract's fights, and then she tried very, very hard to kill me. I think I distracted her with all the talk of her contract and Psaticus' eventual plans for her, but it didn't help. In the end. Avina's eyes light up as she catches on as he trails off and looks down at himself. You used the soul engine. Sighing, Mikhail nods. He pulls off his leather jerkin and reveals how powerful the teal glow of the device embedded in his chest is at the moment. Avina is immediately next to him, leaning in and pulling open his shirt to look at it more closely as he explains. It wasn't just Beulah at the warehouse. At a certain point, it became Beulah and 10 guards. And I was barely surviving Beulah, so I did what I had to do. I can't honestly say whether Psaticus will know about our connection after this. All of the husks I left behind would have burned with the rest of the warehouse's contents. But Beulah might tell him. Or she might not. Either way, the only way I was able to keep up with her was by fueling the engine. Something in his voice must have caught Avina's attention, because after studying her creation for a moment, the soul mechanic looks up at him and her features soften. You did what you had to do, Mikhail. Never doubt that. Of course Avina would say that. She wanted him to use the soul engine. Though he liked to believe she was being at least partially genuine. She's right, Sir Mikhail. Those men had to know they were courting death by stepping into the middle of a fight between a half-orc and her enemy. You can't blame yourself. Having Thala back Avina up is a little nicer. Makes him feel a little better, even if he half suspects it's because Thala values his life higher than the guards due to his status as a summoned hero. Avina's look of surprise at hearing the Knight of the Rose agree with her is certainly funny though. Perhaps noticing the slight grin on his face, Avina flushes and pulls away. Ahem. Changing the subject, use of magical contracts like the one Psaticus has Beulah under is actually illegal in the kingdom of Akriatha, so feel free to add that to the list of his crimes, Dame Dungard. Since I know you are keeping track. Thala jolts at the reminder of Beulah's current situation, and she scowls mightily. And he just gets away with it. He parades the half-orc around like she's his pet. She was even there during my meetings with the bastard. If knowledge of his treatment of Beulah is common knowledge, how has he not been held accountable for his crimes yet? Avina shrugs. Because Akriatha is broken. That simple response brings Thala up short, which was clearly Avina's intention because once she knows she has their full attention, the freckled young woman starts to explain. 20 years ago, the royal family of Akriatha were murdered in their beds. No one knows who did it, since no one ever took credit. But right afterwards, rumors began spreading that the royal family deserved it. That they were all practicing illegal and dark magics behind closed doors. Mikhail finds himself engrossed by the impromptu history lesson, while Thala nods along, having clearly heard some of this already. With the royal family dead, control of the kingdom fell to the Council of Lords. Unfortunately, the Council of Lords is hopelessly corrupt. They immediately appointed Foss Sangri, the royal advisor, as Regent Lord of Akriatha, but he's nothing but a puppet. Tilting his head to the side, Mikhail can't help but question that. A puppet? Really? Avina nods. The position of Regent Lord is not an all-powerful one. In fact, it's mostly a ceremonial one, to avoid anyone abusing it to their own ends. Foss Sangri is no king and he certainly doesn't have the authority of one either. In fact, the only authority he does have over Akriatha and the Council of Lords is to find and crown a new king or queen. Unfortunately, with the entire royal family gone, there is no one to crown. And with the rumors about the royal family's activities, nobody wants to even admit that they might be associated with the royal bloodline anymore, lest they be named a monster and executed as well. Letting out a disgusted huff, Avina crosses her arms over her chest. Which is just how the Council of Lords wants it. They keep the Regent Lord defanged and toothless and they keep the throne of Akriatha empty, allowing them to have all the power and all of the control. Basically, Sadicus Quinn isn't Lord of Alathur because he's good for the city, or because he's a stalwart exemplar of justice and the rule of law. No, he's Lord of Alathur because he's good for the Council of Lords' bottom lines, full stop. Smiling bitterly, Avina shrugs again. They like how much money he brings them, so as long as he keeps bringing in money, they'll look the other way when it comes to certain indiscretions. I honestly don't know how they would react if they found out about his hero summoning operation and all of the memory alterations he's doing. But they might know about it already and have chosen to sweep it under the rug. And in comparison to the magnitude of those crimes, Sadicus tricking some half-orc bitch from the savage lands into being his indentured servant is small potatoes, isn't it? Silence falls as both Mikhail and Thala process everything Avina has just said. There's a lot wrong with everything she just said, and not much they can do about it save for what they're already doing. Sadicus Quinn needs to be stopped and forced to account for his actions. But they're already working on that anyways. All they can keep doing is keep working on it. Of course, Thala still doesn't look happy about it. Meanwhile, Mikhail is wondering if Beulah might still be in a lie one day. If she could be turned, but no, so long as that damn contract was being enforced, she quite literally couldn't betray Sadicus. Frustrating to say the least. And Mikhail recognized that he couldn't let himself be distracted either. In the end, their target was Sadicus Quinn. Beulah's situation, while shitty, wasn't the focus of their plans. Beulah herself was just an obstacle in their way unless something drastic happened to change that. But until that time, Mikhail had to keep his eye on the prize, and so did Thala. Thala. Let's spar. Blinking, the Knight of the Rose looks at him surprised, even as Mikhail rises from his chair. Sir Mikhail. Grinning, he taps the soul engine's outer casing pointedly. I've got energy to burn, and I want to see you at your best. So let's go downstairs and spar, alright? I want you to come at me with everything you've got. Flushing, Thala looks uncertain, even as she rises and moves to follow him down the ladder. I am not comparable to a half-orc, Sir Mikhail. You are likely so far beyond me it isn't even funny. Mikhail just grunts at that, because in the end this isn't really about them being on even footing. Thala is right, he is beyond her. But that doesn't mean they don't both need those. To keep their skills sharp, and to take their minds off of all the bullshit they were swimming in. He'd run Thala ragged if it meant distracting her from her thoughts. Felt like the least he could do, really. And frankly, he could use the distraction as well. Chapter 18, The Announcement. Given the situation they find themselves in, Thala is essentially the only one among their number who can leave the safe house through the front door and actually walk the streets of Alathur unmolested. Avina is still being hunted by the city guard, albeit not quite so hard because of Mikhail's antics. Meanwhile, Mikhail could technically go out into the city, but there's too much risk of his soul engine being exposed in some way. According to Avina, Sadicus knows enough about her project that he would definitely recognize it if word of the device got back to him. As such, Thala not only spends her days going out and helping the common folk all over the city, but also brings breakfast each morning for her and the old seamstress she lives with. 2 big hearty meals, with the understanding being that Thala is eating the lion's share of the food due to her physical activity. Seeing as Mikhail doesn't need to eat anymore and only does so for pleasure, 2 breakfasts split between the 3 of them tends to work out just fine. That's where Mikhail and Avina find themselves 2 mornings after his battle with Beulah, waiting for Thala to return with the food. Which she does, but she doesn't come back with just the food. The door to the small home they've been using as a hideout is damn near knocked off its hinges as the Knight of the Rose comes barging in. Both Mikhail and Avina leap to their feet, thinking they're being attacked, but relax upon seeing that it's only Thala. Meanwhile, the dame blushes as she sees their reaction, quickly closing the door behind her. Sorry. But it's happened. With that said, the female knight quickly sets the fresh basket of food on one side of the table, before also pulling out a rolled-up piece of parchment that she quickly unrolls and spreads out on the other side of the table. Avina is the first to lean over and read it, only for her eyes to widen and the pale, freckled young woman to pull back and let out an uncharacteristic whoop of joy. Yes. Finally. Mikhail raises an eyebrow at that and leans over to read as well. He quickly understands why Avina is so happy. The parchment is a pronouncement of sorts, basically an old-fashioned promotional poster for an event. And the event in question, well, at the top of the parchment in big bold stylized words, it says the Grand Melee. They'd done it. Mikhail sits down, feeling a little shocked at that. It seemed fast. Just 2 weeks of burning down warehouses and they'd already forced Sadaka's hand? He can't help but voice his disbelief. Isn't this a little too quick? Is he planning something? Is this some sort of trap? Avina shakes her head, still smiling. It only seems quick to you because you haven't lived in Alather for years, Mikhail. Sadakas has always been a prick. And while his rule has always been relatively ironclad before, he's still had his detractors and dissenters. The thing is, while the general population of the city might be discontent with his actions, it was fine so long as he didn't look weak. The people of Alather could hate him as much as they wanted so long as the merchants who use Alather as a trade route still liked him. Coming back over to the table, Avina lets out a laugh. But suddenly, Alather isn't safe for foreigners or locals. I'm betting that Sadakas did his best to suppress news of all the warehouse fires, but that some merchant or one of his other detractors finally got word to someone higher up the food chain. My guess? Sadakas just got a stern talking to from a member of the Council of Lords and is freaking out. The city's population being all riled up as the guards have been pulled away to guard the warehouses hasn't helped either. The city is a powder keg that's been ready to go off for a long, long time. We're just the match that lit the fuse. That sort of made sense. Mikhail was left wondering what exactly Beulah told Sadakas. To be fair, he'd been very careful not to give her much. And, he liked to think that Beulah wouldn't offer up any information for free given her circumstances. Which meant Sadakas would have to know to ask the right questions in order to learn things like how Mikhail absorbed the energy from his fallen foes. Hopefully. In which case, as far as Sadakas knew, he was under attack by someone as strong as a half-orc. Someone who seemed intent on burning down his livelihood and damaging his reputation as city lord. Meanwhile, Mikhail's fires weren't the only ones in the city that needed to be put out. Hence the Grand Melee. Because as he reads the proclamation over, he thinks he understands why Thala is so upset. The Knight of the Rose confirms it a moment later with a disgruntled huff. Never mind all that. Read the other part. Avina furrows her brow and leans forward, her eyes taking in the entire proclamation. Mikhail, having already read what has Thala up in arms, lets out a sigh. They're not just opening the Grand Melee to volunteers. They're putting every single criminal they have locked up into the Colosseum. Anyone can enter, but if you're in prison already, participation is compulsory. Leaning back again, Avina shrugs her shoulders. That makes sense. I don't really know what else you expected, dame. For as long as Sadakas Quinn has been lord of the city, the criminals of Alather have been used as fodder for his arenas. This isn't really any different than that, just on a bigger scale. Thala scoffs at Avina's blithe attitude, her eyes glittering with anger. Bigger scale, certainly. Because it's not just the criminals they currently have in their prisons. It's anyone they can get away with snatching off the streets right now. Both Mikhail and Avina jolt at that, leaving Thala to smile bitterly. I saw it with my own 2 eyes as I made my way here. The guards are out in force. It would seem Sadakas has given up on defending his warehouses, because I haven't seen so many members of the city guard in weeks. He's putting all of his effort into this Grand Melee of his. And that means grabbing people off the street for the slightest offense. Scowling in remembrance, Thala clenches her hand into a fist and looks to the side. I very nearly got myself arrested. By all rights, I should have stepped in and stopped the injustice in its tracks. A woman literally knocked a piece of bread off of a market stall with her hip and the guards arrested her for thievery. Then, when the stall owner tried to come to her defense and say it was nothing but a harmless mistake, the guards arrested him too for questioning their authority. A bark of angry laughter leaves Thala's lips. Bah! As if questioning someone's authority is a crime. I wanted so very much to draw my sword and... The anger rolls out of her and she visibly deflated as she looks to him. But I didn't. Because I swore to serve you, Sir Mikhail. And I know you would never ask it of me, but I turned my back on those people all the same. Because I know that you are the only one who can truly stop this madness. You're the one destined to stop Sadakas Quinn. Well. Shit. On the one hand, Mikhail appreciated Thala's faith in him. On the other hand, that was an awful lot to put on his shoulders. Avina seems to agree, given how she scoffs. Destiny has nothing to do with it, dame. Sure, Mikhail is a summoned hero, but you forget that Psaticus was the one who summoned him. And I highly doubt the Lord of Alether was thoughtful enough to make his summoned task be defeat Psaticus Quinn. Whatever it is that he is destined to do on this world, it's certainly not that. Thala flushes at Avina's words, but before she can respond, Avina continues on. Still, you were smart to keep your blade sheathed and your head down. You can't beat every guard in the city, especially not if they're all out in force rounding up competitors for the grand melee. I guess Psaticus wants to make this one even more of a spectacle than the last, and that by arresting random people, he can also arrest the people he doesn't like the most and have it go under the radar. Regardless, you would have either been killed or imprisoned yourself, and while that would have wound up with you in the grand melee anyways, you likely would have been stripped off your armor and weapon. The Knight of the Rose's eyes widen in outrage at that. However, her outrage is not for herself. Are you saying that the so-called criminals that they're going to stuff in the Colosseum won't even be provided with arms or armor? Mikhail clears his throat, feeling uniquely qualified to answer that one. I wasn't. Thala's eyes move over to him, before widening in remembrance. If you'll recall, they gave me a single rusted sword and nothing else when I faced you, Thala. I imagine the criminals in the grand melee will be lucky to have their shackles removed before they're forced out onto the sand. I certainly wasn't. That brings Thala up short. Silence falls and lasts long enough that Mikhail begins to feel a little guilty for rubbing their first meeting in the female knight's face. Thankfully, he's saved from the awkwardness by Avina of all people. Right. Either way, this is big. The grand melee is happening, and while yes Psaticus will be on high alert, this is exactly what we were waiting for. You two are both going to sign up for the grand melee, but before that happens, I need to go and get Mikhail's new armor. Mikhail and Thala both blink at that, only for Avina to smirk slightly and toss her hair over her shoulder. What? Did you think every time I went out via the sewers that I was just going for a stroll or talking to my crier friend? No, I have more contacts than just that. And one of them is a blacksmith who I spent no small amount of coin on to get Mikhail a decent set of gear for when the grand melee finally happened. I need to go and get it now, so I'll be right back. No need to worry, I have access to his forge via the sewers, so there won't be any danger. Mikhail narrows his eyes at that, and shakes his head. I won't worry, because I'm going with you. You're not going alone, not now. Avina looks surprised by that, but Mikhail just stands up from the table and grabs one of the muffins that Thala brought back for breakfast. He tosses it to Avina before grabbing a second one for himself. In fact, I'm instituting a new rule. None of us leaves the safe house anymore without at least one buddy. Even Thala. I don't want to see how far her status as a Knight of the Rose gets her if the guards are as nasty as she says they are. He's not usually so forceful or domineering, but it feels right in this moment. Things are ramping up and getting more dangerous. Letting Avina go off alone wouldn't just be foolhardy, it'd be neglectful. Mikhail isn't going to let anything happen to her or Thala. As the two women share a glance, Mikhail rolls his shoulders and moves to get his leather jerkin on, as well as his sword sheathed at his side. Then, he nods to Thala. Stay here and hold down the fort. We'll be back soon. Oh of course, Sir Mikhail. And with Thala's immediate compliance, it's all decided. Avina doesn't quite throw her hands up in the air, but she does roll her eyes and smirk a bit as she lets Mikhail escort her down into the basement and then into the sewers. From there, she leads the way through the labyrinthine sewer system underneath Alether. Funnily enough, while Mikhail would never know how to get where they were actually trying to go, he did recognize most of the sewers by this point. He damn well should, considering he'd spent most nights of the last 2 weeks in them. There's also a noticeably diminished amount of rats around them as they make their way to Avina's blacksmith. Something that his soul mechanic doesn't fail to point out. Been busy down here, I see. Mikhail offers a sheepish smile in response to that. It's true, he has been. Was he happy that he effectively ate rats now to survive? Not particularly, but at least he was alive to be unhappy about it. Regardless, they arrive at their destination a few moments after that, with Avina tapping part of the wall and revealing that the same hidden control runes from the other places are here as well. As they slip into another basement, Mikhail looks around and sees what can only be a blacksmith's storeroom. Not only are there some ingots on a nearby shelf, but there's some equipment as well for use in a forge. Avina moves over to the nearby ladder and knocks on the wall next to it a few times. Francis. I'm here to pick up my order. There's a brief pause, as nothing but silence comes from above. Avina furrows her brow and knocks louder. Francis. Her call goes unanswered once more, however. Finally, shooting Mikhail a worried look, Avina moves to ascend the ladder, which is when he steps up and stops her. Wait. I'll go first. Seeing as I'm the one who heals from fatal wounds here. Avina flushes at that, but also looks a little proud, that is because of her work after all. Right. Go ahead. And so Mikhail does, carefully making his way up out of the blacksmith's basement and into the forge itself. After looking around for a moment, he frowns and nods down to Avina. Clear. I think something happened here though. She quickly climbs up as well, with him offering her his hand to get her the rest of the way into the blacksmith's building. And then she sees what he's seen, which is that the place has been wrecked. There's clearly been a scuffle here and recently at that. Maybe within the last hour or two, because Mikhail still sees burning embers in the nearby forge. What happened here? At his question, Avina lets out a low sigh. They took him. It must have been the guards. They took Francis. Wait, seriously? Before Mikhail can ask for clarification, Avina bursts into motion. Moving forward with purpose, she starts checking in the blacksmith's back room. He follows after her after a moment, brow furrowed. Do you think they knew about his connection to you? Do you think they found out you were in contact with him? No, not particularly. If they did, they would have tortured him. And if they tortured him, they would have found out about the sewer entrance in his basement. Francis isn't exactly a close friend. I don't think he'll turn on me for nothing, but a little pain and he would have sung like a canary. Which means they didn't take him because of me. That, all right. But then why? Avina answers that question before Mikhail can even ask. They probably took him because Francis has refused every smithing contract that Psaticus and the city guard have offered him. And with Psaticus tightening his grip again, he doesn't want to leave a blacksmith who might want to outfit a rebellion unmolested. Suddenly, Avina trails off before perking up. Aha! I'd hoped, but I hadn't known for sure. Pulling out a crate from under a shelf, Avina pops it open fully and Mikhail moves forward to see what's inside. There, laid out within is a freshly finished set of armor. It looks like a combination of leather and metal. Mikhail would say that he doesn't know anything about it, but that would be a lie. Immediately, he gets impressions from the dead men in his head. It's good armor. Not the best, but in terms of a proper balance between mobility and defense, it's perfect. Besides, he doesn't need full plate like Thala is rocking, mostly because he can heal from every injury thrown his way thanks to the soul engine. As Mikhail stares down at the armor, Avina places a hand on his arm. Mikhail, about the grand melee. Looking over at his soul mechanic, he frowns. What about it? You can't hold back. If we're going to beat Psaticus, you have to be ready to kill. More than that, you have to be ready to take advantage of other people's kills. In the chaos of the free-for-all, there will be all sorts of magic flying around. Yours won't be any more noticeable than anyone else. So you need to stop holding back. You need to be as strong as possible. Can you do that for me? She's right, of course. And he knows she's right. He doesn't want to kill anyone innocent. He'll avoid the so-called criminals as best he can. But the other volunteers? They knew what they were signing up for. And, the entire Colosseum is bound to be one big bloodbath. A bloodbath that Mikhail is uniquely qualified to take advantage of. After a moment, he wordlessly nods to Avina, making her smile and give his arm an affectionate squeeze. Then, he reaches into the crate and pulls out the armor that Francis the blacksmith made for him. Whatever the man's fate, Mikhail will make sure to put his armor to good use. Chapter 19, The Night Before. It's the night before the grand melee, and needless to say, Mikhail can't sleep. But then to be fair, that's not exactly a recent development. The only difference between this night and every other night since he's come back to life is that he's trying his best to keep himself in a rested state ahead of tomorrow. Meaning no venturing down into the sewers for a nighttime stroll. Not that there are many rats left down there anyways at this point. Still, laying on his back on the bed, staring up at the ceiling, Mikhail doesn't know what to do with himself. He almost wants to go bug Avina or Thala, but that doesn't seem like a good idea. They both need sleep a lot more than he does after all, and he doesn't want to disturb them or anything. Tomorrow was bound to be a very long day, and they all needed to be at their absolute best. So he would just have to lay here and... Mikhail blinks as he's pulled from his thoughts by the door to his room suddenly opening and Thala slipping in. Their eyes meet and the white-haired woman freezes in place for a moment, going red in the face as Mikhail stares at her. He actually thinks she's coming here without Avina's knowledge, sneaking in here to see him without the other woman being any the wiser, but no. Why are you just standing there? Move it. Flushing, the Knight of the Rose quickly moves further into the room, revealing that his soul mechanic is standing right behind her. Avina slips in as well, and though she jolts and blushes at seeing him wide awake, she doesn't freeze like Thala did. Closing the door behind her, Avina leans back against it. I thought you might still be up, Mikhail. Or maybe it's more accurate to know I knew you wouldn't be asleep yet. You don't need as much sleep as a normal person anymore. I've noticed your late night strolls. She sounds almost imperious, though in a rather cute way as she steps further into the room. Then, she shoots Thala a look. Well? What are you waiting for? Swinging his legs off the bed, Mikhail sits up as he watches Thala's blush intensify before she quickly begins to strip out of her trousers. He watches the two of them for a moment, a little nonplussed, but also undeniably aroused to see Thala stripping for him. The three of them had done quite a lot together by this point, however, Avina had never let Thala go beyond oral. She and Mikhail were the ones with the fully sexual relationship, while Thala had only ever gotten to use her mouth. It would seem that was changing as of tonight. Still. What's all this about, exactly? Lifting her head and jutting out her chin, Avina is quick to explain. Though she also crosses her arms over her chest a little defensively. Tomorrow is the big day. Both of you will be entering the Grand Melee as volunteers. This means you'll get to keep your armor and weapons, as opposed to the criminals who will be thrown into the Colosseum with rusted swords if they're lucky and iron soup ladles if they're not. Mikhail grimaces at the mental image. Those poor people. He would do his best to spare as many of them as possible, tomorrow. But clearly Avina was building up to something. The cover story will be that Thala hired you to watch her back as she takes part in the Grand Melee, in the event that anyone asks. But obviously, that's not really the case, is it? You're in charge tomorrow, Mikhail. You're calling the shots. Sadicus Quinn wronged you the most out of all of us, and when it comes down to it, you need to get your revenge. Well, he agreed with those last bits, but he wasn't so sure about him calling the shots. Surely he should be following Thala's lead, right? She's right, Sir Mikhail. Blinking, Mikhail looks over to see Thala has completely stripped down now. The Knight of the Rose blushes as his gaze falls upon her fully nude body for the first time. From her full breasts to her flared hips, there's no denying she's a woman. However, there's also no denying her martial path, given the muscular nature of her arms, her abdomen, and her legs. Still, she stands before him completely exposed, hands by her sides to reveal her nudity in all of its glory. She all but invites him to look, and so Mikhail looks, even as she smiles slightly and explains. Tomorrow, I shall be your shield on the battlefield. It is my honor to stand between you and your enemies, and it will be my honor to obey your every command. As such, you need to know that you can trust me, wholly and utterly. That is why I asked Avina to arrange this evening. So that I might offer you myself, with her permission, of course. By the time she's done speaking, Thala's voice has become more and more intense, until suddenly she dials it back and acts quite demure with that last line. Mikhail, meanwhile, reluctantly tears his gaze off of Thala's naked body and looks over to Avina for clarification. Scowling slightly, his soul mechanic looks to the side as a light dusting of red appears on her pale, freckled face. I know I don't own you or anything like that. And I'm sure it was only a matter of time before your beastly urges resulted in you pinning the dame down and taking her anyways. Amusingly, Thala is the one who squawks indignantly on Mikhail's behalf on that front. But Avina just shoots the other woman a look and she ducks her head in submission. He felt like he'd let an unhealthy dynamic form between Avina and Thala. But then, they didn't seem all that upset about it. Still, it was a little weird seeing the less physically imposing goth girl who'd brought him back to life bossing around the much more muscular female knight who'd cut him down in the first place. Do you object to this arrangement, Mikhail? Snorting in amusement at Avina's question, he shakes his head. How could he possibly object? They were offering him a night of pleasure and stress-relieving fun right before they were all probably going to go and get themselves killed trying to take on the Lord of Alathar. Sure. Why not? No, Avina. I don't object. Nodding sharply, Avina looks to Thala. You heard him. Get on the bed. Hands and knees, just as we discussed. Mikhail raises an eyebrow as Thala's blush intensifies. But she obeys all the same, climbing onto the bed on her hands and knees and positioning herself for him. Slowly rising from his own seated position on the edge of the bed, Mikhail has to admit, the sight of Thala in such a compromising pose is quite arousing. Even more so when Avina comes up behind him and does a reach around, freeing his cock from its confines as she presses herself up against him. Do you like this, Mikhail? Do you like how eager she is to submit? He certainly does. Just as much as he likes Avina stroking his cock as they both watch Thala wait on the bed for him, fidgeting and squirming under their gaze. But he was already plenty aroused, so there isn't much Avina has to do to get him fully erect before she turns him loose. She's all yours. With that, she releases her hold on him and steps away. Mikhail notes how Avina is careful not to command him. This dynamic the three of them have might be unhealthy, but if it is, Mikhail isn't sure he wants to be healthy, truth be told. Moving back to the bed, he climbs on behind Thala, grabbing the well-proportioned and physically chiseled Knight of the Rose by her flared hips. Thala's breath hitches and she looks back at him, blue eyes filled with longing and desire. Don't hold back, Sir Mikhail. I beseech you, take of my body what you desire. Mikhail just grunts and lines himself up. A moment later and he's pushing himself inside of her, filling Thala with inch after inch of his throbbing mast. Her lower lips spread like flower petals as she takes him deep within her, her inner walls flexing and tightening along his length. A low moan leaves the female knight's lips. There's something to be said about delayed gratification. Would this be nearly as enjoyable if he'd fucked Thala weeks ago? Perhaps, but perhaps not. One thing is for sure, it's certainly pleasurable now. Setting a rough pace, Mikhail doesn't hold back with the female knight. When he's with Evina, the pale woman prefers to be on top usually, where she can control the pace. Mikhail doesn't mind that one bit. Sometimes though, she's on her back and he's the one on top. He certainly doesn't mind those times. However, Evina has never let him take her from behind before. Or rather, she's never offered and he hasn't asked. Even if they had done it that way, Evina has a much softer, weaker body than Thala. Meaning there's no way that his soul mechanic could have taken anywhere near his full strength. To be fair, even with Thala, Mikhail doesn't risk going all out. Not when he still has the strength of those 10 guardsmen flowing through his soul engine and running through his veins. Fucking Thala is not like fucking Evina though. He's decidedly rougher with her. Is it because he knows she can take it? Is it because he hasn't fully forgiven her for killing him? At that last thought, Mikhail does hesitate for a moment, slowing down. He doesn't want to take out his anger on Thala. It would feel misplaced. Sadicus Quinn was the one who killed him, Thala was just the weapon used to do the deed. But the moment Mikhail slows down, Thala looks back at him again, her lips parted as she pants. Please Sir Mikhail. I know much weighs heavily on your mind. As I said before, do not hold back. Not for my sake. I urge you, take out your stress and frustration upon my body. Use me as you see fit. Even with such vocal permission, Mikhail hesitates. Until Evina scoffs from off to the side, drawing his attention over to her. The other woman has sat down in a nearby chair and hiked up her skirts. She blushes when he catches her touching herself to the sight. But at the same time, she doesn't stop. She wants you to make it hurt, Mikhail. She enjoys the pain, she's just too embarrassed to admit it. Wait, Thala was a masochist? Mikhail looks back to the woman he's currently fucking from behind to see her avoiding his gaze. And yet, her inner walls continue to clench and flex around his shaft, and maybe they do so a little harder when Evina so viciously exposes her to him. Well now. He never would have guessed that Thala was that kind of woman, but if that was the case, well, it changed things didn't it? He still didn't want to hurt her overly much. Especially not with the grand melee tomorrow morning. But, he could go a little harder, he supposed. And he did have plenty of stress to work out. Starting up again, Mikhail begins fucking Thala harder and faster than before. His hands dig into her hips and his grunts and groans become louder as well as more animalistic as he focuses on jackhammering in and out of her juicy cunt. Meanwhile, he's well aware of Evina's soft quiet moaning right alongside Thala's louder screams. Of course, their safe house isn't soundproofed by any means. And they don't really want anyone to report hearing howls of pleasure coming from the old seamstress home, now do they? With that in mind, Mikhail leans forward and grabs a fistful of Thala's hair, before pushing her face down into the bed in front of her. The rest of his weight and the strength of his thrusts means that she collapses like a house of cards despite her toned physique, and in moments Mikhail isn't fucking Thala from behind anymore, he's prone boning her into the bed from above. Her legs go straight out and her feet kick as her toes curl. Her squeals and screams of enjoyment, now muffled by the bed, get louder. Turns out, she was actually holding back her voice before, at least as best she could anyways. The bed shakes beneath him as Mikhail pounds into her now, and he has to admit, they were right. He did need this. Of course, fucking Thala hard and fast into the bed isn't a cure-all or anything like that. He's still fucked in the head. He's still been torn away from his life, a life that he can barely remember thanks to Sadicus fucking Quinn. He still has a bunch of dead men hanging out in his mind, giving advice in the form of urges and impulses that he constantly has to fight against with every fiber of his being even as he's railing Thala from above. But, it's actually surprisingly easy to tune the worst of those out, the longer he and the female knight go at it. It's never quite silent in his crowded, fractured mind, but it's as close as it's ever gotten. Until finally, Mikhail finds himself getting close to the edge. As Thala's inner walls clench down around him in the telltale sign of her own umpteenth orgasm, Mikhail realizes that he's not going to last much longer either. In fact, he's going to come any moment. With a grunt, he pulls out of Thala and grabs her by the hair. The impulse to do what he does next, he's not sure if it's entirely from him or not, but he thinks it's more from the actual him than it is from anyone else, and that's good enough. Flipping Thala over onto her back, Mikhail straddles her midriff and proceeds to jerk his throbbing erection the rest of the way to completion. At which point, he lets his seed spray out all over Thala's face and tits. Is it bad that something more loosens in his chest as he does so? That marking the woman who cut out his heart with her blade in such a sexually domineering manner actually helps him move on from what she'd done? Either way, it happens. Mikhail lets out a shuddering sigh as he smiles down at Thala, feeling just a bit more of his resentment towards her fading away at the act. In turn, Thala smiles up at him, before reaching up and beginning to rub his cum into her tits. I shall wear your seed proudly until the morning, Sir Hero. Pervert. He was surrounded by a pair of perverts. Mikhail isn't sure why it took him so long to realize it, but here he is, finally figuring it out. Snorting in amusement, Mikhail shakes his head. Not in my bed, you're not. Get cleaned up and then come back here, alright? And you, Avina, get over here. I've decided. We're all sleeping in the same bed tonight. The two women he's somehow fallen into a three-way relationship with both freeze up for a moment at that, before scrambling. Avina strips down and comes over, and Thala hurries to go wash off her face and chest before returning to them. And so Mikhail lays back down, with Avina curled up on his right and Thala curled up on his left. They still both fall asleep well before him, but with the two hugging into his sides, their heartbeats surprisingly loud in Mikhail's ears, he finds a deep and dreamless slumber takes him as well before much longer. Tomorrow. Tomorrow they would make Sadicus answer for all that he'd done. Chapter 20, The Grand Melee. As they approach the Colosseum the very next morning, Mikhail has to admit that it's quite an impressive structure in both size and scale. Of course, what little he recalls of stadiums from back on Earth does put it to shame, but that's comparing apples to oranges. They don't have the same building techniques nor the access to materials that people back home had. Though, that did go to show just how short-sighted Sadicus Quinn really was, didn't it? Mikhail didn't know exactly what the man had done with his memories, but he certainly hadn't used them. Or any of the other poor helpless souls that he had summoned to this world. Now maybe the hero summoning ritual didn't take exclusively from Earth. Mikhail didn't know. But even if it had only taken a handful of people from Earth, Sadicus should have had enough memories and knowledge from Mikhail's world to begin reverse engineering some of the more advanced stuff, right? The fact that he hadn't spoke of laziness. The fact that this place was magical medieval fantasy instead of on its way to being Magi Tech uplift, well, it just went to show how lacking in vision Sadicus Quinn really was. No wonder the man had defaulted to another grand melee, just as Avina had theorized he would. He'd been Lord of Alather for years now, running his hero summoning scheme to keep his arenas propped up and only branching out into one new direction with the warehouse gambit. And the moment the going got tough, he reverted right back to old habits. Mikhail couldn't complain, he supposed. Sadicus being short-sighted and predictable was what had let their plan go off mostly without a hitch so far. But even still, he had to admit that it worried him a little bit. All of this, everything they'd done, was for the purpose of getting close enough to Sadicus to take him down and put him in a position where he would be forced to give back Mikhail's memories and tell them what condition he'd set for Mikhail to be able to return home. But what would a man as short-sighted as Sadicus Quinn do with Mikhail's memories? What sort of condition would someone as narrow-minded as the Lord of Alather set for Mikhail to accomplish before he could go home? Admittedly, there was a wariness to Mikhail as he found himself contemplating these things while approaching the sign-up area by Thala's side. The Knight of the Rose, dressed in her full golden armor and wielding her sword and shield, strides forward and leads the way. Mikhail just follows after her. Avina's blacksmith really had come through for them. The armor that Francis had made fits Mikhail almost perfectly, far better than he would have thought could be possible given Mikhail himself had never even met the man for a fitting. But then, to be fair, most of the armor was still leather. The metal pieces were more for reinforcement than anything and didn't necessarily need to be molded to Mikhail's form like a set of full plate armor might need to be. But also, on top of the armor, Francis the blacksmith had also created a helm for Mikhail. Also made of mostly leather, the helmet comes with a metal faceplate that, while it restricts his field of view, should also protect him. The slits for his eyes, nostrils, and mouth are too small for an arrow or sword to get through, anyways. With the mask hiding his face and the chest plate hiding his soul engine, Mikhail's identity is secure. Not to mention, not a single thing he's wearing can be tied to the arsonist who'd been burning Sadicus warehouses down these past couple of weeks, seeing as he and Avina had been smart enough to pick up a brand new sword and small buckler from Francis' place on their way out too. Even still, he lets Thala do the talking as she signs them both up for the grand melee in an authoritative tone. The official behind the counter barely even pays Mikhail any mind, scribbling down the fake name of Raquel Vilanto that Thala gives for him without a second thought. Then, the two of them are let through the gate into the volunteer area. There's still an hour until the grand melee, so it makes sense that they have a little bit of time left to kill. Needless to say, the volunteer area consists of much nicer accommodations than what the so-called criminals are probably suffering through at the moment. Not only is it above ground, but it also has refreshments, and a whole lot less chains and shackles than Mikhail is imagining exist down in the pens said to be underneath the Colosseum. The lounge area is steadily filling up, even as he and Thala stay off to the side and wait for things to get underway. As they stand with their backs against the wall, Thala's eyes roam back and forth across their competition, leading Mikhail to lean over to her and whisper through his mask. See anyone to watch out for? Quietly, Thala nods her head towards a group that look to be armed to the teeth. Those look like bounty hunters. Watch out for the Messiah, Raquel. Their kind will stop at nothing for a payday. Normally they'd be hunting the criminals to turn in for rewards, but I suppose they see this whole event as a chance to make a whole lot of coin without having to do the legwork first. Fair. Bounty hunters, just looking at them, Mikhail can tell they're hardened fighters, one and all. And they're a well-rounded group too, with differing get UPS and skill sets, no doubt. Mikhail grimaces under his mask as the dead men in his head point out one that looks like an offensive spellcaster as the sort that needs to go down first and go down hard. The foreign memories forced into Mikhail's head are quick to flash images of what an enemy wizard on a battlefield can do, the sort of devastation and mayhem that they can deliver. It doesn't help when Thala points out the spellcaster herself a moment after he's had the foreign thought forcibly shoved in front of his mind's eye. If they go for us, we'll want to take him out first. Otherwise he'll rain havoc down upon us with his magic. Okay, so maybe the instincts swimming around in his head would be worth listening to in the coming battle. It didn't make Mikhail any happier to do so though, especially not when he'd quite literally been tricked into fights he didn't need to have by those instincts. But, it was only a little while longer, hopefully. Once they got Psaticus squealing like the pig he was, they'd force the bastard to fix his mind and send him home. If all went according to plan and the condition for his return home wasn't too strenuous, Mikhail might be back on Earth by the end of the day. Whether that would be with Ivina or not, he didn't know. She would only tell them that she would be nearby. Since she wasn't joining the Grand Melee for obvious reasons, Mikhail had to assume she had another way of sneaking into the Colosseum that would allow her to be close when he finally got alone with Psaticus. For now, Mikhail couldn't worry about her. Not when he and Thala had a battle to the death looming in front of them. It rankled to be fighting for the Lord of Alathar's amusement though. Speaking of which, as Mikhail and Thala continue to stand there against the wall, Psaticus Quinn himself enters the lounge area. With Beulah by his side, the scarred Lord of Alathar is all smiles as he sweeps his gaze back and forth across the room, before ultimately, his eyes land upon Thala herself. The city lord makes his way over to the two of them and Mikhail stiffens up even as he feels Thala do the same beside him. For a moment, Mikhail fears they've been made, but Psaticus doesn't so much as spare him a glance. Beulah sizes him up momentarily but doesn't seem to recognize him. Hopefully. Ah. Dame Dawnguard. I must admit, I'm surprised. A night of the Rose taking place in the Grand Melee? Why, your presence alone makes this event more prestigious than I could have hoped for. You must have gotten a taste for the arena from that one match I set up for you. At being reminded of how Psaticus effectively sent her to kill him, rubbing her face in his illicit hero summoning activities and making her complicit in Mikhail's murder without her even knowing about it. Thala bristles. How can she not? Only, the female knight isn't supposed to know that Psaticus tricked her. She certainly isn't supposed to know that the lord of the city is the very criminal she's come to Alathar to find. For a moment, Mikhail worries that Thala is going to blow their cover right then and there with how instinctively angry her reaction is. But, to her credit, Thala recovers admirably, and even provides a decent cover for why she's so mad. Your guards have been overstepping their bounds for days now, Lord Quinn. Not every criminal that is to be thrust into your Grand Melee today is guilty of the charges that your guards have levied against them. Psaticus raises an eyebrow but keeps the smile plastered across his face. Oh? A hefty accusation, Dame Dawnguard. I assure you, I have full faith in the ability of my guardsmen to sniff out the criminal scum that pervade my great city. I do not. That is why I am here today. To protect the innocents that are slated to suffer for your spectacle. That brings the lord of the city pause, but Thala is playing her role perfectly because after a moment, Psaticus just scoffs at her. I see. Well, good luck with that. The lord of the city ends the conversation there on that dismissive and derisive note, moving away from them and over to the front of the room where he turns and claps his hands together, drawing the attention of all of the other volunteers that fill the lounge area. Attention everyone. Welcome, all of you, to Alathar's second ever Grand Melee. The first Grand Melee, hosted to celebrate my ascension to the position of City Lord, was such a great success back in the day that I decided to bring it back. Who knows, perhaps we'll make it into an annual tradition going forward. That last comment is clearly a jab meant for Thala, given the way Psaticus flicks his eyes in her direction for a moment as he says it. The Knight of the Rose grits her teeth and glares daggers at him, but stays where she is, even as Psaticus continues on. Now, as I'm sure you all know, the Grand Melee is a free-for-all. Last fighter standing wins. And as I'm sure you'll all agree, the winner of this Grand Melee will certainly be one of you volunteers, just as it was in the first Grand Melee. Certainly, none of the worthless rabble down in the pens can hold a candle to the assortment of strength, skill, and valor I see on display here before me. There's some shuffling at that. Some chest puffing too from the idiot blowhards that don't seem to realize Psaticus is purposefully hyping them up. Grinning wickedly, the scarred lord chuckles. Of course, don't let their lack of ability fool you. Cornered animals can achieve impressive feats when desperate. Do not take the criminal scum that will be sharing the Colosseum floor with you today lightly, my friends. Give them no quarter, because they will give you none in turn. If they see the chance to kill you, they will take it. They are murderers, rapists, thieves, and brigands one and all. Mikhail feels how heated Thala is beside him. Every word out of Psatikis' mouth is enraging the Knight of the Rose more and more. But, she has impeccable self-control. She doesn't even speak up or do anything when the next exchange happens. Are you saying this whole thing is to the death? I was given to understand we can retire at any time. One of the bounty hunters said that. Made sense, Mikhail supposed. They seem to be a whole group coming together to try and win the prize. If they're forced to kill each other for it at the end though, they might be less inclined to actually participate. Psatikis, however, is quick to shake his head. Aha! No, my friend, no. I know that my arenas tend to have a reputation for being quite bloody. But you understood right. As volunteers, none of you are obligated to participate in this event for a second longer than you want to. If you wish to surrender the field and retire from the Grand Melee, you may do so at any time. Here, Psatikis looks right at Thala. And this time, he holds her gaze as he says the next part. The criminal scum, however, are under the same rules that they always are. They have forfeited the right to retire from the field. They have forfeited their right to freedom. They have forfeited their very lives with the crimes they've committed in my city. The only way for any of them to earn back their right to live and go free is the same way as any criminal who finds themselves in one of my arenas. By winning. Of course, I don't imagine any of you will let that happen, now will you? Bahaha. While some of the volunteers do look at least a modicum of queasy at the thought of killing a bunch of defenseless poorly armed schmucks, far more of them laugh right along with Psatikis. Whether it's because they don't have a single moral fiber in their bodies, or whether they actually truly believe that all of the criminals Psatikis is pitting them against did the crimes he accused them of, Mikhail doesn't know. He does know one thing for sure though. Psatikis needs to go down. He needs to go down hard. No, no, you most certainly won't. Especially when the reward is so damn lucrative. Haha. The prize for the first Grand Melee was only 5,000 gold, which is why I'm pleased to announce that the prize for this Grand Melee has been doubled. Whoever is left standing at the end of the day will walk away with 10,000 gold, handed over by me, the lord of the city, personally. A lot of backs straighten at that, and some murmuring starts up around the volunteer area. Mikhail himself goes wide-eyed at that number. He might not know jack shit about this world's economics, but 10,000 gold certainly sounds like it's a lot. Especially if 5,000 gold was the grand prize last time. For Psatikis to be doubling up, he really wanted to incentivize brutality among the volunteers, didn't he? Nothing for it, in the end. It wasn't about the gold in the end. Mikhail and Thala weren't here for the coin. They were here for that last bit. Psatikis handing over that much gold would be Mikhail's opportunity to get close to him and hopefully finally force a confrontation on Mikhail's terms. Of course, there was still Beulah to consider. But, looking around the room at all of the volunteers so ready and eager to slaughter defenseless criminals for coin, Mikhail finds himself staring at an all-you-can-eat buffet. He needs to be strong enough to take on both Psatikis and Beulah when he finally gets them alone if it comes down to it. And all of these bounty hunters, knights, and mercenaries have just helpfully volunteered to help him get there. Chapter 21, The Grand Melee PT2. The volunteers, Mikhail and Thala included, are allowed out onto the Colosseum floor first. The central arena that the Colosseum is built around is a massive space with a sandy floor, and for a moment Mikhail finds himself flashing back to the much smaller pit in which Thala had ended his life. But, no. He needs to focus. It's not surprising that there's still plenty of lingering trauma over those events, but Mikhail can't let himself focus on it right now. Instead, he pushes those feelings down, gives a worried-looking Thala a single sharp nod to show he's still good, and then focuses on everything but the sandy arena floor. Like for instance, he'd thoroughly underestimated the number of volunteers. It quickly becomes apparent that plenty of the volunteer fighters hadn't bothered to partake of the lounge's hospitality and had instead been waiting close by for the actual event to start. To be fair, Alathur was a border city of no small size, so it shouldn't have been all that surprising, but where Mikhail had initially clocked mere dozens of warriors in the lounge area before, now he counts what has to be at least 100 different heads slowly spreading out over the arena around him and Thala. As in the lounge area, the two of them split off from the others and quickly find a wall. Down at the other end of the Colosseum, there's a yawning opening covered in shadow where Mikhail assumes the prisoners being forced to partake in this grand melee will spill forth from. He can't see any gates or bars down there, but they must be further in, hidden by the sun beating down hard overhead. There's plenty of room in the Colosseum for 100 fighters to spread out and all have some breathing room from one another. Which is why it's noticeable when a group of thugs follows him and Thala off to their chosen part of the wall. They're wearing leather jerkins and wielding an assortment of weapons that look relatively well maintained. They also don't actually say a word to the two of them, but just from the glances the more antsy ones are throwing their way, mostly towards Thala, their intentions are obvious. Sadicus' little speech in the lounge might have been the lord of the city's attempt to engender a certain amount of camaraderie among the volunteers so that his dissenters amidst the prisoners would all die first, but it was obvious his efforts were always going to have a limited effect. Everyone was here for the same thing after all, and only one of them could win. Still, the grand melee hadn't begun yet, so Mikhail pretends to ignore the thugs aiming for an early victory and focus on everything else. Like, for instance, the stands. The Colosseum stands are packed to the brim with people. Looking around, he imagines there must be tens of thousands of them. Maybe even as much as half the city. Not all of them looked that happy to be there either. Sweeping his gaze back and forth across the gathered crowds, Mikhail sees just as many unhappy faces as he does happy ones. He sees just as many jeering at the warriors down in the arena as he sees cheering them on. Honestly, he's not sure everyone who's come to watch the grand melee is here by choice. He and Thala had of course noticed the crowd streaming towards the Colosseum as they'd made their way to the volunteer area, but now Mikhail was recontextualizing the way those guards had been corralling people along. He felt a little foolish now for assuming they were just there to manage traffic flow and keep anyone from being trampled to death. No. Sadicus wanted an audience. And what the Lord of Alather wanted, he got. Mikhail's jaw clenches and he draws his sword for lack of anything better to do, checking the buckler strapped to his arm and making sure it's nice and tight. Beside him, Thala draws her own sword and shield as well, giving him a resolute nod with tightly pressed together lips. Just as they're preparing for battle, a clanking sound suddenly rings out from the yawning blackness at the far end of the Colosseum. And then, there's a rush of noise, both metallic and decidedly human in nature, as hundreds upon hundreds of people dressed in anything from rags to roughed-up evening wear come rushing out onto the Colosseum floor. Each and every one of them is chained and shackled at the wrists and ankles like Mikhail was. They're armed for lack of a better word with absolute trash for weapons. The lucky ones have knives. Some get pans. Others get spatulas, or even just rusty pieces of metal that Mikhail can't even discern the purpose of. A hush falls over the Colosseum. The massive audience watching from the stands all go quiet as they see their fellow citizenry, reduced to such a state. Mikhail notes more than a few teary-eyed faces as some reach out towards their loved ones, as if to somehow cross the gulf of space between them but to no avail. Sadicus couldn't have planned it better himself. As silence falls over the Colosseum, a loud clap can be heard from the Lord's podium, a large platform overlooking the arena floor. All eyes, both on the sand and in the stands, look up towards where the scarred man stands, a broad smile on his face. When he speaks, some magical effect makes sure that his voice carries across the entire Colosseum. Welcome, one and all, to the second grand melee. Mikhail half expects some booing, but the crowd is deathly silent. Looking around, he notes the guards in the stands, heads on a swivel as they look out for any troublemakers. The first was such a success that it's still remembered fondly to this day. 500 entered this arena, but only one left with the 5,000 gold prize. 500. Mikhail starts to feel a pit in his stomach as a realization begins to sink in. But you might be asking yourselves, how can we possibly top those numbers? As it turns out, quite easily, my beloved subjects. Today, 1,000 stand before you. And they compete for the chance to walk away with 10,000 gold. Just like before, last one standing gets the grand prize. And there it was. The reason behind the rounding up of hundreds of innocent people on trumped-up charges right before the grand melee was set to start. A stupid, asinine, selfish reason. Mikhail shouldn't have been surprised, but he still was. Sadicus had decided to go big for this. He'd decided to go all out in order to prove himself to the Council of Lords, no doubt tightening his leash. No wonder the guards had been arresting people off the streets for accidentally knocking things over with their hips. They'd probably had quotas to meet, each and every one. Ah, but you didn't all come here to listen to me prattle on, did you? No, you came here for the same reason any of you visit one of my arenas, to see some blood. Without further ado, let the second grand melee commence. Mikhail jolts at the suddenness of it all. Sadicus had been much freer with his information to all of them in the volunteer lounge. He'd been expecting the man to repeat pretty much everything he'd said back there, but no. They got what they did because they were the group Sadicus wanted to make sure won. Everyone else was mere fodder for the man's bloated ego. Immediately, the group of 8 thugs from earlier turned to Mikhail and Thala, ugly looks on their faces as they brandish their weapons. They quickly spread out in a half-circle, trapping him and Thala against the wall they've put their backs to. Meanwhile utter bedlam erupts all over the arena floor, but every fiber of Mikhail's being is telling him to focus on the battle right in front of him. Distractions are just going to get him killed. Hat. You're a Knight of the Rose, Ansha. Stiffening as she lifts sword and shield, Thala narrows her icy blue eyes at the thugs through the visor of her helm. I am indeed. You all would do well to turn around and find easier prey. The thugs look around at each other, then at Thala and Mikhail. He suspects most of them might not know their numbers very well just based off their general appearance and likely intelligence, but then they don't need to know math to know that there's a lot more of them than there are of her and him. The spokesperson for the group lets out a bark of laughter. Ha! I don't think so, bitch. But hey, we'll give you a chance to take off that fancy gold armor and then get down on your knees and suck our cocks, and if you do a really good job, maybe we'll let you leave with your head still on your shoulders afterwards. There's a pause in which Mikhail finds himself admiring Thala's restraint as the Knight of the Rose goes as still as a statue before finally answering. I refuse. The Spokuschug's ugly face gets uglier when he smiles at that. Hoped you would. Then, he flicks his eyes towards Mikhail. And you? You ain't no knight. She payin' you? Whatever it is, it ain't enough. Join us and you might not get the grand prize, but you'll keep your life. Mikhail tilts his head to the side at that and considers the other man's words. He's been thinking about these 8 men as thugs, but he needs to adjust his thinking. They're probably not quite as piss poor at fighting as Tak and his friends were. Else they wouldn't have agreed to sign up for the Grand Melee in the first place. Sure, they're opportunists, but that doesn't make them any less dangerous. Which is why Mikhail doesn't respond with words. Instead, he launches himself forward with all the extra speed that the soul engine gives him, deciding to go on the attack before these bastards can do it instead. Wah! His sword sinks into the throat of the spokesperson for the group of 8, silencing him with a gurgle. Mikhail follows him down to the ground, feeling Thala leaping to his side and knowing she'll have his back. And while he's down there with the dead man's body, their chests quite close together, he sucks the bastard's soul right up, feeding on him and drawing in the excess energy. Bolstered by that power, Mikhail is up on his feet a moment later, blocking a sword with his buckler while Thala fights off several more of them on her side all on her own. Mikhail would have loved to go back to back with her, but the truth is, their fighting styles couldn't be more different. There's a reason that Mikhail only has a buckler while Thala's shield is larger and more encompassing. There's a reason that the Knight of the Rose is in full golden plate armor, while Mikhail is in a mixture of metal and leather. Speed. To put it in vaguely remembered terms from his old life, Thala is a tank. Mikhail is a DPS. And in a battle like this one, where this bout is but one small step in an entire chain of conflicts they're expected to not just take part in but win it. Mikhail takes his damage per second quite, literally. He goes for the next man faster than the poor fool can even blink and stabs him in the heart with enough force that his sword tears right through the leather jerkin. He rips it back out along with the soul, though this time the teal pull of energy is more noticeable as it floods into his chest. Noticeable enough in fact that Spellcaster. One of the other fighters calls out what Mikhail is doing to his fellows, only to die with a gurgle a moment later when Thala takes advantage of his distraction to slip past his mediocre defenses and cut him down to size. And even hearing that Mikhail is more than just a sword and board average warrior doesn't help the group of men who have decided he and Thala are excellent targets. No, far from it. Over the next minute, they proceed to dismantle their enemies. Nothing that their attackers do helps them, not even trying to flee. Mikhail supposes he could have spared some of their lives and let them retire from the battlefield, but he was going to need all the juice he could get if he was going to overpower Tsaticus. And the comments to Thala had left them as acceptable targets in Mikhail's mind. Afterwards, having sucked up 8 more human-sized souls into the soul engine, Mikhail is feeling spectacular. Physically speaking, anyways. Emotionally speaking, he looks out across the arena and sees a one-sided slaughter taking place. There are a couple of battles like his and Thala's taking place here and there. It's a free-for-all, so it's impossible to say that there are 2 sides and one is defeating the other or anything like that. But wherever he sees the much better armed and armored volunteers fighting the so-called criminals that Tsaticus rounded up for this spectacle, Mikhail usually sees it only ending in one way. It makes his jaw clench, even as he shoots a glance up to the man himself, the cause of all of this. The lord of the city isn't even looking Mikhail's way. Just as Avina had said, Mikhail's use of the soul engine hasn't registered as any more important than any of the other magical effects flying around the arena. In fact, right as he's thinking that, an explosion rocks the ground beneath his feet as the spellcaster from the bounty hunter team Thala pointed out earlier fires off a massive ball of flames right into a concentrated mass of prisoners charging his group's position. The smell of burnt flesh on the wind and the screams filling Mikhail's ears make him clench his jaw beneath his mask. For a moment, he can't bring himself to move. In the end, he has to give in just a little bit. He can feel the dead men in his fractured mind reaching out to him, offering him succor. They've all been in battles like this before, fragments that they are. Many of them died in battles like this. If Mikhail wants to not just survive, but also win, he'll need their expertise. Letting out an explosive breath, Mikhail looks over to Thala and gives her a nod. Then, side by side, the two of them wade back into the fighting. Chapter 22, The Lord's Ultimatum. Hold. I surrender. Mikhail blinks, barely managing to stop before the tip of his blood-covered blade can go through the eye of the man he's currently holding by the front of his armor. For a second, he wonders if his opponent is trying to trick him, but no, at the same time as he calls out his surrender, he also drops his weapon to the sand, lifting his hands up to show he's done. The thing is, his current opponent is the leader of the bounty hunting group that Thala had warned Mikhail would be a chore to defeat back at the start of all of this. And yet, here they are. Victory, achieved not at the end of Mikhail's blade, but because the bounty hunter had just given up. It feels strange, and Mikhail won't lie, there's an urge to finish it on his terms anyways. It's just not his urge. Fighting back the impulse from the foreign entities in his head to stab forward, Mikhail instead lets out an explosive breath and thrusts the man away from him, letting him land heavily on his ass in the sand. The bounty hunter grunts and then grabs his sword and quickly scrambles back. Rising to his feet, he sheaths his blade and looks around them, causing Mikhail to do the same. The grand melee has been going on for a while now. An hour, maybe? Possibly even less. It might not seem like much, but arena fights were usually short, bloody affairs. Even 1,000-man free-for-all wasn't going to last as long as, say, an actual battle on an actual battlefield between two professional armies. It still felt like it'd been an eternity and a half though. The fighting had been constant, and even now Mikhail's blood was up, adrenaline and power pumping through his veins. Half of the group of bounty hunters are dead. Others have already retired from the field due to earlier injuries. The spellcaster had been Mikhail's first target when he and Thala had finally fallen upon the group, and he hadn't survived the initial encounter. But another one, a bow wielder, was still alive, just downed with his bow shattered into pieces and a wound in his leg. Moving over to his comrade, the leader helps him to his feet and lets the archer sling his arm over his boss' shoulders. They look to Mikhail then, with the leader's face twisting into something that's half grimace, half grin. You're a bastard of a fighter, whoever the fuck you are. I'd say you were an orc with that monstrous strength and speed of yours, but you're missing 2 feet of height and a foot of width. Not to mention, you had enough of a mind left to show me mercy. This is your victory, good luck with the rest of it. Mikhail watches as the bounty hunter and his friend limp off of the arena floor together, exiting through the volunteer gate manned by dozens of the city guard. Plenty of prisoners had tried going through it to escape, but that hadn't gone well for them. As Sadicus had said, only the volunteers were allowed to leave. Everyone else was trapped. Though, Mikhail had certainly learned that there was nuance to this whole steaming pile of shit over the course of the melee. He and Thala had done their absolute best to steer clear of the unarmed and unarmored criminals that Sadicus had thrown into the Colosseum, but that hadn't stopped some of the criminals from coming after them. It was likely the same thinking that had led that first group of 8 to try and go for him and Thala first. They were only 2 people, seemingly operating in isolation from everyone else. And if those in chains could get access to better weapons, then they stood a better chance at surviving longer and possibly even winning. Not everyone that the Lord of Alather had tossed out onto the Colosseum floor against their will were good, innocent folk. If there were around 100 volunteer fighters, that meant there had to be around 900 criminals to reach Sadicus' desired 1,000-person melee. And some of those criminals were actually criminals. Either the unlucky sort who had gotten rounded up alongside the innocent people in the last few days, or actual convicted criminals who had already been in Sadicus' prisons waiting for their fights in one of his many other arenas. Collecting hundreds of people in such a short amount of time, it had quickly become apparent that Sadicus had tugged on every line he had in order to supply the grand melee with the numbers he wanted it to have. Meaning that some of the unarmed and unarmored fools that Mikhail and Thala found themselves sharing the arena floor with were not nice people. They weren't particularly smart people either, because they were very eager to spill his blood and do unspeakable things to Thala. Or so they said. It wasn't like he or Thala had given them much of an opportunity. In the end, even if there were 9 criminals for every 1 volunteer, they were still all in the same situation he'd been in when he was first thrust into this world. No armor. Chains locking together their wrists and their ankles. And shoddy excuses for weaponry. Honestly, he couldn't help but feel a little bad, even with the ones who were trying their damnedest to kill him and take his shit. However, even if he felt some guilt over their fates, it didn't stop him from doing what needed to be done. Nor did it stop him from activating the soul engine whenever he came across a dead body, regardless of whether it was a volunteer fighter or a criminal. If they were already dead, well, it wasn't like they were using their souls anyways. And as Avina had always assured him, the energy he was accumulating would go back to the weave eventually regardless of him, reappropriating it for a second. That said, his soul engine was beginning to run hot. Really hot. This was hands down the most power that he'd ever had at one time. It was a lot, and Mikhail was only getting stronger and stronger as the grand melee drew on. Where even the most capable of warriors were starting to tire, growing exhausted from the constant combat, Mikhail was the exact opposite. He only got more invigorated the more battles he won. Looking around himself for the next fight, Mikhail jolts when he realizes how still the arena floor has gotten. There's Thala nearby, like usual, and nobody else. Nobody still fighting, anyways. Mikhail and Thala are the last 2 combatants standing. As they look at each other, this realization dawning on them both at around the same time, clapping suddenly sounds out from the Lord's podium. Atop his platform, Psaticus uses his sound-enhancing magic to make his clapping resound throughout the entire Colosseum. Once all eyes are on him, the Lord of Alether grins a wicked grin. Well, well. It seems we only have 2 competitors remaining. What a magnificent grand melee this has been. Doesn't everyone agree? There's a brief pause, and then a smattering of clapping and cheering comes from the Gem-Packed stands, mostly from the guards that Psaticus has in place to keep anyone from leaving. Many of the onlookers don't look all that happy. Perhaps because Psaticus has just forced them to watch their loved ones, friends, and neighbors get butchered on the sands of the Colosseum floor. Narrowing his eyes, the scarred lord sneers. I said, doesn't everyone agree? There's some jostling as guards prod people, until finally a true cheer starts up, a reluctant but forceful roar that shakes the Colosseum. Mikhail and Thala exchange another glance at that, even as Psaticus lets out a vicious laugh. Aha! And to think, it would be the dame and her hired help at that. Dame Dawnguard, a knight of the Rose all the way from the Citadel, gracing our grand melee with her presence. And the man who she hired to watch her back. But has she bit off more than she could chew? It certainly doesn't look like he's inclined to retire the field and give her the grand prize, now does it? It looks as though we'll be having one last fight on our hands, ladies and gentlemen. At Psaticus' words, Mikhail and Thala finally turn to face each other properly. Speaking in a quiet tone, Thala gives Mikhail an imperceptible nod. We have to make it look real. Indeed they did. Mikhail gives an imperceptible nod back in turn, before lifting his blood-drenched sword and buckler high, causing Thala to gnash her teeth and cry out at him. Treacherous brigand! With that, the Knight of the Rose leaps forward, sword swinging down on him hard. She's not holding back, nor is she telegraphing her moves. If he didn't stop her, she would easily kill him, again. However, this time around, things are very, very different. Mikhail's buckler comes up and deflects Thala's sword strike, even as his own sword comes in and she barely brings her shield up in time to block him. With that, battle is truly joined between the two of them. They have to make it look real, like Thala said. Which means that Thala can't hold back, not even a little bit. Mikhail on the other hand, he doesn't dare use his true strength, or else this battle would be over in an instant. He has to hide his true strength at this point, because at this point he doesn't even know how far his true strength goes. Luckily, he and Thala have been sparring with each other every night for weeks now. Long enough that Mikhail knows Thala's strength, speed, and stamina fairly well. He might not know his upper limits at the moment, but he knows how to regulate his speed and the power behind his blows in order to match hers. Going at it, they dance around each other in the middle of the Colosseum, a hushed crowd watching them duel, seemingly to the death. To everyone else, perhaps it seems inevitable. And it is, really, just not in the way they likely think it's inevitable. This bout between him and Thala is as one-sided as the battle they had back when Mikhail was first dragged into this world. This time, however, it's one-sided in his favor. To everyone else though, Psaticus hopefully included, their duel is one of strength and stalwart defense against speed and swiftness. Mikhail darts around Thala, using his mobility to dodge her strikes and his buckler to deflect the blows he seemingly can't slip away from. Meanwhile, Thala sets her stance and refuses to yield an inch, her golden armor shining despite the splatters of enemy blood coating it from helm to boot. The goal is for them to seem evenly matched, but the goal is also for one of them to win and get in to seat Psaticus personally. And ultimately, that was always going to be Mikhail. With a sudden burst of speed, he makes a grand show of using Thala's own strength and armor against her, abruptly ducking down and sweeping her legs out from under her while she's mid-step. Thala goes down hard, falling to her back in the middle of the sand as a loud gasp sounds out from the onlooking crowd. In an instant, Mikhail has kicked Thala's sword from her hand and is holding his own sword to her throat. Dead silence fills the air as everyone waits to see what he'll do next. After a beat, Mikhail finally speaks, hoping that the gruff tone he gives himself, the distance between the two of them, and the metal mask he wears will keep Psaticus Quinn from recognizing his voice. Yield. His modulated voice resounds out through the Colosseum for a moment before finally, Thala nods. I yield. Given the story that they're trying to spin of sorts, Mikhail doesn't help her to her feet. After all, she did label him a traitorous brigand before they began fighting. They'd let everyone else put the pieces together and be proud of themselves for figuring it all out. Instead, Mikhail turns away from her, turning his back on the Knight of the Rose and facing Psaticus up on his platform. The Lord of the City has a wide grin on his scarred face as he claps again, the sound amplified once more. Behind Mikhail, he hears Thala scramble to her feet, grabbing her sword and departing the field. It's just him standing there now. The last man standing, just as Psaticus had decreed it. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Well done, good sir, well done. To defeat Dame Dawnguard herself, well, I suppose she didn't see that coming, now did she? Ahaha. The smile doesn't quite reach Psaticus' eyes however, and Mikhail suddenly feels a little concerned. You truly are a worthy victor of this grand melee. However, there is one minor issue keeping me from naming you as our champion. Just one small thing. Mikhail freezes in place, even as the soul engine thrums under his chest plate. Had the city lord figured out who he was? Had they been wrong to think they could get anything past the man? Had he noticed Mikhail's energy collection throughout the battle, and correctly deduced that it was Avina's work? Or had he managed to put two and two together and correctly deduce that Mikhail had to be his faceless arsonist, burning down his warehouses and ruining his good name among merchants both local and foreign? Either way, if Mikhail had been made, he would have to fight his way out. He had never been more powerful, but between the number of city guards that were surrounding the Colosseum, as well as Beulah and whatever other magics Psattacus himself could bring to bear, Mikhail wasn't sure he liked his chances. Especially not when he'd just had to beat his back up black and blue to win this damn thing in the first place. Still, he wasn't going to give up. He would. You see, my friend, while you are the last man standing, you aren't the only living combatant left in the arena. Wait, what? Mikhail's racing mind skids to a stop as Psattacus' eyes, rather than focusing on him, instead gaze out across the arena floor. To the numerous criminals who, while defeated and definitely out of the fight with various types of injuries, are still alive. In that moment, even before Psattacus says it, Mikhail realizes with dawning horror that the small-minded, short-sighted and impulsive city lord hasn't figured out who Mikhail is at all. Not in any way, shape, or form. But that doesn't make it any better to hear the next words out of the bastard's mouth. I'm afraid there are still many surviving opponents between you and your prize, my friend. Clean up the riffraff and we can discuss how you would like to receive your winnings. Chapter 23, A Gladiator's Defiance. The silence is deafening as Psattacus' words hang over the Colosseum. The man himself spreads his arms wide, grinning like he didn't just order the execution of a couple hundred defenseless prisoners. Or maybe it would be more accurate to say that the lord of the city is grinning like he knows he can get away with the order he just gave. It makes Mikhail sick to his stomach. Because technically, Psattacus is right. While Mikhail is the last one standing, he's not the last one alive in the arena. There are still hundreds left. All of the volunteers have either quit the field or died at this point. Maybe a few of the unluckier ones who entered without any teammates are still there, just unconscious and slowly bleeding out. But the rest are gone. The same cannot be said for Psattacus' so-called criminals. While hundreds of them have been reduced to corpses, there are still plenty who draw breath. Some are dying even now. Some are merely unconscious, steadily baking under the harsh midday sun beating down overhead. But the vast majority are crowded against the walls of the Colosseum floor. Those who weren't very smart tried to flee back the way they'd come or through the volunteers' exit gates. The guards had rebuffed them one and all, and in some cases outright killed them if they persisted. But the rest had shied away from both the gates and the fighting and were simply curled up in various different fetal positions, trying to make themselves as small as possible to avoid being detected. Alas, their efforts had ultimately been in vain. Psattacus Quinn had initiated the day's events with the intentions of every single prisoner he sent out onto the field dying. And the fact that so many still lived, at least in part because of Mikhail and Thala's efforts to slay the more murderous and evil of the volunteers, well, it put quite the damper on Psattacus' plans. At least, that's what Mikhail had to assume. The Lord of Alather did not seem to have any clue who Mikhail was. Meaning that, this was another example of Psattacus' short-sightedness at play. He'd already gotten what he wanted. He could have declared the contest over, named Mikhail the victor, and then simply had the guards round up the surviving prisoners and reused them in his other arenas throughout the city until their lives were spent. Hell, he could have even garnered a modicum of goodwill among his subjects by letting the survivors go, Mikhail supposed. He wasn't doing either of those things. Because he was petty and small-minded. He had already decided how today was going to go in his head. And the survivors didn't fit into his plan. So he was trying to force Mikhail to clean up the mess and finish the job in order to get his payday. Honestly, if Mikhail had cared about the gold, maybe he would have done it. Even though he didn't care about the gold, he was still considering it. The plan was to get close to Psattacus. He had so much power swirling through the soul engine in his body that he figured he should be able to overpower Beulah and force Psattacus to cough up the answers he sought, so long as he could get alone with the two of them. But he doesn't move. Because even if he's told himself that he has to harden his heart, even if he's convinced himself that he needs to do whatever it takes to survive and reach Psattacus, Mikhail doesn't want to do this. Fuck, even most of the dead men in his head don't want to do this. There are a scant few of the darker urges that would love to murder innocents. They'd revel in the bloodshed even. But far more of the memories that the evil-scarred bastard up there forced into Mikhail's mind are of soldiers and warriors. And as savage as some of those men might have been, they still had their own sense of honor. Honor that made it hard to stomach in order to kill a bunch of shackled opponents wielding wooden spoons and iron soup ladles. All in all, as Mikhail sweeps his gaze around the arena in the wake of Psattacus' command, meeting the eyes of so many weary, cowering people, he doesn't see a single killer among them. And he should know, it takes one to know one after all. Jaw clenching beneath his mask, Mikhail turns back to Tsatakis, mind whirling with options. But before he can speak. Monster. His head twitches, but even as his gaze moves in the direction he heard the voice, he can't make out who said it. The Colosseum stands are packed to the brims with people, Tsatakis' own doing to be sure. Whoever said it is hidden among the crowd. Indeed, even Tsatakis can't seem to figure out who said it, his eyes narrowing into slits as he snarls and tosses a hand out in that direction. Guards. It takes a moment for the city guard to get moving, and Mikhail realizes as he watches them start to push through that section of the stands that it's not just because they have no clue who they're supposed to be arresting. For the first time, Mikhail sees reluctance in some of Alathar's guardsmen. Their movements are slowed and measured, and their lack of enthusiasm is blatantly obvious to him. As he looks around at the rest of the arena, Mikhail realizes that the Lord of Alathar's latest order has finally begun to make even the city guard second-guess their loyalty. As the guards in that section of the stands put up a lackluster search for the dissenter, Tsatakis turns his attention back to Mikhail, sneering now. Well? What are you waiting for? The people of Alathar are eager for a show. Kill them all. And there it is. Spelled out in incredibly blunt terms. Before it was clean up the riffraff. Such a safe way of putting it. But finally, Tsatakis has gone full mask off. Kill them all. And Mikhail has to do it too, if he wants the plan to succeed. If he wants to get close enough to get to Tsatakis without being swarmed by every guard in the city plus Beulah, he needs to sell it. Or does he? Looking around the Colosseum at the drawn, tired faces in both the stands and on the arena floor, Mikhail doesn't see the eagerness that Tsatakis is espousing. He doesn't see a people thirsty for more bloodshed. They've already had their fair share of that, especially when many of them clearly hadn't wanted to be here today in the first place. Watching Mikhail walk around and stick his sword into the chests of hundreds of their defenseless loved ones, neighbors, and friends, none of them have the stomach for it. So maybe they have the stomach for something else. Maybe now is the time to see if he can go about this another way. It would have been simpler to just do as Tsatakis said. Would have been simpler to stick to the plan. But Mikhail finds himself drawing a line in the sand all the same. No. His voice reverberates with the power of the soul engine. He does not yet. He does not quite shout. But every single person in the Colosseum hears what Mikhail says all the same. Tsatakis most of all. The scarred man's eyes widen and then narrow as his lips curl into a dissatisfied frown. No? What do you mean, no? Lifting his sword and pointing it in the bastard's direction, Mikhail snarls behind his mask. Are you not already entertained enough, Lord Quinn? Is this really how the Lord of Alathar behaves? Like a madman and a tyrant, abusing his authority to the detriment of his subjects. Somehow, he felt like he'd stolen that first line from somewhere. But no matter. See, Mikhail has come to a realization in this moment. The dead men in his head, they're all killers, yes. Soldiers, warriors, brigands, murderers. But some of them were more of that. Some of them were leaders. And those leaders had to give speeches. The memories of speeches before battle are far sparser than the memories of battle itself. Indeed, only a few fleeting snippets here and there. But Mikhail tries to draw on that well of knowledge all the same, spinning around with his sword still lifted high. Does this man speak for you, people of Alathar? Is more bloodshed really what you wish to see? Or has there been enough killing on this day? The sand is stained with blood. The fighting is done. Am I your champion or aren't I? There's a brief beat of pregnant silence at that, and then. No more bloodshed. Enough killing. End the fighting. Set the living free. The words carry on the wind as protests and impassioned pleas explode out from the stands. Tsatakis' decision to force over half of the city's population to attend his event has backfired. After all, if he'd simply filled the stands with those who wanted to be here, Mikhail imagined he would have a lot less discontentment to work with. Then again, given how angry the people of Alathar were with their lord by this point, the stands might not have even been half full without Tsatakis' seat-filling measures. Either way, the deed is done. The city guard is stretched thin trying to police this event as it is. There simply aren't enough of them to try and arrest and silence every single person speaking up at the moment. As their words slowly echo across the Colosseum, Mikhail silently turns back towards the Lord's podium where Tsatakis looks positively incensed by this point. Still, surely the man has to see sense now. Surely even someone as small-minded as the Lord of Alathar has proven to be must bow down to the pressure of an entire city, right? Enough. Amplified by magic once more, Tsatakis' voice rockets throughout the Colosseum, cutting off the cries and impassioned pleas. As the crowds fall silent, Mikhail frowns. Damn it, he'd hoped that Tsatakis had less of a hold on his people at this point than that. And yet, fear was a powerful deterrent. It was hard for the people of Alathar to stand up to the despot who had ruled over them for so many years. They needed a leader. An example to follow. Mikhail supposed he would have to be that example. As Psaticus glares down at him, Mikhail doesn't hesitate to throw the bastard's words back in his face. Enough is right, Lord Quinn. There has been enough bloodshed. If you want more innocents to die today, come down here and do it yourself. There's a palpable sense of anticipation at that. The crowd might have spoken up, but there's strength in numbers. And even then, most of them weren't speaking directly against Psaticus. Not like Mikhail was now. He could feel the eyes of tens of thousands of people on him. In this moment, he was standing up to their tyrant of a lord in a way no one had done before. Trying to shame the lord of the city into submission hadn't worked. To be fair, appealing to Psaticus' better nature while also hoping to pressure him with the voices of his citizens had always been a long shot. The man was clearly a narcissist and a half, and so stuck in his ways it wasn't even funny. He was so dead set on this grand melee solving all his problems that he hadn't even realized he'd already ruined it by this point by throwing the equivalent of a temper tantrum and failing to get Mikhail to do his bidding. Even if Mikhail died here and now, the grand melee will have had the opposite effect that Psaticus Quinn intended. Far from suppressing dissent, it will only ignite more of it. But all the same, Mikhail had no intention of dying here. Instead, he was aiming for something else with his latest words. One last attempt at manipulating the small-minded lord into doing what he wanted. For a moment, Mikhail wonders if Psaticus will take him up on his offer. Or just throw the entire city guard at him to get rid of the problem. Either would have thrown a wrench into Mikhail's plan. It would have been harder to get what he wanted out of Psaticus if their confrontation took place right there on the arena floor. Meanwhile, facing down what might have been hundreds of guards, well, Mikhail suspects with the sole engine he could have eventually mowed through them. Or maybe they would have skewered him with so many blades he wouldn't have been able to move anymore, burying him in a veritable mountain of bodies. In the end though, Psaticus turns out to be predictable. In the end, at long last, he gives Mikhail exactly what he wants. So be it. Beulah. Immediately, the half-orc steps forward, eyes wide with feverish excitement, bouncing on the balls of her feet. Showing his prowess with summoning magic, Psaticus reaches out and brings forth her massive battle axe from seemingly nothing, dropping it from the air into her waiting palms. Then, he flicks his hand out towards the arena floor. Go down there and kill everyone still on the arena floor. Have fun with it, I couldn't care less. He very clearly could have cared a lot less, but it was all part of the pageantry. Of course, even Beulah is fucking with Psaticus' showmanship today. The half-orc snorts, her eyes darting between the Lord of Alather and the Colosseum floor. This a fight, boss? Looking at her, the scarred man scowls for a moment. Yes, Beulah. It's a fight. Now get down there. Letting out a crow of victory, the half-orc flings herself from the Lord's podium. It was a drop that would have killed a human for sure, or at least broken half the bones in their legs. But Beulah lands in a crouch without issue, before straightening up and racing forward. Mikhail is already moving to meet her of course, putting himself in between her and the hundreds of living souls huddled against the arena walls. Not that he thought Beulah was planning on going after them first anyways. No, while he saw no recognition in her face yet, she only had eyes for him at the moment. In fact, as they get closer, she even lets out a bark of laughter and repeats herself from their second meeting. Thanks for this. However, she's cut off when her first swing with her axe is stopped dead in its tracks by Mikhail reaching up and grabbing the weapon in the middle of its shaft between her hands. Beulah's eyes widen at his strength, and then widen further when he cuts his sword right across her side, digging the blade deep into her flesh and making her choke on her own blood. The exchange lasts a second, and the half-orc stumbles forward when Mikhail releases her axe and steps past her, flicking some of the blood from his sword out onto the sand. They both turn to face each other, Beulah's wound already healing rapidly. But then, Mikhail had anticipated as much. Half-orcs were hardy types. Not just the strength, stamina, and speed of 10 men, but rapid regeneration that meant most wounds closed in moments instead of weeks. Meeting Beulah's eyes through the slits in his mask, Mikhail smiles a hidden smile. No, Beulah. Thank you. He sees her eyes widen in recognition then, even as he launches himself forward and forces her on the defensive. This right here? A battle between him and Psaticus' chief enforcer? He couldn't have asked for a better opportunity if he tried. In the end, Psaticus Quinn had played right into Mikhail's hands. Now he just had to take advantage of the bastard's stupidity. Chapter 24, The Warrior Redux. Mikhail had briefly wondered at both of their previous meetings why Beulah was dressed so scantily. Her armor could not be described as all-encompassing after all, not by a long shot. Of course, knowing what he knew about her gorget and its primary purpose as a slave collar, Mikhail had assumed that the rest of it was Psaticus doing as well. The white leotard, which provided absolutely no protection to the half-orc, seemed like the sort of thing the Lord of Alather might force Beulah to wear. However, as they fight and her sole garment quickly gets stained with blood, Mikhail starts to wonder if maybe Beulah would have been happier fighting stark naked. Maybe Tsadicus had forced the half-orc to wear the leotard, but only because the only other choice was her walking around completely nude. She certainly didn't seem to mind being clad so scantily, and she certainly didn't mind Mikhail's blade digging into her flesh either. Beulah was multitudes stronger than Thala, obviously. But then, Mikhail had known that going in. Half-orcs were said to have all of the strength of a normal orc and all of the intelligence of a human. But the regeneration, that was something else. As Mikhail cuts Beulah, she heals far faster than he would have expected. Her blood splatters all over the arena floor, staining the already stained sand even further, but her injuries heal in real time right in front of his face. Narrowing his eyes, Mikhail easily dodges another swing of Beulah's axe, even as she growls and grunts. Those big blue eyes of hers are filled with recognition now. She knows who she is. Or at least, she knows him as the one who got away, as the arsonist behind Tsadicus' unfortunate losses in the storage business. However, she hadn't stopped the fight in order to inform Tsadicus of this fact. That was good, because Mikhail's plan hinged on it being just him and her down here. For the moment, whenever he glances in the Lord of Alathar's direction, Tsadicus Quinn seems fairly confident still that Beulah will prevail. That too is good, and it's the reason Mikhail is still holding back a lot. Because yet, Beulah is strong. Yet, she heals fast. But Mikhail has absorbed the souls of hundreds of people. His soul engine is burning hot in his chest, but in a good way if that even makes sense. Power courses through his veins and he feels like he could rip this entire Colosseum down brick by brick if he really put his mind to it. But overconfidence could still be his undoing. And he doesn't want to have to kill a bunch of guards just to get to Tsadicus. Hence, Plan B Plan A was winning the grand melee so the lord of the city would meet him alone with Beulah by his side. With just the two of them, Mikhail could have taken them on easily. But now that Tsadicus, in his small-minded pettiness, has decided to push the issue regarding the survivors of the grand melee, Mikhail has no choice but to pivot. Hat. You're faster. Stronger too. Mikhail snorts from behind his mask as Beulah actually manages to speak in a reasonable tone. He's grateful that she's not shouting her words. They would have given too much away. Whipping himself under another powerful, air-splitting axe swing from the half-orc, Mikhail buries his sword in her gut again, this time twisting it before tearing it out. Beulah roars in pain and agony, and that roar echoes through the Colosseum. Tsadicus flinches and the confident smile on his face drops for the first time. More importantly though, the audience is hanging off the edge of their seats, watching someone actually stand up to their despot of a lord. They watch as Mikhail and Beulah fight, and they watch as Mikhail doesn't immediately lose. Of course, Mikhail doesn't follow up. Beulah throws out her axe to try and cut him down if he does, but he's already pulling away. Sure, he could have dodged her next wild swing and kept piling on the damage. Sure, he could have beaten her outright if he went all out. But he needs to prolong this. He needs to put on one last show. The most important show of his life. That's why, on his next pass, he lets Beulah's axe finally find purchase in his flesh. A hush goes through the crowd as she slams the battle axe down onto his shoulder, crunching in the metal plate there and digging deep into his leather armor. Mikhail grunts and allows himself to be driven to a knee as Beulah grins the vicious grin of a battle junkie. He doesn't hold it against her. Not any of it. She's a bloodthirsty battle maniac who hasn't gotten enough fights because the piss-poor excuse for a wizard up on the Lord's podium tricked her into a disadvantageous contract. This and their fight at the warehouse were probably the most fun Beulah had had in who knew how long. Good fight. You. Whatever harsh condolences she intended to give him as he died, she doesn't get the chance. Because even as she's trying to yank her battle axe back out of his flesh, Mikhail snaps his hand up and grabs it by the haft again. Beulah's blue eyes narrow as he pulls the axe back down, not letting her yank it free. He can't let her pull it out yet. It wouldn't send the right message. Instead, while Beulah is trying to remove her weapon from Mikhail's grip, what everyone else sees is Mikhail slowly standing up while it seems like all of her orcish strength is bearing down on him from above. What the crowds and the guards and Tsadicus all see is Mikhail rising back to his feet from his kneeling position, seemingly overcoming Beulah's monstrous strength and the wound she's given him. And what they see, once he's risen to his feet once more, is Mikhail being the one to yank her axe blade out of his flesh and his ruined armor and push her back. Beulah stumbles backwards with wide eyes as Mikhail's blood splatters across the sand in a wide arc from her battle axe. But the wound itself, well, he might not know how Beulah does it exactly, but he knows how he does it. It costs him a good amount of energy from the soul engine to heal his wound so fast, but compared to how much power he's currently holding onto, it's a pittance. More than that though, it's worth it to see the look on Beulah's face as she sees how fast he's healed. The look on Tsadicus Quinn's face is pretty damn priceless too. You're like me. Mikhail doesn't quite know what she means by that, but he shakes his head all the same. No. I'm better. As expected, such words go a long way to bringing Beulah back to the battle at hand. Her wide eyes narrow again at the disrespectful confidence in his tone, and she huffs as she snarls, showing off her tusks. Her sharp, knife-like ears twitch atop her head, the only warning Mikhail gets before the red-haired half-orc launches herself forward. To the shock of everyone watching the battle, Mikhail meets her charge in an entirely unexpected way. Namely, he drops his sword. It falls from his fingers right as Beulah is bearing down on him, but while there are gasps of shock and cries of dismay from everyone in the stadium, the half-orc doesn't hesitate. He wonders what they think is happening. They probably can't see that he's healed as fast as he did. Beulah and Psaticus both noticed. Though, in the moment before Beulah brings her axe down, Mikhail sees a fresh grin on Psaticus' face. Perhaps the up-jumped city lord thinks that Mikhail's healing is only surface deep and his sword arm has suddenly stopped working or something. Alas, that's not the case. The brand new grin on Psaticus Quinn's face freezes in place when Mikhail once again catches Beulah's overhead swing on the haft of her axe before the blade can strike him. To her credit, Beulah is ready for it this time. She steps in the moment he does it and aims a quick kick to the inside of his leg, attempting to break his footing and bring him to the ground where she can wail on him to her heart's content. A great idea, he'd go ahead and steal it from her then. Easily dodging the sharp kick, Mikhail grabs hold of Beulah's axe with his other hand as well, and then wrenches. Beulah grunts in surprise as he tears her weapon from her grasp, displaying far greater strength than her and wresting the battle axe free in front of everyone watching. The Colosseum is packed with tens of thousands of people thanks to Psaticus Quinn's vanity, and every single one of them see the Lord's chief enforcer get disarmed in that moment. Rather than use Beulah's own weapon against her however, Mikhail tosses it away, and tackles Beulah onto her back. The half-orc goes down with a surprised shout as Mikhail slams a gloved fist right into her face hard enough to break her nose. She heals from it almost immediately of course but doesn't recover fast enough to stop the second punch. This right here is the crux of Plan B. He can feel everyone's eyes on him. That's good. But he has to be careful. Too short, and Beulah recovers enough to fight back while he's doing what he needs to do. Too long and Psaticus likely starts throwing magic around or calls in the guards to put Mikhail down. In the end, he settles for a dozen walloping punches to Beulah's head, leaving the half-orc with glazed over blue eyes and a dazed and confused expression on her face. She'll heal, he figures. But not soon enough. He could have killed her right then and there. He could have cut her head from her shoulders with her own axe, or his sword. Both were close enough for him to get them and come back before she could recover. But Beulah's death was never part of Plan B. No, she was much more useful to him alive. As evidence. Before anyone can really react, Mikhail reaches down and grabs the enchanted gorget around Beulah's neck, upper chest, and shoulders. He grabs it, and he begins to pull. Immediately, he feels resistance. More resistance than he'd felt when fighting against Beulah's physical strength, even. There's a lot of fucking magic in the heavy, incredibly thick slave collar that the half-orc is wearing. Magic that fights its removal every step of the way. There's a chance that this will actually kill Beulah, but having seen how tough she is and how fast she heals, Mikhail figures she'll be alright. Probably. Either way, he doesn't stop. He burns through the energy in his soul engine as fast as he needs to, and he keeps fucking pulling. Guards, stop. With a roar of defiance and rage that reverberates through the entire Colosseum, Mikhail cuts Psaticus off. The explosion of magical energy as he tears Beulah's collar off of her probably also helps to silence the shocked Lord of Alether. Only too late had Psaticus realized what Mikhail was doing. Only too late had the city lord realized he was about to be exposed. Holding Beulah's slave collar up in two ripped pieces in his hands, Mikhail looks down and sees the half-orc's eyes refocusing just in time to glance down at the magical contract that was literally branded into her flesh. Mikhail can't say for certain how it works, but if he had to guess, he'd assume the contract was written in magical runes on the inside of the gorget, and then placed upon Beulah, literally branding it into her flesh and tying it to her person. Of course, now that the gorget is shattered, the contract flakes off of Beulah's body, the magic broken. Her flesh heals rapidly, the branding disappearing in mere moments. She's free. As Beulah stares down at herself with wide eyes, Mikhail rises to his feet and lifts the collar up, slowly turning in a circle to regard the people of Alether. Is this your lord, people of Alether? A coward who hides behind his slave? A monster who steals your loved ones from their homes to thrust into his sick games? His voice rings out through the Colosseum. Everyone has seen it. Honestly, Mikhail hadn't been counting on the contract being so visible. But this works. Plan B has gone better than he could have hoped. There's just one last step and it's one Mikhail can't take alone. Beating Beulah up was phase 1 of Plan B. But turning the Colosseum audience against Psaticus at long last, that was phase 2. There's a brief pause, and then someone cries out. Fuck no. Monster. Murderer. Down with Psaticus Quinn. The stadium begins to fill with more and more voices. Mikhail can see some of the city guard even joining in. The others have faces white as ghosts as they look around, trying to figure out who the fuck they're supposed to arrest first. The smartest ones quickly realize how outnumbered they are and begin to quietly disappear from the stands. Meanwhile, Mikhail slowly turns back around and looks up at the Lord's podium where Tsadicus Quinn stands, his crime of slavery laid bare before everyone. Maybe he would have gotten away with it if they'd gone through the proper channels. After all, as Lord of Alathur, he was part of the proper channels. But the court of public opinion was another thing entirely. The sound of a scuffle draws Mikhail and Tsadicus' eyes over to the same part of the stands. They watch together as a group mob the guards in that section and take their weapons. It's only the first of many. The rioting has already started. The people are fed up and have had enough. When Mikhail finally looks back to Tsadicus, the Lord doesn't even glance his way. He just turns and hurries off of the platform, vanishing down a passage and fleeing from the scene. Mikhail grits his teeth, prepared to go after him, but before he can do so, Beulah rises to her feet in front of him. As expected, the half-orc had healed fast and whatever backlash she might have experienced from having her slave collar forcibly removed isn't enough to keep her down for long. Mikhail tenses for a moment, not sure whether to anticipate a thank you or an attack from the bloodthirsty woman. But as she shakes off the last bits of metal from the destroyed gorget Tsadicus had her in, Beulah graces Mikhail with a savage grin and brings her fists together, slamming her knuckles hard enough to make them bleed for a moment. Well? What are we waiting for? We going to go and kill that bastard or not? Chapter 25, Regrouping. Sir Mikhail, over here. The city is on fire when he and Beulah make their way out of the Colosseum. Not literally just yet, but figuratively speaking, the fighting has already spilled out onto the streets and the people of Alathur are in full revolt against their lord and his army of goons. Unfortunately, by the time he and Beulah had made it to the Lord's podium by taking the long way around, they hadn't seen a single glimpse of Tsadicus Quinn. Mikhail almost wished he'd tried to leap up onto the platform from the arena floor so he could maybe have caught the bastard before he slipped away, but he hadn't been sure that Beulah could follow, not with her still slightly dazed from the concussion he gave her and the after effects of the way in which he'd shredded her slave collar and magical contract. As a result, Tsadicus was in the damn wind and Mikhail wasn't entirely sure where to go next. Fortunately, the moment that he and Beulah hit the streets, a familiar voice called out to him, identifying him in a way that only one person had so far. Rushing over to where Thala is stood over near the entrance of an alleyway, Mikhail steps into the alley with Beulah at his heels, even as Thala leads them to a veiled woman who can only be one person. Avina confirms it a moment later when she flips back the veil to reveal her face and then lunges forward, grabbing him by his chest plate. You idiot! What were you thinking? Mikhail blinks, preparing to ask for clarity. But before he can, Avina grabs him by the front of his armor, looking like she's ready to pull him into a surprisingly desperate kiss. Then she notes the fact that he's still wearing his mask and her face scrunches up in consternation. Had she been that worried about him? He wasn't entirely sure why. He was never actually in any danger. Thanks to her and her soul engine, Mikhail was the most dangerous thing in the Colosseum today. And he'd proved it over and over again. Still, he's not going to turn down a kiss. He's just about to pull off his mask right then and there, when his soul mechanic abruptly changes course and starts working open the straps on his armor. Avina, this really doesn't seem like the time. Shut up. I'm checking on the engine. Oh. Actually, that made a lot more sense. Mikhail flushes at the misunderstanding, not really sure why his mind went there of all places at a time like this. Indeed, the sounds of civilians clashing with guardsmen and angry rioters running through the streets fills the air all around them. Now is not the time for any hanky-panky, that's for sure. Getting his chest plate off of him, Avina pulls open his shirt to reveal that the device embedded in his chest is glowing so brightly that it causes the entire alleyway to be awash with teal light. Beulah's eyes widen from off to the side when she sees it, and she looks at Avina in a new light. Hey! I'd wondered how you survived. She's the one the bastard's been trying to hunt down all sly-like. Avina scowls but doesn't give Beulah the time of day. The soul mechanic is already completely focused on Mikhail and his soul engine, checking it over and peering at it closely. She doesn't have time for outside distractions, even ones that are shaped like Tsadicus' half-orc bodyguard. Thala on the other hand frowns at the half-orc, placing herself between Beulah and the two of them. What are your intentions now that Sir Mikhail has freed you? You owe him a debt of gratitude. Will you pledge yourself to his service? Mikhail winces at Thala's sharp, cutting tone. But he doesn't speak up, because rather than get upset, Beulah tosses him an amused glance before snorting derisively at the Knight of the Rose. Not big on debts right now. Or pledges. Or contracts. Thala flushes at Beulah's deadpan tone. Letting out a grunt, the half-orc tilts her head back and thrusts out her chin. But killing Tsadicus Quinn? I'm all for that. For a moment, Thala looks indecisive, almost like she wants to push for more. But before she can, Avina finally pulls back from Mikhail's chest and scoffs. That's all well and good. I'm sure we'd all like to get a chance at Tsadicus now. But the likelihood of that happening has dropped to zero, hasn't it? Wait, what? Mikhail furrows his brow in consternation, even as Avina pats the soul engine and gives him a smile. It's taking to this level of power better than I thought it would. So are you, Mikhail. I think it probably has to do with you being a summoned hero. The old legends said that summoned heroes were like sponges. If they lasted long enough, they inevitably became powerhouses each in their own right. But I think out of all of them, you've taken it the most literally. You've become an actual sponge, absorbing all of that excess soul energy. Well now. That was good to hear, but it was distracting from the issue at hand. Nodding to make it clear to Avina that he's hearing her loud and clear, Mikhail nevertheless changes the subject back to the important thing. What do you mean by what you said before, Avina? That our chances of getting to Tsaticus have dropped to zero. Letting out a sigh, Avina looks towards the mouth of the alley. All around them, fighting can be heard. The people of Alathur are taking their city back, or at least, that's what Mikhail is hoping anyways. Truthfully, he has no clue whether this will be good for Alathur or not. The line between revolution and riot is a thin one, isn't it? When the dust settles, how many people will be dead? Though, one thing is certain, after all is said and done, they'll be better off without Tsaticus Quinn as their ruler. Mikhail has to believe that. But for that to even be possible in the first place, the bastard has to be deposed. And Mikhail very much wants to be the one to do it, for obvious reasons. If anyone else gets to him before they do, there might not be enough left of the evil wizard for Mikhail to get what he wants. He'll have retreated to the Lord's Tower in the center of the city by this point. I didn't mention it before because it wasn't supposed to be relevant. Basically, every city in Akriathi is built around a Lord's Tower. Alathur is no different. Each Lord's Tower is warded with powerful magical protections that are centuries old. And they're centuries old because they're just that strong. Nothing anyone has come up with in hundreds of years can break through them. Avina points and Mikhail follows her finger, her words washing over to him as he sees the pinnacle of a large tower he'd noticed before. Just as he's looking at it, however, the top of the tower, a large shimmering gem, suddenly glows and massive waves of magical force flow down from it, covering the tower and disappearing out of view behind the building that stands between them and the rest of the structure. There it is. He'll be holed up there, and now that the protections are active, it'll be largely impenetrable. On the plus side, by activating those protections, he's automatically alerted the rest of the Lord's Towers across Akriathi. Meaning that the Council of Lords now knows something is going on. He won't be able to hide this from them, and when they find out that he's fucked up badly enough to put the city in open revolt against him, they'll probably send a force to remove him from power themselves. That sounded good, but obviously it was only good if one ignored the fact that Mikhail needed to get to Tsaticus personally. Avina's shoulders slump, making it clear that she at least understands the issue here. Tsaticus might be ultimately brought to justice, with the Council of Lords being forced to make an example of him when they find out everything that happened. But justice was never the primary goal. Mikhail wanted his memories back. He wanted to go home. Both were things Tsaticus couldn't do for him if he was languishing in some prison cell or worse, executed before Mikhail could talk to him. Shit. Avina just nods, before slumping back against the alley wall with a huff. The soul mechanic looks surprisingly defeated. Though she also keeps glancing at his soul engine, seeming quite pleased with how well her invention had performed. Humph. I see no problem here. Mikhail, Avina, and Thala's eyes all snap to Beulah at those words. The half-orc lifts her bared shoulders and then brings them down in a shrug as she grunts. Bastard Lord has holed himself up in tower, yes? Put protections in place so none can get to him. None but us, that is. Furrowing his brow, Mikhail feels a spark of hope ignite in his chest. Beulah, what are you saying? Grinning savagely, the half-orc lifts her battle axe up off her shoulder, hoisting it in both hands. Bastard Lord taught me quite a bit. Showed me even more. More than he thought he was teaching me. More than he thought he was showing me. I know a way into Lord's Tower that goes past defenses. A way that goes under them. Beulah's grin feels infectious, because Mikhail can feel one growing on his face as well as she speaks. It seemed that freeing the half-orc was already beginning to pay dividends. And how can we trust you, exactly? After all, you signed on with Tsaticus willingly. All we have is your word that he tricked you into that contract of yours. Avina's voice cuts through the growing excitement like a knife, and Mikhail looks at the freckled young woman askance. She really wanted to go there. Fortunately, Beulah seems incapable of taking offense. Or maybe she's just in such a good mood that she can't bring herself to get angry right now. The half-orc lets out a bark of laughter at Avina's accusation, shaking her head. Ha! I'm not the kind to stab you in the back, little human. This one. Mikhail was it. He laid it out quite plainly the first time we fought. Tsaticus Quinn never intended to let me live to see the end of my contract. He would have made sure I died while I was still under his control, rather than let me be free. That much is plain to see at this point. So rest assured. I don't intend to let him live to see the end of this day. Nodding, Avina seems to appreciate Beulah's conviction, but she's not done prodding the half-orc, it would seem. I believe that you are prepared to kill Tsaticus. But are you equally prepared to let him live? Beulah's brow furrows for the first time at that, even as Avina waves a hand in Mikhail's direction. We need to take Tsaticus alive so he can help Mikhail here. The lord of the city is the only person in all of Akriatha, if not all of Vaklatora, who can possibly help Mikhail. Right. Beulah still didn't know his true identity. Tsaticus didn't either, which was something Mikhail was more than happy to have in his back pocket going into this final battle against the bastard of a wizard. But still, reaching up, he pulls away the metal mask covering his features, letting Beulah see his face. The half-orc peers at him curiously for a moment before her blue eyes widen in recognition. Then, she glances to Avina. Oh ho! Summoned hero. That's what you said earlier. Ha! The bastard lord was fucking angry when he thought one of his other underlings lost this one's body. But here he is, alive once more, and all because of you. Oh, the look on his face is going to be great. It probably would be. Still. Avina had a point. Beulah. I need Tsaticus to return my memories. And I need to tell him what condition he set when he summoned me so I can fulfill it and return home. Can I count on you to stay your hand and let him live long enough to get the answers I see? Avina is right that I need him alive for at least a little while longer, and possibly a lot longer depending on what condition he set. Mikhail didn't know what he would do if the condition Tsaticus had set was something like ensure Tsaticus Quinn lives a long, happy life. That would be an issue. But Mikhail was willing to cross that bridge when he got to it. Or burn it to the ground. One or the other. Still, he watches Beulah carefully, wanting to make sure she's fully on board. To be fair, he doesn't think the half-orc has a deceptive bone in her body. Especially with how long she's having to think about it. Finally though, Beulah nods sharply. You can count on me. Freed me and spared me, didn't you? I might not be in the mood for pledges of service, but I can do this much for you at least. Whatever happens after, well, we'll figure that out when we get there, won't we? They would indeed. Giving Beulah a thankful smile, Mikhail places his metal mask back over his face and then straps his chest plate back on over the soul engine. The others check their own gear and get ready to move out as he readies himself. In short order though, they're all good to go. With a grunt and a simple jerk of her head telling them to follow, Beulah leads them out into the streets of a city in turmoil. Luckily, they don't look like city guards, but they do look way too well armed for most people to fuck with them. A few recognize Beulah as Tsaticus' bodyguard, but none want to tangle with a half-orc wielding a massive fuck-off battle axe. A couple of guardsmen try to conscript Beulah into whatever defense they're attempting to mount while their boss hides in his tower, but Beulah just laughs and punches their lights out. Honestly, Mikhail feels like she shows surprising restraint in doing so. Eventually, they dip down off of the streets into a nondescript cellar. And then, much to all of their amazement, Beulah leads them into the sewers. None of the three of them say anything, but a quick glance at Avina shows that she's quite annoyed to discover that they were literally using the same network as the secret entrance into the Lord's Tower. Still, it made sense. Even a magical, centuries-old tower needed to have access to the sewers, right? Soon enough, true to Beulah's word, they come up inside of the Lord's Tower in spite of the magical barrier blocking access from above. Seems like a massive oversight on Mikhail's part, but then, he supposed a lord in question might want an escape route all the same. The tower itself is very sparsely populated. There's 1 or 2 guards who apparently made it inside before the protections went up, but they're easy enough to take down. And with Beulah leading the way, they can avoid any of the traps and pitfalls meant for would-be thieves. Ascending the tower is a walk in the park. But then they come to the top, where a pair of large double doors stand between them and their quarry. Mikhail can feel it in his bones, thrumming right alongside the soul engine through his veins. Tsaticus Quinn is on the other side of those doors. And who knows what sort of bullshit the evil wizard has cooked up. But he refuses to let that stop him. It's finally time. Time to get his mind put back straight. Time to get answers. Time for the Lord of Alather to pay for what he did. Chapter 26, Tsaticus fucking Quinn. Mikhail is more than ready to kick in the large double doors and lay down a can of hoop ass on Tsaticus fucking Quinn. However, right before he can, he notices something. The doors aren't locked. How can he tell? Well, there's a simple, easy trick to checking that sort of thing you see. Namely, the fact that one of the doors is actually half an inch ajar makes it clear that they aren't locked. Blinking at the sight, Mikhail looks to the others and brings a finger to his lips. Then, he creeps forward and slowly pushes the door open. It's large and heavy, but with the amount of strength he's packing right now, it doesn't prove to be all that resistant. Best of all, it doesn't even creak as he slips into the Lord's quarters undetected. Telling you, I need assistance. The city is in open revolt against me. This is a plot by the Zuvarian Empire to swoop in and take control of Alether, I swear it. That bitch Dawnguard brought some sort of heavy ringer in and has completely turned the city's populace against their rightful lord. Mikhail blinks as he sees Psattacus looming over a skull of all things on the far side of the room. Has the Lord of Alether gone insane? Has his mind shattered because he can't comprehend why he's lost control of his city so readily? And what was all that nonsense about Thala and the Zuvarian Empire trying to take over Alether? Oh sure, Thala was in on it all, but Zuvaria had nothing to do with it. This was personal. And completely of Psattacus' own doing. Just as Mikhail is contemplating all of this and considering how to best initiate negotiations with the city lord, the skull suddenly lights up, its eye sockets glowing with unholy energy as it speaks right back at Psattacus in a garbled, heavily modulated voice. Have you located your charge yet, Mr. Quinn? Mikhail exchanges confused looks with the other members of his group, even as Psattacus freezes in place for a moment before scowling angrily down at the skull. What? No. I already told you, I think she left the city. If she were still here in Alether, I would have found her by now. But that's besides the point. I'm telling you that a chunk of Akriatha is about to be annexed by the Zuvarian Empire and you're still focused on that damn bitch. There's a brief pause, and then the skull lights up again. It pains me to see that you think you can lie to me, Mr. Quinn. After all this time, one would think that you would know better. The situation in Alether has nothing to do with the Zuvarian Empire. The Knight of the Rose within your walls acts without the knowledge of her nation and her order. The people of Alether have turned against you because of your own inability to lead them. Psattacus blanches as the garbled, modulated voice on the other end of the skull-like communication device lays out his failures in a succinct, deadpan fashion. That's not. Goodbye, Mr. Quinn. A moment later, the skull's eyes glow even brighter. Then, it fractures, seemingly of its own accord. And then it begins to compress in on itself, experiencing a small implosion that leaves behind nothing but dust. Psattacus stares at the empty space on his desk where the skull sat for a long moment in disbelief and shock. Thunk. And then he looks up, because Beulah has just let the head of her battle axe sink into the floor of his quarters, drawing his attention their way. Mikhail supposes he shouldn't be surprised that the half-orc had reached the limits of what constituted as stealth for her. In the end, stealth and Beulah just didn't fit together in the same sentence, did they? Still, Psattacus' eyes widen at the sight of them all standing there. In fact, they grow progressively wider as he registers each individual person. First Mikhail, who he has nothing but hatred and general anger in his gaze for. Then Thala, much the same. Beulah, who he has the gall to look betrayed by of all things. And finally, Avina. Mikhail's soul mechanic is the shortest of their group, so it's not surprising she's the last to be noticed. Still, the look Psattacus gives her is a mixed bag to be sure. Mikhail thinks he detects incredulity right alongside anger and befuddlement. He also looks down at the dust in front of him almost longingly, as though he would give anything to have the skull back in this moment. But no matter how long he stares at the spot where the skull once sat, it does not return. In the end, the Lord of Alether throws his head back and laughs. Fuck me. Just my luck, isn't it? I get thrown to the curb because I can't find one stupid bitch, and just as they wash their hands with me, you turn up right before my eyes. What? Mikhail throws a glance at Avina, who has gone stiff at Psattacus' words. It's obvious that whatever he's going on about is news to her. Glaring daggers at him, the freckled soul mechanic steps forward with a growl. I'm afraid I won't be repaying any more of your oh-so-generous loan, Quinn. Regardless of exactly who controlled the purse strings. Psattacus blinks for a moment and then lets out another derisive laugh. It's the kind of laugh that makes Mikhail want to punch the other man's face in. Or maybe that's just Psattacus in general. Who can say? Stupid girl. The loan was never the point. It was just a lever to control you with. Fuck, you've really made a mess of things, Avina. Before Avina can demand clarification, Thala steps forward, lifting her sword and pointing it at Psattacus. Psattacus Quinn. You are accused of numerous crimes. Abuse of the summoned hero ritual. Utilization of memory alteration magics. Slavery. Mistreatment of your citizens. The evidence against you is ironclad, so I will not ask how you plead. Surrender now and prepare to stand trial for your actions. Looking equal parts amused and irritated, the scarred city lord shakes his head. So you figured it out, huh? What? Did Avina tell you? Is that why you two are working together? I sent you after her for the express purpose of driving her further into my arms, and now look at you both. Thick as thieves. But if you knew the sorts of things she's gotten up to. Psattacus trails off there, clearly trying to sow division in their ranks. Mikhail isn't having any of it though. Enough of this fucking bastard talking out his ass. Mikhail wanted answers, and he wanted them now. Stepping forward, he rips the mask off of his face and glares Psattacus down. She learned it all straight from the source, Quinn. She learned it all from me. For a moment, Sadicus just stares at him blankly. Then, his eyes sharpen in recognition and he lets out a noise of disbelief. His gaze snaps from Mikhail to Avina and a laugh of disbelief leaves his startled lips. You stole the body. You know I had that old drunk killed for his fuck up? And all this time, it was you. Thrusting her chin out, smiling confidently, Avina nods. Yes. It was me. There's a beat of silence as Sadicus just looks at them all. However, Mikhail feels a pit developing in his gut as he realizes the Lord of Alather doesn't look nearly as afraid of them as he should. In fact, he looks surprisingly at ease despite facing down their combined might. The reason why becomes apparent a moment later when his eyes dart to Thala's raised sword and he scoffs. Enough of this. Mikhail's eyes widen as an unbelievable pressure suddenly drops down onto his shoulders with a wave of Sadicus' hand. And he's not the only one either. A grunt from Beulah, a sharp exhale from Thala, and a cry from Avina alert him to the fact that all three women are experiencing the exact same thing. More than that, they all go crashing down to their knees from the pressure, Beulah included. She's only driven to one knee, while Thala is forced to both. Avina though is clearly faring the worst as she's pushed to both her hands and her knees. He's the only one left standing, frozen in place as Sadicus gives him a curious look but ultimately smiles all the same. Did any of you stop to think this through? Confronting a lord in his own tower? Just because you got past the barrier doesn't mean I'm defenseless. In fact, here, out of everywhere in the city, I'm at my strongest. You cannot kill me here. You cannot even touch me. You. He cuts himself off, because Mikhail has suddenly taken a step forward. The smile drops from Sadicus' face and his brow furrows in consternation. A redoubling of the pressure that the Lord of Alather is exerting falls upon Mikhail's shoulders, but it's not enough. Because Mikhail is calling upon all of the power in the soul engine right now. He's burning through energy like never before. He consumed hundreds of human souls down in the Colosseum, and now he's burning through dozens each moment. Mikhail, the ring. Avina's pained words manage to reach his ears from behind him. And Mikhail sees it as he takes another step forward. The hand Sadicus is waving, it has a ring on it. One with a glowing gem set into the filigree. The Lord of Alather waves the hand at him again, but Mikhail just grits his teeth, and lunges forward, bringing his sword up in a flash and a truly Herculean feat of effort. A sharp cry rings out through the Lord's quarters as a finger goes flying through the air with a ring attached to it. Sadicus Quinn drops to his knees, cradling his injured hand in shock and pain as blood pours from the stump left behind by his missing digit. Mikhail can't bring himself to care though. Moving in, he grabs the bastard of a wizard by the front of his robes and points the tip of his sword at Sadicus' throat, right under his chin. The city lord goes still at that, eyes focusing up on Mikhail's face. No more tricks. No more games. You're going to go with Thala quietly and admit your wrongdoing and crimes to whoever she brings you to, you bastard. If not, we'll let Beulah have you. But first you're going to fix me. Sadicus blinks at that, looking baffled by the demand. Fix you? Avina already brought you back to life. And somehow gave you enough power to overcome a lord's domain at that. Fix you? You seem plenty fixed to me. Snarling, Mikhail tosses his sword away so that he can curl his fingers into a fist and socks Sadicus across the face. The Lord of Alather lets out a strangled cry at the blow. Despite mostly pulling his punch, Mikhail feels a crunch as he's pretty sure he fractures Sadicus' cheekbone. As a result, Sadicus winds up thrown to the ground, with Mikhail going with him. Pinning the other man beneath him, Mikhail snarls as he grabs Sadicus even more tightly by his robes, having to restrain himself from slamming the man's head back against the floorboards a few times to really get his anger across. He needed Sadicus in his right mind. Still, hopefully the pain from the one blow he had allowed himself would be enough to sharpen the bastard's focus. You know what I mean, fuckface. I want my memories back. You scooped out half of my mind and shoved the fragments of a bunch of killers into their place. Fix my fucking head. Fix my memories. He shakes Sadicus as he speaks, jostling and jolting the city lord. But finally, he slows down enough to give the man a chance to formulate his response. Of course, when he finally does, it's not anywhere close to what Mikhail wants to hear. Oh, that's what you want? H-hat, idiot. Why would I keep your memories? Why would I keep the memories of any of the idiots I summoned to fight for me? Waste of fucking space. No fighting. No battling. No bloodshed. Utterly worthless. Mikhail freezes up for a moment, and then sees red. With a roar, he finally gives in to that urge to slam Sadicus into the ground a few times, pounding and pummeling the wizard as Sadicus chokes, the air driven out of his lungs time and time again. There's no physical strength to Alather's lord. He's a weakling through and through, without a single ounce of muscle to his person. It's quite easy to manhandle him, especially without that ring of his that gave him control over the tower's defenses. It would be even easier to kill him. Mikhail very nearly does. The dead men in his head are all crowing for it. Egging him on. Encouraging the bastard's death. But if it were just them, Mikhail wouldn't be struggling to resist the urge quite so much. No, it's not just them. It's Mikhail himself. For the first time in his life, Mikhail himself truly wants to kill someone. Not just needs to. Not just has to. But wants to do it. He wants Psaticus Quinn dead. Only one thing stays his hand in the end, eventually forcing him to stop throttling the bastard and slamming him into the floorboards of his own quarters. One last glimpse of hope. Psaticus is dazed by the time Mikhail finally ceases his abuse, but he doesn't let that stop him. Slapping the man across the face a couple times is enough to make his eyes refocus on Mikhail. How do I go home? I was told every hero summoned to this world is given a condition. What condition did you give me? What do I have to do to be given the choice to go home? Silence hangs for a moment, and then Psaticus grins. It's a bloody grin, the man having bit his own tongue at some point from the look of things. He snorts, and then has the gall to laugh in Mikhail's face. Ah ha ha ha. You don't. You poor, stupid bastard. You never go home. You. Smack. He has no problem slapping Psaticus again. This time it's a backhand, and one strong enough that Mikhail's knuckle tears away a strip of Psaticus flesh. The Lord of Alather gasps, looking worse and worse for wear. Mikhail doesn't care. He screams into the man's face. Explain. What does that mean? What the fuck did you do? His words slurred and a little delirious, Psaticus nevertheless explains. Loophole, why see, the condition I set for very hero I summoned, was to die for me. What? Psaticus grins again, looking so unbelievably smug and proud of himself. But the arrow is supposed to get to choose. And if they're dead, they don't get to choose. You're a special one though, aren't you? Guess we know for sure now. Mikhail furrows his brow. Know what for sure? Giggling some more to himself, Psaticus shrugs. We know what happens when a summoned hero who's died completing their task is brought back from the dead. He stares blankly until Psaticus lifts himself up and whispers the answer. Nothing. Nothing happens. You don't get the choice. You don't get to go home. You're stuck here. Forever. You irk. Mikhail's hand is suddenly around Psaticus' throat. Gripping down tightly, he cuts off the other man's airflow. Psaticus' face rapidly begins to purple. But the Lord of Alather doesn't have the chance to expire from lack of oxygen. Nor do any of the other people in the room have the chance to stop Mikhail. Because the very next thing he does is form his other hand into a fist and drive it straight through Psaticus' skull, pulping his head in a single blow. His fist meets the floorboard under Psaticus' head and tears right through that as well as an inhuman, unearthly roar leaves Mikhail's throat. A strangled, desperate sort of roar. The sound of a dying animal, one might say. Perhaps it's proximity. Perhaps it's because he has Psaticus brain matter all over his fist right alongside the splinters from the wood he just busted through. Either way, Mikhail doesn't even have to try. His soul engine glows brightly beneath his chest plate and a moment late he absorbs the dead Lord of Alather's soul. Mikhail seizes up, back arching as he shudders. His eyes damn near roll back in his head from the single most powerful pulse of power he's ever received. Something changes in him in that moment, even as he pulls back from Psaticus' corpse. Something in the soul engine has diametrically been altered by absorbing the wizard's soul. But, did it even matter? Kneeling there, slumped on the ground, Mikhail stares down at his kill. His eyes are empty. The power of the soul engine thrums through his body, but his mind is an utter mess. And he's never going to be able to fix it either. His stolen memories are gone, tossed away by a cruel and petty tyrant, an uncaring and unfeeling greedy little toad of a man. Meanwhile, his chance to go home is forever closed to him by a loophole in the hero summoning ritual big enough to drive a fucking car through. He was never going home. He was never going to be whole again. This was it. Now and forever. Chapter 27, The Aftermath. Stay still. A metal tool taps against his clavicle, making Mikhail grunt as he aborts the heavy sigh he was in the process of letting out. It wasn't the first drawn-out sigh that had poured out of him in the past few days, but admittedly, this wasn't the time for him to be sighing. Not with a vine wrist deep in the soul engine, fiddling around inside of it with a set of specialized-looking tools. It had been 5 days since the grand melee, Mikhail's victory, and Psaticus' death. But the city was still in a state of utter anarchy. Civilized anarchy perhaps, but anarchy all the same. What Mikhail had heard was that the people of Alather had finally risen up and thrown off the shackles of their oppression. With Psaticus out of play, the city guard was apparently headless. Whoever was supposed to be in charge over there had merely been a yes man for the lord of the city, not any sort of military commander or soldier. As a result, the city guard hadn't lasted longer than a day before crumbling. Most of the guardsmen had either died, fled the city, or simply taken off any identifiers and joined the populace in their revolt. That last option had apparently been less successful than most of them had hoped, because even if they wanted to forswear all previous loyalties, the ringleaders who had sprouted up amidst the rioting weren't so inclined to let them. According to the reports, there were street courts popping up all over the city, where men were pulled before community leaders or just mobs of people and their crimes were judged by the angry citizenry. Not many survived their trials. Did Mikhail feel guilty about the part he played in making that happen? Perhaps a little bit. But at the same time, for every good guardsman that was perhaps punished unfairly for simply doing his job, there were 10 who were guilty of corruption, abuse of power, and far worse crimes than those. All in all, Mikhail had washed his hands of the whole situation. It wasn't his fight. It never had been. Alathur wasn't his city, Akriatha wasn't his kingdom, and Vaklatora wasn't his world. Even if he was stuck here all the same. Another heavy sigh threatens to escape him, but this time Mikhail manages to hold it in, staying as still as possible as Avina runs the last set of tests on his soul engine. Or at least, that's what she told him they were doing today. Indeed, for the last 5 days, they'd all stayed holed up in the Lord's Tower. Avina had taken the ring from Tsadika's finger and put it on, taking control of the tower defenses. She'd kept the barrier up and the 4 of them had stayed put. Mikhail was a little bit surprised that Beulah hadn't asked to be let out into the city to take part in all the fighting, but to be fair, the fighting had been done for a while now anyways. And to be extra fair, word of her enslavement might not have reached every corner of the city just yet. To many in Alathur, Beulah was still Tsadika's chief enforcer. With the Lord's Tower under their control, they'd had more than enough supplies to make the last 5 days the most relaxed time period Mikhail had had yet in this world. And yet, he was not exactly overjoyed. Or thrilled. Mikhail ultimately found himself in a strange state. On the one hand, he felt strangely powerful. Energized in a way he'd never been before. The soul engine in his chest is glowing brightly, even after 5 days without a meal. Of course, he'd eaten hundreds of souls during the Grand Melee, but then he'd had to burn through a lot of that power to overcome Tsadika's control of the tower defenses so that the evil wizard couldn't have his way with Mikhail or his friends. And yet he didn't feel any weaker for it. He felt perfectly fine. On the other hand, he was melancholic. Physically he might never have been better, but mentally and emotionally, he was listless. The life he'd had before coming to this world a few weeks ago was gone. His memories were lost to him. He was never going home. Frankly, a little grieving period felt appropriate. He deserved to be sad over what he'd lost, didn't he? I'm sorry about your memories, Mikhail. Apparently Avina agrees, because she suddenly speaks up even as she continues her work. Not even bothering to glance away from the soul engine, his soul mechanic nevertheless frowns slightly, saddened on his behalf. There's still a possibility we might be able to get you back to your world though. The hero summoning ritual is ancient beyond words. Its origins are shrouded in mystery. Even if none of the old writings in Akriatha or Zuvaria have answers, it's possible that other parts of the world do. I'd be happy to travel with you in search of such answers. Wherever you want to go. Mikhail grunts. It's nice of her to offer, but even as she speaks of hope, he can hear in Avina's tone that she doesn't think it's possible. The loophole that Bastard Quinn found in the ritual seems pretty fucking ironclad. The summoned hero is supposed to be given the choice to go home once he's completed the condition he was summoned to complete in the first place. But by making the condition die for me, Tsadika had gamed the system. You couldn't choose to go home if you were dead, now could you? And apparently whoever had invented the ritual hadn't thought about that or put any sort of failsafe in place to avoid it. Nor had they thought about the summoned hero being resurrected after death either. Otherwise Mikhail would have gotten some sort of option to go home the moment he woke up in the basement. Perhaps it was best he hadn't. Showing back up on Earth with no explanations, a soul-sucking device in his chest, and half his memories replaced with those of killers sounded like a recipe for disaster. Ultimately Mikhail didn't think he was ever going home. It was just like Tsadika said. Nor was he ever getting his head fixed. He was going to have to live like this now, half Mikhail and half monster. That said, amidst all of the melancholy, amidst all of the despair, Mikhail hadn't been only thinking about himself these past 5 days. As Avina works away at his soul engine, he slowly lowers his eyes from staring off into nothing to his soul mechanic's face. After a moment, Avina glances up at him before returning to her work. What is it? What did Tsadika mean when he said the loan was never the point? Whoever that was talking to him through the skull, did you recognize the voice? Avina hesitates for a moment before shaking her head. No. It was too garbled. It didn't even sound human. Whoever it was, I think they were masking their true voice somehow. Mikhail nods at that. He would have to agree. The skull's voice didn't sound like any normal voice would. It sounded deep, dark, and heavily modulated. Still. They talked of Tsadika's charge. Like it was someone he was supposed to be looking after. And the way Tsadika spoke, it was pretty obviously implied to be you. His soul mechanic's shoulders slump at that and she lets out a sigh of her own. Yet. I got that much too. Mikhail gives her a moment. She's earned at least that much from him. After all, if it wasn't for Avina, he would still be dead. Maybe he was never going home. Maybe he was never getting his mind or his life back. But at the very least, he'd gotten revenge. And all of those inane sayings back home about how revenge is a dish best served cold and if you seek revenge, dig 2 graves, it was a bunch of bullshit. Mikhail was glad Tsadika's Quinn was dead. He was even glad he'd done the deed with his own 2 hands. At least he got some fucking closure. I wasn't always Avina the soul mechanic, Mikhail. Avina scoffs in dry amusement at her own words. Ha, of course I wasn't. Soul mechanic is a title I made up on the spot when I finally managed to bring you back. When I finally managed to make the soul engine work. Before that, I was a nobody. And before that, well, I was someone I really don't want to be associated with anymore. Biting her lower lip, Avina takes a moment to gather herself. A long time ago, something terrible happened. And I survived. I lived when everyone else died. I wasn't supposed to. And in fact, I didn't think anyone knew that I lived either. But I fled anyways. I ran away all the way to the city, to Alathur. And here I've been for, more than half my life. One might say I grew up in Alathur, even if I wasn't born here. I scavenged, and I survived, and I made something of myself, no matter how small it was. Avina has a faint smile on her face as she describes her time in Alathur. Then, the smile drops. Eventually though, I got the itch. I wanted to create. But I needed money. So. I started looking for ways to earn extra coin. Somehow, Tsadikas found me. He was just arena master then, but he found me and offered me the first loan. I was desperate, so I took it. And I started the work that would eventually lead me to creating the soul engine. Glancing off to the side, Avina huffs. I suspect now that Tsadikas knew who I once was. Or maybe he didn't, but whoever was on that skull definitely did. For some reason, they had him watching me. Keeping me in line. I don't really want to guess why that might be. I don't want to be that girl I once was anymore. Looking back at him, Avina's dark eyes are almost imploring. It's better for everyone if my past stays dead and buried, Mikhail. I want to tell you everything one day. I promise I will. But for now, I think it's best if we leave Alathur soon. And Akriadi altogether. Wherever you want to go, we can go. Just so long as it's away from this kingdom. He doesn't fully understand, but even still, Mikhail gives Avina a nod and a small smile. Everyone's entitled to their secrets, Avina. Thank you for telling me as much as you could. Then, because it's obvious that the subject is making her uncomfortable, Mikhail glances down at his soul engine. What's the verdict, Doc? Avina blinks at that, before looking back to her work as well. After a moment, she finishes up whatever she was doing and closes the soul engine back up, sealing the outer casing once more. Then, she gives him a sardonic look. Congratulations. You're a wizard, Mikhail. For a moment, he just stares at her blankly. Then, he chokes out a response. Excuse me. She gestures at his chest. You have magic now. Specifically, you have a magical talent. Right, of course she wouldn't know. But fuck was it jarring to hear her repeat a line from the most popular magical fiction back home. And fuck was it frustrating that damn book series was what he remembered, instead of more important things like his goddamn family. Grimacing, Mikhail forcibly suppresses such depressing thoughts, instead focusing on what Avina is actually saying. Explain? Please. His soul mechanic has the good grace to look abashed as she nods her head and rises to her feet. Right, sorry. Simply put, magical talent is not learned in this world, Mikhail. It is something you're born with. Wait, it's genetic. As Avina's blank look, Mikhail flushes. It's inherited. She starts to nod, but then tilts her head to the side and raises a hand to make a so-so gesture. Sort of. It's inherited a lot of the time, yes. If a family is known for magic, most of its members will have a magical talent. But magical talent has also been shown to crop up in non-magical families as well. It's incredibly random, at times. Tsadikas Quinn, for instance, definitely wasn't from any known magical family as far as I'm aware. But he had a magical talent all the same. One that he passed on to you when you absorbed his soul 5 days ago. Mikhail chokes on his spit. Never mind the similarities to a certain property he'd just been thinking about. But did Avina just say what he thought she said? You're saying I've absorbed that bastard's magic. For a moment, he's amazed by the idea. Then, Mikhail blanches as he thinks over the magics Sadicus was known for. He hadn't seen the bastard cast a single fireball in the few encounters he'd had with him. There was that hand flame in their first encounter, but even that hadn't made another showing when they'd fought that final time. No, Sadicus' magical talent had seemed to lie in summoning rituals, mind magic, and magical contracts. Otherwise known as kidnapping people, fucking with their heads, and enslaving people to do his bidding. Needless to say, none of those were things Mikhail himself wanted to suddenly start doing. You have, yes, and I can tell you're concerned because of what Sadicus was known for. Let me set your fears at ease, Mikhail. Magic manifests differently in everyone. Just because you absorb Sadicus' magical talent does not mean you will be predisposed to the same magics that he was. It doesn't, or rather, it shouldn't work like that. Mikhail raises an eyebrow at Avina and the pale, freckled young woman flushes under his gaze. But you don't know for sure, do you? Because this is all new ground. Look, I appreciate all you've done for me as my soul mechanic Avina, but you say it yourself. Soul mechanic was a title you made up after you finally succeeded in getting the soul engine online and bringing me back. So really, you don't know for sure that I didn't inherit Sadicus' predisposition to certain less than savory magics, do you? Mulish, Avina crosses her arms over her chest and huffs. No, I don't know for sure. But all of my research says it shouldn't be. Still, if you're that worried about it, there's only one way to know for sure. Tilting his head to the side, Mikhail gestures for Avina to go on. You let me lead you through the basics of drawing out your magical talent, and we see exactly what it is you can do without any sort of training. If I'm wrong and you are predisposed to Sadicus types of magic, well we can decide how you want to handle it. But if I'm right and you have your own magics, possible unique from anything else in the world, well, surely that's worth exploring, right? His head still tilted, Mikhail considers Avina's words for a moment before slowly nodding. Yes. Yes it was. Chapter 28, Magic Mikhail. His decision made, Mikhail looks down at his glowing soul engine. How do we begin? Smiling slightly, Avina places a hand atop the outer case of her creation, running her fingers along her device almost as if she's a mother stroking the head of her child. A weird analogy when talking about the thing that's literally replaced his heart, but that's the first thing that comes to Mikhail's mind all the same. Focus. Reach within yourself and try to find something that feels like pure power. Then, draw it out. Mikhail can't help but shoot Avina a dubious sort of look at that. The freckled young woman maintains her serious look for a second before cracking a broader smile and ducking her head. I know how it sounds, Mikhail. But I am actually serious. This sort of thing, normally it takes months of hard work and focus for someone to draw out their magical talent after it's discovered. But normally, it's also discovered at a young age, sometimes by accident, sometimes through rigorous testing. You, however, are special. For two reasons. His soul mechanic holds up two fingers at that last bit and then makes a show of pulling one down with her hand. Number 1, you're a summoned hero. All of the texts I've read made it clear that your kind either sinks or swims. You're not born into our world, you're thrust into it. As a result, you have nothing at the start, but you also have unlimited potential. Then, she pulls down the second finger. Number 2, you have my soul engine in your chest. Don't tell me you haven't already felt it while drawing upon the soul engine's power. The strength flowing through you. The energy coursing through your veins. You've already got experience with this sort of thing. All you have to do is do that, but this time externalize it. Okay, that actually made a lot of sense. Part of Mikhail was a little concerned about the idea of just expelling energy from the soul engine though. It was his literal life force, after all. But at the same time, this was magic they were talking about. He couldn't just ignore the possibilities, now could he? Giving Avina a nod to make it clear he understands, Mikhail lets out an explosive breath and closes his eyes, focusing inward. His hands are atop his knees as he sits there, steadily breathing in and out while searching for that feeling. His soul mechanic is right, of course. Finding the source of his power is easy for someone like him. It's literally his heart, after all. The soul engine is a part of him, and something he's already established a connection with. Reaching a little bit further, Mikhail thinks he picks up on what Avina is talking about. It's the same energy he's felt flowing through him before when he fought, when he needed a burst of speed or strength. But, more. Honestly, it's surprisingly intuitive. Almost natural, really. Mentally grasping at that power, Mikhail slowly begins to pull it out of him. Unbidden, his left hand comes up off of his knee and turns over, cupping seemingly empty air. Then, Mikhail feels a warmth in his palm that causes him to open his eyes. He blinks in shock at the teal flame he sees there. It's the same color as his soul engine, he quickly realizes. But then that makes sense, doesn't it? His magic is unique to him after all. No one else has a soul engine in their chest, he assumes. And so no one else has a connection to this soul energy he's currently manifesting. Magnificent. Blinking, Mikhail flushes a bit. He'd got so caught up in staring at his hand that he'd forgotten he wasn't alone. To be fair, Avina is staring right alongside him. Her naturally pale face and stormy grey eyes are alight with the teal coming off of the flame in his palm, even as she leans in close, gaze glittering with curiosity. What does it feel like? Tilting his head to the side, Mikhail considers the question for a moment before shrugging and going with the honest truth, even if it's also rather vague. It feels warm. Avina gives him a deadpan look at that, the brilliant artificer's inquisitive mind not really appreciating the incredibly unhelpful answer. But Mikhail just gives her a sheepish grin and shrugs again. He doesn't know what else to tell her. I'm going to touch it. That, of course, makes his eyes widen. He looks between Avina's adorably determined face and the flame in his palm and gulps. I'm not sure that's a good idea, Avina. Pouting at him, his soul mechanic frowns. Why ever now? How can we figure out what it's capable of if we don't experiment? She raises a good point, but having her touch the flickering teal energy doesn't seem like the best way to experiment. Mikhail opens his mouth to say as much, only for Avina to stick her hand into the ball before he can speak. He blinks and then scowls, pulling his own hand back along with the teal flame. Avina. But the soul mechanic just holds up her hand, showing it to him front and back. Blemish-free. And she doesn't look to be in pain either. Instead, she grins at him. You're right. It was warm. Mikhail just gawks for a moment. He even contemplates taking Avina over his lap and spanking her for her audacity. But in the end, he holds himself back, even as Avina hums and reaches out again. May I? Honestly, asking for permission only after they deemed it safe? Mikhail just sighs and nods his head, putting his hand back into the space between them so she can play with the teal flame in his palm. Over the next half hour, they learn a lot about Mikhail's new magic. It's incredibly versatile, with the possibilities seemingly being endless. His energy doesn't actively harm or burn things unless he decides it should, and it can even offer healing if he focuses on rejuvenation and regeneration. He can bind things with it, but he can also burn things with it, as a few of the late Sadicus Quinn's tapestries and curtains get to discover. On top of that, there's something else they uncover about his new powers. Namely, he's got a new sort of sight. It's hard for him to make out at first, but if he looks very, very closely at Avina, he can see it, her literal soul. It's bound to her person, slightly lifting off of her body, and moves with her when she moves about. He's basically got a sort of soul sense now, it would seem. It makes sense, Avina tells him. After all, the soul engine absorbs souls. And as Avina has said time and time again, souls are just little offshoots of the weave, through which all life and all things are connected. Ultimately, soul energy is just a step or two removed from weave energy. Whereas most other magical talents are directly tied to the kind of person they're born into, limiting the scope of what that being can hope to achieve in magic, Mikhail's talent is far purer in form. That's all well and good, but when the half hour comes to a close, Mikhail finds himself focusing on the one major issue with all of this. It's great that he has this amazingly versatile magical talent. Really it is. But as much as he's excited and acting like a child with a new toy at first, he's very much not actually a child. And after burning some of Sadika's stuff in a very cathartic move, Mikhail has to sit down again and focus on the elephant in the room. This new power is great and all, Avina, but isn't it also a double-edged sword? Avina tilts her head to the side at that, furrowing her brow in confusion. Sighing, Mikhail waves a hand through the air as he explains. Basically, aren't I literally using my own life force whenever I cast magic, Avina? I'm souped up on all of those deaths from the grand melee at the moment, so I'm not even feeling the drain, but if I'm not careful I could kill myself throwing around this much energy. His soul mechanic's eyes light up in understanding at that, and then she smiles as she places a hand atop the soul engine and shakes her head. The grand melee isn't why you're not feeling the drain right now, Mikhail. Sorry, I got so distracted by the magic that I didn't mention the other thing. Mikhail blinks, thoroughly confused again. Other thing? Nodding, Avina strokes the soul engine for a moment, staring down at it almost lovingly. No, not almost. That was definitely a look of love and adoration on the young woman's face. My creation has managed to surprise even me. I mean, I made it to be adaptive, of course. After all, for all that it's an artificial device, it's meant to be installed in a living person. Or, a not-so-living person, but then it's meant to bring you back and keep you alive. And it'd be a pretty poor replacement for your heart if it couldn't evolve and grow with you, Mikhail. What was she saying? He doesn't interrupt again, even though he's itching for her to get to the point. It's clear Avina is beyond pleased about whatever this is, and he's finding it hard to ruin the moment for her. Basically, the reason I've spent these last 5 days running so many tests on you is because the soul engine has become something more than I ever anticipated. It's funny, there were plenty of spellcasters in the Grand Melee whose souls you absorbed. I know, I was watching. But you didn't get their magical talents as far as I'm aware. Avina furrows her brow for a moment in thought before shrugging. I don't know why it was different with Psaticus. Whether it was because you were physically closer to him, or because your emotions were running hot, or what. But either way, when you absorbed Psaticus' magical talent, it changed how the soul engine operates, specifically it made it self-sustaining. Mikhail's eyes widen at that. Excuse me. Nodding as if his surprise is perfectly understandable, Avina smiles and gestures around them. As you likely recall from previous explanations, the weave is all around us. Which is why it's apparently possible for the soul engine to now draw energy straight out of the air itself. His mouth agape, Mikhail just stares for a moment before shaking himself out of his stupor. Wait, doesn't that mean the soul engine isn't even a proper soul engine anymore? Isn't it more of a weave engine or something now? You're saying that I basically don't have to consume souls anymore. That I'm sustained by just existing in this world. Frowning slightly, Avina hums. I suppose you're not wrong. Though as its creator, I veto any change to the name. It's still the soul engine, and I am still your soul mechanic, Mikhail. Understood. She's almost adorable with how stern she tries to get. Mikhail grins, snorting in amusement even as he dips his head in acknowledgement. Of course, Avina. Soul engine and soul mechanic it is. Still, this changes things, doesn't it? Avina nods, agreeing with him readily. Yes. You effectively have a baseline level of energy that you can't drop below now. Well, not without seriously trying. In fact, you're functionally immortal. Wait, what? Mikhail hadn't thought of that. He would have gotten there eventually sure, but he hadn't made the leap yet. And yet. So long as you don't stay in the same place for too long, at least. A spike of worry lances through Mikhail at those words. He can't help but be filled with concern. Hold on, what do you mean by that? How long is too long? Rolling her eyes, Avina shakes her head. There's no need to be worried, Mikhail. By too long, I mean being trapped in a small space as big as this room for as long as a decade. Like I said before, the weave is constantly replenishing itself off of the souls that rejoin it upon people dying. And people die every day. While it's true that you're sucking the ambient weave out of the air wherever you go now, you're not going to be a detriment to your surroundings unless you wind up trapped somewhere for years on end. Tilting her head to the side, Avina purses her lips together in thought, even as Mikhail reels at the ramifications of what she's saying. The mad scientist of a young woman hums some more before shrugging. Hell, even if you do wind up trapped, say buried underground or something, so long as you stay still and conserve energy, you could last for centuries in such a MMPH. Avina is cut off by Mikhail's hand over her mouth as he hurriedly silences her, his eyes wide with panic. Don't say things like that, Avina. Don't you know you're tempting Murphy? She furrows her brow at him, mumbling in response until he removes his hand. When he does, she repeats herself. Who is Murphy? Mikhail blinks, and then realizes he doesn't actually know. He just knows that for some reason, Avina was tempting Murphy there. But who was Murphy? What did it mean? The experience is jarring as he's struck in the face with the state of his fractured mind for the first time since this whole conversation about magic and all that started. Slumping back in his chair, Mikhail brings a hand to his forehead and rubs it with a sigh. I don't know. It dawns on him then. His mind. His fucked up memories. He was going to be stuck like this forever. And yet, he'd known that already. These past 5 days had, in large part, been spent trying to come to terms with the fact that he was never getting his memories back, and that he was stuck with the memories of killers, soldiers, and warriors that Psaticus fucking Quinn had foisted upon him. But it's different now. Because forever isn't just to the end of a normal human lifespan. As Avina said, he's functionally immortal. Forever is, forever. Unless he ends it early. But he doesn't think he was ever the type of person to contemplate suicide. Even now the idea is anathema to him. But was suicide so abhorrent because all of the dead men in his head wanted to live so badly? Or because he himself wanted it? Fuck him. Immortality with this shit was going to be pure torture, wasn't it? To say nothing of his current companions eventually growing old and dying and leaving him all alone with just his own sorry self for company. Mikhail. Avina's voice is laden with concern. He knows she cares. For all that Mikhail recognizes she's manipulated him at certain points in their relationship, he can't really bring himself to be mad at her for it. And he knows that Avina cares for him. But he can't deal with that right now. He can't deal with her right now. Thank you for everything, Avina. But I'd really like to be alone for the moment, please. If that is your wish. Whatever she might have said, his soul mechanic seems to think better of it. After a moment, she wordlessly rises and leaves the room, leaving Mikhail all alone with his thoughts. Chapter 29, Beulah the Half-Orc. It's a testament to how lost in his own thoughts he is that Mikhail doesn't see the attack coming. The day after his and Avina's chat and the revelations regarding his new magic and longevity, Mikhail is walking down one of the tower's hallways when it happens. An arm reaches out of an open doorway, grabs him by the shoulder, and yanks him in with inhuman strength and speed. Mikhail grunts as he's all but thrown into the room beyond, stumbling and managing to catch himself before he can fall flat on his face at least. Still, he silently chastises himself for letting his guard down, even as he straightens up and turns to face his attacker. To be fair, Mikhail isn't too worried. There are only 4 living people left in the Lord's Tower. And only one of them is strong enough to manhandle him like that. Beulah. Though he has to admit, he's a little surprised when he actually lays eyes on the red-haired half-orc. It is indeed Beulah who stands before him, her nostrils flaring and her chin thrust out as she grunts roughly in his direction. Her blue eyes are as piercing as ever and she looks ready for a fight. But what she's wearing, well, it's a far cry from the all-white leotard she'd worn alongside the gorget that had contained her slave contract. Her new attire is the literal definition of plate bikini, Mikhail can't help but think. There's a rustic feel to the metal, as if Beulah found it buried in some crate deep in the tower's depths and pulled it out of storage. Meanwhile, the half-orc's tanned breasts are held within a chest plate that is all chest and no plate. Her arms, shoulders, and lower legs are all covered by armor, but her center chest, her abdomen, and her toned, muscular thighs are all bared. To be fair, Mikhail has fought Beulah. He knows she doesn't really need armor. Her half-orc biology means that anything short of decapitation will heal within moments. Maybe that's why her new armor has a gorget just like the old one, albeit one that's far more rustic and doesn't look nearly as obviously magical as the last. Still. Where did you even find that, Beulah? The half-orc blinks and then looks down at herself for a moment before grunting. This is my armor. The armor I wore when I first came to this city. The bastard wizard stuffed it in some corner and forgot about it. I found it. Holy shit. She'd literally pulled it out of some crate buried in the tower's depths, hadn't she? Just like he'd thought. It explained why parts of it didn't just look rustic, but actually rusted. And why it was so jagged too. Truthfully though, it actually suited Beulah quite well. Even if Mikhail privately thought her crotch could use a little bit more coverage. Well. I'm happy for you, I suppose. Fight me. Mikhail blinks, brow furrowing as he realizes Beulah has put herself between him and the door. More than that, he belatedly realizes that the room she's all but tossed him into, it's a large empty room perfect for fighting, isn't it? Hang on a second, are those target dummies at the far end? Beulah. I don't want to fight you. Scoffing, Beulah shakes her head. Yes you do. Fight me. She starts to stride forward, forcing Mikhail to raise his hands with the palms out. I really don't. You. But then she's upon him and she's swinging, forcing him to duck under her fist. Beulah. Fight me. I wronged you, did I not? I held you down while Psaticus Quinn ruined your mind. Even as she spells out why he should want to fight her, she also continues to swing at him. Mikhail ducks and dodges, dipping and weaving. The soul engine blazes as he ups his speed to match the half-orc's inhuman alacrity. I don't blame you for that, Beulah. You were as much Psaticus' victim as I was. You were not the only one. There were hundreds before you. Individuals summoned to this world to fight and die in the bastard lord's arenas. I held them all while he forced his way into their minds. Mikhail flinches at that, a spark of something hot igniting in his chest. Not the soul engine either. No, this was pure emotion. He could imagine it all too easily. So many other people in Mikhail's place. So many more innocent lives, ruined by Psaticus and Beulah. And with no Avina to save them and bring them back, they'd all died in those sandy pits just like Mikhail. And they'd stayed dead. Fight me. Beulah continues to attack him and Mikhail. Mikhail snaps. With a roar, he catches the half-orc's next punch in his palm, a meaty smack resounding through the training room. Of course, not to be deterred, Beulah immediately throws her other fist as well. Mikhail catches that one too and the half-orc goes for a kick. Mikhail blocks it and then sweeps her legs out from under her, sending her sprawling across the floor. But the half-orc just gets back up and launches herself at him again. This time, she doesn't have to demand that he fight her. Mikhail is already in the zone. No weapons but their bodies, and yet, for two people like them, their bodies were the weapons. That said, there's a difference between a dagger and a longsword. Or maybe the correct analogy for this was that there was a difference between a hand axe and a battle axe. The redhead might wield a battle axe herself, but in comparison to Mikhail, she was the hand axe. They clash a few times, mostly because for a moment Mikhail feels himself actually starting to have fun. Then, he realizes he's having a little too much fun. More than that, he's starting to get increasingly violent. Starting to hurt, rather than just stop. Beulah heals from all of it with lightning speed, but that's not the point. Mikhail is starting to revel in the sound of her bones cracking under his fists. In the blood that seeps from her torn skin. Of course, trying to stop and pull back only leads to Beulah coming after him like a fucking dog chasing a bone. In the end, he's forced to slam her into the floor of the training room and hold her there, letting out a roar in her face that makes her sharp, knife-like ears twitch as she finally stops. Enough. Fucking enough, Beulah. Before I go too far and do something I'll regret to you. Beulah grunts. Shifts under him. Then, she gives him a piercing look with those blue eyes of hers. You fear the memories Quinn put in your head. Straight from the mouth of babes. Mikhail snorts derisively. No shit. You should not. His incredulous look makes Beulah shift some more under him, but the half-orc doesn't back down even as her chest heaves up and down from the exertion they just shared in. You should not fear them. They do not control you. You control them. They are a tool, a weapon in your arsenal. Mikhail barks out a laugh at that. Yet? Sure doesn't feel like it at times. They fuck with my head, Beulah. Give me these impulses. These urges. How much longer can I resist them, hey? Avina tells me I'm fucking immortal. Isn't it only a matter of time before I become the monster they want me to be? Beulah's lip curls upwards at that, the half-orc's tusks grinding as she growls beneath him. Suddenly, she punches him in the kidney. Mikhail grunts as she tries to turn the tables on him, tries with all her might to flip him off of her and regain her feet. The ensuing moments are filled with him overcoming her yet again, keeping her pinned in place. And yet, when they're done wrestling after a few seconds and Beulah has once again given up as Mikhail pins her down, this time with her arms above her head and held by the wrists, she looks, pleased rather than angry. You will not. You are strong. Mikhail just gawks at her certainty. She sounds so confident. But before he can respond, Beulah wiggles under him in a very different way. Fuck me. He chokes on his own spit at that. She says it so matter-of-factly, in the same way she'd said fight me. And seeing how she hadn't taken no for an answer on that front, Mikhail tenses up. Excuse me? Beulah. I don't know what. Look, I'm already in some sort of relationship with Avina and Thala. Maybe we haven't put a name to it, but I can't do anything without talking to them first. Unconcerned, Beulah snorts. Who do you think sent me to you? Wait, what? The little one, Avina, she said you had rocks in your head. Stubborn. Rocks in his head? Was Beulah taking liberties with whatever Avina had actually said? At the same time though, he didn't think the half-orc would lie to him. She didn't really seem all that capable of subterfuge. The golden one, the knight, she was right when she said I owed you a debt. I just didn't like that she said it. I wanted you to say it. Mikhail blinks, thrown for another loop by that revelation. The dark and tiny one said you would never say it. That you would not force yourself upon me, despite it being your right through right of conquest. She suggested I force the issue myself. Before Mikhail can even start to wrap his head around that, Beulah reaches out and grabs him by the hair, yanking him down into a tongue-filled, soul-searing kiss. Mikhail grunts as their lips smash together for a moment, and then he's surging forward, taking charge and dominating the kiss almost purely on instinct. A lustful, almost primal growl rips its way out of his throat and into Beulah's mouth as he holds her down, pinning her in place. Truthfully? That sounded exactly like something Avina would say. Not in those exact words, but sending Beulah to get his mind off of his melancholy. Yet, he could definitely see that happening. Beulah suddenly bites down on his lower lip hard enough to draw blood. The wound heals immediately of course, but still causes him to jerk back in surprise. She uses the moment to twist under him, and while he doesn't let her fully escape, she does manage to get herself onto her front, still pinned beneath him as she lifts her ass up into his crotch, rubbing against him from below. Fuck me, Mikhail. Take me. Claim me. Beulah, for fuck's sake. Dragging her hands from above her head to behind her back, he locks them in place with one hand wrapped around both of her wrists. Beulah grunts as he pulls back, letting her lift her hips higher into the air so that she's on her knees and face before him. Her tanned, toned ass meanwhile, is clad only in a leather covering that can barely even be considered panties, really. Grabbing hold of them, he tears them down over her hips and thighs, exposing her crotch in an instant. Then, he uses that same hand to free his cock from its confines. It seemed a little sudden. And with so little build-up too. Even Thala hadn't been like this. But at the same time, well, it was Beulah wasn't it? With a grunt, Mikhail thrusts into the half-orc from behind. She arches her back, lifting her head back and letting out a lewd but bestial Orcish cry as he fills her. Her insides are hot, wrapped around his member, and she clenches down hard on him as he drills deep into her. Meanwhile, Mikhail's eyes are drawn to her head, where her pointed ears are twitching, and her fiery red hair is up in a messy, wild high-top ponytail. He hadn't even realized it before. How her hairstyle had changed. He'd been too focused on the rest of her, honestly. But now, as he buries himself balls deep inside of the frisky half-orc, he finds himself focusing on her hair, on that ponytail. With another growl, he reaches out and grabs hold of Beulah's hair by the base of her ponytail and gives it a harsh, sharp tug. Her responding howl echoes through the training room, but even more telling is the way she tightens up even harder around his pistoning prick. Grunting, Mikhail doesn't let up. In fact, he fucks Beulah harder than he's ever fucked anyone. She can take it, he comes to realize. She can take all of his strength. All of his speed. All of his raw emotion. With a roar to answer her howls and screams, Mikhail pounds into the half-orc from behind, holding her arms behind her back and yanking her head backwards by her ponytail. Rough, animalistic noises fill the training room as he plows the half-orc for who knows how long. It's incredibly easy to lose track of time, buried inside of Beulah's squeezing cunt. He rails her hard and fast with little concern for her pleasure or her health, but all signs point to that being precisely how Beulah likes it. She milks him the entire time with her clenching inner walls. Her juices and fluids gush out of her, making the passage slicker and wetter as well. Until finally, with a hoarse groan, Mikhail fills the half-orc. Her ears twitching all the while, Beulah shudders and quivers her way through one last orgasm, before they both collapse forward, Mikhail on top of her. As the two of them catch their breath, Beulah bucks beneath him and this time Mikhail pulls back, letting her free. Instead of breaking out entirely though, Beulah just turns back over, laying there under him and staring up at him with those piercing blue eyes of hers. You cannot go home. You cannot get back what you lost. Mikhail stiffens, but Beulah isn't done. Make a new life here. Forge new memories. Carve out your place in the world, and make sure it knows you exist. He recognizes she's trying to help, in her own blunt way. Mikhail smiles softly, appreciating Beulah's efforts more than he would have expected. She means well, and truthfully, she has a point too. His old life might be over, but he's still here. The old Mikhail was gone, but then, life was about change. You were never going to be who you were 10 years ago. 20 years ago. Mikhail had just had a couple decades of change forced into one single moment by that bastard Psaticus Quinn. He didn't regret killing Psaticus. But Beulah was right. Avina was right too. He couldn't keep wallowing. Nor could he live in constant fear of dead men. It was like Beulah had said. He was in control. They were not. Letting out an explosive breath, Mikhail opens his mouth to thank Beulah, but before he can get the words out, the sudden sound of people running down the hall fills their ears, causing both Mikhail and Beulah to turn their heads. A moment later Thala and Avina come rushing into the room. Startling, Mikhail furrows his brow. What? What is it? Mikhail blinks as Avina has to stop to catch her breath, the least athletic of their little foursome holding up a finger in response as she gasps and gulps in air. Thala gives her a concerned look for a moment before deciding that whatever had them sprinting all the way here was too important to wait. The Knight of the Rose looks decidedly pale as she clasps her hands together in front of her, almost in prayer. Sir Mikhail. There's an army coming over the horizon, marching on Alathar. Oh. Chapter 30, The Mysterious Army. As soon as he and Beulah have untangled themselves from one another and fixed their clothes, the four of them all rush out of the training room and to the tower's closest balcony. Clinging to the railing, Mikhail looks out into the distance, and indeed, there on the horizon is what can only be described as an army approaching the city. They're coming down the main road in and out of Alathar from within the kingdom of Akriatha. So it's not an invasion force from Zuvaria, at least. But that means it's likely a peacekeeping force sent by Akriatha, right? Except, isn't this fast? Mikhail is just some poor schmuck from Earth, so what does he know, right? Is what he would say, if he didn't have a bunch of dead soldiers in his head, confirming his unease. For an army the size of what he's seeing to be approaching Alathar, one of a few things had to be true. Either they'd started marching weeks ago, or they'd been very close by. As more and more of the army fills the horizon, the large van slowly starting to spread out as they get closer and closer to the city itself, Mikhail looks to his companions, trying to gauge their reactions. Avina looks stricken, Thala looks like she's trying to put on a brave face, and Beulah looks excited. Not in a "oh she was actually a triple agent and is excited that reinforcements are about to arrive" sort of way, but more in a battle junkie, bloodlust sort of way. It said a lot about this new life he was apparently now living that Mikhail could tell the difference in the half-orc's facial expressions already, he supposed. Still. Isn't this too soon? Where did this army even come from? Thala nods, having clearly already thought about that herself. Beulah frowns slightly, looking about as contemplative as she can possibly get as she takes his words into consideration. But Avina. Avina scowls. You're right. And not just too soon, this army, it shouldn't even exist. Mikhail blinks at that, even Avina's scowl becomes more and more pronounced. Akrieta doesn't have a standing army. It never has. For such a thing to exist, for there to be a royal army, it would be too much of a threat to the Council of Lords. So even when there was still a royal family, they didn't have an army. Just a royal garrison. And after the royal family were all killed, well, the Council of Lords wouldn't have let the Regent Lord muster his own army. This shouldn't be possible. I don't know where they even came from. Avina's words ring with conviction. As the only Akriathian native among the four of them, they sort of have to take her word for it. That said, no army? But what if the Zuvarian Empire were to invade? His soul mechanic shakes her head, but it's Thala who fields that one, speaking up from off to the side. That's unlikely to happen, Sir Mikhail. Even ignoring that relations between the Kingdom of Akriathi and the Zuvarian Empire are currently quite strong, the Empire has far more pressing matters to attend to. So long as the orcs of the savage lands that line Zuvaria's opposite border continue to encroach on Zuvarian lands and force conflict, the Empire will remain tied up in defending against those monsters. No offense, Beulah. The half-orc shrugs her shoulders and snorts derisively. None taken. The savage lands are indeed filled with monsters. Both orcs and other things. Zuvaria does well to stand against the onslaught. You should be proud of your people. Blinking, looking surprised by the brash, blunt compliment tossed her way, Thala straightens up and smiles. I am. But, thank you. Beulah just huffs and nods before turning her gaze back to the encroaching army, an air of expectation about her. Mikhail, meanwhile, feels nothing but trepidation, even as Avina finally speaks up from the side. This is the Council of Lords. Has to be. One of them was probably speaking to Tsadicus Quinn through that skull we saw him communicating with. While the kingdom has no standing army, the lords each have their own separate levies that they can call upon, as well as knights in their employ. This is too much. Some group within the Council of Lords must have been planning this for quite some time. With an army this large, they could overthrow the Regent Lord and the rest of the council and install one of their own as the new king. That made a terrible amount of sense. Ugh, politics. Mikhail didn't really think he had the head for it. He probably hadn't had the head for it even before being yanked into this world. But he definitely didn't have the head for politics now. Sure, he had a few good orators swimming around in his fractured psyche, or at least, he had a handful of memories of leaders on battlefields giving speeches right before the battles themselves went underway. Though, there was one thing that didn't make as much sense. If all of that is true, then why come here to Alathur? Why bring such an army to a border city, rather than whatever Akrieta's capital is? That brings Avina up short for a moment, her face scrunched up almost cutely in thought. Then, the freckled young woman's eyes come alight with understanding. It's a test run. Alathur is without a lord right now, and thus without any easy way to contact the rest of the Council of Lords. They can use their army to stamp out the rebellion here in the city while at the same time giving their army some much-needed experience. And then they can turn it on the rest of the kingdom. No one will see it coming. Mikhail's eyes widen at that. Thala's do as well, before the Knight of the Rose scowls angrily, her brow furrowing. What? After everything Tsadicus Quinn put the people of this city through? They're just going to sweep it all under the rug and crush the people here, just as they've finally freed themselves. Surely not. Sighing, Avina nods. Tsadicus operated with the approval of the Council of Lords. I'm not saying they all knew what he was getting up to here, but whoever was on the other end of that skull definitely did. And they approved of it. All of it. Thala grimaces at that, falling silent as she grips down hard on the railing, looking out at the approaching army. More and more details can be seen at this point. Each soldier is wearing the same set of shiny armor. And they're marching in lockstep too, in a way that Mikhail's experiences tell him means they're quite disciplined at the very least. Though, something niggles at his mind. An idea that has him turning to Avina. They think there's no lord here, right? Because they somehow sensed Tsadicus' death. But you have the Lord's ring. You could contact the Council of Lords and let them know what's happening here, right? Avina's eyes flicker down to the ring she's wearing, the ring that's allowed her to keep them safe behind the Lord's tower these past several days as the city around them descended into anarchy and mob justice. She hesitates for a moment before shaking her head. That's not a good idea. We have no clue which of the Council of Lords is complicit in all of this, after all. And even if I were to contact them, they'd be expecting Tsadicus, not me. They wouldn't give me the time of day. No, we only have one choice at this point. We need to run. Flee the city before the army begins their attack. We'll have to flee into Zuvaria, but it's our only chance. Thala suddenly looks interested in that idea, but she's also torn enough that she doesn't immediately speak up against it. Beulah, on the other hand. What? And miss such a glorious battle. We should stay and fight. Avina gawks at the half-orc for a moment before letting out a laugh of disbelief. Us and what army, Beulah? Look, you might be a half-orc warrior and have more than enough strength to take on a dozen human men, but that's not a dozen. That's thousands. Maybe even tens of thousands. Mikhail stiffens, ready to step in if Beulah takes offense to his freckled soul mechanic, all but laughing in her face and questioning her combat prowess. But far from being offended, Beulah just snorts again and crosses her arms over her chest. Humph. The people of the city have had a taste of freedom now. They will fight for it. Rolling her eyes, Avina shakes her head. They'll die for it, you mean? But Beulah just grins a savage grin. Yes. And while their deaths distract this army, while they fight their way through the streets of the city, Mikhail grows stronger. Each kill fuels his power, yes? This is how he overwhelmed me in the arena. So long as they do not know to gang up on him, Mikhail could slay that army. With our help. Savage. Mikhail has to keep reminding himself that Beulah is not a good person by his earth sensibilities. She's not just a fighter, she's a warrior. A bloodthirsty one at that. When silence falls, Mikhail can hardly believe it. Thala at least has the good grace to look a little sick at the thought but doesn't raise any protest. Avina, meanwhile, looks as though she's contemplating it. Never mind that Beulah's plan involves letting most of Alather sacrifice themselves as a distraction. It also involves Mikhail killing thousands upon thousands of people. Soldiers, yes, but they're still people. He opens his mouth to shut it down himself before Avina can agree with Beulah, however, he doesn't get the words out in time before something else happens. All of their attention is suddenly torn away from each other as a massive illusionary projection suddenly rises from the ground outside of Alather until it's towering over the city. No, rather, he towers over the city. An elderly statesman with white hair and a white beard, wearing very important-looking robes, suddenly looms over Alather. There's a surprisingly kindly smile on his face, even as he reaches up to adjust the small spectacles sitting on the bridge of his nose. Greetings, people of Alather. For those who do not recognize me, I am Foss Sangri, Regent Lord of Akriatha. Mikhail's eyes widen and he shoots a glance at Avina, who is just as wide-eyed. Though she at least spares a moment to give a mute nod in confirmation that this is indeed Foss Sangri, as far as she knows. But then, how did that change their theories? How did the Council of Lords puppet ruler wind up here at the head of an army? Spreading his arms wide, Regent Lord Sangri lets out a rumbling sigh, looking like a well-dressed disapproving Santa Claus as he shakes his head. I and the Council of Lords have been informed of the situation here in Alather. A situation caused by the monster Tsadicus Quinn. Traitor to our kingdom, criminal and slaver, I can assure you, the Council of Lords does not condone his actions. They were reprehensible one and all. It is good that he has faced justice and been executed for his crimes. Wait, what? In light of Tsadicus Quinn's widespread evil, it is the decision of the Council and myself as your Regent Lord that nobody within the bounds of Alather shall be held responsible for their actions in the last week. I offer you all a blanket pardon so long as you lay down your arms and do not fight the soldiers under my command. This army is not here to add to your grief, but Alather must be put to rights. Please, allow me the chance to make things right. It all happens so fast from there. The city gates are thrown open and Mikhail honestly has no clue if it was the remaining city guard or the rebels who did it. Either way, the Regent Lord's army flows into the city, and from the balcony where they stand atop the Lord's tower, Mikhail can see people setting down their arms, returning to their homes, and effectively surrendering on the spot. No fighting erupts, causing Beulah to grumble at Mikhail's side. Even the battle-hungry half-orc realizes that they can't fight an army that large with just the 4 of them. Without Alather's population to provide a distraction, her incredibly bloody plan was nixed before it could even begin. Mikhail feels a bit relieved that he doesn't have to be the one to rain on her parade. That said, Avina? Didn't you say Foss Sangri was a decent man? That the Council of Lords were just using him? Grey eyes white as the pale, freckled soul mechanic stares down at the army still pouring into the city. Avina hesitates for a second before nodding. Yes. Before he was Regent Lord, he was the royal family's closest ally, a staple in the king's court. He was always a kindly sort of man. Or at least, that's what I heard. Maybe it's okay? Maybe everything is fine. Mikhail's eyes narrow at that. There's a lot of little things that he's ignored since they met, but it's becoming harder and harder to just pretend they aren't there. Like just now, when Avina had to tack on, or at least that's what I heard after describing Foss Sangri as a kindly sort of man in a fashion that almost spoke of personal experience. He'd told Avina that he would give her time to fully come clean, but this. Before Mikhail can decide what to do, the choice is taken out of his hands. Out of Avina's too. On the balcony railing right in front of them all, a much smaller illusionary projection of Foss Sangri appears. The royal Santa Claus look-alike shimmers into view, causing all 4 of them to immediately pull back in surprise. Then, he looks at them. Right at them, clearly able to see them all as he fiddles with his spectacles some more. In the end, the Regent Lord's eyes focus on Avina in particular, even as she freezes in place. Ah, Princess! You have no clue how happy I was to find out you were still alive. Not to worry, I'll be with you very shortly. The retaking of the city seems like it won't take very long at all. Oh, and I see you've already used your royal bloodline to attune to the Lord's ring. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Please prepare for my arrival. We'll have tea within the hour, just like the old days. And then, just as quickly as he appeared, the little illusionary projection disappears, vanishing with a faint pop. The larger projection remains in place but seems to be some sort of recording at this point, because he doesn't speak any longer. He just smiles down at the city in a grandfatherly, kindly way, watching as his army takes Alether without a single drop of spilt blood. Mikhail, on the other hand, only has eyes for Avina. But then to be fair, so do Thala and Beulah. The newly identified princess blushes and bites her lower lip under their intense stares. I can explain. Chapter 31, Avina Realis. A/N, Avina POV. I wanted to try something a little different with this story in that it's mostly told from the MC's POV instead of having multiple different POVs like my previous free writes. That said, this is one of only 3 alternate POV chapters throughout the entire novel. This is Avina's, and both Thala and Beulah will also each get one. As always, enjoy. XXX. Let it be said, Avina has not been a princess for a long time. In fact, for the vast majority of her life, she has not been a princess. She was very young when the assassins came for her family that night, and she'd been on the run ever since. Hardly the life of a princess of Akriatha, to be sure. And yet, that didn't really change anything for anyone, did it? She still had the blood of the Realis royal family flowing through her veins. She might have discarded that name when she went into hiding, but the fact was, she was still Princess Realis to anyone who cared about such things. Such as the former royal advisor, now Regent Lord, Foss Sangri. As she sits across from her old tutor, a hastily prepared pot of tea between the two of them, Avina can feel the eyes of her new allies on her even now. There hadn't been nearly enough time for her to explain things to even her own satisfaction. An hour? No, she would have needed several to even really get started. But, they deserved an explanation after all her subterfuge. Mikhail most of all. He was so much more than just her masterpiece, though Avina tried not to let on to that too much. He was a representation that she wasn't a failure. He was her salvation. Without him, she didn't know where she would be right now, but it certainly wouldn't be here. And how had she repaid him? With lies. She'd kept the truth from him, even after finding out that Psattacus or his superior had clearly had some idea of who she was. Well, not anymore. Avina had told them who she was before Regent Lord Sangri's arrival. She had explained to them what had happened that night, 20 long years ago. She'd been just a child, and even to this day she couldn't really say why she was the only member of her family who got to survive. Oh sure, she knew logically why, but it still felt wrong that she out of everyone had gotten to live. Almost like a waste. Her survival that night had been a fluke. A silly little game between children had seen her live through the night while her father, mother, and siblings were all brutally murdered in their beds. Indeed, the only reason that Avina had made it to the next morning was because she'd befriended a daughter of one of the servants. They'd been of similar age and build. Not really close in features, but that didn't end up mattering, Avina supposed. She didn't even remember the other girl's name. All she remembered was being curious. Curious how the other half lived. She'd spent her entire life up to that point in the lap of luxury. She'd had the best sheets, the best beds, the best nightclothes. For one night, Avina had proposed a swap with her friend. A little trick that would be so successful no one would ever realize. They met up and switched clothing, before making their way to each other's beds for the evening. Avina had almost immediately regretted her choice, of course. The other girl's living conditions were deplorable, at least to the sensibilities of a young, spoiled princess. The bed was lumpy and filled with straw. The blankets were scratchy and threadbare. Even the room itself was small and drafty, being located right next to the kitchens. But Avina couldn't go back on her word for 2 reasons. Number 1, even at that young age, her father the king had instilled in her a sense of responsibility. Once you resolved to do something, you needed to see it through. That was what he'd always told her. And Avina had resolved to see what living in her less fortunate friend's shoes was like for a night. Of course, the other reason was a bit more obvious. The other girl's mother had been asleep in the room when Avina and her friend made the swap. If she tried to leave, she would risk waking her and the ruse being discovered. And that could not be allowed, even if Avina had to suffer a little bit of discomfort. Eventually, she'd fallen asleep. And then she'd woken up to pandemonium. The morning after the royal family's brutal murders, Avina had found out what happened, and made a run for it. She'd run and she'd never looked back. After all, while her friend had been disfigured beyond identification, if her friend's mother saw Avina's face for even a moment, the servant woman would know precisely what had happened. Avina couldn't face that. She didn't want to face it. Better the woman think her daughter had run away to seek her fortune elsewhere, than to know that she was brutally killed in a case of mistaken identity. Unfortunately, while Avina had never looked back, she was beginning to think that she hadn't run far enough. Perhaps staying in Alathur had been a mistake, but she'd been afraid to leave the kingdom of her birth. And now it was costing her. Here she was, her past having caught up to her. Foss Sangri of all people, a man she'd once called uncle, sat across from her with a kindly smile on his bearded face. Finished preparing his tea, the regent lord brings it to his lips and take a deep sip before letting out a happy little sigh. Then, he gives Avina a broad smile, his cheeks rosy as he beams. You have no idea how much joy it brings me to see you alive and well, princess. Smiling rather weakly, wishing more than anything that she'd had more time to talk with Mikhail and the others before this conversation, Avina dips her head. Thank you, regent lord. It gladdens my heart to see you again as well. I have missed you. Still beaming, the regent lord bobs his head. Then please. Call me Uncle Foss, like you used to. Blushing a little bit at that, Avina squirms in her seat. I would not be amiss to that, so long as you call me Avina then. When the old royal advisor raises a bushy grey eyebrow at that, Avina is quick to explain. It's been a long time. Avina has been my name longer than any other. It's what I go by now. Uncle. He seems to soak this in for a moment, before his eyes crinkle in another smile as he nods again. Of course, Avina. Then, his face almost immediately drops into a sorrowful expression. That night, all those years ago. It was the hardest night of my life. The loss of the king and queen, of your brothers and sisters, it was a tragedy. Unspeakable in its horror, and that was from the outside looking in. I can only imagine how it must have been for you. However did you survive? She wants to tell him. To explain everything that had happened with her and her friend as she'd hastily done for Mikhail and the others. But it's too hard. Mikhail, Thala, and Beulah are all far enough removed from the situation that she could explain it to them in rather clinical tones. However, Foss, he hadn't lived with them necessarily, but he might as well have. The royal advisor was over at the palace practically every day. It was entirely possible he would even know the mother of Avina's friend. He had always been that kind of man. In the end, she just shakes her head, staring down into her tea. Luck. I was just lucky. Fortunately, the regent lord seems to accept that. Humming thoughtfully, he nods after a moment and takes another sip of his tea. Then, he lets out a second sigh, looking almost hurt as he gazes at Avina over the rim of his spectacles. Why did you run, my dear? No, rather, why did you not come to me? You were right to flee. Who knew whether those assassins were still close by, or what they would do if they found out about your survival? But, if you had come to me, I could have kept you safe. I swear it. Avina flinches, suitably chastised. Foss was right, of course. She should have gone to him. But she hadn't. She'd ran and ran. She didn't really have a reason at the time. Only that she was terrified. Not just of being killed, but of being discovered alive. Of having it found out that her friend had died for her. A silly, childish fear to be sure, but a fear, nonetheless. Of course, in the decades since, Avina had had time to think about her reasons for why she never even tried to get into contact with her old tutor. After all, he was regent lord, was he not? He'd been regent lord for 20 long years, and he'd done his best in the role. But that was just it. He'd done his best. However, I suppose it's because I knew who killed my parents all along, uncle. Foss blinks at that, going still. Avina, meanwhile, gives a half shrug as she purses her lips together quite thinly, still studying her tea. It was the Council of Lords, obviously. Someone among them wanted my family dead. They wanted the power that my family wielded for themselves. Looking up, right into Foss Sangri's eyes, Avina sees the surprise there. Clearly, he didn't think she would be politically minded enough to figure it out. Which, fair. She'd been little more than a child the last time she'd been royalty, and in the time since she'd had to scrounge and scrape for everything she'd earned. Still. I know you've done your best to hold them off all these years, Uncle Foss, but tell me true, could you really have protected me from them and kept them from taking the crown for themselves? The ensuing silence from her old tutor lets her know the answer. Foss is quiet for a moment, before slowly nodding. You were right to be concerned, Avina. The Council of Lords, they've been corrupt for even longer than your father had been king. But they were never so bold until that night. They've been a problem ever since, forcing me to allow bad apples like Sadicus Quinn to exist among their number. Avina feels a swell of pride at his acknowledgement. She knew it. She knew she was right to hide. Not anymore though. That brings her up short for a moment however, and she tilts her head to the side in confusion before her eyes widen in realization. Seeing this, the Regent Lord beams again, giving her a nod. That's right, Avina. The Council of Lords has officially been defanged. This mess with Psaticus finally gave me the casus belli to move as I've wanted to for so long. Now the kingdom of Akriatha can move past the corruption of its lords and into a brighter future. Of course. The army outside, if it belonged to Uncle Foss, then the Council of Lords didn't stand a chance. An army that large and magnificent would be able to take on any of the forces that the lords of Akriatha could hope to bring to bear. Even if they all banded together, they would be hard-pressed to win. And they wouldn't band together, because they hated each other's guts as much as they hated everyone else. A sense of relief fills Avina as she looks into Foss Sangri's kindly, grandfatherly eyes. With him taking the reins, Akriatha would be just fine. Together, we'll be able to right all the wrongs committed by the Council of Lords, Avina. I'm so glad to have you at my side once more, my dear girl. That causes Avina to pause. Funnily enough, she hadn't even thought about that. The idea of becoming an official princess again, it hadn't even crossed her mind. Her place was with Mikhail. She was his soul mechanic after all, and the soul engine in his chest still required constant attention even if it had somehow evolved all on its own. Especially because it had somehow evolved all on its own. But how to tell Uncle Foss that? As Avina struggles to find the words, the moment of silence is broken when Mikhail suddenly steps forward and speaks up. Where exactly did you get the army to be able to do all of this, Regent Lord? Avina turns her head to look at Mikhail aghast. His tone is clipped and his words are bordering on disrespectful. Before she can reprimand him, however, Uncle Foss responds with a jovial laugh. Oh ho! And who is this then? Is this a successful project, Avina? My oh my! Avina blinks, even as the stately old man leans forward, studying Mikhail like one might a particularly interesting insect. Mikhail, meanwhile, is standing there tense and high-strung, his jaw clenched as he glances from the Regent Lord to the two guards standing motionless behind the seated man. The room was occupied by 7 individuals at the moment. On one side was Avina sat on one couch with Mikhail, Thala and Beulah all arrayed behind her. On the other side was Foss sat on the other couch with 2 of his soldiers standing at attention behind them. She hadn't begrudged her old tutor the protection, of course. Alethar had just been in a state of anarchy after all, anarchy that they had caused. But, the way Mikhail is looking at Uncle Foss guards draws Avina's attention to them as well. Until that is, the Regent Lord's next words cause her focus to snap back to him. What you've accomplished with your soul engine is simply marvelous, Avina. He's not looking at her. He's looking at Mikhail. Who only tenses up further when Uncle Foss somehow names her device, despite the fact that he should have had no way of knowing what she'd titled her creation. The only people who knew she'd called it a soul engine were either in this room or dead, or they were Psaticus Quinn's mysterious benefactor on the other end of the skull who had seemed to know much too much about her already. A sinking feeling begins to fill Avina's gut and she places a hand on her abdomen. She hasn't even had any of the tea, and yet she feels like she might be sick. Surely not, right? There was just no way. Avina. Mikhail's voice is tense as can be and his eyes are now firmly fixed on the 2 guards that Foss has brought with him. His hand is on the pommel of his sword, even as he speaks through clenched teeth. Avina, those 2 soldiers. They don't have souls. Avina stares now too. At the 2 guards who don't even react to Mikhail's accusation. The soldiers who haven't moved a single muscle since taking up position behind their superior. Discipline was one thing, but this was something else. Oh no. Chapter 32, The Regent Lord. A/N, the truth comes out. XXX. Mikhail hated having to be the one to do this. Truly he did. Especially because he could tell how much Avina cared for the seemingly jovial old man seated across from her. She had even started calling him uncle, albeit under his instruction. It was clear that the 2 went way back. Unfortunately, Mikhail couldn't stay quiet. Not any longer. It was one thing learning that Avina was royalty. The long-lost Princess Realis, who apparently wasn't supposed to be long lost. Everyone was supposed to think Avina was dead, she'd been confident of that fact. No one should have known she survived the night her entire family was assassinated. Was Mikhail upset about the secret keeping? Perhaps a little. But he understood why Avina hadn't wanted to talk about it. Why she might have wanted to leave it all in the past. That was going to be impossible though, it would seem. Because the man sitting across from Avina was dead set on bringing her back into the fold. If it were just that, Mikhail might not have minded. Foss Sangri certainly seemed like a good man on the surface. Avina had had nothing but nice things to say about him. But, more and more, things just weren't adding up. To start with, there was the whole conversation they'd had on the balcony about the Regent Lord's army that Avina had conveniently forgotten once she found out who said army belonged to. Still, Avina clearly had blinders on where the Regent Lord was concerned due to their history and the influence he'd clearly had on her early life. Mikhail had no such blinders. And while Foss and Avina had been talking all this time, Mikhail had been listening, and watching. On the face of it, the Regent Lord's willingness to only bring 2 soldiers spoke well of him. After all, there were 4 of them and he only had 2 guards. Except there was definitely something wrong with his soldiers. Something Mikhail couldn't shake. It had taken him a while to figure it out, but eventually he'd picked up on what he was missing. Or rather, what they were missing. The guards that Foss Sangri brought with him into the Lord's Tower hadn't moved a muscle since the man had sat down. Not even to breath. They'd stood absolutely still, like a pair of statues, their faces hidden behind concealing helmets so that Mikhail couldn't even see their eyes. On top of that, there was Mikhail's new sensory ability. It might have seemed like the least of his new magic. Barely a footnote compared to what else he could do with the talent he'd gained from absorbing Psattika's soul. But right now, it was incredibly crucial in discerning a plain and simple truth: the 2 men standing behind Foss Sangri had no souls. Mikhail's accusation hangs in the air as Avina goes paler than she already is at his words. The Regent Lord, meanwhile, pauses for only a moment before letting out a little chuckle. Ha! What an interesting thing to say. How could you possibly know one way or the other who has a soul or not, my boy? Gritting his teeth, Mikhail grips down harder on his sword's handle, though he doesn't draw it. Yet. After I consumed the soul of Psattika's Quinn, I also gained his magical talent. Along with that came a growing ability to see souls. The bearded man takes this in for a moment, blinking at Mikhail's blunt honesty. Then, he's all smiles again. Well now, that's fascinating. Truly fascinating. Still, you said growing, did you not? It seems to me that such a new ability would be a bit finicky. Perhaps the armor of my soldiers is merely blocking your sight. That said, what a magnificent creation, princess. Even if he's a little rough still, he's a fantastic prototype. You should be proud of yourself. Mikhail clenches his jaw at the brush-off. If it were just the soul sight, maybe he'd even back down. But that wasn't the only thing that didn't add up. However, before he can speak, Avina's voice suddenly cuts through the stillness of the moment, her tone quiet but her words crystal clear all the same. How did you know about the soul engine, Regent Lord? How did you know what it was called? The only one who even knew what I called it before I succeeded with Mikhail, was Psattika's Quinn. And there it was. A feeling of relief goes through Mikhail as he realizes that Avina is finally starting to see through Foss Sangri's lies. However, that relief is quickly stamped out by apprehension as the situation in the room grows, undeniably tense. With a low sigh, the kindly old grandfather from before sits back on the couch, and melts away. Suddenly, it's the Regent Lord of Akrieta that they're all looking at, as though Avina dropping the uncle and using his title has invoked his true self somehow. Foss at least doesn't bother trying to tell Avina that she's mistaken as well. Instead, he just shakes his head, looking at her with a tinge of disappointment. Ah, princess. Always too clever by half, my girl. Yes, you've sussed me out. Psattika's Quinn was my agent. The tension in the room skyrockets. Nobody on their side has a good reaction to that, but at the same time, it's hard to draw steel on an old man that's just sitting there. Foss Sangri looks supremely unconcerned that he's just revealed himself to be the one pulling the strings of someone all 4 of them considered their greatest enemy. Instead, he laces his hands together in front of him and smiles softly. I'm afraid I gave him too much leeway with you, my dear. My sincerest apologies for that. Obviously, I knew you were alive for quite some time, from almost the very moment you fled the capital all those years ago. In fact, I had my men watching you, making sure you didn't get into too much trouble. And when you settled in Alathur, well, Quinn seemed like the best option to keep a close eye on you and act as an intermediary so that I could fund your research without you knowing where the money came from. Foss shrugs and lets out another sigh. In hindsight, I should have curtailed his ambitions. He clearly wasn't ready to be Lord of Alathur if he could not only lose you but also his head in the span of 2 weeks. The boy was too ambitious by half, he lost sight of his purpose. His purpose? Watching over me? To what end? When Avina finally speaks, she sounds subdued. Quiet. But also desperate for answers. Foss' smile grows as he tilts his head in her direction. I think you know what end, princess. Your family, all of you were true-born necromancers. Avina flinches at that, even as Mikhail furrows his brow. True-born necromancers? What did that mean? What was the difference between that and a regular necromancer? Your father, my dearest friend, taught me everything I know. I think it's safe to say that I'm the most accomplished trained necromancer not just in Akrieta, but on the entire continent. Alas, that means nothing in the face of true-born talent. Your father could not teach me everything he knew. He could not give me the true necromancy that he and your family are capable of. A magic said to be capable of, immortality. At that, Foss' eyes slide over to Mikhail. They don't look nearly as jolly or jovial anymore. His rosy cheeks are nowhere to be seen. If anything, Mikhail would say that the Regent Lord's gaze was almost sunken in nature. With the death of your family, you became the only true necromancer left in Akrieta, princess. Perhaps in the entirety of Vaklatora. You became the only source of further learning, no matter how unwitting. Your research, your experiments, you've helped me more than you know. I don't care about any of that. My family. Did you have them killed? When Avina suddenly cuts in, Mikhail tenses up. His eyes widen at her point-blank question, however. Somehow, he hadn't even thought of that. But Foss doesn't even try to deny it. He nods his head, almost looking like he regretted it. As it turns out, he did. Yes, I'm afraid. In my short-sightedness all those years ago, I had them slaughtered. I'd hoped that by studying their corpses, your corpses, I suppose, that I could glean some information. Of course, that's how I found out you were alive in the first place. Whatever poor girl was in your bed that night was unrecognizable once my men got done with her, but there was no touch of true necromancy to her. Not like I knew lay within you. A shiver runs down Mikhail's spine at how casually Foss talks about the little girl who Avina traded places with on the night of her family's murder. He'd thought Psaticus was an evil bastard. And to be fair, he was. But his was a petty, short-sighted, vainglorious sort of evil. This man? This man was a far more terrible kind of monster, wasn't he? Avina trembles on the couch, raw emotion causing her to shake. It's clear that the Regent Lord sees this, but he continues on anyways. I truly am sorry for what I did to your parents and siblings, princess. Choking, Avina glares at the man she'd called uncle mere minutes ago. You're sorry. Nodding, Foss' aged face is lined with regret. Indeed. After all, it did not yield the results that I wanted. And now, all these years later, I feel the bite of age more and more. Unfortunately, watching your work from afar has not produced the results I was hoping for. Psaticus clearly wasn't keeping nearly a close enough eye on you. The bodies he provided me should have borne fruit ages ago if you were able to install your soul engine in this one successfully, but every single one could be considered a failure compared to him. Wait, what? There's a sudden sinking feeling in Mikhail's gut as Foss gestures to his guards. Wordlessly, they reach up and remove their helmets, revealing what Mikhail already anticipated. They're undead. Their eyes are milky white, their skin is ashen grey, and they do not breathe. Blood does not flow through their veins. They're basically incredibly well-made zombies in equally well-made armor. From the look of things, they don't have a single pair of brain cells to rub together between them either. After all, this one, he's the final hero that Psaticus summoned to this world, is he not? After the boy misplaced the body, I told him to cease using the summoning ritual until the Knight of the Rose either gave up and moved on or could be dealt with. But it seems he didn't actually misplace the body, did he? No, you appropriated it. Thala steps forward then. Whether it's the mention of her presence or the horrifying realization slowly dawning on them all, the female knight can remain quiet no longer. You mean to say, those two were summoned heroes as well? Looking over at her, Foss smiles a seemingly jovial smile. Except this one doesn't reach his eyes. Oh? Oh yes, Dame Dawnguard. They all are. They all are. Mikhail's blood pounds in his ears at those three words. They all are. That entire army outside of Alathur, no, not outside anymore. Inside the city. Keeping the peace. Each and every last one of them is, like him, summoned by Psaticus. Used in the arena to line his pockets, and then sent on to Foss Sangri to be raised as undead by the necromancer. No wonder the army had managed to make it to Alathur so rapidly. It probably was kept fairly close by to be fair, but also, undead didn't need to eat, drink, or sleep. They could march indefinitely. Fight indefinitely too. You're a monster. Avina's whispered words provoke a laugh from Foss. The older man shakes his head. My dear princess, you were just singing my praises a few minutes ago. Nothing has changed. I am still all that stands between the corruption inherent in the Council of Lords and this kingdom's citizenry. So what if the peace I will bring to Akrieta comes on the back of some other worlders? They had their chance to survive in Quinn's arenas. Not a single one did. Not even this one, as I understand it. Mikhail bristles at that, having been on the receiving end of that chance personally. Thrown into a sandpit with his mind torn in two, wearing nothing but a pair of pants and with his wrists and ankles shackled together. What a fucking joke. Shee-ee-ee-ee-ing. The sound of a blade being drawn suddenly sounds through the room. For a second, Mikhail thinks he's the one who did it, purely on instinct. But no, it's Thala and the Knight of the Roses pointing said blade at Foss Sangri. Foss Sangri, you have committed crimes too numerous to count and too unimaginable to ever be forgiven. Submit yourself to my custody so that I might return you to the citadel to stand trial for your heinous actions. Perking up from where she'd been watching all of this, Beulah hefts up her battle axe. Ooh. Fight time. Mikhail grunts and draws his sword as well, already well aware that the madman in front of them isn't going to just surrender without a fight. In fact, as Mikhail draws his blade, the undead soldiers behind Foss both draw theirs as well. And at the same time, the Regent Lord rises, a chuckle on his lips as inky black darkness begins to waft off of him, rising from his body and the floor around his feet. Adorable, really. But I should be the one saying that to all of you. If the princess advocates for it, perhaps your lives can be spared. Well, except for the hero. I do apologize, princess, but I'm afraid that he will have to be put down and dissected. That working soul engine, just imagine how replicating it might increase the strength of my forces. And from the look of things, it might just hold the secrets to immortality as well. There's a pause at that as everyone waits for everyone else to make the first move. But in the end, the first move comes from the only person who's remained seated. I refuse. Suddenly, Foss lets out a surprised grunt, his body buckling briefly. Only the inky blackness keeps him upright. Meanwhile, his two undead guards both collapse to the floor, pinned there in an instant. Mikhail's eyes widen as he realizes what it is. Avina is still wearing Psattacus Quinn's ring. The defenses of the Lord's Tower are hers to command. Rising to her feet at long last, Avina's eyes blaze with fury. Mikhail is mine, you bastard. I won't let you touch him. I'll kill you before I let you lay a hand on him. In fact, for what you did to my family, I'll kill you right fucking. Only because he's looking for it is Mikhail able to react in time. Traveling along the floor as Avina speaks are unnaturally dark, thick shadows. And they're heading right for his soul mechanic. With a shout, Mikhail leaps forward and lashes out with his own magic almost on instinct. A teal whip of power slices through the shadows, cutting them in twain and making them shriek and hiss as they pull back at the damage. In response, the Regent Lord stops playing games. Instantly, he straightens up, and his undead guards rise from the floor like the defenses of the Lord's Tower suddenly mean nothing to them. Avina's eyes widen and she tries to throw out her hand again, but it has no effect. Then, there's a sizzling sound and Avina cries out, forced to tear the Lord's ring from her finger. My dear, dear girl, it was so simple, convincing the commoners that I was but a puppet, forced to do the corrupt Council of Lords bidding. But to have convinced you as well, it speaks to the gaps in your education. I was named Regent Lord, Princess. That title bears quite a bit of weight, and comes with its own sort of power. For instance, the bestowal of a Lord's ring can only be done by my hand, and by that same token, the right to take back a Lord's ring also falls under my purview. Now please, stop this ridiculous rebellion. It's time to return home, princess. And never. Avina's denial makes Foss' smile drop into a dark scowl. So be it. Both of his hands come up and black shadows go surging forward. Not subtle and careful across the floor this time, but a massive wall that encompasses the entire room. With a hoarse shout, Mikhail calls upon the power of the soul engine and forms a bulwark of teal soul energy between them and the old necromancer. Then, he looks to the others. We need to go. Now. It only takes Avina and Thala a second to realize the gravity of the situation and nod in agreement. Beulah isn't so inclined. What? And run from the fight. But Mikhail just shakes his head. Beulah, think. It's not just these three. The barrier is down. There's thousands and thousands of undead converging on this tower right this moment. Undead who are all well armed and well armored. Undead who I can't absorb anything from, even if I do manage to kill them. The half-orc's eyes narrow in understanding. Her original plan, to have Mikhail just slaughter his way through the army, getting stronger as he went, it was even less viable now than ever before. Foss Sangri had brought his greatest counter, a whole bunch of fighters that Mikhail might be able to re-kill but couldn't actually get any power off of. They were effectively outnumbered 10,000 to 1 with no ace in the hole to turn the tide. TCH. Fine. He's glad she's on board, because a moment later Foss Sangri's shadowy, necromantic magic redoubles in strength and it takes all of Mikhail's power to keep holding him back. Fortunately, perhaps the only bit of fortune they had right now, they'd chosen the side of the room with the doors on it. Even as the Regent Lord's magic pushes and pushes, Mikhail lets himself be pushed back, his girls all behind him, getting the doors open. And then, they run. Of course, the barrier around the Lord's Tower is actually turned inward by the time they make it to the ground floor, which is probably why the Regent Lord doesn't think he needs to chase after them, since as far as he's concerned, they're trapped in the tower with him. But he doesn't seem to know about Psattacus' secret escape tunnel, because there's no one, alive or undead, waiting for them down in the sewers as they flee the Lord's Tower in the same way they entered it a week before. From there, there's really only one choice though. Foss Sangri is not Psaticus Quinn. His army of undead heroes certainly aren't the incompetent city guard that the late Lord employed either. Hiding out in the city isn't an option. Hiding out anywhere in Akriatha isn't really an option. In the end, they keep running. They keep fleeing. All the way across the border into the Empire of Zuvaria. Chapter 33, Next Steps. Seated in a tavern a few days' ride away from the border between the Zuvarian Empire and the Kingdom of Akriatha, a pair of men nurse drinks between themselves as they talk back and forth across a solidly made wooden table. Oi, you hear the news from across the border? No, what happened? TCH, where you been man, living under a rock? That regent lord fella over there went and declared himself the supreme king of Akriatha. The second man's eyes bulge out of his head at that, before he lets out a laugh. Bahaha. Supreme king. The balls on that fucker. But wait, isn't there some council of lords over there or something? And they're just letting him get away with it. The first man shakes his head, grinning the grin of someone who knows something that his companion doesn't. That's just it. Part of the declaration was that Supreme King Sangri disbanded the Council of Lords. They can either fall in line or get crushed beneath his boot, I guess. Hey. Damn. Can't imagine they liked that one bit, did they? Some of them sure didn't. But from what I hear, those ones aren't around anymore. Akriatha's new Supreme King didn't move without certain assurances, you see. Assurances. Pa. Where'd you learn such fancy words, mate? Oi. Shut it. I'm plenty sophistic. I'm plenty smart, alright. Alright, alright. The first man gives the second man a side eye for a moment until the second man raises his hands in apologetic surrender. Only then does the first man continue on. Anyways, from what I hear, the Council of Lords was pretty fucking corrupt as it was. Hear that they were doing all sorts of awful shit over there. Turning a blind eye to slavery, practicing evil, forbidden magics. Calling himself Supreme King might be a little silly, but it might not be so bad having a man like Foss Sangri in charge of Akriatha. After all, he didn't do a half-bad job as Regent Lord, right? The second man just shrugs and takes a long pull from his mug before smacking it down on the table and burping. Pa. What does it matter, really? We're in the Empire of Zuvaria. What happens in Akriatha doesn't mean anything to us, mate. Oi. Idiot. It could mean something if war broke out, you moron. That'll never happen. Akriatha is Akriatha and Zuvaria is Zuvaria. They wouldn't dare. Humph, whatever. As the first man subsides into grumbling and the second snickers at his more politically minded friend's expense, a cloaked figure at another table nurses from his own drink right up until a second cloaked figure walks up and speaks to him in a quiet tone. Mikhail. We've secured a room for the night. Throwing back the last of his mug of alcohol, grimacing at the poor taste, Mikhail nods to Thala and rises from his chair, followed the hooded knight of the rose up to the tavern's second floor where Avina and Beulah are already waiting for them in their room. Getting this far into Zuvaria hadn't been easy. They hadn't known if Foss would send a force after them or not, nor had they had actual horses to ride. Technically, Mikhail and Beulah could both run at the same speed as a horse, and for as long as one too. But Thala and Avina could not, and while carrying Avina was possible, carrying Thala with all her gear would have undeniably slowed them down. Besides, fleeing in a straight line would have been the height of foolishness. Instead, they'd basically fled in a roundabout fashion, circling back on themselves what felt like half a dozen times, trying to make sure that no matter what, they weren't followed. As such, even though this Zuvarian town was a few days' ride from Alathur, it had taken them 3 weeks to get here all the same. And it also wasn't on the main road out of Alathur and into Zuvaria either, but on an offshoot side road to hopefully throw Foss completely off their scent. Whether that had worked or not, well, only time would tell. One thing was for sure though, Mikhail was sick and tired of roughing it out in the wilderness with what little resources they'd managed to scrounge up as they went along. Maybe it would have been fine if they could have gathered some supplies before leaving Alathur, like bedrolls or basic camping equipment, but their flight from the city had to be too fast for that. If they'd dallied for even a few minutes, the newly titled Supreme King and his undead army would have closed off any possibility of escape. Of course, as nice as it was to be indoors for the night for once, this also meant it was time to discuss next steps. Perhaps they could have done so at any given point over the last 3 weeks, but at the end of the day, they'd been much too busy just trying to make sure they weren't caught by any would-be pursuers. This was the first chance any of them had had to truly breathe in all this time. TCH. Still think we should have slowed down and seen if they were really after us. Could have killed anyone who followed us into Zuvaria. Of course, out of the group of 4, Beulah had made her position on their cowardly fleeing quite clear. While she'd accepted that staying in Alathur itself wasn't in the cards, she felt that they should have stood their ground and seen who was actually after them. Only her debt to Mikhail had made her listen to him when he'd kept them on the move. And only Mikhail's concern for Avina and her inherent squishiness had in turn kept him from trying out Beulah's idea. He wasn't afraid for himself or Beulah, or even Thala. Not even against Foss undead heroes. But Avina? His soul mechanic wasn't much of a fighter, regardless of what the bastard had said about her family being true-born necromancers. Still, what's done is done. Crossing her arms over her chest, Beulah grunts. If we're finally talking about what we're gonna do next, I say we forget about all that Akriya bullshit. There's always room for mercenaries here in Zuvaria. Let's find ourselves a proper battle and sell our services for some coin. The half-orc uncrosses her arms in order to punch a fist into her palm, a savage grin on her face as she offers up her suggestion. Of course. What? Forget about Akriya. Don't be absurd. Foss Sangri must be brought to justice. You don't care that he was Tsadika's master. Thala sounds offended that Beulah would even suggest not trying to bring Foss to justice. Beulah, in turn, snorts derisively. Why should I? Tsadicus was the bastard who tricked me. He's dead now. I'm happy. Foss is just some old fucker. Let him rule Akriya. Wasn't he ruling it anyways for like 20 years or something? Straight from the mouth of babes. Beulah isn't wrong. Has anything really changed in Akriya? The only difference now is that Foss is ruling openly, instead of from the shadows. However, the half-orc is ignoring the elephant in the room. We can't just forget about it. Or at least, I can't. Avina's tone is quiet when the freckled young woman finally speaks up, but she commands all of their attention, nonetheless. Looking up from her hands, the former princess frowns. Foss Sangri will stop at nothing to get me back now that I'm out from under his thumb. He's spent the past decade using my research to create his army, but I never succeeded before Mikhail, and so his creations are subpar. Now that he's seen what Mikhail and the Soul Engine can really do, he won't stop until he can retrieve me, and likely Mikhail as well. He'll want both of us. Me to force my service, and Mikhail to dissect, just like he said back in the tower. Maybe he hasn't sent pursuers after us just yet, or maybe we shook them for now, but one way or another, he will hunt us down. Straightening up, Avina's jaw clenches, her dark lips pressing together in a thin line of disdain. And to that I say good. Let him come. Because I'm not going to forgive or forget either. The bastard killed my family. I may not want to be a princess anymore, but that doesn't mean I don't want revenge. I'm done running. There's a brief beat of silence at that, before Avina turns her gaze onto Beulah and Thala. Of course, Beulah is right. Mikhail and I might have no choice but to stand and fight, but you two, you have no stake here. You can leave if you want and Foss probably won't pursue you. If you want to part ways from us here, then I won't blame you. There's a challenge in her tone, even as she says those words. Mikhail can't help but be a little amused because it's clear to him that Avina knows exactly what she's doing. Thala scoffs while Beulah bristles, but it's the Knight of the Rose who speaks first. No stake? Don't be ridiculous. Setting aside that every crime I pursued Tsadicus for can also be laid at Foss Sangri's feet, and many more at that, besides all that, do you really think a man like Foss Sangri will stop at just Akriya? It's only a matter of time before he points that army of undead heroes in the direction of the Zuvarian Empire. And with so much of Zuvaria's armies tied up in defending against the constant encroachment from denizens of the savage lands, Akriya might actually be able to do some real damage. He needs to be stopped. Thala takes a deep breath after that long diatribe, and then the white-haired female knight flushes and tosses a glance in Mikhail's direction, biting her lower lip. And besides, my service to Sir Mikhail does not end simply because Tsadicus Quinn is dead. A life for a life. Seeming pleased with Thala's response, Avina has a smirk on her face, even as she looks to Beulah next. The half-orc stiffens at the challenge in Avina's gaze, before finally scoffing and shaking herself as she growls. TCH. As though I would pass up such a glorious fight. I'm not going anywhere. There's a brief pause at that, given Beulah had just been advocating that they all go just leave Akriya to its fate. But no one calls her on it. Instead, Mikhail steps forward and gives his own 2 cents. Avina is right. The Supreme King won't ever stop hunting the two of us. And Thala is right too. A man as ambitious as that, with an army like that at his command will eventually invade his neighbor. Whether it's to get at us or just because he wants to expand his power. This isn't a fight we can run from. Avina and Thala have grim expressions as they nod. Beulah, meanwhile, grins a savage grin, looking almost like she wants to either fight or mount him right then and there. He's not sure which. As it is, he can't give her what she wants either way right now. Because first. The only thing is, how? How are the 4 of us supposed to take on Foss Sangri and his invincible army? That brings a period of silence to the small room. Avina looks uncertain. Beulah looks mulish. Thala on the other hand. Thala winces, looking very much torn. But finally, the Knight of the Rose speaks up. We need help. We need the order. Avina scoffs at that. You mean the Order of the Rose? I remember you suggesting that before, Thala. And I also remember shutting down the idea. I don't know if the reasons for doing so have changed, exactly. Thala grimaces at Avina's sarcastic drawl but doesn't back down. Yes, I'm talking about the Citadel. The Order of the Rose is Zuvaria's largest knightly order. Things have changed, Avina. Dramatically. The Order needs to know what Foss is up to, what he's done in Akriatha. We can argue for aid based on the things we've seen and the actions he's taken. This isn't the same as it was with Psaticus. Foss Sangri's crimes threaten the entire continent. His army is an affront to every good, sensible living being on Vaklatora. I am confident that the Order of the Rose will see reason once we explain things to them. Them. Mikhail notes the use of the word, even as Avina scowls angrily and crosses her arms over her chest. And if they don't? What then, Thala? What if they decree me a heretic and Mikhail an abomination to be put down? What if they kill us where we stand? But Thala shakes her head, Avina's old argument clearly not holding as much weight with the female knight anymore. And perhaps it shouldn't. I won't let them. And neither will Mikhail. Things have changed, Avina. Not just in regard to the threat we face, but for our group as well. If the Citadel attempts to harm you or Mikhail, I will not allow it. I will stop them. That definitely catches Avina by surprise. She looks taken aback, even as she regards Thala in a new light. You would fight your fellow knights for us. With no hesitation, Thala nods sharply. I would. Not that I expect I'd be nearly as effective as Sir Mikhail himself. Having fought him myself and having seen him do battle, I suspect that he could take on the entire Citadel by himself if it were necessary. After all, the Order of the Rose is not nearly as soulless as Foss Sangri's army. Thala's dry tone makes Mikhail wince as she brings up Beulah's old idea of how he might be capable of single-handedly killing an army, albeit in a roundabout way. Seeing his wince, the female knight gives him an apologetic smile. I don't believe it will come to that though, Sir Mikhail. I believe the Knight Superior, leader of the Order of the Rose, can be convinced that the situation is too serious to censure you or Avina. I believe this with all my heart. He can see in Thala's blue eyes that she means her words. He can see her conviction. Still. Mikhail looks to Avina to see how she's feeling. After a long moment, his soul mechanic sighs. Well, it probably is our best bet of getting reinforcements against Foss, I suppose. If nothing else, if we can convince them that the undead army is real, they're sure to jump on it like a dog on a bone. Thala flushes at Avina's description, but also doesn't argue the point. Mikhail just nods. Very well then. It's settled. We'll head for the Citadel tomorrow. Thala, we'll be counting on you to get us there. Oh, of course, Sir Mikhail. Looking around at the three women in the room with him, Mikhail finds himself adopting a rather crooked grin. I would say let's get some rest, but from the looks all of you are giving me, somehow I don't think that will be possible, will it? Beulah growls in agreement, while Thala blushes and then sheepishly nods her head. Avina hums and then shrugs. It has been some time, hasn't it? All these weeks running and sleeping with one eye open, we haven't really had time for any fun, have we? Mikhail just snorts. He might not need the sleep, but that didn't mean his girls didn't. It seemed that it would fall to him to make sure that they all were too tired to do anything but rest then. Such a heavy burden to bear, but he'd bear it gladly, he supposed. He opens his mouth to speak, only for Beulah to finally lose her battle with her self-control and lunge at him with a lustful growl. Right then. He'd start with her. Chapter 34, Stress Relief. A/N, pure smutty goodness. Definitely no feelings here, right? XXX. Beulah might have taken the initiative, but that doesn't mean she gets to take him. Under normal circumstances, there would be no way for an average human being to conceivably defend against a lunging half-orc. But Mikhail was no average human being. More than that, he had magic now. His eyes flare with energy and teal bands of power peel off of his palms, reaching out and catching Beulah mid-leap. The half-orc's own blue eyes go wide in surprise as she's suddenly held aloft, unable to do anything but squirm. After a moment, she growls at him, glaring daggers in his direction. Or maybe, given who it was, glaring hand axes would be more appropriate. TCH. Take me like a man, Mikhail. Rolling his own eyes, Mikhail smiles. I will, Beulah. You don't have to worry about that. But if you get us kicked out of the first tavern we've stayed at in weeks, I'm not sure Avina or Thala will ever forgive you. I'm not sure even I will forgive you. Beulah flushes at that, giving away the fact that she definitely wasn't thinking about property damage before she launched herself across the room at him. Nor does she look like she's particularly concerned about it even now after he's brought it to her attention. Mikhail raises an eyebrow at the beautiful fiery-haired half-orc. Well? Can you promise me the room will stay intact if I let you go? Beulah's silence is telling. Finally, she just huffs, blowing a lock of red hair out from her face as her sharp ears twitch and her cute little tusks shift. Grinning, Mikhail bobs his head in acknowledgement of her honesty. After all, in this case Silent was honest. Then there you have it. With more of his magic, Mikhail is able to strip the half-orc warrior out of her armor without ever truly letting her go. She remains hovering in the air where she can't find the leverage to make a mess of things. As he does so, she glares at him, before cracking a grin and growling once more. I like that look in your eyes. It's a good look. But you know what I'd like even more? My dick inside of you. Your TCH. When he preempts her, her grin drops and she pouts mightily at him. Mikhail just laughs and frees the aforementioned member from its confines. Beulah looks at it and licks her lips, squirming a bit more though to no avail. Of course, she's not the only woman in the room. As Mikhail strokes his rapidly growing erection, he looks to Avina and Thala curiously. Avina has chosen to take a seat at the small room's only table, and when he makes eye contact with her, his soul mechanic just waves her hand dismissively. I'm fine. Go on, get it out of your system. She sounds more amused than anything else, so Mikhail chooses to take her words at face value. Meanwhile, Thala is bright red, and doesn't seem capable of deciding whether to look at Beulah in her trussed-up state or Mikhail and his exposed phallus. It takes only a moment for him to realize why she might be enjoying Beulah's current situation. Thala. Is there something you want to ask of me? Blinking, the female knight goes still at being called out. She swallows thickly, before shaking her head. It would not be proper. Funnily enough, before Mikhail can say it, Avina says it for him. Oh, don't be ridiculous, Thala. Nothing about this is proper, you silly woman. She's right, of course. Their relationship, having graduated from something between the three of them to now something between all four of them, it's not proper by most people's standards. Even in this world, most people don't pursue romantic relationships like whatever this is. But Mikhail doesn't care. He'd rather be improper and happy than proper and unhappy any day of the week. And besides, life is shit enough as it is without denying yourself joy and pleasure where you can find it. At least part of that thinking comes from the dead men still floating around in his head. But in this case, Mikhail is in full agreement with them. Better to enjoy himself so long as no one else was getting hurt, especially when they all had no idea what the next day might bring. Why you rewrite? Sir Mikhail, please. Even with Avina's encouragement, Thala seems almost too embarrassed to say it out loud. In the end, Mikhail takes mercy on the poor white-haired knight. Reaching out with his magic and binding her in the thick bands of teal the same as he's done to Beulah is child's play. Stripping her out of her armor is a little more challenging since there's a lot more of it than Beulah has, but he still manages to do it all the same. Thala squirms in his magical grasp the same as the half-orc, but the difference is that Thala is very clearly enjoying being bound and tied up, while Beulah is just putting up with it in order to get what she wants from him, a good, hard pounding. Of course, in the interest of not getting kicked out of the tavern because of noise complaints instead of property damage. Mikhail also goes ahead and forms up a pair of gags for the two women. Thala accepts hers willingly, almost eagerly. Beulah though pulls her head back first and gives him a snort when he raises an eyebrow at her. I better need this by the time you're done with me, you hear me? If I'm not howling into this damn gag, you're going to regret it. He believes her. Mikhail nods, and Beulah accepts the gag. At which point, well, there's nothing else to do, is there? Bound and gagged, Mikhail flips both women over onto their fronts and lays them down on one of the room's two beds. Their asses lifted into the air by his magic, their glistening sexes on display, Mikhail strides forward, cock in hand. He starts with Beulah. She wanted it the most after all, and she wanted him to dominate her again, just like back in the tower. That was something Mikhail was willing to do. After all, while he'd certainly gotten a lot of his latent anger and frustration over Beulah's part in his situation out on her that day, there was plenty more where that came from. It helped that Beulah liked it though. MMMPH. GRRRRRGH. Arching her back as he fucks into her from behind, the half-orc is soon howling through her gag, her ears flat to her skull and her body shuddering beneath his own. There's really only one thing that Beulah seems to respect, and that's strength. Fortunately for them, strength is something Mikhail has in abundance these days. Ever since the Grand Melee, ever since killing Psaticus Quinn, Mikhail has a new baseline that's probably pretty damn close to that of a half-orc like Beulah. He hasn't had to consume a single soul in order to survive since they fled Alethar. That's not to say he hasn't consumed any though. Traveling in the wilderness, fleeing through forests and hills alike, well, the wilds of Zuvaria were not completely tamed. Wolves were the least of their worries, though in turn, their little group of heavy hitters were hands down the most dangerous thing to grace any location they found themselves in. Still, Mikhail had consumed the souls of quite a few beasties that they'd then cooked and eaten over the past few weeks. And honestly, those souls felt like drops in the bucket that was his new power. So yes, he fucks Beulah as hard and fast as she likes it. He fucks her with deep, powerful thrusts, enjoying the way she tightens and creams herself upon his shaft. Until finally, he finishes her off and pulls out. As Beulah is left breathing heavily through her nose and laying there in a puddle of her own sweat, Mikhail moves over, and inserts himself into Thala instead. The Knight of the Rose has been not so patiently waiting for her turn. Her inner walls immediately clamp down on his cock, but her absurdly slick insides make it impossible for her to hold him in one place. A muffled keening noise makes its way out from Thala's gagged lips as he fucks her at a much more sedate pace. Still face down. Still ass up. But he's not trying to harm her, and if he'd gone as hard with her as he'd gone with Beulah, he might very well have injured the female knight. Instead, he relaxes as he fucks Thala next. Though knowing what she likes, he still gives her some rough pinches on her hips and ass, gripping down tightly and holding her in place as he thrusts in and out of her. Thala's insides squeeze down hard on his member as her juices gush down along his length. Mikhail enjoys himself, just as much as he knows Thala is enjoying herself. Of course, Thala isn't like Beulah. She doesn't submit purely because he's the strongest person in the room. No, she submits out of duty and guilt. Even now, Mikhail knows that Thala's own actions eat away at her. She'd carved out his heart with her blade, and while she definitely hadn't intended to kill an innocent, it didn't change the fact that Sadicus had tricked her. She felt she owed Mikhail her life, and maybe she did. But she didn't owe him her body. He wouldn't be having sex with her if he thought Thala was only offering herself up to him out of some sort of guilt though. No, he'd refuse her advances if he didn't think there was a large part of her who clearly wanted it. Who needed this? Thala Dongard was a pervert deep down inside. A pervert who hid her darkness behind a fine set of golden armor and her oaths and honor, but a pervert all the same. That was okay though. This was a safe space. She was allowed to be herself here without judgment and without censure. At least from him anyways. A glance over at Avina shows that the former princess has moved from the table to the room's second bed, discarding her dress as she went. Laid back, her pale freckled body exposed to his gaze, Avina makes eye contact with him even as she touches herself. Her dark grey eyes are lidded as she watches him dominate Thala right there in front of her. Her fingers match the tempo with which his cock is pistoning in and out of the beautiful white-haired knight. At some point, he tuckers poor Thala out. She does her best, but she's not built to go all night long. Not like he is. And not like Beulah is either. By the time Thala has passed out upon his cock, Beulah is no longer insensate and is instead forcing Mikhail to split his focus between keeping her from jumping him with his magic and continuing to fuck Thala. Pulling out of the Knight of the Rose, he returns to Beulah a moment later, pinning her down with his actual hands this time. One in her hair, the other on the small of her back, he jackhammers in and out of the growling, moaning half-orc's cunt even harder and faster than before. He doesn't hold back a bit this time, until finally Beulah passes out the same as Thala did. Only way either woman was going to get some sleep, it seemed. He had to fuck them silly to get them to rest. But then to be fair, the last 3 weeks had been tough. They'd been hard. And the four of them had all earned a moment's respite. With that in mind, when Mikhail pulls out of Beulah for the final time, he doesn't immediately drop down to go to sleep between the two women. After all, they're not his only lovers, now are they? Turning to the other bed, Mikhail smiles as Avina rises to meet him halfway. The naked young woman takes him by the hand and leads him over to the much cleaner of the two beds, at least at this point. She has him lay down where she'd just been laid out, and then she climbs atop him, before slowly impaling herself upon his cock. I'm sorry I lied to you, Mikhail. About who I was. About my past. Mikhail hums at that, even as he takes hold of Avina by the hips. But not to take control, rather, he rubs soothing circles into her flesh as she slowly rides him, gyrating her hips around on his cock. Technically you didn't. Everything you told me was the truth. I just never asked for more information. And when I did, you still didn't lie to me, you simply told me to wait a little longer. Though admittedly, I doubt you intended for it all to come out quite so soon after our talk. Avina huffs in amusement at that, her pale breasts heaving up and down as she rises and falls upon his shaft. You're not wrong. Still, you should be mad at me. For the lie of omission if nothing else. In the end, Mikhail shrugs. We're all entitled to our secrets. There's an argument to be made that you should have told me before it came back to bite us all in the ass, sure, but I don't know if anyone could have seen undead army of summoned heroes coming. Even if it feels painfully obvious in hindsight. That gets a grimace and a nod from Avina. Indeed. I can't believe I never questioned what Sadicus was doing with the bodies of the others he summoned. I knew he didn't let them burn with the normal criminals, but I always thought that was because he needed to extract the memories afterwards. Looking down at him, Avina's eyes are suddenly serious and rather intense. She leans forward and cups Mikhail's cheek with one hand while caressing his soul engine with the other. You may forgive me, but I do not forgive myself. Mikhail groans and brings a hand to his forehead, causing Avina to fall quiet as he rubs his brow with his fingers. If you're about to say you're in my debt, Avina, just save it. I'm already 2 for 3 and I'm not looking to perform the hat trick. He glances down at where they're joined together and smiles a wry smile. At least, not that hat trick, anyways. Avina giggles, even if his words probably seem nonsensical to her. Then, she grows solemn again. Still. Nope. Won't hear of it. You brought me back from the dead, Avina. Maybe I can't go home. Maybe you withheld critical information. But setting those things aside, you're the only reason I'm here right now. The only reason I got revenge on Saticus Quinn in the first place. As far as I'm concerned, I'm in your debt. What? Of course not. You. Mikhail silences her with a kiss at that, pulling her down so that their lips press together as Avina continues to ride him. When they pull apart again a few seconds later, he gives her a smile. I guess we're even then, princess. She blushes bright red at his teasing tone, smacking him in the shoulder. Don't call me that. Mikhail grins. I'm serious. Don't you dare start calling me that. Mikhail just grins wider. Chapter 35, The Celian Woods. When they'd fled Alathar, it had not been on horseback. There simply hadn't been time, not even to try and retrieve Thala's steed. With the city already occupied by Foss Sangri's unnatural army, their only escape route had once again been via the dam sewers, which led off into a few rivers, one of which was outside of Alathar right on the border with Zuvaria. Unfortunately, the first town they'd been able to stop in and get a good night's rest had been too small to sell horses either. So from there, they'd had to journey on foot for a few days more, with Mikhail giving Avina a few piggyback rides to help the less physically capable member of their party rest her aching feet. Fortunately, the second town had been a bit bigger, with wooden walls. With that size had also come more problems, and before Mikhail knew it, they'd found themselves with the task of clearing out a monster den. Truth be told, it wound up being a slaughter. Sure, the creatures were more organized and grouped up than the sort of things he and his companions had hunted and been hunted by on their initial flight from Akriatha, but it was still completely one-sided. It reminded Mikhail of being overleveled for some part of a video game from back on Earth. Between him, Beulah, and Thala, they crushed their enemies with ease while Avina watched. This in turn got them enough coin to be able to purchase 2 horses and a cart. And so Mikhail finds himself sitting in the back of said cart, with Thala up front managing the horses and Beulah and Avina with him. Honestly, it was the first time Mikhail had gotten to truly sit back and take in Vaklatora's natural splendor. Before this, it had been one thing or another. First, he was busy provoking Saticus into holding another grand melee. Then, he was moping around over his inability to go home or fix his mind. After that, it was running from Foss Sangri as fast as possible and just trying to survive another day. And sure, it wasn't like they didn't still have a lot on their plate now. But apparently Zuvaria was huge, easily twice the size of Akriatha, and while the citadel wasn't on the other side of the empire thankfully, it was located closer to the middle of it than a border. Meaning that they had plenty of travel time still, even with the cart to speed things up and let Avina rest. Looking around at the rolling hills and grassy plains, Mikhail has to admit, it's beautiful. All of it. And gazing at it all, it's almost as though something settles within him. He still aches for home of course, but he's not sure he would have even chosen to go back to Earth if he couldn't have his mind fixed first. The loss of half of his memories, it's left him a different person than he was back then. He couldn't look his mother in the eye and tell her he didn't know her name anymore. He wouldn't even be able to recognize his father without having to be reintroduced to the man. His entire life, everyone he'd ever cared for, they'd been torn away from him, almost as surely as if they'd been killed. Or maybe it was more accurate to say he'd been torn away from them. He was the one who'd actually died, after all. Mikhail is never going home. Vaklatora is his world now, as surely as it is the world of his lovely traveling companions. He just needs to get used to that, accept it, and move forward, no matter what obstacles choose to get in his way. Of course, it helped that he had such beautiful friends to make things easier on him. A smile alights on Mikhail's face, as he considers Avina, Thala, and Beulah. Perhaps karma is a real force in this world, because as shitty as things had gotten, he'd also gotten very, very lucky as well. Part of him wondered if he even deserved the 3 women and the affection they showed him. But at the same time, he certainly wasn't going to be the one to push any of them away. That said, he finds his gaze lingering on Beulah in particular, considering the half-orc and the fact that she's decided to stick around. Of the 4 of them, her reasons for doing so are certainly the flimsiest. He appreciates her presence all the same, and he can only hope that they aren't leading her to her death. Especially not so soon after she got her freedom. Though, the longer he looks at her, the more he realizes she's looking at something as well. At first, Mikhail assumes that she's just staring off into the distance, deep in thought. But no, that's not quite right. Her eyes are fixed towards the south. Following Beulah's gaze with his own, Mikhail peers out that way. He thinks he sees something in that direction, but it's tough to make out, truth be told. Fortunately for him, he has magic now. Incredibly versatile magic at that. After a moment of thought, he sends a burst of energy towards his eyes, and as they blaze with teal light, he finds his sight magnified tenfold. This allows him to make out what he's seeing in the distance with far greater detail. At first, he assumes he's staring at some sort of mountain wall. Thick and tall enough that it goes up into the clouds even. But then he looks even closer and realizes he's not looking at some cliff face at all. No, what he's looking at are trees. Massive, thick tree trunks, close enough together to almost give the appearance of being an insanely steep mountain face, but far enough apart that he can tell the difference once he starts paying attention. Mikhail gapes at the sight in silence for a moment, but his little trick with his eyes has not gone unnoticed. Mikhail? What are you doing? Avina's concerned voice prompts him to pull out of his stupor and shake his head, blinking rapidly as he looks over at the confused woman. Trees. Really big trees. There are incredibly massive trees over there on the horizon. What's that about? He can't help but cringe a little at how stupid he sounds once he's done talking, but to be fair, he's still a little shocked by what he's looking at. He's seen a lot of crazy shit since he arrived in this world, but in terms of the most majestic, awe-inspiring sight, those huge-ass trees take the cake, at least for now. Still, pulling the energy back from his eyes, he focuses back on the present and looks to Avina, who has a bit of a smile on her face. Ah, right. The Celian Woods. Mikhail raises an eyebrow at that, prompting Avina to shrug. Sorry, I know full well that things that are obvious to natives like us wouldn't be to you. But unlike Zuvaria, the Celian Woods have never really been relevant to our situation. So they just didn't come up. But basically, you're right. The trees that make up the Celian Woods are said to be the biggest in the world. Each towers over even the largest man-made structures in recorded history, and there are said to be at least 1,000 of them, easily. 1,000 of them? On the face of it, 1,000 trees doesn't seem like a lot. A brief flash of something crosses Mikhail's mind. Something about 18 trees and 20 million planted. But it's gone as quickly as it comes, and Mikhail honestly doesn't have a clue what it was about. That said, he remembers trees from Earth. They're a lot like the trees he's seen in Zuvaria's woods so far, at least in size anyways. The trees he'd seen in the distance, however, they were immense in both height and width. So 1,000 of them? That was a fucking lot. Perhaps sensing his shock, Avina just nods, her smile growing a bit as though she's enjoying the wonder on his face. Yeah, the Celian Woods stretch across not just the entirety of Akrieda's southern border, but also the empire of Zuvaria's as well. They even run up into the savage lands from what I understand. They make for a natural barrier, with no one really laying claim to them, though there are legends that say they are populated by an ancient race of elves. Mikhail blinks at that and glances in the direction of the Celian Woods. Legends? Okay, so there were definitely elves in the Celian Woods. Mikhail remembered enough of the stories he'd read back on Earth to know that much. There was simply no way that there weren't elves in the Celian Woods. That said, he was curious about one thing. Why are they only legends? And why don't Akrieda or Zuvaria lay claim to them? Avina snorts at that, but before she can answer, Thala speaks up in her stead. Turning back for a moment from where she's driving the cart, the Knight of the Rose tosses him a smile. Because Sir Mikhail, they're filled with beasts said to be as tall as the trees themselves. Mikhail's eyes bulge out of his skull at that claim, while Avina scoffs and shakes her head. Not that big, probably. At least, nobody has ever actually laid eyes on a creature from the Celian Woods said to be that large. All factual and confirmed reports of Celian beasts put them at around the size of a house at best. A house. That's still pretty damn big. Avina and Thala both laugh at his outburst, causing Mikhail to flush a little bit. Still, Avina nods her head in easy agreement. You're not wrong. Big is a good way of describing everything in the Celian Woods. And honestly, most of the time, big is still an understatement. The trees are undoubtedly the largest thing in those woods, but the rest of its denizens are plenty huge themselves. The legends say that there were ancient pacts made with the Celian elves in order to keep the denizens of the Celian Woods from running roughshod over Akrieda and Zuvaria. And that's why our lands are able to flourish so well, despite having such a dangerous place right next to us. Avina's tone and eye roll make it clear what she thinks of that. Mikhail can't help but furrow his brow. It sounds like you don't believe that, Avina. If the elves are just legends, then why don't the big beasties in the Celian Woods come out and lay waste to Akrieda and Zuvaria? Doesn't that seem to imply that there is some sort of magical pact in place? Honestly, he's a little surprised at how close-minded Avina is being about this. She's from a literal fantasy world, one with magic and even orcs. And she doesn't believe in elves? Shrugging, Avina glances over in the direction of the Celian woods for a second before explaining. There are 2 reasons I doubt there was any pact with elves, Mikhail. Or rather, if there was one, it hasn't been enforced for a long time now. Number 1, every once in a while, someone gets it in their head to try and start a settlement on the border of the Celian woods. After all, it's a land of untapped potential with no prior claim to it, right? Sometimes, they even go into the Celian woods and try to make a town under the Great Canopy. Avina shakes her head. It never ends well. No settlement, either on the border or inside the Celian woods itself, has ever survived for longer than a couple months at most. And yet, there's no reprisal from these elves, if they even do exist. No diplomatic envoy to tell us to stop or that we have to honor some ancient pact. And of course. Mikhail raises an eyebrow as Avina pauses for a moment before waving her hand airily. Well, the second reason that I doubt any such thing is real would be the fact that Celian beasts do come out of the woods every few years. How do you think we know about the ones as big as houses, Mikhail? They cause quite a mess, doing a lot of damage, and sometimes even wipe entire towns of the map before they're put down. But ultimately, there's never more than one of them. Frowning, Mikhail asks the obvious. Why not? Here, Avina would definitely be pushing her glasses up her nose, if she were the type to wear spectacles. As is, her nose does this cute little wrinkling motion as the freckled young woman smirks, clearly pleased to be able to speak her theories into the world. Why not indeed? If I had to speculate, I suspect it's because we simply don't have the right resources for such massive creatures to survive. The Celian woods are beyond our reckoning. If the trees are as huge as they are, what must the bushes be like? Or the prey animals? The predators are as big as houses, meaning their prey must be as large as horses at the very least if not larger. Nodding to herself, seeming quite confident in her assertions, Avina shrugs. Something in their instincts must tell them that our lands aren't sustainable for their kind. In fact, I postulate that those few who do wind up leaving the Celian woods and attacked our lands were probably pushed out by rivals, forced into exile because they lost some sort of bestial dominance challenge, perhaps. Mikhail takes that in for a moment, rolling Avina's words over in his mind. Then, he tilts his head to the side. Hey! Wouldn't that mean that the beasts that come out of the woods and attack Akriathi and Zuvaria are the weakest that the Celian woods have to offer? Smiling thinly, his soul mechanic nods. Yes, Mikhail. It does. Well. That certainly isn't frightening. Okay, maybe a little bit. Although. Mikhail's eyes slide over to the only person in the cart who hasn't said a word throughout this entire conversation. Beulah. Her name causes the half-orc to jolt, her eyes sliding over to him as she blinks. Is that why you keep looking in that direction? Is the idea of fighting a Celian beast that enticing? Beulah's knife-like ears twitch and the half-orc snorts as she shakes her head. TCH. No. We already have a fight, and a good one at that. She's putting on a brave front, but Mikhail thinks he's on to something. Is it crazy that he's already considering the viability of taking Beulah on a hunting trip when this is all done? Assuming they manage to survive Foss Sangri and stop his mad bid for power, maybe he and Beulah could go to the Celian woods and hunt down a big, honking monster for the half-orc to fight. Between the two of them, he figured they were more than powerful enough for it. Ah, but that was in the future. Plenty to do in the meantime. Still, it was always good to have something to look forward to. Chapter 36, The Patrol. We made it. Wait, what? From where he's laid down on the bench in the cart, Mikhail lifts his head at Thala's sudden exclamation. Both Avina and Beulah look equally surprised, and also confused. Once he lifts his head a little higher, he sees why they're confused. There's no structure that could possibly be titled something as majestic as the Citadel in sight. Was their nightly guide going insane? Was she getting stir-crazy, being in charge of the horses and cart for so long? Thala? We're still in the middle of nowhere. The Knight of the Rose blinks at his assessment, glancing back at him and then around them before flushing in embarrassment. Apologies, I didn't mean we made it to the Citadel, sorry Sir Mikhail. Rather, we've made it to the lands that belong to the Order of the Rose. Oh? Mikhail sits up completely at that, his brow furrowing as he takes in their surroundings again. Thala, all smiles, is happy to explain. You see, the Order of the Rose is Zuvaria's oldest and thus preeminent knightly order. Seeing as we were around even before Zuvaria itself was born. As such, the order actually holds more territory than anyone save for the Emperor of Zuvaria himself. Mikhail doesn't exactly know how much land that is, but it sounds like a lot. In fact, of all the breadcrumbs Thala and Avina have dropped about Thala's order, that actually drives home just how powerful this order of knights truly is to Mikhail. For them to own land in such vast quantities that they're second only to the Emperor himself, yeah, that's a lot of wealth, power and influence to be sure. But then, I suppose it makes sense, doesn't it? For the Order of the Rose to be powerful enough to send solo knights like you into neighboring kingdoms on missions like yours, they'd have to be a pretty big deal within their own homeland, wouldn't they? Thala smiles and nods at that, though she also blushes. That's true, Sir Mikhail. Rather, the Order of the Rose is incredibly important to the internal stability of the Empire as well as the defense of its borders. Though all things considered, the border with the Savage Lands is obviously the most constantly contested for Zuvaria. Right. Mikhail nods, only for Thala to bite her lower lip. Though, admittedly, I sort of demanded to be allowed to investigate the rumors that someone was abusing the hero summoning ritual in Alether. Nobody assigned me this mission, nor sent me to Alether. I forced my way so that I could investigate of my own accord. There's a beat of silence at that confession, before Mikhail raises an eyebrow. Would that be because you've idolized summoned heroes all your life, Thala? The female knight goes rigid at that, her eyes widening as she whips her head around to look at him in shock. She's frozen for a moment before remembering that she's driving a cart. Facing forward again, but not in time to hide her suddenly very rosy complexion, the Knight of the Rose slowly nods. Yes. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that you figured it out, Sir Mikhail. You are especially observant, so you likely caught on to my hero worship quite early, didn't you? That draws a scoff, not from Mikhail but from Avina. Excuse me? I caught on to your hero worship earliest. All the way back in the basement, it was clear as day that if Mikhail asked anything except for the most objectionable actions from you, you would happily do whatever he said. The fact that you killed him was just a convenient excuse for living out your fantasies of being the loyal knight in service to a summoned hero. Mikhail winces as Avina's blunt, brutal words cause Thala to hunch in on herself further and further. Until finally, as if to put the nail in the coffin, Beulah grunts and speaks up. Yes. Even to one such as I, your reverence for what Mikhail is, rather than who he is has been quite obvious. Having Beulah of all people casually calling her out really seems to get to Thala. Letting out a sigh, Mikhail shoots both Avina and Beulah a quelling look, before reaching out and placing a hand on Thala's shoulder. Ignore them, Thala. Even if you started out only following me around out of guilt and because of what I represented, I know you care about me for me at this point. Right. Looking back at him, Thala nods, wide-eyed. Oh of course, Sir Mikhail. Seeing an opportunity, Mikhail grins right back at her. Great. Then let's drop the sir, yet? After all, I'm no actual knight and you like me for more than just my hero status, so it should be no problem to just call me Mikhail from now on. Freezing up at being caught out like that, Thala bites her lower lip for a moment before finally nodding again, this time much more hesitantly. As you wish. Mikhail. Ha, score. Sure, while Thala's deference was kind of cute, it also got a little tiring. From Sir Hero to Sir Mikhail, to Mikhail, he was honestly just glad to have finally gotten to a place where the female knight saw him as a real person, rather than someone on some unachievable pedestal to idolize. Letting out a happy sigh, Mikhail waves his hand through the air, willing to change the subject now that he'd gotten what he wanted. Wonderful. Anyways, how could you tell that we were entering your order's lands? Like, was there some sort of road marker that we missed or something? Thala perks up and turns forward again, before pointing off in the distance. Oh. No, Mikhail. I could tell because I saw a patrol of knights appear over the horizon coming down the road towards us. They wear the armor of the order, so I know that we've entered the Order of the Rose's territory. Wait, what? Again, Mikhail is caught off guard. He straightens up properly and peers down the road. Sure enough, he can see some folk in golden armor on horseback, steadily making their way towards them. Focusing some energy into his eyes lets him make them out more clearly. Their armor is mostly golden like Thala's, but not nearly as fancy or intricately designed as hers is. Does that mean that she's a higher rank, or something? Belatedly, Mikhail realizes that he probably should have questioned Thala a lot more about her origins as well as her place within the Order of the Rose before they got to this point. Though in his defense, Avina and Beulah hadn't done so either. Okay, so maybe that wasn't a very good defense. Beulah wasn't the type to do research to begin with, while Avina was the type who seemed to believe she already knew pretty much everything there was to know about most subjects. Still. Without much time, Mikhail makes sure to dispel the teal energy from his eyes and hide his soul engine properly so it's not too obvious under his shirt. Then, he looks to Thala and frowns. Is there anything we should know ahead of time, Thala? Should we try to have Avina hide, or something? Avina scoffs at that, but Mikhail feels like it's a fair request. Sure, the former princess hates being called a necromancer, but she sure looks like a gothic summoner of the dead in appearance. Foss Sangri naming Avina and her family true-born necromancers only made this fact more apparent to Mikhail if he was being honest. And Thala even seems to agree with him because she considers Avina for a long moment, long enough that the other woman scowls and crosses her arms over her chest. What? Is looking a certain way a crime to your order now, Thala? Because if it is, this entire venture is doomed from the start. Thala flushes at that and quickly shakes her head. No. It should be fine. It's just a patrol after all, and I don't see anyone high-ranking among their number. Just, let me do the talking, please. Mikhail, Avina and Beulah all exchange looks at that, and then shrug and nod, one after the other. Thala looks relieved by their easy capitulation. Then, the relief vanishes as she puts her game face on, turning back to once more face the road, and the quartet of knights fast approaching now. Ho there! Hold for a moment. With ease, Thala stops the cart and lets the knights from her order close the rest of the distance between them. Watching from the back, Mikhail sees the surprise in the head knight's face when he recognizes Thala by face alone. Dame Dongard. I thought it was you but couldn't be sure from so far away. Wouldn't expect to see you driving a cart of all things. His eyes roam over the three of them as well, but if he recognizes them, he's very good at hiding it. Mikhail tries not to appear too hostile or friendly, honestly, he's not sure how to act right now. Probably for the best that they let Thala take the lead here. Yes, well, my mission didn't go quite as well as I'd hoped. My horse was lost to me, as was everything save for my armor and sword. The head knight's face turns grave at that, even as his eyes slide away from peering at Avina and Beulah in particular, instead gazing at Thala directly. I see. That is a shame, Dame Dongard. Still, are you heading back to the citadel now? Nodding, Thala smiles as she gestures towards the three of them. Yes. I and my witnesses have business with the Knight Superior, and grave tidings from the kingdom of Akriatha. That seems to surprise the head knight for some reason. He peers at them all again, before blinking at Thala. Witnesses? Seeming confused by his question, Thala inclines her head. Yes. Unfortunately, their words are for the Knight Superior alone. I apologize, but we must be on our way. Of course, Dame Dongard. Allow me and my men to escort you to the citadel. Mikhail blinks, not liking the sound of that at all. He's not sure if the citadel is an hour or a day away at this point, but concealing the soul engine around a bunch of suspicious and likely superstitious knightly strangers for any length of time did not sound like very much fun. Fortunately, Thala is just as put off by the idea as he is. What? No, that won't be necessary. I and my party can take care of ourselves just fine, especially now that we are on the Order's lands. The head knight, despite clearly being lower ranked and deferential to Thala up to and even through this point, nevertheless hesitates. His eyes focus on Beulah in particular, for some reason. Are you certain, Dame Dongard? Following his gaze to Beulah, Thala seems uncomprehending for a moment, before scowling angrily. I am quite sure, sir. You and your men are to continue your patrol to its proper conclusion. That is an order. As you say, ma'am. With that, they slowly begin moving off and with a flick of her wrists, Thala gets their cart moving again. The white-haired knight is stiff as a board as they leave the quartet of knights behind them. Mikhail, meanwhile, doesn't dare to look back, after all, he can feel the eyes of the knights burning a hole in the back of his head as they depart. It's 15 minutes later when they've moved far enough away that Thala finally speaks. My sincerest apologies, Beulah. I did not, but no, I should have expected such a response. The Order of the Rose is supposed to be an order of good, honorable, righteous people. But some have different definitions of these words. And others hold long grudges after losing family members to the conflicts on our border with the savage lands. You still do not deserve such distrust levied at you simply because of your heritage, however. Beulah blinks and then tilts her head to the side. Oh? They wanted to fight me because I'm half-orc? Should have said something. Would have been fun. Mikhail snorts in amusement and shakes his head, even as Thala turns back to give the red-haired warrior an askance look. Meanwhile, Avina huffs rather smugly. Didn't even look twice at me, did they? Admit it, both of you. Just because I prefer black clothes, doesn't mean everyone is going to assume I'm a necromancer. Honestly. Giving in to his growing amusement, Mikhail just chuckles at the women in the cart. From Avina sitting there vindicated, to Beulah looking back behind them with a forlorn expression, to Thala just shaking her head and turning to face forward again with a sigh. Still, after a moment, Thala does speak up again. I do not know what sort of welcome we can expect to receive once we reach the citadel. I was able to pull rank with those four, but I can only hope that the Knight Superior will be willing to hear us out, regardless of the eccentricity of our group. For now, we should probably start looking for a good place to stop for the night. Blinking, Mikhail raises a brow. Oh? Is it that much further? Thala looks back at him at that and Mikhail is surprised for a moment because it's probably the first time that she's ever made a face that led him to believe she was doubting his intelligence. Mikhail. I did say that the Order of the Rose's territory was second in size only to the Emperor's lands. So yes, we are still a few days out from the citadel at our current pace. Oh, right. A little embarrassed, Mikhail just nods and starts helping look for a good place to camp for the night. When they finally find one, they set up a small fire, hunt down some wild game, and eat heartily that evening. Then, at Thala's insistence, they all spar for hours. Well, he, Thala, and Beulah all spar. Avina watches, as is her usual choice. Still, with the difference in their power, the only chance that Beulah or Thala have to take him down when he's going all out is by working together. As such, while they do some 2-on-1 sparring like that, most of the time he's holding back or simply remaining on the defensive altogether as Thala or Beulah try to attack him with all their respective might. Thala spars with a single-minded ferocity that night, and every night until they reach the citadel, in fact. It's almost as if the female knight is hoping for the best, but at the same time preparing for the worst. Finally though, they arrive. Chapter 37, The Citadel. It's quite clear when they finally do reach the Order of the Rose's base of operations. Because, the Citadel, as Thala had called it, has to be the most amazing thing that Mikhail has seen since arriving in this world. Hell, based solely on his fractured memories, it might be the most amazing thing that he's ever seen, at least with his own 2 eyes. While it's perhaps not as tall as the trees of the Celian woods or a skyscraper back on Earth, it still towers over its surroundings, with its tallest peaks reaching high into the sky all the same. But more than that, the structure is positively massive, easily half as large as the city of Alathur just by itself. It's also grandiose in a strangely austere way. Where Thala and all of her fellow Knights of the Rose seem to wear golden armor of increasing ornateness depending on their rank within their order, the citadel is not nearly as opulent, extravagant, or even intricate. Instead, the whole structure is marble white and smooth as can be. Even enhancing his eyes, Mikhail can't see any seams or cracks in the entire structure as they approach. The only openings are windows and what are clearly meant to be arrow slits. It reminds him of cathedrals from Earth, but without the stained glass or over-the-top displays of religious reverence. But then, that makes sense, Mikhail supposes. The Order of the Rose doesn't follow a god as far as he's aware. They only followed their oaths and their honor. Still, it's an incredible sight and Mikhail won't lie, his breath is taken away just staring at it. The closer they get, the more its majesty becomes apparent too. It's one thing to see it from afar, but to find himself in the shadow of it is another thing entirely. It very much blocks out the sun once they get close enough, leaving them to travel another 10 minutes in the shade just to reach the outer gate. However, that's where the trouble begins. There are of course armored men manning the walls of the citadel. That doesn't surprise Mikhail. However, the looks those men give their small group set him on edge. Judgment. Derision. Anger. Something is definitely wrong. Unfortunately, with them literally sitting outside of the front gate, it's not like Mikhail can tell Thala to stop and let them regroup for a moment. Maybe he's just imagining things, after all. And even if he isn't, they'd known way back at the beginning that their reception would be somewhat frosty. This whole idea was a gamble from the start and Mikhail was well aware of that fact. In the end, they just had to hope that they would be allowed to make their case before any violence began. Of course, he's not the only one in the cart who feels the unpleasant amount of attention being directed at them. Thala is sitting straighter than ever before, shoulders squared and head held high as she guides the horses and cart through the gate and down a short corridor into the citadel's front courtyard. Meanwhile, Beulah bristles at first but then grins once they're out of sight of the knights on the walls. Reaching down into the cart for her battle axe, she would have picked it up if Mikhail hadn't stopped her with a hand. She gives him a curious frown and Mikhail responds with a shake of his head and a quiet voice. We let Thala try and handle this. We do not start anything. We only end it. All right. He's pretty sure the only reason Beulah agrees is because of the ended sentence. Still, the half-orc huffs but nods, leaning back in the cart and leaving her battle axe where it lays. He doesn't want to give the Order of the Rose any reason or excuse to attack any of them. Even if Beulah could probably heal from a lot of what these knights could throw at her, she wasn't invincible or immortal. Meanwhile, he didn't want to have to slaughter an entire citadel worth of men who could be thrown at Foss Sangri and his undead army if he didn't absolutely have to. They'd come here looking for allies against a far greater foe. Not to start a fight. Of course, it's pretty abundantly clear that the Knights of the Rose didn't get that memo, because as soon as their cart leaves the short passage and passes into the front courtyard, they find themselves stopped. In their path stands a tall, towering knight in golden armor just as intricate if not more so than Thala's. Surrounding them in a half-circle, meanwhile, are dozens more knights, all of them wearing their helmets with their weapons at the ready. As the gate closes shut behind their cart, Beulah gives Mikhail a look and Mikhail just smiles back at her. Like he'd said, they'd let Thala try and handle this. Thala. Welcome home. I wish it was under better circumstances. It's the man at the front, blocking their path, that speaks up. He's also the only knight not wearing a helmet right now. Instead, he has it tucked under his arm with his sword still in its sheath at his waist as he smiles a broad smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes at the group of them. Meanwhile, Thala has stiffened at the overly familiar form of address. She bristles as she tosses the reins she was holding away and rises in her seat, towering over the assembled welcoming committee. Chevalier Iron Shield. What is the meaning of this? A few things are immediately obvious to Mikhail. Number 1, this Iron Shield guy knows Thala and Thala knows him. Number 2, he's overly familiar with Thala in a way that Thala clearly doesn't appreciate. And number 3. Mikhail has to remind himself to follow his own instructions. Because just like Beulah couldn't be seen brandishing her battle axe even if they were currently surrounded by knights brandishing their own weapons, Mikhail couldn't allow himself to be goaded into interrupting Thala while she was doing her thing, no matter how much he might have wanted to come to her defense and call this guy out for being an irritating bastard. The fact was, he didn't know enough about this situation to step in without making an ass of himself. And more than that, Thala wasn't some mewling maiden in need of a white knight. She was a knight herself, and a damn capable one at that. Chevalier Iron Shield's eyes flash, his smile not wavering for a moment. Not that that means much when his smile is so clearly fixed upon his face, a faux grin designed to hide his true feelings. Oh? Whatever do you mean by something like that? Honestly, addressing me so formally. This is merely a welcome home that's long overdue. Though I suppose if there were any additional meaning than that, it might have something to do with the piss-poor company you're keeping, Thala. Mikhail, Avina, and Beulah all stiffen at that as the Chevalier's eyes shift over them all, his smile remaining but his gaze filled with condemnation. Shit, he definitely knows something. Or thinks he knows something, anyways. But what? Mikhail is starting to reconsider his non-interference plan, but at the same time, he's not quite ready to overrule Thala just yet. So, when Beulah gives him an expectant look, he once again shakes his head ever so slightly, making her scoff. Thala, meanwhile, hops down from the cart, a scowl on her face that then softens when she gets a little closer to Chevalier Iron Shield. Mikhail can tell because through his enhanced hearing, he can make out her words alongside the softening of her tone. Sir Nathaniel, please. We need to see the Knight Superior at once. You and I can catch up later. For the first time, the man's hardened eyes soften slightly and his smile even becomes a little genuine. But then he shakes his head. The Knight Superior? No. I'm sorry Thala, but your father is far too busy to deal with things like this. Wait, hold on. Her father? No, seriously, her father. The guilty look Thala throws back over her shoulder at him is enough to confirm the bombshell that this man, Chevalier Nathaniel Iron Shield, just unknowingly dropped on Mikhail's head. The Knight Superior was the head of the knightly order, according to Thala. Meaning that Thala was the daughter of the Grand Master of the Order of the Rose. A knightly order who she herself had described as being second only to the emperor of this entire country. So basically, Thala was also a princess. A knightly one if you wanted to be clear about it, but practically royalty all the same. Jesus fucking Christ. Was every one of his lovers going to turn out to be some variety of special and unique? Mikhail is the one to shoot a glance at Beulah this time, one that the half-orc returns with a bewildered look on her face. At least she clearly hadn't known who Thala's father was. Though it did have Mikhail wondering who Beulah's father was now. With his luck, Beulah's father would be orc royalty as well, with Beulah as the orc princess destined to unite the orc tribes and conquer Uvaria once and for all. God, he fucking hoped not. But now wasn't the time to be thinking about such things. They were currently in the midst of a very intense standoff, after all. Thala's secrets aside, Mikhail tries to focus on the present, and Thala is clearly attempting to do the same. Having turned back to the Chevalier, the female knight shakes her head. You don't understand. This is too important to so readily dismiss. Knight Superior Dongard will want to hear of this. I assure you. Finally, in the face of Thala's obstinance, Nathaniel's veneer of civility drops alongside his smile. Letting out a low sigh, he shakes his head right back. Why would he? He already knows. Hey? Mikhail blinks and so does Thala, the white-haired woman just as taken aback as he is. Then again, a sinking feeling starts up in Mikhail's stomach as Nathaniel steps past Thala's frozen form and begins pointing at them, one after the other starting with Beulah, then Avina, and then finally him. Lord Killer. Necromancer Princess. Undead Abomination. Do any of you deny it? Do you deny your true nature? Okay, that was a lot to unpack. Especially since the Chevalier was so confident but also so wrong. Still, they've been directly addressed so there's not much to be done at this point but respond. Mikhail stands up in the cart, immediately tensing when all of the knights with their swords shift on their feet, looking ready to charge him at the first sign of trouble. He keeps his hands well away from his own sword in turn. Sure, he knew he could have taken all of them and more. But could he have done so while keeping Avina alive? Maybe. But then what afterwards? Where would they go next to find an army willing to help them defeat Foss Sangri? No, diplomacy was still the answer here. I would ask where you heard such claims, Chevalier Iron Shield. The Chevalier looks surprised that he's the one talking. The man's gaze flicks to both Beulah and Avina, the former baring her tusks and teeth at him in a snarl and the latter averting her gaze, fixing it on some point in the distance. Finally, Nathaniel looks back at him and huffs. Surprisingly polite for an undead abomination. As for where the information came from, the newly proclaimed Supreme King of Acreata sent a letter ahead of you all. As Regent Lord, Foss Sangri has long been an ally to our order. He has allowed the Knights of the Rose to freely roam the lands of Acreata and kept open lines of communication between himself and our order. Looking to Avina, the Chevalier smiles a grim smile. It is thanks to him that we know exactly who you are, Princess Realis. As well, it is thanks to him that we know you resurrected this man as your undead servant. Mikhail bristles at being so readily dismissed as this man and undead servant. Man, he really wanted to wipe that smile off of Nathaniel Ironshield's face. He could understand why Thala seemed to dislike this guy so much. They'd barely interacted and he already found him to be downright insufferable. Unfortunately, Nathaniel isn't done. Next, he gestures to Beulah. Just as we know this one as the half-orc Beulah, murderer of the late Sadicus Quinn, former lord of Alathar. That was entirely wrong. Not only was Mikhail very much not undead, but Beulah also wasn't even Sadicus' killer. He had killed Sadicus Quinn. And for damn good reason too. More than that, he'd do it again if he got the chance. Before he can say as much, however, Nathaniel waves a hand through the air. Naturally, due to our close ties with the former Regent Lord, allowances will be made. He has asked that all three of you be remanded back into Acreata's custody to answer for your respective crimes, and the Order of the Rose has agreed to do so. That said, he has only requested that the princess and the princess alone be handed over alive. So, you all have a choice to make. Whether you will hand over your weapons and come quietly, or make this difficult. Well, this certainly changed things. Especially if all of these knights were under explicit orders to leave Avina alive as well. That meant Mikhail didn't have to worry about her safety quite so much. On the other hand, the ugly looks on some of the knights' faces made him wonder if they were also willing to follow that order. They looked eager for a fight to break out. But then, they did think he was an undead abomination and Beulah an Orcish murderess. Ugh! What a mess! This was. Clang! Ow! Mikhail blinks, torn from his thought process as something strikes Chevalier Nathaniel Ironshield square in the back, making him stumble forward half a step before the man whirls around. There, on the ground before him, is a gauntlet. A gauntlet thrown by one Dame Thala Dawnguard. Sometime in the ensuing reveal, Thala had removed her gauntlet and literally tossed it at the other knight. Specious lies. Preposterous insults. Looking at Thala questioning, Nathaniel furrows his brow. Thala, what are you doing? With her head held high and her icy blue eyes glinting, Thala scowls angrily as she draws her sword and points it directly at the Chevalier's face. Chevalier Ironshield. For spouting such obvious falsehoods regarding my allies, I challenge you to a duel of honor. When I beat you soundly, I and my allies will go to see my father, with or without your approval. Mikhail blinks as all around them, the air goes still for a moment. Then, much to his surprise, the knights surrounding them all take a few steps back, looking at one another in consternation. Holy shit, she'd literally just thrown down the gauntlet, hadn't she? Nathaniel looks mulish for a moment, and then crouches down to pick up Thala's thrown gauntlet. He eyes it for a moment before nodding and tossing it back to her. I accept your challenge, Dame Dawnguard. As Thala begins strapping the gauntlet back onto her arm, Mikhail, Beulah, and Avina can only watch as an impromptu dueling circle quickly forms. Nathaniel Ironshield draws his own sword with a flourish as he and Thala face off, a chuckle leaving his lips as he shakes his head in clear amusement. Honestly though, have you truly forgotten the way things were between us in this short time since you were last home, Thala? We grew up together, and not once, not a single time have you ever won a spar against me. Thala frowns at that, but simply finishes tightening the straps on her gauntlet and takes up her position. Nathaniel flashes her a cheeky grin as he enters his own stance. Still, if you wish to complete your disgraceful return home with another ignoble defeat, so be it. Chapter 38, Thala Dawnguard. As she faces off with Nathaniel, Thala is very careful not to look in Mikhail's direction. She doesn't need the distraction that seeing his no doubt betrayed expression would bring. Not right now. Thala is well aware that she probably should have told Mikhail and the others about her relation to the Order of the Rose's Knight Superior ahead of time. But she'd been too much of an irrational coward. And now they were finding out here and now, in this impossibly shitty situation. Thala's lips thin out, even as the other knights all make a space and she finishes securing her gauntlet to her arm once more. Seeing this, Nathaniel seems to take it as a sign of her reluctance to fight him, a smirk spreading across the Chevalier's face. You sure you want to do this, Thala? You know it won't end well for you. Thala ignores him, hefting her sword and shield and staring at him expectantly, waiting for him to make the first move. He just raises an eyebrow in response, but when she stays quiet he huffs out a laugh, shaking his head. The silent treatment never won you a bout against me before, Thala. Don't think it will now. Then, he takes a quick 3 steps forward and attacks. Thala blocks him with her shield and counterattacks right back, and with that the battle starts. It's true that she's never won a single spar against the man. Chevalier Nathaniel Iron Shield. They were of an age with each other, meaning they'd pretty much grown up together side by side. And he'd been an insufferable ass the entire fucking time. From a very early age, Nathaniel seemed to have gotten it into his head that they were meant to be together. That they belonged with one another. Needless to say, Thala had never agreed with that. Ducking under a powerful swing, Thala bends her knees before springing up, her blade flashing towards Nathaniel's face. His eyes widen in surprise at her speed, but he quickly gets his shield up in time to deflect her to the side, breaking off and making some distance as they circle one another for a brief moment. Humph. Learned some new tricks, did you, Thala? No matter. It won't help. Their relationship had always been rather one-sided. His advances had never been appreciated. Unfortunately, he had never quite stepped beyond the bounds of propriety. He had merely been there, a constant presence in her life, reminding her of her inadequacies and failures. And all the while, it felt more like he was interested in her for her family name than anything else. The Order of the Rose did not have inherited positions, to be clear. It did not overtly favor family ties either. It was, first and foremost, a meritocracy. That was what the hero who had originally started it all those centuries ago had wanted. And it was the ideal that the knightly order had tried to stay true to, all this time. So in actuality, Thala's parentage didn't matter all that much, at least as far as her companions were concerned. Just because she was the daughter of the current Knight Superior didn't mean he would listen to them any more closely than he would otherwise. Family and duty were two very separate things within the Order of the Rose. Nathaniel had never understood that. Thala might never have been able to defeat him, but she had still risen as high as she had purely on her own merits. She was Dame Dawnguard, not because her father was Knight Superior, but in spite of it. Or at least, that's what Thala had always told herself. Still, it was clear to her that the Chevalier thought he could rise higher in the order if he had her at his side. They exchange another series of blows, each flash of their blades faster than the last. Thala keeps her breathing as slow as she can, but as the pace of battle picks up, so does her heartbeat. It's unavoidable, in the end. Still, when Nathaniel flashes her a smirk, she doesn't rise to the provocation. She doesn't let him bother her at all. Part of the reason Thala had left the citadel in the first place was to get away from Nathaniel. Even now, she doesn't think the pig-headed man realizes that, funnily enough. But it's true. As much as she'd wanted to get to the bottom of things regarding those rumors about Alether, she'd also needed to be away from the citadel, away from him. She'd needed room to breathe. Of course, look at how that had turned out. Her room to breathe had resulted in her killing an innocent man at the behest of the very criminal she'd gone to Alether to try and arrest. Though Thala isn't sure what she would have done anyways if Sadicus Quinn had come right out and admitted to his crimes the moment she showed up in his city. Gone to the Council of Lords, perhaps? Been silenced by his goons? By Beulah herself, even? In the end, everything had worked out for the best. Not because of her though. Because of Mikhail. Because he wasn't just a summoned hero, he was more than that. Even if he himself didn't realize it, Mikhail was a good man. He was a man worth following, worth swearing herself to. Thala wasn't the same woman that had left the citadel all those months ago. She doesn't think Nathaniel really realizes that. The Chevalier begins to get frustrated. His confident smirks are replaced by small frowns and an increasingly furrowed brow as their duel continues. It's not the easy win he was expecting. He just doesn't get it. He doesn't understand that people can change. It's been several months since Thala left the citadel. And in those several months, Thala has not stood still. The citadel is great at teaching fundamentals, but Thala is finally starting to understand a lesson that her father tried to drill into her head while she was growing up. There are two types of knights within the Order of the Rose. There are those who guard the citadel and keep their skills sharp in the training yard, and then there are those who venture forth into the wider world to fight evil and injustice wherever it might be found. Don't get her wrong. Thala had the utmost respect for those who stayed close to the citadel. The citadel was a bastion of hope and justice, not just in the Zuvarian Empire, but across the entire continent. So long as the citadel stood strong, so too did the Order of the Rose. And so long as the Order of the Rose stood strong, so too did its ideals and the ideals of its heroic founder. But Thala knows Nathaniel has never left the citadel. He has never ranged afar, not even on a mission within the borders of the Empire. He has not fought the orcs of the Savage Lands or sussed out evil in faraway swamps and dark forests. He has lived his entire life in the citadel, gaining the title of Chevalier solely based off his contributions to the order through guarding its most hallowed ground and training the next generation of squires. It shows, in his stagnation. You. Thala huffs as Nathaniel starts to growl something out, only to have to cut himself off as she starts up a new offensive, forcing him to backpedal rapidly. He's so much slower. So much weaker. Not compared to her, mind you. But rather, compared to the people she's been fighting for weeks now. Mikhail. Beulah. He doesn't measure up to either of them. Now, in all fairness, Thala doesn't measure up to Mikhail or Beulah's monstrous strength at this point either. But frankly, Nathaniel doesn't measure up to her either. Compared to the life she's lived for months, traveling the roads of Zuvaria, surviving off the wilderness, assisting the towns she'd passed through on the way to Alathur with all sorts of tasks. Nathaniel's life has not been hard. Perhaps it has not been easy, but the man is soft in a way Thala doesn't think he realizes. The Citadel matters. This Thala will never stop believing. The Citadel must continue standing strong, to usher in the next generation of the Order of the Rose. But, only now does Thala have perspective that Nathaniel Ironshield lacks. Only now does she truly realize that the Citadel does not stand simply for the sake of standing. The Order of the Rose does not exist simply for the sake of existing. No, there's a great big world out there, and it's up to the Knights of the Rose to make it a safer place for innocents. The Citadel stands tall, but it only deserves to stand tall for as long as it continues to give more than it takes. Thala doesn't think Chevalier Ironshield understands that. Which is why in the end, he inevitably loses. Between one moment and the next, Nathaniel is suddenly on his back with Thala's sword at his throat. He freezes up as her cold steel touches his neck, threatening to split open his soft throat and end his life right then and there. Thalia, you. She'd done it. She'd finally won against him. And the funny thing was, it didn't even really matter. Much like she'd come to realize the Citadel had more of a purpose than simply existing, she'd also come to realize that Nathaniel Ironshield simply wasn't that big of a deal. Beating him like this used to consume her every waking moment, but only now that she's finally done it does Thala realize how small a matter it truly was. Yield, Chevalier Ironshield. This is my victory. Nathaniel grimaces, his throat bobbing beneath her blade. She doesn't want to kill him, truth be told. She never has. He's not an evil man, just a complete and total ass. Maybe this defeat will be the wake-up call he needs? Maybe he can grow and evolve, just as she did. Maybe. The Chevalier's face twists into something ugly as he looks around at all of the other knights standing around them. The knights he'd assembled in order to arrest Thala's party the moment they came through the front gate. What are you all waiting for? Take them. And take the dame too. Her father will decide what to do with her. Thala's eyes widen at that, even as the other knights of the Rose all tense up. They look uncertain, but also ready to obey. Not surprising. Nathaniel is of a high rank, his authority unquestionable. And yet, the lack of honor makes Thala stiffen. Truly? They had just fought a duel over this. And she had won. Was he really going to just ignore that? Letting out a growl, Thala digs her blade in just a bit, making a droplet of blood well up from the Chevalier's neck. Nobody moves a muscle. This was a duel of honor. A duel that I won. Whatever lies you believe you have been told about my companions, I have proven them falsehoods through the strength of my steel. The other knights look uncertain. Technically, Nathaniel is a higher rank than even she is. That was a point of no small amount of soreness, once upon a time. Now though? Now Thala doesn't care. All she cares about is getting that audience with her father. The Order of the Rose might not put much stock in family ties, but damn it all, Thala knows that if she can just speak to the Knight Superior and explain things, she'll be able to convince him. TCH. Kill me and you will have truly lost your way, Thala. Stand down. Thala snarls at that, her eyes flint-like as she glares down at Nathaniel. I am not the one dishonoring myself, Nathaniel. Then, to give the others something to do so they don't decide to attack, Thala calls out. Someone go and retrieve the Knight Superior. Now. There is no need. Before anyone can move, however, a solid, strong voice fills the courtyard. Eyes dart in its direction, Thala's included. Her breath hitches as she beholds Knight Superior Timothal Dawnguard coming down the steps into the courtyard. Clad in white gold armor, with well-kept silver hair and beard, the Knight Superior has his hands clasped behind his back as he takes in the scene. He radiates a sense of strength that fills the courtyard. Along with it comes a sort of calmness seated deeply in the confidence that strength instills. The other knights all relax now that they're in the presence of their order's Grand Master. But that doesn't mean they aren't ready for action all the same. No, rather, they're more ready for action than ever before. The chain of command is clear now. Whatever the Knight Superior orders, will be done. No matter what. Remove your blade from the Chevalier's throat, Dame Dawnguard. Your duel is won and your point is made. Even she is not immune to this feeling, it would appear, because though Thala bites her lower lip in consternation, she doesn't hesitate to pull her sword back at the Knight Superior's order. Her father gives her a simple nod in response, even as Nathaniel scrambles to his feet. Knight Superior Dawnguard. I was. The older man doesn't say a word. He simply looks at Nathaniel and the Chevalier cuts himself off all on his own. Thala blinks at the exchange. Did it mean what she thought it meant? That Nathaniel had prepared this ambush without her father's knowledge? That bode well for them, right? As Nathaniel steps back, silent and head bowed in frustration, Timothy's eyes sweep back over her, and her companions. He spends only a moment studying them all before looking back to Thala in particular. Those icy blue eyes of hers had to come from somewhere, and their origin stares her right in the eye as the Knight Superior lets out a huff that might have been amused or exasperated. Thala can't quite tell which. Follow, Thala. She almost wishes he'd continued to use her title. To keep things separate. But even if their ideal is one of meritocracy, it is impossible to completely ignore one's family ties, isn't it? Even still, Thala hesitates for a moment. She isn't sure she can obey this order. Not if it means leaving Mikhail and the others in the hands of Nathaniel and his men. Especially when she's not sure the Citadel would survive an attempt to take Mikhail, Beulah, and Avina into custody. Fortunately, when Timothal sees her hesitance, he just scoffs and beckons with a hand. Bring your allies as well. We have much to discuss. Thala's shoulders slump in relief at that, even as she and the others follow her father into the depths of the Citadel. The relief lasts all of a moment before it's replaced by dread. Dread at eventually having to explain to Mikhail why she'd never told him the truth about her parentage. And dread at what this upcoming meeting with her father might wind up being like. She was finally home. Now she just had to survive it. Chapter 39, The Knight Superior. As the Knight Superior, Thala's father, leads them deeper into the Citadel, Mikhail is admittedly very conflicted. On the one hand, he is upset that Thala kept this from him. It was one thing for her to be a Knight of the Rose. It was another entirely for her to be the daughter to the Order's Grand Master. On the other hand, even if he might be a little angry with her at the moment, he also can't help but be unbelievably proud of how Thala had handed that Nathaniel bastard his ass. The way she'd taken him apart and made it look so damn easy while doing so had impressed Mikhail beyond measure. It really driven home just how ridiculous both he and Beulah were as well. Because of the three of them, Mikhail would have said Thala was the weakest fighter. And sure, maybe the female knight was the weakest physically, but in terms of skill, she might just be the strongest. Having to keep up with him and Beulah over these last couple months, Thala had been stuck in a sink or swim type situation, and in the end, she'd refused to sink, hadn't she? So yeah, Mikhail was mad but also proud. More than that though, his anger was further tempered now that he'd met Thala's father himself. Even as he leads them further into the Citadel, Knight Superior Dawnguard is something to behold. Indeed, the way he silenced the courtyard commanded everyone's attention, and just all around filled that entire area with his very presence had been quite eye-opening. Not just because Mikhail now saw how dangerous the older man was, but also because he could now understand what sort of upbringing that Thala had likely had. If she'd grown up in a place like this with a father like that, Mikhail could understand why she might not have mentioned her parentage. It must have been quite intense. At the same time, of course, Mikhail is still very much on edge. Even though it seems to be just the four of them and the Knight Superior, he can't help but keep his eye out for ambushes all along their journey through the Citadel. He keeps expecting more knights to be lying in wait, to try and throw shackles onto him and his companions, or just try and kill them straight up. But no. While he can sense other souls moving throughout the halls around them, none are waiting for them. There are no ambushes. And when they finally reach their ultimate destination, it's to find that Knight Superior Dawnguard has brought them to his office, where it seems he intends to meet them with no guards. Admittedly, that only increases Mikhail's tension, rather than lessening it. After all, even if the Knight Superior is on the up and up, for him to have the confidence to meet with them all by himself is a little frightening. For all Thala's dad knows, he's sitting down behind his desk and basically leaving himself wide open to a half-orc murderer, an undead abomination, and the necromancer who spawned him. And yet, he's not worried. Not remotely. That, hopefully bodes well. But Mikhail can't be sure. One way or the other, he does know he's not letting his guard down. They were already 1-for-1 on old men from his lover's past turning out to be evil monsters in disguise. If things were going to turn out badly, Mikhail planned to be ready this time. Meanwhile, the Knight Superior just looks at the four of them, and then lets out a sigh. Chevalier Ironshield may have overstepped, but he told no lie as he knew it. Word from Akrietha reached the Citadel over a week ago. Unfortunately, it was not sent through the proper channels. If it had been, then the contents of Foss Sangri's letter would have been for my eyes only. Knight Superior Dawnguard's eyes narrow and he frowns most severely. Instead, Akrieta's new Supreme King accidentally mislabeled his missive, resulting in others reading its contents before it was finally brought to my attention. By that point, keeping the information under wraps became impossible. Avina can't help but scoff at that, her arms crossed over her chest. I highly doubt it was an accident. The Knight Superior's eyes flash over to Mikhail's soul mechanic, the same icy blue as Thala's. But then, it's obvious that her father was where she got her eyes in the first place. The intensity of his stare reminds Mikhail of the way Thala had looked at him the first time he'd met, back when she'd killed him in that arena. Instinctively, he shifts himself in front of Avina, taking up a protective stance. Seeing this, the Knight Superior huffs and shakes his head. No, I don't think it was truly an accident either. I believed that Sangri's aim was to keep me from choosing to suppress the information, considering how it cast my daughter and our family name in a bad light. Now though, I'm not quite sure what to believe. After all, if the missive were true, would you all have been so foolish as to come here, to this bastion of righteousness and justice? I suspect not. That causes a hopeful stir among them, though before any can speak, the Knight Superior continues on. Ah, but where are my manners? I am Knight Superior Timothal Dongard, Grand Master of the Order of the Rose. And you are? Mikhail and Avina both grimace at that, but Beulah doesn't hesitate to step forward, tossing her head and jutting out her chin. I am Beulah. Warrior. Avina is next, hands clasped together before her as she seems indecisive for a moment, before letting out a soft sigh. I am Avina Realis. Princess of Akrieta. Mikhail can imagine the conflict that was going through her mind. She no doubt wanted to introduce herself as a simple mechanic, perhaps, but they had to put their best foot forward with Thala's father if they wanted to succeed in their aims here. And hey, he hadn't turned out to be evil yet, right? With that in mind. And I am Mikhail. Summoned hero. For a long moment, Timothal Dongard takes them all in, silently assessing them. Judging them, perhaps? Mikhail honestly couldn't say for sure. Only that the older man's gaze is intense enough that even Beulah squirms a little bit under it. Then not all of Foss Sangri's missive was a lie. But then what was fact and what was fiction? Who abused the hero summoning ritual, if not the princess? Who practiced necromancy in the depths of Alathar, if not the princess? And who killed Psaticus Quinn, if not the warrior Beulah? Daughter. I would have the answers from you. Thala straightens up at that and steps forward. But Mikhail. Mikhail has had enough of being sidelined if he was being honest. He had let Thala take the lead up until this point, but now that they were in the thick of it, he wanted to speak for himself. Stepping forward as well, he puts a hand on Thala's arm. She looks surprised at him, but when he gives her a smile, she smiles back and bows her head. The clear deference makes her father's eyes narrow, but Mikhail pushes right on through, not hesitating to take center stage and stand before the Knight Superior's desk. I feel like I am best suited for discrediting the so-called Supreme King's lies, Knight Superior. Timothal frowns, tilting his head to the side. Oh. Nodding, Mikhail spreads his hands apart. The answers to all of your questions are interconnected. I was summoned to Alathar by none other than Psaticus Quinn himself. The lord of the city tore me from my world with the hero summoning ritual and cut half of my memories from my mind. He replaced them with memories of battle and war, and then sent me into his arena to die. When I found out that he threw my stolen memories away and that he made it impossible for me to go home, I killed him myself. With my own 2 hands. That gets Timothal's attention, just as Mikhail knew it would. Mikhail had just professed to committing the crime Beulah was accused for. He knows that the Knight Superior can tell that he's telling the truth as well. Unfortunately, while that answers 2 of the older man's questions, Mikhail has conveniently left out the third. And the charge of necromancy. Wincing, Mikhail deflects. What makes an undead, Knight Superior? Is it the lack of intelligence? Is it the lack of blood flowing through the corpse? Is it the inability to feel the elements, to feel the heat of the sun on your skin or the cold of crisp night air on your body? I still eat and drink. I still think and feel. Am I undead? He feels like he's doing pretty well convincing the other man, but at the same time, Mikhail truly doesn't know enough about this world's magic and necromancy in particular to say for sure. But apparently Thala either doesn't agree with his optimism, or she just can't hold herself back any longer. Father. Avina would not have had to bring Mikhail back if not for how I dishonored myself. It was only because my blade carved out his heart that she had to replace it in the first place. Well, that cat was out of the bag. Mikhail valiantly resists the urge to groan and cover his face with his palm as Thala passionately tries to defend them. Of course, Timothal is not so easily swayed, not when she's just dropped a couple of bombshells in her father's lap. Excuse me? Explain. This time, Mikhail knows that he can't step in. The Knight Superior only has eyes for his daughter now, and while she quails a bit under his gaze, Thala doesn't back down. To her credit, she stands tall and with a straight back as she describes the events in Alether that led her to Avina's basement laboratory. Telling her father of how Thaddeus Quinn tricked her into dishonoring herself by slaying Mikhail in one of his arenas couldn't have been easy, but Thala does it all the same. And so I swore myself to the hero's service, father. I did not know at the time whether he was truly a good man or not, but I knew that the only way the stain on my honor could ever be erased was through him. A life for a life. It was his choice to let me keep mine, rather than slaying me as I slew him. And I can tell you, having served him in my full capacity ever since, that Sir Mikhail is a good man. A man worthy of my pledge. Her full capacity. Mikhail supposed he was just grateful Thala hadn't expanded on that at all. If she'd said something like my full capacity as a knight and a woman, then they might have found themselves in a whole different heap of trouble. As it is, Timothal takes in all of their words, but still looks troubled. Probably by the description of how Thala had carved Mikhail's heart out and definitely killed him, given Mikhail is standing before him now, seemingly alive and well. I must admit, I have having trouble reconciling my daughter's words with yours, hero. You claim not to be undead. And yet. Avina steps forward, arms still crossed over her chest. It's true. I brought Mikhail back from the dead. I didn't just heal him or resuscitate him. I resurrected him. But I didn't half-ass it or anything like that. Not like Foss Sangri did to create his undead army out of all the other poor bastards Thaddeus Quinn summoned. I brought Mikhail back, completely and utterly. He's alive. As alive as anyone. More alive than anyone, in some senses. Ah, and there's the mad scientist always lurking in the back of his soul mechanic's mind. Mikhail grimaces and gives Avina a reassuring pat on the shoulder to try and calm her down before she can really get going and start ranting about souls and the weave in her engine some more. Frankly, he's not sure Timothal Dungard needs or wants to hear about all that. After all, he probably doesn't care for such. Then, that would make you a true necromancer, wouldn't it? Mikhail blinks, even as Avina goes stiff under his hand. Even Thala and Beulah look surprised to hear Thala's father using the same descriptor as Foss Sangri did. Though, Foss had called Avina and her family true-born necromancers and what they did true necromancy. A small distinction, and one Mikhail didn't understand a lick of, to be honest. What was the difference between true necromancy and regular necromancy? Was it merely that Avina had the ability to bring people back fully, like she had with Mikhail? Avina huffs out another breath and then nods her head. Her lips are thin as she admits it. Yes. Well, at least the Knight Superior doesn't immediately declare them all criminals to be executed with that admission. Instead, Timothal leans back in his chair for a moment, contemplative. Finally, he glances at Beulah. It would seem that of the three of you, only the half-orc is truly innocent of the accusations levied against her. Beulah lets out a bark of laughter at that, baring her tusks and teeth in a bloodthirsty grin. TCH. Would have killed the bastard myself given half the chance. But Mikhail had the greater claim. Debatable. Sure, Thaddeus had ruined his life. But he'd enslaved Beulah. Still, in the end Mikhail was just glad that the asshole was dead. And he suspected his Orcish companion felt the same way. Silence falls in the office at Beulah's declaration. Not because anyone is particularly stunned by her words, least of all the Knight Superior. No, rather, no one seems to have anything to say, even Timothal Dungard. Everything seems to almost sit on a knife's edge for a moment. Tension in the room builds the longer that the silence carries on. Are they going to have to fight their way out of the citadel or not? Because one thing is for damn sure, Mikhail isn't about to let anyone do anything to Avina. Not even Thala's father. If he decides that she has to be executed for being a true necromancer, Mikhail will step in. Immediately. Just when he thinks it's almost inevitable, however, the Knight Superior surprises them all by letting out another sigh. Your situation is a unique one, to be sure. By all rights, I should not doubt Foss Sangri's words. He has, after all, been a friend to the Order of the Rose for many years. As Regent Lord, he is the sole reason we were even allowed to operate within Akrietha's borders. At the same time, he's taken over Akrietha with a mysterious army that came out of nowhere, disbanding the Council of Lords and declaring himself Supreme King. Ostentatious, to be sure. Abruptly, Timothal stands from his seat. Mikhail just barely manages to hold back the urge to draw his sword at the sudden motion. There is only one way to truly separate fact from fiction. Only the truth above all can see through the lies and deception that turn these waters murky. Thala chokes on her own spit the moment she hears the words truth above all fall from her father's lips. Mikhail, on the other hand, is simply confused. At least Avina and Beulah look just as confused as he is for once. Chapter 40, Truth Above All. Father, are you sure about this? After rising from his chair and dropping his solemn declaration on them all, Knight Superior Dungard had led them out of his office and into another section of the citadel. Along the way, Mikhail, Avina, and Beulah had received an explanation of exactly what the truth above all actually was. Apparently, it was the Order of the Rose's most prized artifact. Coming in the appearance of a mirror, its rippling surface gave away its enchanted nature. Put simply, as Thala's father had explained it, it was a portal into one's very self. It wasn't dangerous, supposedly. In fact, every single Knight of the Rose had to go through it during their training, to make sure that there was no great darkness or evil lurking in their hearts. Standing before the magic mirror-like portal now, staring at his reflection, Mikhail won't lie, he's not exactly feeling excited about this. And Thala's recalcitrance isn't making him feel any better either. Looking to his daughter, Timothal sighs. I am. But please, outline your concerns, daughter. Straightening up, Thala looks between the truth above all and her friends for a long moment before making her case. They are not knights, father. They have not had our training, they have not sworn our oaths, nor have they chosen to abide by our ways. Holding them to the same rigorous standards as our order would be unfair to them. After all, we do not demand the same of our other allies, do we? The Knight Superior nods in agreement with his daughter, as intense and serious as ever. You are correct, we do not. Though an argument could be made that perhaps we should start. After all, Fa Sangri is numbered among those allies, and if I am to believe you and your friends, he never should have been. In point of fact, if we had demanded he submit to the truth above all a long time ago, then maybe his true nature would be known to me, and all of this would not be necessary. That wasn't a bad point. It sounded to Mikhail as though this artifact could really get to the heart of certain matters. Forcing Fa Sangri to use it, or forcing him to reject it, either way would have let Timothal know that the other man wasn't to be trusted. Of course, Thala wasn't willing to just leave it at that. But father, have I not already passed this test? I stand before you as Dame Dawnguard, a Knight of the Rose. I have subjected myself to the truth above all and it has not found me wanting. Does my word not count for anything? Also a fair point. Though Thala's father doesn't seem to agree. The Knight Superior shakes his head. You are not in question, Thala. The new Supreme King was quite careful with his letter. He accused you of no crimes. Instead, he was careful to make it seem as though you have been misled. A distinct possibility, given what you yourself admitted happened back in Alathar. If you could be misled by Tsadicus Quinn, who is to say you cannot have been misled by Avina Realis? Thala flinches at that, but Avina stays quiet. Mikhail is a little surprised that she hasn't spoken up, but when he looks over at her, it's to find that his soul mechanic is actually looking surprisingly contemplative. Almost as if she'd actually considering acquiescing to Knight Superior Dawnguard's request. To be honest, Mikhail thinks he might be willing to do it as well, even if he's a little nervous. However, he does have one question he thinks they deserve answered before they decide anything. Knight Superior. You claim the truth above all will separate fact from fiction and falsehood from lie. Turning to him, Timothal gives a simple, sharp nod. Yes. Letting out an explosive breath, Mikhail fixes the other man with a look. Is this because you will see everything about us? Will you be watching whatever happens while we subject ourselves to this mirror? Looking a little disgruntled at that, the Order's Grand Master straightens up to his full height. The truth above all is not a simple mirror. It is a portal to the heart of one's true nature. But, no. While is it true that stepping into the truth above all will result in you being tested, observers do not see the specifics of those tests on the outside. Rather, all we see is the truth. Fundamentally, who you are as a person is laid bare, making it clear whether you are worthy of the joining the Order of the Rose, or not. Mikhail can't help himself. He raises a single eyebrow and casts his gaze back the way they've come, towards the courtyard where they entered the citadel. And someone like Nathaniel Ironshield proved worthy in your eyes, did he? Thala blushes at Mikhail's dry tone, but it's Timothal's reaction that truly surprises him. For the first time since they've met, the Knight Superior actually laughs. It's only a quick bark of course, but it still catches him and everyone else in the room off guard. Including the man's own daughter. Ha! Chevalier Ironshield is not a perfect man, I'll grant you that, hero. But he is also not an evil man. Mikhail's doubt must show on his face, because Timothal just shakes his head as he explains further. Nathaniel can be reckless and arrogant at times, but everything he does, he believes that he does for the good of the Order and the people under our protection. The Order of the Rose does not demand perfection. If it did, we would not have an Order of the Rose in the first place. Nathaniel would not be a knight, it's true, but neither would I. Neither would Thala. Clasping his hands in front of him, his bearded chin thrust out, the Knight Superior looks Mikhail directly in the eye. As none of you are actually attempting to join the Order of the Rose, the standards by which I will judge your truths will be even lower than usual. In the end, I do not truly believe any of you will fail. But, my hands are tied. The truth above all will tell me whether you can be trusted or not in fact, and if you refuse to do this, then you have made it clear that you cannot be trusted. And I will be forced to act accordingly. Despite the threat inherent in his final words if not readily apparent in his tone, Mikhail's opinion of Thala's father actually goes up several notches at his words. The man was not just stalwart in his convictions, but also willing to take his lumps both where he and his order were concerned. Mikhail could appreciate that. And he could even appreciate the man's position. That said, he wasn't going to be the first to agree to use the damn mirror. He didn't want to pressure either of the other two into. I'll do it. Mikhail blinks at that, looking at Avina in surprise. He really hadn't expected her to agree so readily, but when she looks at him, he sees the determination in her eyes. She wants to do this. Rather, she'll do anything to help them stop Foss Sangri. The bastard has taken too much from her already. To be fair, the fact that the Knight Superior had labeled Avina a true necromancer and was still willing to give them this chance to prove themselves was another point in the man's favor, Mikhail supposed. Whatever prejudice and discrimination a necromancer of Foss variety could expect from the Order of the Rose, it didn't seem to extend to someone like Avina. Which was weird, but Mikhail wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. Where had that phrase even come from? He grimaces as he realizes it's yet another idiom from Earth that he doesn't really remember the origins of. Only that it feels vaguely appropriate to his mind. And that's a little scary to think about, isn't it? If he goes into the damn mirror, what's he going to find? What's going to come out the other side? Humph. If it'll get us to the next fight faster, then fine. I'll go in. And there was Beulah. Mikhail grimaces, even if the half-orc's casual agreement makes sense. Still, it leaves him as the last holdout. And by all accounts, he should have the least reason to be worried. After all, isn't he an innocent in all of this? The truth of Mikhail is that he was torn from his world and forced to do everything he'd done to survive. But that was just it. The things he'd done, what if he'd become something more than a victim? What if the mirror recognized him as a monster? He's afraid. There's no denying that. But with everyone looking at him, waiting for his answer, Mikhail realizes he has no real choice. One look at Thala's father and it's obviously an all-or-nothing deal. The man will accept nothing less. And while Mikhail is confident that he could get them all out of here alive if Timothal Dawnguard turned hostile, it's not just about that. They need an army. They need the Order of the Roses backing, and maybe the Zuvarian Empire on top of it. With a roll of his shoulders, Mikhail clenches his jaw and nods. He doesn't speak, doesn't trust himself to, frankly. He just nods his agreement and thankfully that's enough. Perhaps sensing his recalcitrance but approving of his courage, Timothal returns the nod with one of his own before stepping to the side and gesturing to the mirror. You will enter the truth above all one at a time. You will not see each other within whatever test you find yourselves undertaking. You will also exit the other side separately. Stay true to yourselves, stay strong, and you will be fine. See, staying true to himself might be a problem. Because Mikhail didn't exactly know who he was anymore. But he doesn't voice that concern. Instead, he watches as first Avina and then Beulah step into the magic mirror's rippling surface, disappearing into whatever their tests might entail. Then, with Thala and her father both watching him, Mikhail lets out a harsh sigh, and steps on through as well. XXX. Mikhail. Mikhail, wake up. It's time for school. Blinking open his eyes, Mikhail stares at the ceiling for a long moment before slowly sitting up in his bed. Looking around at his old bedroom, he finds himself staring at a mess. Not the sort of mess that a young man would have in their childhood bedroom. No, the sort of mess that resulted in some things literally not having proper shapes to them. The sort of mess where some of the walls have blank white spots on them where posters should probably be. He thinks he was supposed to be taken in by all of this. Supposed to actually be convinced that he was back in the past for a moment. But instead, he's stuck staring at the ruins of his own mind made manifest. His childhood room with strips torn out of it because he couldn't remember some of his favorite things, couldn't recall some of his favorite hobbies. Mikhail. Ah, but that was his mother's voice. He could see her again. Scrambling out of his bed and to the door of his room, Mikhail steps out into a hallway just as decayed as his bedroom was. He nevertheless manages to get downstairs, to the kitchen where his mother and father are waiting for him. His mother gives him a bright smile as she hands him a plate of piping hot breakfast food. He smiles back at her, soaking in the details of her face. There you are, Mikhail. Eat up. You have school today. Yes, Mama. As he drinks in her face, he realizes he doesn't remember her name. Even now, even in this surreal vision of the past, he can't remember what Sadicus took from him. But, seeing her face is still pretty good. Seeing her smile at him with such loving affection in her eyes. Mikhail finds himself buoyed all the way to his seat at the table. Just as he's settling down, however, things take a turn for the worse. Much worse. Took you a while to come downstairs, Mikhail. Don't make your mother ask so many times in the future, all right? His father's gentle chiding is nice, until the man pulls down his newspaper and doesn't have a face. Blank cream-toned flesh stares at Mikhail, his father's voice coming from a mouth that doesn't exist as he looks at Mikhail with eyes that aren't there. With a shout of surprise, Mikhail kicks back from the table, his chair falling to the ground as he stumbles away. Mikhail? Are you all right? What's gotten into you, my boy? Both his parents sound so concerned, but between his mother whose name he can't remember and his father who doesn't even have a face, Mikhail can't stay. He turns and he runs, sprinting out of the front door. Only to find himself on a battlefield instead. Get it together, men. Charge. Suddenly, he's a lot older. Older even than he had ever actually been as far as he was aware. Mikhail looks at hands weathered with age, knuckles white as he grips tightly at the spear in his grasp. Around him, the others all let out shouts in response to the voice, charging forward while he stands still. Oi! Soldier! I said charge! Stay in formation or I'll run you through myself. There's a clap on his back, forcing him to stumble forward. And before he knows it he's running. Charging alongside a bunch of other soldiers on a battlefield he can't even name. Funny that this memory actually seems to be intact even though it's obviously not his. Unlike his room, home, and parents, there are not strips torn out of this memory. It's the full deal. It's also just dreadfully short. Mikhail finds himself shouting as he engages the enemy. His spear flashes out and catches one man in the throat, sending his opponent into the mud with a dying gurgle. He fights and so do his fellow soldiers, and together, staying in formation, they win the day. Or at least, he thinks they win the day. The memory is too fleeting. It ends in mere minutes, whereas Mikhail suspects he could have stayed in the childhood memory for hours if he hadn't been so cowardly. Still, one thing is for sure. This is the test. This is the truth above all fucking with him. And he's already sick of it. As that memory of battle comes to a close, Mikhail finds himself on another battlefield, and shakes his head. No. That's enough. He could have kept going, sure. Lived through every moment of his real memories. And every moment of his fake memories. But he had no desire to revisit either for longer than he has to. Instead, at his declaration something else happens. Everything turns white. And he finds himself face to face with two other people. Two other versions of himself. Chapter 41, Reflection. Standing in the middle of the white void, Mikhail stares at the other two versions of himself. One is him as a child. Much younger, dressed in old clothes he remembered wearing once upon a time back on Earth, and looking frightened out of his mind by the circumstances. The other is him as he is now. Tall. Armored. Armed with a sword sheathed at his side. Except, no. The second version of him isn't really him as he is now at all. That Mikhail looks older. More weathered. He even has the start of a beard. And, there's no glow coming from his chest. It's almost like he doesn't have the soul engine or something. Did these represent the Mikhails of his past and future as he stood as the bridge between them in the present? Even that didn't feel quite right, but it was as close as Mikhail felt he could get to be honest. What even is this test? Am I supposed to choose who I want to be or something? Or am I just supposed to accept you both and sing Kumbaya or something? His younger self gives him an incredulous look. His older self just barks out a laugh. Choose? Accept? Don't do anything. Just stand there and watch as I finally kill this twerp once and for all. With that, his older self suddenly has his sword in his hand, even though he didn't have to draw it. He lunges across the whiteness, attempting to run his child self through. Mikhail's eyes widen, even as the child springs back with a scream, but not nearly quickly enough to. Clang. Without even realizing it, Mikhail is already moving to protect his past self. He suddenly has a sword in his hand as well, and he's blocking the other armed version of him, their blades locked together as he grits his teeth. Glaring at him, the older version snarls before pulling away with a huff. What do you think you're doing? Straightening up, making sure he's between the two versions of himself, Mikhail holds his sword at the ready. Shouldn't that be my question? Why would any part of me kill another part of me? Unless you're going to try to claim that he's not actually me or something. Spitting off to the side, the armored, grizzled Mikhail lets out a bark of derisive laughter. Of course not. He's us, no doubt about that. He's our weakness. You want to survive in this world, Mikhail? You don't need him. You need me. After all, at every turn, every challenge, every obstacle, it's me who you've relied upon to survive. Not him. All he's done is hold you back. All he'll ever do is hold you back. Mikhail's eyes widen as he finally realizes who the older version of him really is. He can't believe it took him this long to realize. After a moment, he snarls. This time, it's he who lunges forward, attempting to drive his sword right through the grizzled Mikhail's chest. You! How dare you wear that face? How dare you pretend to be me? The old soldier blocks, parries, and deflects every single one of Mikhail's frenzied strikes. He toys with him, really, as they trade blows there in the white void. Mikhail just continues to pick up speed though, continues to put more and more strength into his sword work. This isn't him. It's a fucking sham. This, amalgamation wearing some older looking version of his face is the memories that Sadicus fucking Quinn forced on him. Memories of war and battle. But also worse than that. Memories of murder and mayhem, of killing and pillaging. No wonder he was so eager to kill a child, even if it wasn't a real child. Before him stood a monster wearing his face. Mikhail wouldn't fucking stand for it. He refused. Don't be absurd. Pretend? I am you, Mikhail. We are only the sum of our parts. Maybe I started out as the memories of a bunch of dead men, but I've become so much more than that. I'm your resolve. I'm your determination. I'm your killer fucking instinct. Suddenly, the grizzled Mikhail goes on the offensive and it's all Mikhail can do to keep up. His eyes widen as he's forced to backpedal. It's shocking, because for a while now he hasn't fought anything or anyone nearly as strong as him. He's even been able to put Beulah in her place every single time they sparred. But this older version, he might have a point. He fights with a ferocity that feels far more natural than anything Mikhail can muster. Even still. If the choice is between you or me, I choose me every time. If I have to kill one of you, I'll kill you every goddamn time. I'd rather be whatever's left once you're gone, even if it means I can't fight worth a damn anymore. Even if it means I'm fucking useless. He might have made use of the memories Sadicus forced on him. He might only have survived because of them. But Mikhail would be damned if he would lose any more of himself to them. If they wanted to kill his past, to turn him into nothing more than a psychopathic killer just like them, he'd rather excise them from his skull completely. Even if it left him as an invalid with nothing but Swiss cheese for a brain. He'd prefer that over becoming any more like them. Slowly, he finds himself pushing back the other warrior. That overwhelming advantage seems to be shrinking by the moment for some reason. Indeed, the more grizzled version of his face twists into confused consternation. Why? All he does is make you weak? I've made you strong, haven't I? Together, we've taken our revenge on Sadicus Quinn. For not just ourselves, but every man whose memories he forced into our head. Mikhail flinches. He'd never thought about that, really. Or he supposed he'd chosen not to think too hard about it. But, his opponent was right. He'd always hated the dead men in his head. They weren't even real people, he knew as much. They were memories. Mere fragments designed to give him fighting instincts and make him worth more of a fight. They'd kept him alive just long enough against Thala to entertain the audience before she'd killed him. That was their entire purpose. But they'd had to come from somewhere. Actual dead men, no doubt. Every single one of them was a warrior, soldier, or criminal that Sadicus Quinn had gotten his grubby hands upon at some point. The Lord of Alathur had created quite the collection of fighting prowess, plucking snippets from his victims, from the actual natives who wound up in his arenas. He'd used them to create an amalgamation that he could shove into the heads of each of his kidnapped heroes, in order to both keep them off balance and unable to speak out about who they were and where they were from, but also to make them ever so slightly more entertaining before they died in his arenas. Then, after all was said and done, he'd come back around and pulled the fighting memories out of his victims' heads before sending their bodies on to Foss Sangri to be raised as undead soldiers in his army. But those like Mikhail weren't Sadicus' only victims. There were also those other men, the ones these memories came from in the first place. As though he's reading his thoughts, the grizzled and older version of him nods along. We avenged them. Now we need to continue to work together, to avenge all of the others. Without me, you can't defeat Foss Sangri and his army. Without me, you can't help Avina. You need me more than you need him. Admit it. They're stalemating now in their fight. Neither giving ground before the other, but also neither able to overwhelm the other either. And yet... No. I need you both. The words feel right as they slip from Mikhail's mouth. But of course, the warrior version of him doesn't seem to think so. He lets out another bark of derisive laughter, sneering as he shakes his head. Still so childish. Still so weak. We have to be stronger. We have to be ready for whatever that bastard Foss throws at us. Mikhail doesn't get angry through. He just nods his head in agreement. And we will be. Needless to say, that doesn't go over well with his opponent. With a roar, the older version of him swings his blade down from above, even as Mikhail brings his own up to block. Their arms strain as they lock swords once again, fighting with all their might to overpower the other. Well, his opponent is trying to overpower him. Mikhail isn't. Not anymore. And how do you see that working out, hey? You aren't even strong enough to beat me. Smiling softly, Mikhail chuckles. I don't have to be. In an instant, his magic unfurls from his chest. Energy flows out of the soul engine, filling the white void with the teal light. Thick bands of power seize upon his other self, grabbing the man and lifting him into the air. Mikhail disables him in moments, the sword in his grasp inconsequential now. As his opponent is pulled back, Mikhail straightens up, only to feel an impact on his side as his child self runs forward and latches onto his leg. Mikhail gives the younger version of him a reassuring smile, before looking up at the older. I'm not going to kill either of you. Because, in the end, you're right. You are me. Maybe once upon a time, you started as nothing more than fragments of those other men. But they were never really here. I was never really in danger of losing control of my body to dead men possessing me like some sort of sick collection of ghosts. No, you aren't them. You're the part of me that took hold of those memories and used them. You're the part of me that was strong enough to do anything to survive. Ceasing his struggling, his more grizzled self scoffs. You claim to understand. But you still insist on holding onto your weakness. Mikhail just rolls his eyes at that. Because it's not weakness. Without him, there was no hope. A foolish hope. It was his weakness that convinced you that you could get your memories back. It was his weakness that had you clinging to that idiotic desire to go home. If you'd stopped and thought for even a second, you would have realized from the beginning that FantasyIsekaiComplete didn't bother keeping our other memories. And you definitely would have figured out sooner that he was never going to let us go home, no matter what. Mikhail clenches his jaw at that. Because, the other him has a point. In hindsight, expecting to be able to get his memories back and a way home from FantasyIsekaiComplete had been a wild goose chase the entire fucking time. It was obvious from the lack of technological uplift and the way FantasyIsekaiComplete used and tossed aside the people he summoned to Vaklatora that he hadn't kept or even bothered studying the memories he'd taken from the thousands of summoned heroes he'd brought to this world before Mikhail. But even a false hope is better than no hope at all. It might have been foolish, but it kept us going just as much as the memories of battle helped us survive. It kept us sane. It kept us whole. And it wasn't just hope either. It was love. Embarrassing, but if he couldn't admit it here inside of his own personal mindscape within some sort of magical artifact, where could he admit it? Mikhail was in love. He might not have said it out loud to Evina, Thala, or Beulah, and they certainly hadn't said it back to him. But he knew he loved Evina and Thala at the very least, and he believed they loved him back. Beulah was a bit iffier, but he certainly enjoyed her company, and he suspected she thoroughly enjoyed his company as well. Without my past, with just the memories of killing and fighting and worse, we never find love. We never find purpose. You said it yourself. It's not just about stopping FantasyIsekaiComplete or getting revenge. It's about helping Evina. That was what had led to the realization that this truly was another part of him in the end. As much as Mikhail might have wanted to claim that the grizzled older self was just those dead men disguising themselves as him, he knew it wasn't true. Because the warrior him loved Evina just as much as he did. He wanted to help her just as much as Mikhail did. Because in the end, they truly were one and the same. All three of them were parts of the same whole. Slowly, Mikhail releases his older self from the magical bonds, letting him set his boots back down on the ground of the white void they find themselves standing in. Closing his eyes for a moment, the warrior lets out a low breath. You really believe that, don't you? You think you need both of us in order to keep Evina safe and stop FantasyIsekaiComplete? Mikhail doesn't even hesitate. He nods sharply, his jaw set. With all my heart. He was more than the sum of his parts now. He was more than his past experiences, be they his or someone else's. What FantasyIsekaiComplete had done to him. Mikhail would bear the scars of that man for the rest of his life. But scars were not wounds. They were what came after the wounds healed. And Mikhail refused to let his scars define him. He refused to let anyone, even himself, tell him who he could and could not be. Finally opening his eyes, the grizzled version of him gives a simple, short nod. I hope you're right. Then, the warrior begins to fade. A tug on his side draws Mikhail's attention down to his child self, who smiles up at him. I know you're right. Even as he too begins to fade, Mikhail looks around the whiteness. He finds himself thinking on who matters most to him in this new world. Who he loves. Who he wants to protect. Evina. Thala. Beulah. He steps out the other side of the magic mirror, finishing his stint in the truth above all. To his surprise, he finds the others all arrayed before him. Evina, Thala, Beulah, and Timothal. Evina and Beulah had apparently finished before him, something that they waste no time making clear. Took you long enough, Mikhail. Ha! He gives even himself trouble in a fight. Mikhail flushes at that, and then colors at Beulah's words in particular. Wait. You guys didn't see everything that went on in there, did you? Because Thala's father had said that they didn't see specifics, and it was one thing to have a heart-to-heart with yourself, but another entirely to know that everyone else had been watching. Before Evina, Thala, or Beulah can answer, however, a grave and serious voice cuts through the humor of the moment, a blanket of intensity that Mikhail is quickly becoming familiar with falling over the room. No. It is as I said, observers do not see details in the truth above all. Only the truth. And now I have seen all of your truths. I have seen who you are at the core of your very beings. His no-nonsense tone has Mikhail tensing up as he turns to face the Knight Superior, awaiting Timothal Dongard's final verdict with no small amount of trepidation. Chapter 42, Judgment. Timothal Dongard's ominous words hang in the air like the headsman's axe over all their necks. Mikhail wonders if even after everything, it's still going to turn out to be a fight. But, no. Instead, the Order of the Rose's Grand Master surprises all of them once more, by actually cracking a smile as he gives them all a respectful nod. It would seem my daughter has found good, albeit unconventional allies. Well shit. Mikhail hadn't even known that Thala's father was capable of smiling. Sure, there'd been that bark of laughter earlier, but that had been more an exhalation of air than an expression of mirth in Mikhail's eyes. Now though, as Timothal lifts his head, the man looks surprisingly warm, for all of a moment before his expression turns dour and grim. Unfortunately, that's where the good news ends, I'm afraid. The tension in the room, which had just been beginning to die down, ratchets up again on the spot. Thala is quick to interject, gasping as she steps forward with wide eyes. Surely you can't still mean to hand them over to Foss Sangri, father. It would make some small amount of sense if he did. It would be politically advantageous, probably. Or so Mikhail assumed. He wasn't really a politician. And yet, the Knight Superior shakes his head at his daughter's pleading. No, of course not. I can say with near certainty that you are all innocent of the crimes that Foss Sangri accuses you of. And once the rest of the order is told that you have willingly subjected yourselves to the truth above all, I know they will believe it as well. However, that is one thing. And it is not why you all came here to the Citadel, is it? Mikhail and the others exchange looks at that. Or rather, Mikhail finds himself exchanging looks with Avina and Thala. Beulah looks rather bored with the whole situation, her head turned off to the side, staring blankly at a wall. She's clearly not paying much attention at this point. Which is, more than fair to be honest. The half-orc wants to fight more than anything. Mikhail supposes he should just be grateful that she was even willing to put herself through the truth above all. But then, if she'd faced what he'd faced, he could just imagine how that had gone for Beulah. More than likely, the somewhat simplistic warrior woman had come out the other side of the magic mirror even more sure that all she wanted to do was find a good fight. And now here they were, chatting again. In the face of their silence, Timothal just nods, reaching up to stroke at his well-groomed silver beard for a moment before sighing. As I suspected. You lot didn't even know of the Supreme King's letter before arriving at the Citadel. So while it might look like you all came here to absolve yourselves of your crimes in Akriatha, at least in the eyes of our order, that's clearly not the case, now is it? No, you all came here, looking for allies. Mikhail has a sinking feeling in his gut and meeting Avina's eyes only makes it grow worse. She doesn't look like she's any more excited to have this conversation than he is. Especially not when the Knight Superior is pretty obviously telegraphing that what they weren't going to get what they wanted. Of course, Thala isn't so easily dissuaded. Father, it is true. I brought the princess and the hero here because they need your help. Avina in particular needs our help to avenge her family and retake her country. Foss Sangri was the one who had the king and queen and all their children murdered all those years ago. Looking to Avina, Timothal lets out another sigh. I am sorry for your loss, princess. As belated as my condolences might be. Unfortunately, while I know you have come here to secure support from our order and Zuvaria as a whole to regain your throne, you cannot expect much, I'm afraid. Relations between Akriatha and Zuvaria have been strained since the deaths of your parents, but only because of the perceived corruption of your Council of Lords spilling over our borders into the Empire. Crossing his arms over his chest, the Knight Superior doesn't look happy. Rather, he looks resigned. I won't lie. There have been murmurings in Zuvaria about Akriatha becoming too much of a hassle. People would talk about how little sense it made allowing Akriatha to maintain its independence when the kingdom didn't even have a royal family anymore. Regent Lord Sangri has cultivated a very specific sort of reputation both in Akriatha and Zuvaria. One of a man who was doing all he could to keep things under control and to keep the squabbling of the children that make up the Lord's Council to a minimum. Avina's eyes flash at that, but then she speaks up and her words cause a hush to fall over the room. I don't need to rule Akriatha once the deed is done, Knight Superior Dongard. So long as Foss Sangri is defeated and dead. I would gladly give up the kingdom to the Zuvarian Empire, if that's what it takes. Timothal's eyes widen in surprise at Avina's convictions. Meanwhile, Mikhail isn't all that shocked. Avina didn't want to rule, she wanted revenge. Though he wasn't sure she could necessarily have one without the other. That is certainly a powerful statement, princess. Avina shrugs, looking to the side. Admittedly, I don't know as much about the Zuvarian Empire as I should. But clearly if someone like you isn't willing to condemn someone like me to death, then it seems that Zuvaria is already better than Akriatha, at least in that way. And I haven't been a princess for a long time. I'm not sure I'd make a very good queen anyways, so why not let Zuvaria step in instead? Raising an eyebrow, Thala's father chuckles at Avina's words. It seems he's at least somewhat loosened up around them, Mikhail notes. It seems you've given this more thought than I credited you for, my apologies. That said, you misunderstand me. Those within the Empire murmuring for us to intercede in Akrieda's affairs did so because they thought the Council of Lords was a problem too large to be ignored and ultimately too big for the Regent Lord to handle. Those same individuals are no doubt overjoyed that Foss Sangri has taken over Akrieda as Supreme King now. Even I was initially relieved when I heard the news, though I obviously have cause to doubt his good character now. That last bit, said in an incredibly dry tone, has to be the understatement of the century. But Timothal doesn't even know how much of an understatement it really is. Clearing his throat, Mikhail steps forward. You should know, Knight Superior, that I was not the only summoned hero brought to this world by Tsadicus Quinn. I was merely the last. Thala's father frowns at that, but slowly nods. I suspected as much, given just how long ago we started hearing rumors of the hero summoning ritual being abused. Still, I imagine you have a point you are trying to make, Sir Hero. Mikhail resists the urge to grimace at the respectful address. So it wasn't just Thala, in the end. Apparently Sir Hero was a common title for summoned heroes. Good to know. But ultimately, at least at the moment, irrelevant. Yes. I'm sure someone like you has wondered how Foss Sangri did it. How he took command of Akrieda and disbanded the Council of Lords. I assume you've heard about his army. But where did that army come from, exactly? The Order of the Rose's Grandmaster doesn't take long to figure out what Mikhail is getting at, his eyes widening in understanding but then narrowing in confusion. The Regent Lord and this Lord Quinn worked together to summon that many heroes? Was the stipulation for their summoning that they all had to help Foss Sangri become Supreme King? Is that how he bound their loyalty to him? But no, if that were the case they would already have begun disappearing. Father. Thala's voice sounds rather distraught as she cuts in from the side, her expression ashen. Timothal looks over at his daughter, and then fresh realization hits him and he looks to Avina. Your father was a true necromancer like you, wasn't he? Avina wordlessly nods. But Foss Sangri is not. He's a trained necromancer. Yes. Now, Timothal Dongard looks just as ashen as his daughter. His entire army. Avina nods sharply. Undead summoned heroes. Every last one, as far as we could tell. It's a little scary, seeing a man as tough and intense as Thala's father had been so far suddenly look weak and weary. In fact, the Knight Superior has to make his way over to the nearest chair, sitting down heavily as he processes their words. Still, when Mikhail thinks back to watching from the balcony as Foss Sangri's army marched on Alathur with eerie precision and unnatural speed, knowing what he knows now about all those gleaming, armored soldiers, yet, he fully understands why Timothal might be a little taken aback. Maybe they were getting somewhere now. Maybe they just needed to push a little harder and the Knight Superior would be willing to help them out after all. Making eye contact with Avina, he jerks his head in Timothal's direction. It feels like it has to be here. After all, she's the one who knows the most about all this stuff. Letting out a shuddering breath, Avina nods slightly and continues on in a grave tone. Thousands and thousands of them, all outfitted with what looked to be enchanted armor and weapons. An army that managed to march from who knows where to Alathur just 5 days after Tsadicus Quinn died. An army that doesn't need to eat or sleep. That doesn't produce waste and doesn't need supplies. Letting out another sigh, Thala's father sweeps his gaze across all of them again. I understand. Truly I do. Unfortunately, it's not that simple. Thala squawks at that. How can it not be simple, father? Foss Sangri has raised an undead army. An undead army made out of innocent men and women from other worlds, kidnapped and brought to Vaklatora to fight and die in Tsadicus Quinn's barbaric arenas. This is as simple as it gets. Was the Order of the Rose not made to fight against these very sorts of crimes? Were you not fully ready to prosecute and punish my allies for the exact same things if they had proven to be guilty of what Foss Sangri accused them of? Her father weathers Thala's rant in silence until the female knight has finally gotten it all out of her system. But to Mikhail's consternation, Timothal doesn't look any more swayed than before. I believe you, Thala. I believe all of you in fact. But there's another very good reason that the murmurings in the Empire about taking matters into our own hands and ending the corruption in Akrieda were only ever just murmurings. Put simply, the Zuvarian Empire does not have the forces to fight a war on 2 fronts. And you well know that we are at war with the savage lands, Thala. Perhaps others might call them simple border skirmishes, but with more than 3/4 of Zuvaria's entire military tied up in protecting the border from the orc tribes, it very much is a war. Timothal gets a far-off look in his eyes. It's a war that's been going on since before you were born, Thala. Since before I was born too. And it's a war that will likely continue on long after we are both dead and buried. Akrieda might only be half Zuvaria's size, but so long as the empire is stuck with the orcs on one side, relations with the kingdom of Akriatha have to remain as stable as possible. Thala looks betrayed. Like she can hardly believe the words out of her father's mouth. Mikhail sort of gets where she's coming from. It's hard to see someone you think can do anything say they can't do something, isn't it? At the same time, he also sort of sees where Timothal is coming from too. Even if it feels ridiculously short-sighted. You know that Foss Sangri won't stop with Akriatha, right? Mikhail's tense words cause Timothal to look at him with a frown. Men like him, they don't ever stop. He's even calling himself the Supreme King now. With an army like that at his back, it's only a matter of time before he attacks Suvaria. I understand that the Empire has a lot of its military tied up on its other border. I get how dangerous orcs are. I've fought a half-orc a number of times now. He tosses a smile and nod in Beulah's direction at that, which the half-orc returns rather distractedly. But that doesn't change the facts. Rather, it only makes it more obvious what Foss is going to do. He's going to invade Suvaria. It's only a matter of time. Even if he doesn't want to conquer the Empire, though I guarantee you he does, he needs Avina. He wants Avina because with Avina, he can make more soldiers like me. He can make himself like me too. And then you aren't just dealing with a self-proclaimed Supreme King Necromancer and an army of undead heroes on your border, you're dealing with one that's immortal and has all the time he could possibly want with which to conquer the world. For a long moment, Timothal is silent, his brow furrowed in consternation as he thinks over Mikhail's words. You might be right. But we still can't attack Akriatha unprovoked, no matter how much I personally might want to. Even if I were to recall the entire Order of the Rose to the Citadel to begin making preparations for battle against Akriatha, it wouldn't be enough. And the Emperor would have my hide. Conversing with him, convincing him of the danger Foss Sangri represents, that will take time. That was better than a flat no, Mikhail felt. Still. That makes sense, but we might not have time, you know. Whatever Foss is planning, he's going to be going after Avina hard and fast. She's the key. Timothal nods and suddenly that presence from before is back. Knight Superior Dawnguard is suddenly before them again and as he rises from his seat, he straightens to his full height. Yes, of that I have no doubt. Do not fret. If there is one thing that I can offer immediately and without reservation, it is sanctuary. While I send a message to the Emperor apprising him of the situation, all of you will remain safe here in the Citadel. It's the least I can do for you, all things considered, and I hope in time, there's more that can be done as well. Mikhail hopes so too. Because as much as the situation in Suvaria might not allow for them to immediately mobilize for war with Akriatha, he just doesn't see a world where someone like Foss Sangri decides to let bygones be bygones. Either the self-titled Supreme King is going to send some sort of force after Avina specifically, or he's just going to invade Suvaria wholesale. Still, he and his allies have done what they can for now. It seems in the end all they can really do from this point is sit and wait to see what happens next. Chapter 43, Clearing the Air. True to the Knight Superior's word, they're provided with not just their own quarters, but an entire corridor of rooms for their stay at the Citadel. The area even comes with its own private kitchen and courtyard, the latter of which is clearly made for training and sparring if the wooden posts clad in beat-up armor are any indication. Timothal also promises to make sure that everyone else in the Citadel knows they are guests and not to be touched as swiftly as humanly possible. Mikhail even believes him, but he's still going to be keeping an eye out and staying on guard. He trusted Timothal Dawnguard. He did not trust the entirety of the Order of the Rose. Especially not after their interaction with Chevalier Iron Shield. Sure, the truth above all might have proven itself to be a powerful artifact capable of discerning good from evil, but people could change. And good and evil wasn't nearly that black and white. Mikhail himself didn't necessarily feel like a good person. He didn't consider himself evil either to be fair, but still, good? That was a hard sell. Regardless, Avina had turned in for the night straight after dinner and Mikhail didn't blame her. It had been a long, trying day and of the four of them, Avina had the least stamina. That said, Mikhail wasn't nearly as ready to go to bed. That's why he found himself out in the hallway where all their rooms were located, running right into one Thala Dawnguard coming from the opposite direction. Oh. Sir Mikhail, I had hoped to run into you. Smiling slightly, Mikhail figures he knows what this is about. Thala. I'm glad you chose to stay with us instead of taking up your old quarters. I know this place was your home for much of your life, so I imagine you have normal rooms somewhere else in the Citadel. Thala flushes at being so casually called out. It was almost certainly true, and she makes no effort to deny it. Squirming, she averts her eyes and nods her head. Of course, Sir Mikhail. Until you dismiss me from your service, and my place is at your side. Mikhail hums, noting the tone of fearful anticipation. Then, he nods and gives Thala a pat on the shoulder before moving to step past her. Petty? Maybe, but he's not here to make things easier for the female knight. Especially not when he knows she's working her way up to an apology. Sir Mikhail, wait. Stopping, he turns back to look at her with a raised brow. Flushing even harder, Thala squirms for a moment longer before finally speaking. I am sorry for not telling you about my father. I should never have withheld such critical information from you or the others. I understand completely if I've irrevocably broken your trust in me. By the time she's done speaking, her shoulders have drooped and her head is bowed in eternal shame. She's definitely taking this way harder than he is. Which is why it's all too easy for Mikhail to step up to her and place a hand on her shoulder, giving it a comforting squeeze. It's fine, Thala. Head shooting up so fast he fears she might give herself whiplash. Thala's icy blue eyes are wide and filled with wonder as she gapes at him. It is, Sir Mikhail. Tilting his head to the side, Mikhail sighs. I'm pretty sure I told you to call me Mikhail. And I'm pretty sure you agreed too. Coloring, Thala bobs her head. Apologies, Mikhail. I had assumed I lost the privilege. Well, you didn't. I understand why you were afraid to tell us about your father. He seems like a good man, but also a very intense man. And I can only imagine how growing up in his shadow must have felt. Thala bites her lower lip, Mikhail's words clearly hitting home for her. Yes, all my life, I have been compared to him. And people knew how it affected me too. I used to lie. I used to tell them that my father was the sun and cast no shadow. That I was fine. But the truth was, I never felt like I was enough to live up to everyone's expectations for me. Getting away from the citadel was as much about getting out from under those expectations as it was anything else. And, it felt good, not being known as Timothal Dungard's daughter. Even with everything else going on, that felt good. Mikhail smiles softly at Thala's heartfelt confession, giving her shoulder another squeeze. I get it, Thala. That's why I forgive you for not telling us ahead of time. Even if it was a mistake, it's not one I'm going to hold over your head or anything like that. Though, there will have to be a punishment. Thala jolts at the word punishment, her eyes lighting up in excitement. Oh, of course, Mikhail. I will submit to whatever punishment you see fit. Shall we retire to your room or mine? Or will you do it right here out in the hall for the others to possibly see? She blushes incredibly hard at that last idea. However, Mikhail shakes his head. No, Thala. That wouldn't be a real punishment at all. Rather, it's going to be the exact opposite. Your punishment for lying to me and the others, is that I'm not going to do anything to you tonight whatsoever. You'll just have to live without me for the evening. Thala's eyes widen in horror and the expression of heartbreak on her face is so strong that you'd think he'd just dismissed her from his service or something, rather than just telling her she wouldn't be getting any sort of sexual attention from him on this fine evening. Oh, of course, Sir Hero. I understand completely. It's no less than I deserve. Slowly, downtrodden and literally dragging her feet, Thala turns and begins heading for her room. Mikhail watches her go somewhat incredulous. Seriously? For a moment, her despair is so palpable it almost makes him change his mind. But, no. He steels himself. It's only for one night for fuck's sake. Thala can survive one night. Honestly. Once she's disappeared into her room, Mikhail lets out a sigh and heads down the hall towards who he was actually aiming to talk to on this fine evening. He passes right by Beulah's door, already able to tell that she's not actually in there due to both his enhanced senses and his burgeoning, ever-growing soul sight. Instead, he locates the half-orc warrior out in their newly assigned private courtyard. Beulah's battle axe swings through the air as she lets out gruff snarls and exhalations. All the while, she's doing a deadly dance that almost looks like sword katas, if the sword katas were performed with a battle axe instead. Mikhail is surprised by her restraint. He's glad she chose not to. Oh, never mind. Off to the side, those training dummies he saw earlier are already thrashed and trashed, shredded by Beulah's weapon and dumped against the courtyard's fall wall in pieces. Seeing that, Mikhail chuckles softly, shaking his head. When he looks back to Beulah, he blinks in surprise. She stopped swinging her axe, but not because she noticed him. Rather, she stopped in place and is staring off into the distance with a frown of consternation on her face. After a moment of silence, Mikhail clears his throat. Beulah. Turning to face him, the half-orc tilts her head to the side. Yes? What is it? Then, her eyes slide up and down him, clearly looking for a weapon. When she doesn't find one, she grunts. You aren't here to spar. So, fuck. That actually wasn't why he was here, but once she comes to a conclusion, Beulah doesn't waste time tossing her battle axe to the side and leaping at him. Mikhail catches her easily, spinning with her body and letting them fall to the ground together with him on top and her on bottom. She grunts as the breath leaves her lungs but continues like he hasn't just turned the tables on her, her hands immediately going down to his crotch and working open his pants to pull out his cock. At the same time, her legs spread eagerly in anticipation. Mikhail doesn't really need any incentive or motivation to fuck Beulah. But even as he slides into her and the half-orc groans her appreciation, he doesn't immediately start jackhammering like she prefers. Instead, he grabs her by her wrists and pulls her arms over her head, holding her down and pinning her to the ground as he goes still with just half of his cock inside of her. When Beulah frowns, Mikhail smiles. Actually, I wanted to talk. But knowing you, doing both is better, isn't it? Beulah snorts derisively but doesn't resist. Just fucking would be best. But, yes. Rolling his eyes in amusement at his half-orc companion's simple tastes, Mikhail slowly begins sliding in and out of Beulah. Despite his claim to want to talk, he doesn't actually speak for a moment. He's trying to figure out how to word his most pressing question without sounding accusatory. Finally, he decides to do things in a roundabout way. Beulah, who was your father? Beulah's face immediately scrunches up at that, her nose wrinkling. For a moment, Mikhail thinks he's stepped in it after all, but finally, she grumbles and shrugs. A bastard. Why? Damn it, he should have expected that sort of response. Blunt, short, to the point, and ultimately didn't help at all. He'd have to explain himself better. With that in mind and wanting to put Beulah in the right mood for answering his most burning question, Mikhail picks up the pace, much to the half-orc's vocal enjoyment. She moans and groans beneath him as he pistons in and out of her tightly flexing, well-muscled cunt. I'm asking, because I've been blindsided by 2 out of the 3 women in my life now. First, Avina turns out to be a long-lost princess to the throne of Akriatha, and her uncle winds up being the evilest bastard I've ever had the misfortune of meeting. Then, Thala turns out to be daughter of the Order of the Rose's Grand Master. And her father turns out to be the most intense man I've ever met. Not as bad, but still kind of blindsided me. Sighing, Mikhail makes sure to continue giving Beulah what she wants as he finishes his explanation. A good, hard dicking. I guess what I want to make sure is, your father isn't anyone special, is he? He's not some orc warlord who's going to wind up uniting all of the orcs in the Savage Lands and invade Zuvaria from the other side at the precise wrong moment, right? Because that would really suck, but if he is, I just want to know so I can start preparing. By the time he's done getting that all off his chest, Beulah is giving him a strange look. After a moment, she snorts and shakes her head before winding her limbs around his body, pulling him in closer. Fuck me harder. Maybe you'll talk less, Mikhail. He rolls his eyes again but does as he's told all the same. He knows she's not just stonewalling him. She'll answer him on her own time, that's just how Beulah is. And so, for a few minutes they continue fucking, until finally Beulah speaks. Do not worry about my father, Mikhail. He is dead. He almost stops at hearing that, but Beulah's tightening around his hips reminds him that she wouldn't be happy if he did. Still. He and his tribe were known for ranging beyond the Savage Lands and raiding the settlements foolish enough to place themselves within his reach. Still, he will not be an issue, because I killed him myself many years ago. Oh. Well then. Mikhail makes sure to keep a good, rough pace for his half-orc lover, pounding her into the grass in a consummate mating press as her feet kick high in the air on either side of him, her arms wrapped around his neck. Looking down into her eyes, he knows Beulah is telling the truth. But then, she wouldn't lie to him to begin with, he doesn't think. Not consciously anyways. Still. That's a relief. Though I'm sorry you had to do that, Beulah. She blinks as he offers his condolences and then lets out a bark of laughter. Ha! I am not. He deserved death and I was pleased to dole it out to him. Even the consequences of my actions, being exiled from the tribe and forced to leave the Savage Lands, do not make me regret it. After all, I got to meet you. Mikhail blinks, shocked by Beulah's tone. Of course, Beulah immediately follows up on those last 5 words by reaching up and grabbing him roughly by the hair, dragging him down into a deep kiss. As their tongues wrestle for dominance, Mikhail redoubles his speed, making Beulah squeal into his mouth in excitement and glee. He had been holding back a fair bit after all in order to let them both hold a conversation. He doesn't need to do so anymore. Plowing Beulah with a great deal of his considerable might, he enjoys the way the half-orc tightens around him again and again, moaning against his lips and tongue in clear enjoyment. Mikhail is enjoying himself too, to be fair, but he has to admit, alongside the pleasure is also a sense of relief. It's sobering to learn that Beulah had to kill her own father. He can only imagine the circumstances that forced her hand. Or, maybe she wasn't forced at all. Maybe she just waited until she was big enough and strong enough to end his life and then left. Mikhail wasn't going to speculate too much. And he certainly wasn't going to judge Beulah's actions either. From everything he'd heard about the orcs, they were a difficult people. Beulah was an example of a more reasonable subsect of their kind, being a half-orc and all. He could only imagine what full orcs were like. Bloodthirsty, impossible to reason with, and almost as strong as him. A pretty terrifying combination, considering he had no clue how many of them actually populated the savage lands. Still, at least his worries had been assuaged. Beulah was no princess and her father was dead by her hands, so the likelihood of him showing up to make further trouble was next to none. As Mikhail and Beulah fucked the night away, making an utter mess of themselves in the grassy courtyard they're fornicating within in the process, Mikhail consoles himself with some simple knowledge. Avina might be a princess in exile and Thala might have serious daddy issues and an inferiority complex a mile wide, but at least Mikhail didn't have to worry about Beulah.